a university student who has just completed his college entrance examinations. After finishing the exams, he was ruthlessly conscripted upon merely watching a video about lobsters on a certain obscure website. Zhou Ping'an is unaware of the nature of the Warhammer 40k universe. Yet from the lobster video, he perceives that this world is even more chaotic than a toilet. How could an ordinary mortal possibly have a chance of survival? Fortunately, his fortune was somewhat favorable as he found himself within a knightly family. Even better, he was engaged in a game of Stellaris just before his conscription, where he was the emperor of a human federation. After his conscription, the game of Stellaris continued to operate under various enhancements, and with Zhou Ping'an's traversal, his empire finally pinpointed his location. We shall undoubtedly seek you out. We shall come to your side, Emperor. How can such a chaotic world exist? How can humanity be condemned to such a wretched existence? This is rebellion. This is heresy. This is the utmost rebellion and heresy. The existence of humanity is utterly desecrated here. The wrath of the Human Federation will inevitably cleanse the entire galaxy. Our fleet will eclipse the sun regardless of how many stars populate the heavens. Chapter 1. The Conscription from Idle Chatter. Stellaris is truly entertaining. Come, let us unleash a neutron extermination to purify the Xenos on this planet and let them know that humanity is inviolable. Do you not take a moment to reflect upon your own insignificance? A bunch of starfish destined for canning dares to close their borders against me. Is it simply because I obliterated a few of your colonial stars? Is it merely because I extinguished hundreds of billions of your kind? Must you harbor such profound hatred towards me? The Human Federation has always been a proponent of peace. If it were not for the fact that your starfish could be canned, do you truly believe you would remain the last surviving interstellar empire? How ungrateful you are! As Zhou Ping'an muttered to himself, he maneuvered his colossal war machine toward the last colony of the starfish, and with the final neutron extermination descending, the starfish were utterly annihilated. The Colossus, a weapon of genocidal devastation, serves as a super-efficient tool for planetary cleansing. It can eradicate all life on an entire planet in one fell swoop. Under the torrent of neutrons, the entire celestial body shall be purified. This weapon can be outfitted with numerous Colossus-grade armaments. It is capable of unleashing various energy torrents, including the capacity to obliterate a planet outright, besiege it, or render it harmless. In summary, it is an extraordinarily effective weapon specifically designed for planetary extermination. Many civilizations among the starry seas deem this as cruel, yet all within the Human Federation regard it as efficient. With the last starfish colony eradicated, Zhou Ping'an felt elated. For at that moment, he had successfully unified a galaxy comprising 1,000 star systems. However, this victory came at the price of sacrificing some delectable starfish delicacies, but who could resist the allure of unification? From that instant forth, the Human Federation emerged as the sole civilization on the galactic map, with humanity becoming the only race. The title of Emperor of the Star Sea is indeed well-deserved. Besides the final stage of the cataclysmic ascension yet to be initiated, everything else had already concluded. What relief it was! After days of arduous effort, Zhou Ping'an finally relished the fruits of his labor. Yet, he did not cease the operation of his computer. Rather, he continued to let the Stellaris Empire run, while he stood up, retrieved his mobile phone, and lay down on his bed to browse the obscure website. This was his favorite leisure activity. After completing a game of Stellaris, he enjoyed watching videos on the obscure site. Today was no exception, as he opened the site and stumbled upon a video discussing Warhammer, another interstellar civilization. Suddenly intrigued, he wished to discover what it entailed. Zhou Ping'an clicked on the video, eager to explore the distinctions between Warhammer 40k and the Stellaris universe he had been immersed in. After all, the cosmos has long been a subject of human fantasy. Humanity yearns to uncover what lies between the stars, and he was no different. Having crafted 100 Gaia planets under the might of the fourth cataclysm, forming a super empire of 28 colonial stars and 12 ring worlds, he was keen to see how other interstellar realms fared. This represents a unique and wondrous thought process of a gamer. After constructing a fictitious empire, he felt compelled to compare it with others, particularly since his empire bore a close connection to Warhammer. It is well known that Stellaris supports modding. Zhou Ping'an had learned of Warhammer 40k long ago, aware that humanity had a leader known as the Emperor. Coincidentally, in this game of the Human Federation, the leader was also referred to as the Emperor, establishing a connection with Warhammer 40k. He had stationed an elite guard in his capital and each colonial star, which he could only construct via mods as the Emperor's Imperial Guard. However, this army served little purpose beyond spectating on the home planet, for who would be foolish enough to engage in land warfare in Stellaris? Naturally, these two concepts belong to vastly different worldviews, rendering combat comparisons meaningless. The most significant aspect was to satisfy Zhou Ping'an's own amusement. He eagerly clicked on the lobster seafood video, only to be greeted by the opening line, "New recruits, stand to attention. The great conscription of lobsters has commenced." Observing the barrage of comments from those reluctant to join Warhammer 40k, Zhou Ping'an boldly proclaimed, "I wish to go. You disloyal heretics," claiming loyalty yet refusing to join. After sending his comment, Zhou Ping'an wore a joyful expression, but in the next instant, a thunderbolt struck his dwelling, and the young man, who had been sitting on his bed scrolling through his phone, was instantly transformed into a charred remnant. Good news. In the face of the colossal power of lightning, the phone was destroyed, sparing him the worry of any embarrassing secrets being uncovered. Bad news. He was transported into the world of Warhammer 40k. As Zhou Ping'an gradually opened his eyes from the darkness, he beheld a vibrant rooftop. Zhou Ping'an has arrived into the world. He was born in the birthing chamber of the most magnificent edifice in the entire galaxy. The moment of his birth was accompanied by the fragrant scent of burning incense and the blessings of noble clergy, as countless subjects of the realm offered prayers for his arrival. A colossal brass horn resounded with a deep resonance, announcing his birth to the entire planet. The Supreme King now had a child of his own, and the kingdom welcomed a new heir. Since the malevolent old night curse descended upon the galaxy, every new life that emerged has invariably brought forth a glimmer of hope. Zhou Ping'an's father cradled him in his arms as he stepped out of the birthing chamber, trembling as he proclaimed the lineage of his heir. Zhou Ping'an, with wide-open eyes, surveyed the surrounding architecture and absorbed all the information that filled the air. Strangely, even as a mere infant, he was able to comprehend the meaning of the words spoken by those around him. Yet, this peculiar ability did not capture Zhou Ping'an's attention for long. His focus was entirely on the scene before him. He had truly arrived in that world marked by the twin-headed eagle flag, which could not possibly deceive. Zhou Ping'an was eager to ascertain his circumstances and the nature of the world into which he had been born. Although he possessed limited knowledge about the myriad aspects of Warhammer 40k, he was acutely aware of one truth. The amniotic fluid of birth serves as the greatest watershed in human existence. This principle, applicable in his former world, also held true in this Warhammer realm. While he had never closely examined the lives of the underprivileged in the Warhammer universe, he understood that their existence seemed to be even worse than that of swine or dogs. Fortunately, Zhou Ping'an could comprehend the discussions of those around him. After his father finished speaking, he realized that he had become the heir to the Supreme King, a title he understood all too well. This signified that he was born into a knightly family. As a noble knight, Zhou Ping'an would not have to struggle for survival in a world that others regarded as a cesspit. At least he had a semblance of security until he matured. With a clearer understanding of his situation, Zhou Ping'an began to contemplate the connections he had in another world. In that previous life, he had little that truly tethered him. His ability to attend university was largely due to the support of the state. Regrettably, he had just graduated when he met his untimely end. He had contributed nothing to his country, which left him with a tinge of guilt. Nonetheless, he tried to think positively, rationalizing that the absence of one among 14 million university students hardly mattered. Perhaps his passing had even alleviated a modicum of competitive pressure for others. This thought lingered in Zhou Ping'an's mind. As an infant, he was incapable of contemplating much. His developing brain simply could not process an abundance of thoughts. With this notion settled in his mind, he surrendered to a deep slumber once more, having reached his limits. The unfortunate news: he had traversed into the realm of Warhammer 40k. The fortunate news: he had become the future heir of a knightly family. Regardless, this elevated his status far beyond the meager existence he once endured. Indeed, the amniotic fluid of birth marked the most significant divide in this world. As Zhou Ping'an drifted into a dream-laden sleep, the computer in this world continued to operate, unmanned, as his empire remained in motion. Amidst the amalgamation of various mods, his empire was currently embarking on 3 ascension pathways: psychic ascension, genetic ascension, and cataclysmic ascension. The entire galaxy lay prostrate beneath the feet of the Human Federation. Yet with the disappearance of their emperor, civilization fell into silence, while the computer continued to sustain this vast civilization. Technology perpetually cycled through research. 1 layer, 2 layers, 100, 400, 1,000, 2,000. No one knew precisely how many technological cycles had transpired. All that was known is that, 1 year later, due to a power outage, the computer at Zhou Ping'an's home finally ceased its operations. In the final minute before it shut down, the empire he had been managing vanished, and, astonishingly, they completed the cataclysmic ascension without his control. Chapter 2. The life of the Supreme King's eldest son of the knightly family born into the Warhammer universe. Zhou Ping'an finds himself in a paradoxical existence. one that can be deemed fortunate yet profoundly unfortunate. After all, no member of the aristocracy in Warhammer enjoys a life of ease. How could a noble, such as the Supreme King of the knightly family, permit him to lead a life of idle comfort? His father is the Supreme King, and he is destined to be the next ruler of the knightly family. The very planet beneath his feet is their ancestral domain. Upon the untimely demise of his father, he shall ascend as the sovereign of this world, bearing the weight of responsibility for the entire planet. Thus, the frivolities of childhood become mere fantasies for him. The most joyous days of Zhou Ping'an's early life span from 1 to 2 years old, during which he relished the true luxuries of nobility, basking in the affections of his parents. Those were his happiest moments. Moreover, he found additional delight in the fact that perhaps due to his lineage as a member of a Warhammer 40k noble family, he was bestowed with exceptional beauty. His allure transcended mere handsomeness. It could only be described as exquisite beauty, surpassing that of any celebrity he had encountered in his past life on Earth. A beauty that approached the realm of perfection. Even at the tender age of 2, his stunning visage was already evident. This was a source of immense satisfaction for him, especially in contrast to the utterly mundane appearance he had possessed in his previous life. Furthermore, the other source of his excitement and joy stemmed from the myriad of gifts he received from various families and aristocrats upon his birth. As the eldest son of the Supreme King of the knightly family, it was only natural for him to be showered with presents celebrating his arrival. On the day of his birth, the ecclesiastical leaders led prayers in his honor, while the priests of the Mechanicum bestowed upon him the blessings of the Omnicia. His father not only proclaimed Zhou Ping'an as his heir at the moment of his birth, but also granted him vast territories. These lands were so expansive that their dimensions eclipsed those of his former homeland. From the moment he entered this world, he was entitled to the taxes of such a grand estate, with the exception of the tithe owed to the empire. The remainder was his to claim. To put it bluntly, merely by being born, he had amassed a fortune equivalent to that of an entire nation from his past life, and due to advancements in technology, this wealth far surpassed that of any country he had previously known. This was just the gift from his father. What the other nobility, gifts from the Mechanicum, the Judgment Hall, and the ecclesiarchy accumulated in abundance within the storerooms. Additionally, the other knights and barons of the knightly family also presented their tributes to celebrate Zhou Ping'an's birth. If one were to assess the value of these presents, one could assert that even the most modest item deemed acceptable by the knightly aristocracy would enable Zhou Ping'an to hire a legion of loyal followers willing to lay down their lives for him in the depths of the hive cities. And this was merely the most trivial of offerings. From the moment of his birth, glory and nobility enveloped Zhou Ping'an. Wealth had never held significant value. Others might spend countless lifetimes striving to accumulate what represented but a fraction of the wealth embodied in a single gift bestowed upon him. Naturally, alongside such riches, noble birthright invariably brings with it additional burdens, conspiracies, and courtly politics. Yet, these matters held little concern for him, for he was the son of the Supreme King. Beneath the protective aura of the Supreme King, no one dared to plot against Zhou Ping'an. Instead, he was met with sycophancy. Although those who sought to curry favor knew that flattering a child served little purpose, they persisted nonetheless. While the Supreme King may not recall who flattered his son, he would certainly remember those who failed to do so. Yet, the blissful days of happiness are often fleeting. Zhou Ping'an would soon exemplify the adage that one need not court misfortune to encounter it. His idyllic existence before the age of 3 was abruptly eclipsed as he transitioned into that age. The moment he turned 3, all semblance of happiness began to fade. As the heir to the knightly family and the Supreme King, he was compelled to undergo education and training from tender age. His noble bloodline and familial status forbade him from being outshone by any of his kin. He was expected to excel among his peers. The Zhou family, knighted under the God Emperor, were not merely knights of the Mechanicum. They were imperial knights, and the glory of the God Emperor shrouded the Zhou family. Thus, as the family heir, Zhou Ping'an was required to bear the weight of that glory. At the tender age of 3, he was thrust into the rigors of education. Theoretically, such an imposition upon a child so young could be deemed excessively harsh. Typically, children are spared such burdens. However, Zhou Ping'an had exhibited precocious signs of intellect far beyond his years. On the very first day of his 3rd year, he displayed an impressive command of High Gothic, along with proficiency in 2 additional languages, Low Gothic, both of which were essential for nobility, despite knights often looking down upon the so-called commoners. This remarkable aptitude for languages was a gift bestowed upon him by his transmigration. He could not fathom why he possessed such a talent for linguistics. Yet, upon hearing a language, he could comprehend and articulate it with ease. Zhou Ping'an aimed to leverage this exceptional performance to garner favor and leniency from his family. Hoping to avoid the harsh realities of life that he had gleaned from the tales of the High Lords in Warhammer 40k. He succeeded, though, to be precise. It would be more accurate to say he succeeded partially, mastering High Gothic at such a young age, along with several Low Gothic dialects, unequivocally demonstrated the prodigious gifts of the Supreme King's heir. Such prowess at this stage heralded his potential as a competent Supreme King, ensuring the Zhou family's enduring legacy. As Zhou Ping'an showcased this remarkable talent, the elders of the family were filled with elation. They cried out for the God Emperor's blessings and, in turn, began to impose stricter expectations upon him. With such a capable heir at their disposal, failing to provide him with a thorough education would be tantamount to squandering the divine gifts bestowed upon him by the God Emperor. Under his own machinations, Zhou Ping'an inadvertently accelerated the timeline of his education, rather than receiving rigorous training at the age of 4 or 5. He found himself besieged by a multitude of tutors at the mere age of 3. From the moment he awoke until he closed his eyes at night, every moment of his life was accompanied by the principles of etiquette and decorum. If one were to add 2 more words to this description, they would be rules and regulations. As one of the most enduring knightly families within the vast empire, the Zhou family boasts a lineage spanning 20 millennia, with regulations as numerous as the stars. Chapter 3. Even father cannot save himself. For the young Zhou Ping'an, a mere 3 years of age and just beginning to take his first steps, his nightmare had fully descended upon him. Each morning, as soon as he awoke, a handmaiden would accompany him, not to serve him, but to educate him, wielding a supple rod in her grasp. Whenever Zhou Ping'an faltered in his gait, this rod would emerge to correct his posture and stride. The implications of such early instruction were indeed a matter of concern, for they were the rulers of an entire planet. Although the technology of the Warhammer universe may appear somewhat grotesque, this aspect posed no challenge. With the handmaiden continuously adjusting his walking style, he was imbued with an abundance of noble etiquette. While other children indulged in play, he was thrust into a rigorous academic life, required to study a multitude of subjects befitting the heir to the Supreme King. The breadth of knowledge he was expected to acquire was staggering, far surpassing the capabilities of one so young. Frankly speaking, merely compiling the titles of these tomes would tower over him, representing the sum of 4 Zhou Ping'ans. This was merely the beginning. His instructors included some of the most esteemed educators from across the planet, or indeed the entire star sector. They frequently traversed to the palace of the Supreme King, or devoted themselves to educating the next generation of sovereigns. Even if Zhou Ping'an had once been an adult, even if he now possessed exceptional talents, and even if his diligent study seemed to facilitate swift mastery of the material, the pressure he endured during his education was unparalleled. Zhou Ping'an could only withstand this grueling existence for 2 months. Thereafter, he found himself unable to continue. A small child, barely over 3 years old, subjected to such harrowing torment, felt an unprecedented agony, a suffering he had never experienced in either his past life or until now. Shouldn't nobility be akin to a swarm of insects? Shouldn't it be a life of indulgence and idleness? Why must a noble endure as he did? As one destined to inherit an entire planet, his reality was starkly different from his expectations. Though the Warhammer world is perilous, he had sensed a hint of that danger at the age of 2. Surely, a planetary ruler should not lead such a wretched existence. He felt as though he were subjected to inhumane treatment, and, under such duress, even a child, once an adult, chose to seek solace from his parents. What was the outcome? Zhou Ping'an, embodying the noble demeanor and gait he had diligently practiced, slowly made his way to the palace where his father resided, under the watchful eye of the handmaiden. There, he beheld his tall, handsome father, the very pillar of their planet. Upon seeing his son, Zhou Zhen, the Supreme King, was filled with joy. In the presence of his child, he felt no need to maintain the facade of nobility. He swiftly approached and scooped Zhou Ping'an into his arms, delight evident on his face, since his child had displayed remarkable talent. Even as his father, he had been advised against distracting Zhou Ping'an from his studies, a consensus reached by the elders of their family and the priests of the state religion. He could not afford to divert his son's precious learning time. Despite being the patriarch of the Zhou family and the supreme king of the planet, he was bound by these constraints. On one hand stood the elders of his family, and on the other, the priests from the state religion. Admittedly, had he wished, he could have resisted both parties, but why would he? Their intentions were for his child's benefit, and he saw no reason to thwart their goodwill. Perhaps his current indulgence would bring a measure of happiness to his child. Yet excessive pampering could easily become a form of cruelty. All these considerations were for Zhou Ping'an's future. However, they did not preclude him from expressing warmth upon seeing his child. In being embraced, Zhou Ping'an felt the love of his father, which fortified his resolve. He suddenly believed that his hopes and desires would surely be granted by his father. After all, he was merely a 3-year-old child, possessing only a slight, inconsequential talent. Yet he should not have to endure such hardship. Surely, he deserved the opportunity to grow and develop. Zhou Ping'an pondered this, and, with a sweet, childlike voice, articulated his thoughts. Father, could you allow me a respite from my daily studies? It is truly exhausting. Just look at my legs. That handmaiden has struck me countless times to correct my stance. Before he could finish, he noticed his father's expression darken ominously, as if he were on the verge of a furious outburst. Yet, the handmaiden was blameless, as a model youth in his past life. He was reluctant to see an innocent suffer due to his words. The world of Warhammer was undeniably harsh, a truth Zhou Ping'an had become aware of over his 2 years of life. As the son of the Supreme King, uttering such words could easily lead to the handmaiden's misfortune. But father, he implored, please do not blame the handmaiden. I am simply too young at this age. Perhaps if I were older, I could master her guidance more swiftly, and such incidents would not occur. Though he sought to plead for the handmaiden, Zhou Ping'an's words subtly hinted at his desire for his father to advocate for him to postpone his studies. Upon hearing the initial part of Zhou Ping'an's statement, Zhou Zhan felt a swell of satisfaction. It demonstrated that his son possessed the knightly virtues of tolerance and compassion. However, upon hearing the latter part, how could he, being astute, fail to comprehend the implications of his child's insinuations? He could not simply respond, I am powerless. All of this is for your own good. While it was indeed for his child's benefit, he was certain that voicing such sentiments might alienate his son. This was unacceptable. He had but one child and hoped he would inherit his legacy. Very well, I promise not to blame the handmaiden. I shall arrange for a new one to guide you in your etiquette, if that pleases you. Zhou Ping'an, however, was not merely seeking a change of handmaidens. Is that all you glean from my words? Listen to the latter part. He found it hard to believe that his father could be so oblivious to his intentions. Yet his father's response suggested otherwise. What a predicament. Chapter 4. We are all striving to live. Well, since resistance proved futile, Zhou Ping'an could only silently accept his fate. After returning from his father's home, a persistent gloom enveloped him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his innate talents had grown increasingly formidable over time. He could master any subject after merely one exposure. However, he chose not to reveal this alarming gift, opting instead to adhere to the leisurely pace of his previous studies. Fearful that showcasing his prodigious abilities would result in intensified scrutiny and training from his family, he found himself struggling to endure this existence, one that a mere 3-year-old might begrudgingly accept. As time meandered on, Zhou Ping'an gradually came to terms with his monotonous life. Yet, one matter continued to perplex him. It was customary for most individuals to pray to the emperor before meals. Frankly, despite having been informed by his kin about the emperor's identity, humanity's sovereign and savior, the ultimate beacon amidst the vast ocean of stars, he remained somewhat bewildered. Did this not border on the realm of religious superstition? Nevertheless, the existence of a state religion, so brazenly entrenched within the human empire, compelled him to reluctantly accept this peculiar narrative. Was the emperor a deity? No. In his view, he was merely a more powerful individual. This conviction had persisted from the moment he first learned of the emperor's existence until he reached the age of 17. The emperor was not a god, merely a remarkably strong person. Undoubtedly, from the perspective of Warhammer's universe, Zhou Ping'an's beliefs were somewhat heretical and rebellious. Yet from another angle, his unwavering loyalty surpassed that of others, for he alone believed the emperor was not divine. As time slipped by, Zhou Ping'an completed the myriad educational demands of his family, leading him into a rather tedious existence. With the passage of time and the accumulation of knowledge, each morning began with a recitation of the family's epic and a prayer to the emperor. The prayer was manageable, easily performed, but the recitation of the family's epic was a torment. The Zhou family's chivalric epic, cultivated over millennia, was as abundant as the stars and as vast as the cosmos. Unlike other knightly families that could swiftly recite theirs, or even those that, despite a slower pace, could finish within a few hours, merely reciting a portion of the Zhou family's epic could easily consume an entire morning. Conventionally, members of knightly families were required to recite these tales, for they represented the legacies of their ancestors' achievements. However, given the extensive history of their lineage, the family elders had made certain concessions. Each morning, Reciting the family epic was reduced to a mere 6 hours, an act of mercy, perhaps. Over a decade of such life, he discerned that noble existence was not merely a languid indulgence. Rather, it was a relentless trial. At this point, Zhou Ping'an had become a reasonably competent lord. If anyone labeled him arrogant, he would merely smile in response. Conversely, should anyone dare to call him a worthless scion benefiting from family favor, he would undoubtedly draw his sword for a fierce duel. Indeed, he did not toil for survival like those in the lower echelons, yet his trials were not insignificant, often surpassing those of commoners by tenfold or more. Any act that might compromise noble decorum would be met with a precise reprimand from his tutor. Not a mere symbolic slap meant to serve as a warning, but a solid strike that could pierce one's very soul. Do not assume that being the heir to the supreme king exempted him from punishment. At times, Zhou Ping'an even speculated that, had he not upheld the dignity of nobility, his elders might very well procure a high-quality shock baton from the Ministry of Justice for his education. Despite his exceptional intellect and ability to grasp any subject, he was not immune to moments of relaxation or distraction, for not everyone could maintain a constant state of vigilance. He was merely an ordinary person, even if he was a knight. Ultimately, in such a nurturing environment, his sole joy lay in showcasing his extraordinary swordsmanship during fencing classes, where he would dominate his peers. This became his only outlet, for it was a sanctioned form of combat, and emerging victorious did not incite resentment. Rather, it garnered him greater respect. The reason was simple. He was the future king of this planet. As a king, he must be the strongest among his contemporaries, a responsibility he was bound to uphold. Thus, time flowed in a seemingly mundane manner. On the surface, he appeared to be ensconced in familial education, yet this did not imply that, as a transmigrant, he lacked secrets. He harbored one profound secret, originating at the tender age of 4. In that year, amidst a haze of confusion, his consciousness seemed to transcend his corporeal form, transporting him to an expansive galactic empire. There, he beheld a colossal realm starkly distinct from the human empire, self-identified as the Human Federation, boasting a level of technological advancement that far surpassed any information he had previously encountered. It was there he received a message, one he had never divulged to anyone. The content was simple yet profound. "Emperor, we shall find you." He barely grasped this phrase before his consciousness returned to his body, but subsequent events confirmed the validity of that dream, for he found himself in possession of a small square box. His mind revealed the significance of this small object, for it was an STC template, containing fragments of technology for light weaponry, shielding, and even genetic modification, enabling him to assemble his own personal guard. In an effort to validate the nature of his dream, he undertook a daring venture at the age of 16, employing the rudimentary technologies within that template to engage in a dialogue with a tech priest of the Mechanicus. The outcome of that exchange proved immensely beneficial. A mere fraction of the energy enhancement technology contained in the template resulted in a 50% improvement in the performance of standard Imperial light weaponry. For the followers of the Mechanicus, knowledge was invaluable, and the insights he shared yielded him greater resources. From that day onward, he became convinced that his earlier dream was indeed grounded in reality, and that these technologies were authentic. Simultaneously, he could assert with absolute certainty that the emperor referenced in his dream was not the corpulent figure seated upon a golden throne within the human empire. If he was not mistaken, the title of emperor seemed to refer to him. Had Zhou Ping'an not experienced that dream until after turning 4, he might have realized how strikingly similar it was to the very stars he had fought against. Alas, by the time he arrived in this world, he had already endured too much in those formative years. A vast expanse of knowledge surged into his mind, entwining with the trivial memories of a game he had played before his transference, now nestled deep within his consciousness. Absent any truly iconic stimuli to trigger recollection, he found himself unable to recall those memories. After all, who would ever conceive that a mere game they once played could evolve into an expansive empire seeking their presence? Moreover, within this universe lurks a demon known as Kine, whose penchant for deceit is notorious, who can ascertain that what he envisions is not merely a ruse orchestrated by Kine. This world is undeniably perilous. We strive vigorously to survive. Chapter 5. The endeavor to cultivate his own private army. Of course, regardless of Kine's machinations, although it is entirely plausible that everything is a product of his cunning, Zhou Ping'an did not abandon the STC template. The insignificant knowledge gleaned from the STC template's energy weapons had astonishingly augmented the Empire's standard energy rifles. Thus, If he were to successfully manufacture the energy weapon delineated within the STC template, would that not signify the creation of an immensely powerful armament? While it may appear to be nothing more than a commonplace energy gun, such weaponry holds considerable value within the Empire. It is a tool wielded only by the elite Star Marines, and although some planetary defense forces may also be equipped with it, the worth of this singular firearm far exceeds that of an ordinary soldier. This underscores the considerable value of these standard-issue weapons, and it is evident that the energy gun from his STC template is not merely comparable to the Empire's current armaments. It is decidedly more formidable. While, as the heir to a knightly family, he should theoretically have no shortage of funds, the reality belies this notion. He requires financial resources to assemble a larger force for his own protection. Years spent in the Warhammer universe have instilled in him an acute awareness of the inherent dangers of this world. This awareness is further compounded by the context of their family star domain, which is partitioned into 5 distinct sectors within the human empire. The Eastern Domain houses the Expanse, while the Western Domain encompasses the Tranquil sector. The southern reaches are occupied by the Tempest sector, and the northern expanses are known as the Veiled sector. Centrally located is the Solar sector, home to the Sacred Terra. Each sector is accompanied by its own fleet, referred to as a battle group, and is further subdivided into numerous star zones. The human empire boasts the claim of possessing 1 million worlds, each a potential colony under its dominion. However, this figure is likely a gross understatement, a reflection of the inefficiencies of the empire's bureaucratic apparatus. Regrettably, the Zhou family's nightly planet is situated within the Cadia star zone, which lies in the Veiled sector and plays a crucial role in withstanding the chaotic incursions from the Eye of Terror. In essence, this location can be regarded as the Empire's frontline. It is indeed a frontline. Within a mere decade, he has witnessed his family's knights deploy over 40 times, either to assist worlds besieged by chaos or to mount proactive defenses against the encroaching threat. Although chaos has never directly assailed their planet, the continual strain of these events has fostered a sense of insecurity in Zhou Ping'an, plagued by a fear of inadequate firepower. The dangers are overwhelming, compelling him to exert every effort to generate wealth and expand his forces, striving to secure every possible advantage in this chaotic galaxy. This endeavor is not solely for his own sake, but for the entire family, and to ensure the survival of the planet he aspires to rule. Yet, he finds it somewhat shameless to articulate such sentiments, considering the Zhou family has thrived for over 10 millennia, being one of the few noble houses within the Empire. With thousands of knightly war machines at their disposal, their knightly planet is fortified beyond measure. If they are contemplating survival, one can only imagine the plight of the surrounding worlds. Nonetheless, this is not the concern Zhou Ping'an wishes to dwell upon. His acute sense of insecurity drives him to establish a private militia for his protection. Thus, he must engage with the STC template, all while ensuring that his family remains oblivious to this undertaking, for it could very well be part of Kain's scheme, should his family come to learn of this endeavor. In the interest of their legacy or caution, the elders would likely insist on destroying this artifact or surrendering it to the Empire for favor, or perhaps even bartering it with the Mechanicus for their own gain. However, he is resolute. The STC template must remain a closely guarded secret, for its exposure could spell disaster. He must, or rather can only, maintain an air of mystery. Nevertheless, as a future ruler of a planet, he possesses the capability to safeguard this secret. In pursuit of developing his private army, he approached his father to request a small asteroid for experimentation. Subsequently, he utilized the rewards garnered from dealings with the Mechanicus to construct a modest yet functional base on the asteroid. This base would serve as his clandestine stronghold for troop development. Naturally, he harbored concerns regarding potential hidden traps within the Mechanicus-built structure. Yet he found solace in the capabilities of the STC template chip, which not only stored technological knowledge, but also served as a valuable scanning tool. It enabled him to discern the true nature of any object. It remains unclear whether the Mechanicus refrained from offending a powerful knightly family or deemed it unnecessary. However, he felt confident in the integrity of this asteroid base. His scans revealed no anomalies, and he also enlisted family soldiers to conduct patrols, which uncovered no issues either. Thus, he could assure his own safety, with possession of the first territory and a substantial reward from the Mechanicus, alongside his personal savings. Zhou Ping'an embarked on the initial phase of his development, the creation of Space Marines. If there is one entity that commands attention within the Warhammer universe, it is undoubtedly the Space Marines. While Zhou Ping'an struggles to comprehend why a spacefaring civilization frequently engages in ground warfare, he does not allow this to hinder his efforts to attract the attention of these demigods within the Empire. While it may be impossible for him to hire a space marine as his personal bodyguard, he remains undeterred. The STC template contains the methodology for producing space marines. Within the STC template, they are referred to as human assault troopers. These troopers constitute the basic ground combat unit of the Human Federation, deployed to execute ground assaults against any extraterrestrial civilization. Although the Human Federation has scarcely initiated a ground invasion against any alien culture, this does not detract from the fact that the STC template encompasses the means for manufacturing this formidable unit. Through the prowess of genetic modification surgeries and the support of specialized clinics, those fortunate enough to undergo this procedure will emerge with formidable physiques following a standardized process. Although financial constraints preclude him from acquiring the myriad genetic traits akin to the stars, even a modest enhancement proves immensely beneficial. Data suggests that there is seemingly no discernible difference when compared to the Astartes, and in certain aspects, he may even surpass them. As for combat prowess, that remains a separate consideration, given that fighting capability is intricately linked to experience and equipment. Nonetheless, the mere notion of assembling his own cadre of space marines, akin to his own Astartes, is a tantalizing prospect for Zhou Ping'an. After all, the Emperor's angels are undeniably alluring. Chapter 6, Private Armaments. A battalion of 500 Astartes. With the aid of the Adeptus Mechanicus and the wealth he has amassed, alongside the technological marvels contained within the STC templates, Zhou Ping'an expended the majority of his fortune over the span of a year to finally forge a battalion of 500 Astartes. This number represents the zenith of his financial capabilities, rather than the limits of technology itself. The technological landscape of the Warhammer universe is exceedingly warped. Hence, despite the STC templates striving to manifest as much as possible, this figure encapsulates his utmost potential. These Astartes, a private army under Zhou Ping'an's command, don crimson armor adorned with grand red cloaks. Unlike the commonly employed ceramite Terminator armor of the Imperium, they are clad in assault armor fashioned from zero matter. Indeed, the nomenclature lacks grandeur, being simply referred to as assault pattern armor. Zero matter armor is an exceptionally robust protective gear, constructed at the neutron level, capable of withstanding a myriad of assaults, thereby providing formidable defense for its wearers. It exhibits remarkable resilience against both energy and ballistic weaponry, rendering them ineffective in inflicting substantial damage. Typically, such armor is reserved for titanic warships, yet within the Human Federation, it has become prevalent among ordinary infantry, despite the fact that the Federation scarcely relies on ground forces. This ordinary assault armor has been a significant factor in the rapid depletion of Zhou Ping'an's wealth. The zero matter armor is no ordinary creation. In truth, the armor he has crafted is, by strict definition, far from a qualified product. It is in essence a substandard variant. Given the prevailing technological limitations, any technology necessitates a foundational understanding, akin to the futility of expecting a group from Africa to construct a J-20 fighter jet merely by possessing its manufacturing blueprint. Even with the STC template, such endeavors are rendered pointless. Nonetheless, even this subpar creation possesses a value and defensive capability that could rival that of Oromite. Of course, this is merely his personal assessment, as he has yet to obtain or utilize Oromite armor, making it impossible to accurately gauge its protective qualities, which are exclusive to the Adeptus Custodes. The true efficacy will only be revealed through practical experimentation, though he has formed some preliminary judgments. The Oromite armor equipped by the Custodians is reputed to be worth the price of an entire planet, while the basic armor of these assault troopers, if evaluated solely on technological merit and defensive strength, is not significantly inferior. However, despite this being standard issue for ordinary assault troopers, it does not imply that regular military forces can genuinely equip themselves with it. After all, the armor is somewhat cumbersome, and its cost is prohibitive, making it impractical for the average starbound army to consider outfitting themselves with it. Yet, how could this alone account for the total consumption of Zhou Ping'an's hard-earned wealth? The primary expenditure stemmed not from the armor, but rather from the exorbitant cost of his personal dark energy shield. Other items, like the zero matter armor, could still be produced to some extent through the STC templates, but dark energy technology is far more elusive. Even the most rudimentary dark matter technology equipment and shields within the templates consumed nearly half of his fortune, barely allowing him to construct a single dark energy shield. Acquiring dark matter is a Herculean task, necessitating a journey to specific black holes to obtain it, as it is a hybrid of chaotic and corporeal energies. The cosmos is indeed teeming with dark matter energy, yet extraction is only feasible from particular black holes, especially given his current lack of technological foundation. Fortunately, within the surrounding star systems lies a black hole, and by a stroke of luck, it contained a modicum of dark matter energy. He expended vast sums to extract even a minute quantity, sufficient to construct his first dark energy shield generator. This dark matter energy shield is powered by a core of dark energy, which can sustain the shield for an astonishing 10 million years, rendering it virtually indestructible. Few entities possess the capability to breach the defenses formed by this dark energy shield. Even the mightiest knight mechs within his lineage could inflict no harm upon it. Remarkably, it exhibits substantial resistance to chaos, having once shielded a knight from the chaotic energies during a battle against a banished demon. Mastery of dark matter technology grants dominion over space and time. This pinnacle of technology is regarded as top tier within the human federation. The dark energy shield he has crafted, however, is merely a rudimentary technological product, its defensive capabilities languishing at the bottom tier of the STC templates. This shield is solely for his personal use and will not be provided to the 500 Astartes under his command. Nevertheless, the Astartes represent the significant investment of his resources. To ensure their survival and validate his efforts, Zhou Ping'an equipped them with basic energy shields. Of course, the dark matter shield was unattainable, so he provided his Astartes with standard shields. These basic shields offer some resistance to chaos, yet one should not expect them to withstand the relentless assaults of titans or night mechs. Such ordinary shields are easily rendered inoperative after a single strike from a night mech. Indeed, their limitations are stark. They can only absorb one blow. Yet that blow is substantial. At the age of 17, Zhou Ping'an had successfully assembled his first battalion of Space Marines. This year was also marked by his utmost poverty, having depleted his entire fortune to achieve the creation of this 500-strong Astartes battalion. This endeavor consumed all his wealth, leaving him unable to forge additional weaponry, such as kinetic weapons. Consequently, he could only supply them with the standard explosive weapons and chainswords typically issued to Imperial Astartes. As for anything beyond that, he regrettably found himself bereft of funds, impoverished to the core, having expended every last coin of his amassed wealth. The interstellar warrior is no trivial matter. The vast human empire comprises merely millions of stars. Generally speaking, prior to his 18th year, his life had been relatively bearable, particularly after the formation of his first Astartes company at the age of 17, which instilled in him a semblance of security regarding his survival. With the existence of this 500-strong Astartes company, he theoretically possessed a measure of safety when engaging in battle. Even if his knightly mechanized armor were to be shattered by the forces of chaos, his Astartes should be capable of extricating him from the clutches of the malevolent entity. In his quest for survival, Zhou Ping'an exerted every ounce of his intellect and effort to ensure his combat readiness, or rather, to secure his future existence. For in just half a year's time, he would celebrate his 18th birthday. This milestone is of profound significance for the scions of knightly families, as it marks the moment they ascend to the mechanical throne and establish a connection with their knightly armors. For him, this is a matter of utmost importance, as only through the trials set forth by the primordial souls within the knightly mechanized suits could he truly claim the mantle of a knight. It is only then that he could become the rightful heir to the supreme king. This holds great weight, otherwise, despite his father's prior declaration of his status as the heir apparent, and even though he is the king's firstborn, should he fail to attain knighthood, he would be unable to inherit the throne. Typically, the progeny of knightly families would rather perish than face rejection from their mechanized armors. Yet Zhou Ping'an is different. He hails from a past life, possessing memories that afford him clarity. He has no desire to meet his end upon the throne without the acknowledgement of his armor. He wishes to live. His journey has only just begun. Why should he contemplate death? Thus, this Astartes company serves as his safeguard, a lifeline for his existence in the event that he fails to gain his family's acceptance or the recognition of a knightly armor. He need not fret over the loyalty of his Astartes, for within the STC template, he has discerned his role. He is the emperor, yet he remains perplexed as to why he has been designated an emperor within a federation, a title so absurd in its grandeur. Nevertheless, this does not diminish his understanding of the matter. Following genetic modification, these individuals will remain eternally loyal to their emperor. In this world, mere wealth is insufficient for survival. He requires martial prowess. Chapter 7, Gentle Parents. Time is the most merciless entity in existence, slipping away unnoticed until it swiftly arrives at Zhou Ping'an's 18th elevation ceremony. Due to his upbringing and established habits, he has cultivated a routine of rising early. This morning, under the attentive service of his maid, He donned the attire befitting the eldest son of a noble knightly family. This time, he eschewed ordinary garments in favor of a suit of polished white armor, accompanied by a pristine white cloak, immaculate as a mythic hero reborn. Once attired, he made his way toward his father's palace with an elegant gait and dignified demeanor. Despite having prepared for various contingencies and braced himself for the worst, Zhou Ping'an felt a surge of fear, an emotion he deemed unwarranted. Yet, fear was not his sole companion. Excitement coursed through him as well. If he were to succeed, he might indeed ascend to pilot the towering knightly mechanized suit. The intertwining of fear and excitement rendered it difficult for Zhou Ping'an to maintain the elegance instilled in him through years of noble instruction. Nevertheless, the teachings he received since the age of 3 ultimately prevailed, enabling him to retain the poise expected of a great noble. Truth be told, this period of his life has been quite comfortable. Rarely has he encountered interruptions, whether from family tutors or the stern family steward, allowing him tranquility as he prepared for the elevation ceremony as the knightly king's firstborn. Zhou Ping'an's pace quickened as he approached the royal court, where his father and mother awaited him. In contrast to his youthful exuberance, he refrained from rushing toward them. Instead, he gracefully performed a bow before addressing them with poise. Admittedly, despite his extensive education, conversing with his parents in such a formal manner still felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, he recognized that this was not a private meeting. The royal court was not solely occupied by his parents. It was also filled with other knightly barons and priests of the mechanical faith. The presence of so many outsiders necessitated that he uphold the elegance and decorum befitting an heir to the supreme king. Even in private, he had often lamented the futility of such formalities, deeming them a waste of time. Yet, there was no recourse. This was society, and in the face of its unchangeable nature, he could only learn to accept this so-called social order. Zhou Ping'an's manners were impeccable, infused with a palpable warmth. Upon completing his bow, the onlookers displayed expressions of satisfaction, some with admiration, others with approval. Among them, the grand sage of the mechanical faith was particularly enthusiastic, having previously engaged in academic exchanges with him. While the mechanical faith may be daunting or difficult to navigate for many, for him, it was different. He possessed knowledge, and within the mechanical faith, knowledge dictated identity and status. Zhou Ping'an had that knowledge. This understanding rendered the priests and even the grand sage of the mechanical faith quite humble in his presence. Zhou Ping'an was the first to arrive at the royal court of the mechanical throne. Accompanying him were 4 others participating in the elevation ceremony. Nonetheless, as the firstborn son of the knightly king, he naturally arrived first. Given the presence of outsiders, he must maintain his composure and exhibit the grace of nobility. This was rather tedious, and to alleviate his boredom, he began to mentally review the knowledge contained within the STC while awaiting the arrival of the others. Although the STC was indeed a valuable tool, only that which he internalized could truly be claimed as his own. For someone endowed with a great capacity for learning, assimilating this knowledge into his mind became his most prudent course of action. However, he did not linger too long over the knowledge. For who would dare keep the firstborn son of the supreme king waiting for an extended period? Soon, the other 4 arrived at the royal court, their appearances slightly less striking than his own, yet still possessing an otherworldly allure. Among the newcomers, one was the last scion of a once noble family, the sole male heir remaining. As a member of a fallen branch, he garnered little respect, yet his gaze radiated determination and resilience, qualities that intrigued Zhou Ping'an as he absorbed knowledge. Talent was precisely what Zhou Ping'an needed at this moment, and upon witnessing the unwavering spirit of this last scion before him, he cast a discerning glance in his direction. If this individual could genuinely ascend to become the knight of the family, if he were willing to pledge his allegiance, and if he could stand shoulder to shoulder with himself in battle, achieving notable feats, then Zhou Ping'an would not hesitate to bestow upon him the title of Baron once he ascended to the position of Supreme King. It is imperative that, upon achieving such a status, he cultivates a core group of loyal subordinates. Naturally, these peers represent the finest candidates for his inner circle. One should not harbor illusions about elevating talent from the ranks of the common folk. Such an endeavor is utterly implausible in the grotesque world of Warhammer. Who could fathom that an interstellar civilization would still concern itself with literacy rates in the realm of ordinary low-born citizens? The prospect of nurturing an effective managerial echelon is akin to scaling a mountain. Thus, the nobility becomes his most advantageous choice. Foreknowledge is invaluable, literally beyond price. It is a treasure whose worth cannot be measured, and only the aristocracy possesses the means to acquire it. Suddenly, Zhou Ping'an felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. He began to perceive himself as a competent nobleman, though he harbored no certainty about successfully navigating the family's nightly elevation ceremony. He had already commenced planning for his actions post-inheritance. Apart from the sole scion of this family, he deemed it unnecessary to spare a glance at the other three individuals, as they were merely progeny of other barons. As the heir to the supreme king, he was already accompanied by attendants, and these three were intrinsically tied to him. Regardless, their presence warranted little of Zhou Ping'an's attention. In truth, during these past few days, he had contemplated everything he could recall. Yet, the conclusion remained that he could not envision himself as a knight of the family, for as a transmigrator, he possessed far too much knowledge. He felt uncertain about whether he could endure the interrogation of the machine, throne's machine spirits, or the souls of his ancestors. Nevertheless, regardless of Zhou Ping'an's internal musings, the elevation ceremony commenced. With identity and status at its zenith, he strode confidently to the forefront. As he stepped through the towering archway, grand enough for even the mightiest knights to pass, and heard the ancient, solemn resonance of a horn crafted from the bones of great beasts echoing through the vast hall. He found his back dampened with sweat. In that moment, he could no longer restrain himself, disregarding the decorum of the nobility. He turned to glance at his father and mother. In this life, his parents had treated him with unparalleled kindness, and he did not wish to disappoint them. Yet he felt ill-equipped to pass the trials of the machine throne, setting aside the matter of belief in the emperor's divinity, which alone rendered him a heretic. He observed the gentle expressions on his parents' faces. His mother's smile was a balm to his anxious heart, while his father's demeanor radiated encouragement rather than solemnity. Such unwavering support from his parents in the predatory world of Warhammer was a rarity indeed. Well then, let me venture forth. Zhou Ping'an silently rallied his spirits, once more embodying the elegance and poise befitting a noble. Chapter 8. The Federation must accelerate. In the dimly lit hall, the morning sunlight streamed through stained glass depicting ancient myths, illuminating the inscriptions bearing the names of the fallen. The already merciless relics of the Adeptus Mechanicus appeared even more austere. They calibrated the systems of the machine throne, while Zhou Ping'an and 4 others took their seats upon it. As the neural link embedded itself at the nape of his neck, Zhou Ping'an was suddenly stripped of all perception of his surroundings. He could only hear the knights retreating from the hall and the sound of the grand door, more magnificent than the knight's armor, slowly closing. A chilling, bone-deep cold enveloped Zhou Ping'an, a sensation he had never experienced since arriving in the Warhammer world, where, as the firstborn of the Supreme King, he had enjoyed the finest privileges. If he could feel such cold, it was a dire omen indeed. Zhou Ping'an felt as though he were submerged in an icy ocean, and then, inexplicably, that sensation vanished. He was momentarily bewildered. After all, he had learned from others that in such circumstances, his spirit would tremble like a blade of grass at the edge of the sea. Yet, something was amiss. Everything felt entirely wrong. The initial sensations had been accurate, but why did everything now feel so different? At this moment, not only Zhou Ping'an, but the machine spirits and ancestral consciousnesses upon the throne were equally perplexed, as countless minds sought to invade his thoughts. However, after much effort, they found themselves utterly unable to penetrate his consciousness. To them, Zhou Ping'an appeared as an impregnable entity, wholly resistant to their intrusion. Just as the ancestral consciousnesses attempted to exert themselves to complete the ritual, an echoing scoff resonated through the void. Begone! In that haze, Zhou Ping'an distinctly heard a melodious female voice. It struck a familiar chord, albeit faintly, as he had little recollection. The ancestral spirits and machine souls that had aimed to enter Zhou Ping'an's consciousness were momentarily stunned by this response. Subsequently, they abandoned their efforts to infiltrate his mind and instead manifested before him. A host of epic consciousnesses from the Zhou family materialized, remnants of their ritual, as the individuals themselves had long since perished. They circled Zhou Ping'an several times before one consciousness finally spoke. "Young one, are you truly a scion and descendant of our lineage?" That voice that just emerged nearly shattered our collective consciousness. Had it not withdrawn its force, you would likely have been unable to perceive us. An elder consciousness articulated, and Zhou Ping'an immediately recognized it as an epic figure from his family's history. In the battle against the Greenskins, this family epic could have retreated, yet he chose to remain, wielding his gun line until the final moment, fighting valiantly to buy time for the people of the planet to escape. Thanks to his efforts, 3 billion souls managed to evacuate. He perished in that battle. A true family epic whose actions saved countless imperial citizens. He had exemplified the spirit of a knight in his steadfast guardianship. Zhou Ping'an honored him with a salute of the Aquila, leaving no detail of the ritual unobserved before he spoke. Ancestors, I am uncertain of the reasons behind this. You are aware that this is my first participation in the elevation ceremony. If even the esteemed ancestors are ignorant of the cause, then it is far beyond my understanding as a mere child. Zhou Ping'an's words resonated with wisdom, and several ancestral spirits and machine souls exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging his statement. However, the dilemma lies in their inability to penetrate Zhou Ping'an's consciousness to access his memories. How then can they interrogate him or ascertain whether he qualifies as a competent mecha pilot? The ceremony's progression has come to a standstill, leaving them rather bewildered. Yet, in the next moment, it seems as if an unseen force has descended upon them, and the consciousnesses of the ancestors instantaneously acknowledged Zhou Ping'an. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that they submitted at his feet. The mecha spirits lowered their formerly proud heads in a gesture of utmost reverence to Zhou Ping'an. No entity, no consciousness dared to present itself before him. Zhou Ping'an, ensconced in the sea of consciousness, remained oblivious to the happenings outside. Had he been able to perceive, he would have noticed that his STC template was emanating a faint glow. In the depths of his mind, he could hear a female voice echoing once more in his ear. No being could maintain a lofty demeanor before the Emperor of the Human Federation. In his presence, they could only kneel and choose submission. While Zhou Ping'an stood there in a state of confusion, unaware of the developments involving the mecha spirits and ancestral consciousnesses, far beyond countless worlds, within the administrative hall of the Human Federation, Governor Huifeng was orchestrating the actions of the mecha spirits before Zhou Ping'an through the Federation's Psychic Legion and Calamity Ascension artifacts. Were it not for the vast distances separating the worlds, the might of the Human Federation would undoubtedly have cleansed those mecha spirits, enlightening them on the nature of greatness and humility. Even so, the power at hand was sufficient. The mecha spirits knelt before Zhou Ping'an, pledging their loyalty. Governor Huifeng, having dealt with the heretics that dared to offend the Emperor, noted that they had received their due retribution. The Federation remained too distant from that world. Time was of the essence in safeguarding the Emperor. Huifeng nodded. Her stunningly beautiful visage betrayed no other emotion than a sense of longing, indeed, a deep yearning. Governor Huifeng of the Solar Star domain of the Human Federation, or rather, since the Emperor's departure, she had become one of the foremost leaders of the entire Federation. Her ascension to governorship was a pact forged with the Emperor, wherein she pledged to serve as the governor for a millennium. Yet, since that agreement was sealed, a full 20,000 years had elapsed, and she still held her position. Dispatch orders to thoroughly drain the subspace of this universe to procure sufficient energy for us to continue our interstellar leaps. We must hasten to the Emperor's side. He lacks protection, and it seems he has lost all his power for reasons unknown. At his side, there are but 500 second-rate assault troops, hardly even competent enough for the task of ensuring his safety. This cannot stand. Governor Huifeng's resolute voice resonated in the ears of the assembled scientists, generals, and admirals of the Human Federation. Their expressions hardened as they prepared to initiate the plan once more. The Emperor had lost his formidable strength, and only 500 assault troops stood guard around him. Disturbingly, these troops were not even equipped with the most advanced technology. This was utterly unacceptable. Among the ranks of generals and marshals, the commander of the Imperial Guard appeared the most anxious. Assault troops protecting the Emperor? Was this not absurd? Surely, it should be their Imperial Guard. It must be them. Since the Federation's inception, the Imperial Guard had seemingly lacked presence. Now, they were sidelined in the protection of the Emperor, which was quite preposterous. The Federation must accelerate its efforts to reach the Emperor and ensure his safety. Chapter 9. The Night Link completed without incident. Unbeknownst to Zhou Ping'an, a multitude of core figures within the Federation were engaged in discussions across countless universes. He stood there, still somewhat dazed, gazing at the mecha spirits and ancestral consciousnesses that had knelt before him. This was entirely different from his prior understanding of the elevation ceremony. Why had these mecha spirits and ancestral entities prostrated themselves before him? Wasn't this a bit excessive? Despite his bewilderment, Zhou Ping'an's elite noble education salvaged him from lingering in confusion. After a brief moment, he regained his composure. Since these ancestors and mecha spirits had all submitted before him, it signified that his throne link had been successfully established. Zhou Ping'an's soul sprang into action, inscribing his unique spiritual mark upon the throne. As he etched just a small fragment of his soul's imprint, a tempest of subspace surged throughout the entirety of the subspace realm. An unforeseen subspace storm swept through the domain of the four gods, its magnitude so vast that even the likes of Mao Ergo were left perplexed. Uncertain of the cause, even the emperor, seated upon his throne and observing the human empire, found himself bewildered by the tremors occurring within the subspace. However, this subspace storm arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, subsiding within a few hours, leaving all in confusion regarding what had transpired. In a place unseen by all, a mechanical throne materialized within the subspace. Its size was so diminutive that it could easily be overlooked by everyone. Of course, had anyone chosen to acknowledge its existence and attempted to attack it, they would have discovered that none of their efforts bore any effect upon it. What transpired in the subspace remained a mystery to Zhou Ping'an as well. He slowly opened his eyes, acutely aware of one truth. He had successfully become a knight. Following closely was a surge of sensory awareness. Hunger, fatigue, and exhaustion inundated his nerves, leaving him feeling drained. As the sealed pod before him opened, the visage of his father, the Supreme King Zhou Ping'an, came into view. His eyes were bloodshot, and sweat had soaked his back. It was evident that despite merely waiting outside for the outcome, his father had endured considerable torment, not yielding a drop of sweat even when facing vast hordes of green-skinned armies, insect swarms, or chaos forces. Yet, during his son's elevation ceremony, he was drenched in perspiration. "Congratulations, my son. You have become a glorious knight." Upon finishing his words, and before he could embrace Zhou Ping'an, he was gently pushed aside by his wife, who then enveloped Zhou Ping'an in a tight embrace. "My dear son, Mama loves you. How wonderful, you passed the knight's test. You are my most cherished son." Feeling the warmth of his mother's kiss and the slightly envious expression from his father, Zhou Ping'an was elated. Having kicked aside the weight that had burdened his heart, his spirits lifted back to their usual cheerful state. He, too, overcame his fatigue and embraced his mother tightly, relishing this moment of maternal love. To be frank, he was quite fortunate. His parents, unlike many others in the Warhammer 40k universe, infused his life with all their love, beyond merely imparting the essential education. The reason he managed to endure his tumultuous childhood, characterized by a nearly madcap form of education, was not only due to his own adult-like reasoning, but also the indispensable affection bestowed upon him by his parents. It was under the continuous guidance of his parents, coupled with his somewhat mature thought processes, that he persevered through the wretchedness of his early years, receiving and diligently completing his education. Although Zhou Ping'an's father watched with a tinge of jealousy, he deemed it unnecessary to compete with his son at that moment, as he had other pressing matters to attend to. Once he confirmed that his son was in good health and even in a playful mood after completing the Night Link, he alleviated the heaviest burden from his heart. As the Supreme King, his responsibilities were plentiful. He needed to await the emergence of the other knights who had completed their links, ready to extend his blessings to them. This was his duty. As for his diligent eldest son, he deserved to rest well. With a mixture of satisfaction and a hint of envy, the Supreme King departed from Zhou Ping'an's sealed chamber, heading toward the other chambers to await the return of the others. There was no doubt that the machine spirit and the consciousness of the ancestors had already bowed to Zhou Ping'an, making him the first to complete the linking ceremony. The others would not be so swift. They faced the intense scrutiny of the machine spirit and ancestral consciousness, which relentlessly probed their hearts to ascertain their steadfastness and loyalty. After embracing his mother warmly for a time, Zhou Ping'an, aided by his family's attendants, exited the sealed chamber. Not far from his exit, a grand feast had been laid out in an open area, prepared especially for him. He could indulge in the sumptuous food and drink to replenish his depleted energy. Zhou Ping'an did not wait for the others to emerge, as they would undoubtedly require more time. Moreover, as the eldest son of the Supreme King, was it inappropriate for him to eat first? He could always serve them fresh dishes upon their arrival. After all, the highest ruler of the Night Planet could certainly afford a meal. He embarked on a whirlwind of feasting, devouring an array of dishes, including succulent steaks, as they vanished before him. As for the so-called noble etiquette, to hell with noble etiquette. He had endured enough of that. Maintaining such decorum daily was surely exhausting. At that moment, he wished to disregard all pretenses and simply focus on replenishing his body. With his family's attendants and butlers absent, who would be there to admonish him? His parents would not intervene. He was alone, and indulging in a frenzied feast was his sole pursuit. Zhou Ping'an polished off the entire banquet, letting out a contented belch before sprawling on the ground to rest. As the eldest son of the Supreme King, he recognized the importance of the 4 individuals who would eventually serve under him and felt compelled to wait for their emergence rather than leaving the hall. His extensive upbringing in noble elite education had endowed him with ample patience. Chapter 10. The perilously high death rate of the Night Link. Zhou Ping'an, alongside his father and mother, awaited the successful emergence of the other 4 candidates from the assessment. However, the reality proved that the Night Link was not a simple feat to accomplish. He waited for 3 days, after which the first individual finally completed the Night Link. Congratulations! You are now a glorious knight. His father was the first to extend blessings to the newly minted knight. Following his father's words, Zhou Ping'an also chimed in. Congratulations on becoming a knight. I am delighted to witness your survival as you step forth from the sealed chamber. While this sentiment may seem straightforward, it did not evoke discomfort in others. Rather, they perceived it as a heartfelt blessing. The Night Link bore a high mortality rate, and not everyone could succeed. The fact that someone emerged victorious after Zhou Ping'an was commendable. However, they may have celebrated prematurely, shortly after congratulating one individual on becoming a qualified knight. Another sealed chamber opened nearby, and this time, Zhou Ping'an's father did not approach. It was evident that this person had failed to complete the link and had not become a knight, a devastating blow for the offspring of a knightly family. They either faced self-destruction or exile, as if that individual had never existed within the family. The absence of Zhou Ping'an's father from the scene suggested that exile was unnecessary. The individual had not withstood the trial of the mechanical throne and had perished. The expressions of those present, particularly the newly emerged knight, reflected apprehension. Yet Zhou Ping'an and his father displayed no such sentiments. Death was a commonplace occurrence within the Night Link, and there was little to be said about it. For Zhou Zhan, Zhou Ping'an's father, the successful emergence of his child as a knight was already sufficient. The failure of others was inconsequential. As the heir to the Supreme King, Zhou Ping'an's cadre could not consist solely of a few individuals. Death was an everyday reality. Zhou Ping'an maintained a commendable mindset due to his noble upbringing. In this wretched world, an early demise without becoming a knight might not be a misfortune. At least he would not have to worry about the encroachment of chaos. Nevertheless, in a gesture of compassion, Zhou Ping'an uttered a final phrase. May his soul return to the golden throne and find peace. This well-timed statement demonstrated Zhou Ping'an's benevolence as the next heir, leaving no room for criticism. The individual who had emerged from the Night Link chamber, upon witnessing Zhou Ping'an's kindness, was further resolved to follow him. To others, it may have been merely a phrase, but for the inhabitants of this world, it bore profound significance. This signified Zhou Ping'an's immense compassion, a remarkable display of mercy. It must be noted that the deceased was merely a failure. Having not succeeded in becoming a knight, he held no value for the family. Yet, Zhou Ping'an's willingness to extend a blessing to someone deemed meaningless was a testament to his remarkable compassion. Now merely 2 individuals remained in the Night Link process. For Zhou Zhan, the father of Zhou Ping'an, the success of 2 individuals was already an unexpected delight. Thus, he settled into another lengthy wait as the Supreme King. Zhou Zhan deemed it necessary to remain here in anticipation of the potential increase in knights under his command. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping'an, wishing to emphasize his regard for his subordinates and his benevolence, chose to remain alongside his father, while his mother had already departed the Night Hall. Now that there are outsiders in the Grand Hall, it is naturally impossible to embrace her beloved son as before, or even to hold her husband. What purpose does her presence here serve? Remaining in this space requires the maintenance of noble decorum and etiquette, which is nothing short of self-imposed torment. With the departure of Zhou Ping'an's mother, only Zhou Ping'an and his father remained, adhering to the required formalities due to the presence of outsiders. As nobles of the empire, they must uphold their manners. Zhou Ping'an could no longer indulge in the whirlwind of feasting on all the delicacies he desired. He must comport himself with grace and elegance. The wait was long and tedious. Zhou Ping'an continued to absorb various forms of knowledge in his mind, while keeping his father company, all the while maintaining the noble etiquette expected of him. However, it was regrettable that none of the remaining 2 knights succeeded in the linkage. This included the young man from the collateral branch of the family whom Zhou Ping'an had initially regarded with favor, the only one qualified to inherit knighthood. Some matters cannot be altered merely by determination. Most individuals find it exceedingly difficult to succeed when confronted with the pressures of the machine's spirits and ancestral consciousness, often having to bear the burden alone. In the world of Warhammer, death is never an uncommon term. Fatalities occur frequently, even among the nobility. With the conclusion of the knightly linkage, Zhou Zhan took his son and another successful candidate out of the linkage hall. This space would be temporarily sealed until the next batch of youth from the families could arrive to partake in the ceremony. As for the maintenance of this place, not to worry. Family maintenance personnel would ensure everything remained in order. The trio quickly dwindled to just Zhou Zhan and Zhou Ping'an, as the other individual hurried home to share the joyous news. To become a knight is a momentous occasion, and it is only proper to inform one's parents promptly, allowing them to rest easy. Once it was just Zhou Ping'an and Zhou Zhan, they could finally set aside their noble etiquette. The father and son conversed like the best of friends, exchanging tales and boasting. Yet, more often than not, it was Zhou Zhan who spoke, imparting to Zhou Ping'an various details and techniques related to combat, as well as the skills required to survive on the battlefield. This was crucial, for Zhou Ping'an had now reached the age of 18 and had successfully become a knight of the family. Even as the heir to the Supreme King, he too must tread the battlefield. After sharing many insights, Zhou Zhan finally paused, concluding with a single statement. Son, you have grown up. At 18, it is time for you to consider your marriage. Out of respect for your firm opposition during your youth, your mother and I did not arrange your betrothal. However, circumstances have changed. You should establish a household. We once indulged you, but now that you are a knight, danger will accompany you, and you must ensure the continuation of the Supreme King's bloodline and progeny. The task of family succession was completed the moment I brought you into this world. Now it is your turn. Your time is limited, and if you do not contemplate this matter soon, I may not be able to prevent those who would obstruct you. You may soon find yourself accepting a marriage arrangement. Marriage proposals. The world of Warhammer is indeed unlike any other, and Zhou Ping'an had considered many things. But he never anticipated facing the prospect of marriage so soon after his coming of age at 18. It appears that no matter the realm, the pressures of matrimony are inescapable. Chapter 11. Inspecting his foundation. The matter of marriage was merely a mention. After all, his parents had already relaxed the arrangements that had been set for him since childhood, so how could they not consider a marriage proposal? However, for Zhou Ping'an, following the completion of his knightly linkage, he found himself with ample leisure. He had become a knight, no longer needing the guidance of family stewards and attendants regarding etiquette as he had in his youth. Regrettably, he still had to perform morning prayers and recite the family epic. As he grew taller, now standing at an impressive 2 meters, he found the family epic, which had once towered over him, still to be an arduous task to recite. Zhou Ping'an felt somewhat bewildered. Was the directory he had seen in his childhood not real? Consistently, he dedicated his mornings to prayers and the recitation of the family epic. Although over a decade had passed since he began this routine, he still found it hard to accept. It seemed an extravagant waste of time. Yet, there was no escape. Even as a knight, he must adhere to the family's customs. Thus, he endured the monotonous recitation in the mornings. In the afternoons, the Zhou family allowed their knights some freedom to pursue their interests, attend classes, or inspect their territories. Undoubtedly, Zhou Ping'an chose to survey his lands, now that he had become a knight. It was essential for him to assess the Astra Militarum forces he had assembled. Of course, in his own terminology, they were not Astra Militarum, but merely ordinary Imperial Guard assault troops. After all, the Astra Militarum are beings with 2 hearts and 3 lungs, while his subordinates were merely ordinary humans with 1 heart and 2 lungs. This stark contrast underscored that his forces were simply ordinary Imperial Guards and not Space Marines. Zhou Ping'an stepped out of his family estate, where a shuttle awaited him. As he settled into the craft, it gently propelled forward towards the training base on the asteroid, where his 500 ordinary Astra Militarum troops awaited him. Although they possessed physiques and reaction times akin to Astra Militarum and were equipped with gear arguably superior, practical combat experience was equally crucial. Upon arriving at the training base, Zhou Ping'an descended from the shuttle, greeted by the sight of his ordinary Starship Defense troops assembled before him. As the eldest son of the Supreme King, how could he possibly lead only 500 soldiers? That would be far too few. In reality, in addition to the 500 Astra Militarum soldiers, he commanded approximately 10,000 private soldiers in the form of a Star Guard. This was also a formidable armed force, distinct from the regional Star Guards of the Empire, as his troops were equipped with standardized gear. These soldiers of the Star Guard donned power armor crafted from ceramite, their advanced technology ensuring that even ordinary human bodies could operate what was originally designed for the Astra Militarum. The weapons in their hands were standard-issue Las guns, albeit significantly downgraded to meet manufacturing requirements. Nevertheless, it should be noted that while his world was also a realm of starfaring civilizations, its technology was exceedingly warped. Most technologies found among the stars simply could not be realized here. Technology requires a foundation and cannot be conjured from thin air. The ordinary Las guns wielded by his troops were merely 5 times more potent than those currently issued to the Empire's forces, a limited strength indeed. However, the silver lining is that the costs are still half that of the competition. In addition to the standard energy rifles, his astral army is also equipped with a rather rudimentary power sword. Logically speaking, melee weapons are unnecessary for interstellar forces. Yet, given that the Warhammer universe is peculiar in nature, often necessitating close-quarters combat, it is imperative for his regular troops to possess such armaments. This is to ensure that when faced with the enemy as Astartes or chaos combatants in close proximity, his astral army is not left defenseless. These power swords were not produced using STC templates. Suffice it to say, the Human Federation lacks the resources to manufacture such advanced weaponry at this stage. Advanced technology requires a foundation of lower-tier technology to construct superior weapons, and the current STC template does not contain designs for power swords that are feasible for his present technological level. These power swords are rudimentary versions that he painstakingly crafted using the knowledge he has acquired over time. Due to the relatively low technological foundation, he can barely utilize local industrial equipment for production, resulting in a meager output. It has taken 2 years of production to amass a mere 10,000 swords. Nonetheless, disregarding all of this, from another perspective, the night gun array of Zhou Ping'an is significantly stronger than those of others. He indeed possesses a formidable arsenal of 500 units. Although only 500 of these are fully operational, with the remaining 10,000 being somewhat combat capable, such a force is sufficient to ensure his survival in small-scale skirmishes. As Zhou Ping'an approached, the 2 ordinary soldiers stationed at the gate saluted him with an eagle salute. Without further ado, he inquired about the progress of the assault team's training. Have they met the required standards? Zhou Ping'an did not enter to observe for himself, but instead engaged in conversation with the soldiers at the entrance. In response to his inquiry, the soldiers reported, "My lord, the training of the assault team is progressing well. They are now capable of taking on approximately 10 of our ordinary soldiers." The sentries had grown accustomed to this routine, as Zhou Ping'an typically refrained from entering the training grounds, opting instead to directly consult them. As for how to quantify the combat capability of the assault team, the answer was straightforward. It was measured in terms of how many ordinary soldiers they could contend with. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping'an raised an eyebrow. Overall, he found the combat effectiveness of his assault team somewhat unsatisfactory. He had invested substantial resources in equipping them with top-tier weaponry, and considerable effort had gone into their genetic enhancements. To be told that an assault team could only match 10 ordinary soldiers was absurd. Had his money been squandered? While his ordinary soldiers had also undergone a degree of genetic modification, it paled in comparison to that of the Astartes he had created. Zhou Ping'an was dissatisfied with the combat prowess of his 500 elite guards. It was simply inadequate to warrant autonomous training in the training rooms. Their combat effectiveness, in his view, was severely lacking. Given this assessment, he decreed that the ordinary soldiers would receive 5 months' worth of wages as a bonus, while the assault team members would have their wages halved for the month. Zhou Ping'an was no tyrant. He could not simply withhold pay from his private soldiers. He would still disburse their wages, albeit in a manner designed to motivate his 500 troops. If the combat capability of the assault team reached his satisfaction, then they would receive bonuses for the month. Conversely, if the ordinary soldiers met his standards, the bonuses would be awarded to the ordinary members of the assault team. This approach would foster healthy competition, instilling a sense of pressure within the assault team, as despite the lack of genetic modifications akin to theirs, the ordinary soldiers were only marginally less capable. With adequate training, while they might not be able to match the assault team 1-for-1, the latter would undoubtedly face significant constraints in attempting to eliminate the ordinary soldiers. After discussing the month's rewards, Zhou Ping'an ceased his conversation with the gate guards and strolled into his modest military base. An innovative idea began to take shape in his mind. He needed to develop new weaponry. Although the STC template contained a multitude of advanced technologies, these were somewhat too sophisticated for the current human empire to fully comprehend. Without a sufficient technological foundation, it was impossible to operate such high-level tech. Consequently, Zhou Ping'an was compelled to sift through the technologies of the stars to identify those applicable within the human empire. For instance, he was currently researching improvements to the existing light spear technology in order to enhance its power by approximately 50. Once he successfully completes this research, he could implement it on his Void battleship. Chapter 12. The Void vessel as heritage. Time passed slowly as Zhou Ping'an delved into his technological research. Unlike the Empire's scientists, who could only excavate ancient relics for technological insights, Zhou Ping'an had the advantage of studying downgraded technologies from his STC template to bolster existing technological capabilities. After 4 months of diligent research, he successfully developed the light spear enhancement technology. Naturally, this technology was intended for use on his warship first. As the eldest son of the Supreme Lord, he possessed a Void battleship, a birthday gift from his father on his 5th birthday. The Zhou family's strength surpassed Zhou Ping'an's expectations. Typically, knightly families do not command imperial warships. However, the Zhou family exceeded all expectations, possessing their own fleet of knight-class vessels. Though distinct from the imperial navy structure, it could be classified as a merchant fleet, yet comprised of the same models as the imperial active warship fleet. The formidable and numerous merchant fleets were the primary reason for the Zhou family's wealth. The power of the knightly family continually astonished Zhou Ping'an, bringing both awe and greater benefit. Were it not for the family's substantial wealth and strength, he would not have already acquired his own void battleship. Of course, even a powerful family like the Zhou could only provide a knight-class vessel, which inherently limited the scale of their fleet. Besides, the ship gifted to young Zhou Ping'an was not of the highest caliber. It was merely a Vigilant-class light cruiser. The Vigilant-class light cruiser is one of the oldest and most common types among the many light cruisers serving within the imperial domain. This model is essentially a standard escort vessel. While the Zhou family is indeed wealthy and powerful, a gift for their child should not be an excessively formidable warship, making this model quite appropriate. By the time the vessel reached Zhou Ping'an, it had undergone numerous modifications, rendering it vastly different from its original form. Initially, this light cruiser was equipped with a plethora of heavy ship-mounted artillery arrays, equipped with 2 torpedo launchers. This vessel features a pair of bow-mounted torpedo tubes, capable of launching 2 volleys of conventional torpedoes as well as 2 volleys of thermonuclear torpedoes. Additionally, it boasts an array of lightweight macro cannons, with 4 guns arranged in a lateral configuration, allowing for a firing range of 90 degrees on either side. Furthermore, the deck is adorned with 2 single-barrel, lightweight macro cannon turrets, which possess a firing arc of 270 degrees. At the moment this light cruiser first came into the possession of Zhou Ping'an, these were its combat capabilities. However, over the course of several years, Zhou Ping'an undertook numerous modifications, resulting in a transformation of monumental proportions. While its size may not have undergone significant alterations, its internal systems have experienced a radical overhaul. The most noteworthy being the transformation of its reactor. Originally, this class of light cruiser utilized a standard nuclear fusion reactor. Under Zhou Ping'an's meticulous enhancements, it has now been upgraded to a plasma reactor that operates without the risk of overheating and boasts nearly 100 energy efficiency. Concurrently, the ship's engine saw the subspace engine removed and replaced with a hyperspace engine, while the propulsion system was converted to a plasma thruster. The sensors were upgraded to subspace sensors, facilitating more efficient subspace travel. These subspace sensors can detect the residual subspace fluctuations left by vessels upon initiating their journeys. They also assist the warship in navigating within subspace, allowing for greater ease in determining direction and destination without relying solely on navigators. This capability enables the detection of subspace disturbances, thus aiding in the establishment of a course towards the intended location. Of course, given that this is merely a small cruiser, the subspace sensor's capabilities are limited to short-range directional identification, specifically within a distance of 1,000 light-years. For destinations beyond this range, progress must either be made in segments or a navigator must still be employed. Zhou Ping'an opted not to install a combat computer aboard the warship, as AI is strictly prohibited by imperial decree. He had no desire to provoke the Empire's legal department, thus avoiding the risk of outfitting his ship with AI. Although this decision resulted in an increased manpower requirement for a small cruiser, Zhou Ping'an was still able to accept this. As for the weapon systems, he dismantled the chaotic array of macro cannons and replaced them with his own light cruiser armament, which now includes whirlwind missiles and Gauss cannons, along with small light spears and plasma cannons for the light spear weaponry. The ship's armor underwent modifications as well, being upgraded to ceramic gold armor. This was the only suitable armor he could find within the entire STC template that could be produced given the current technological level. Although this armor has long been deemed obsolete in the STC template, Zhou Ping'an chose to utilize it, employing the most outdated production scheme available, which lacked any technological enhancements. This was the only armor compatible with his current technological capabilities. As for shields, Zhou Ping'an made no alterations, continuing to utilize the Empire's void shields, which remain remarkably effective. The void shields are still a formidable presence, and due to Zhou Ping'an's use of an ion reactor, his energy reserves far exceed those of similarly classed Imperial warships. This ion reactor, one could argue, is fit not just for cruisers, but could also be deployed on Imperial battleships, ensuring their operational capabilities. Within the STC template, this reactor type is intended for use in supporting frigate operations, and it has been marked as outdated for quite some time, with a recommendation against its use. However, This recommendation pertains to the nation that produced the STC template and bears no relevance to the human empire, which views this technology as quite advanced. Its energy output is ample. Through these modifications, the combat capabilities of his cruiser have substantially increased. Engaging with Imperial cruisers of equivalent classification poses no need for so-called jump assistance. He could dismantle Imperial cruisers of the same class within hours, and even heavy patrol vessels would find themselves shattered in fleet engagements, all without incurring any losses. The powerful reactor supplies sufficient energy to his void shields, enabling them to withstand fire from conventional battleships. Naturally, Zhou Ping'an entrusted the maintenance of the warship to his navy. Regarding the ship's original machine spirit, despite his youth, Zhou Ping'an recognized their inherent instability. Thus, at the tender age of 8, he employed the STC template at his disposal to completely eradicate the machine spirit aboard the cruiser. Humanity has no need for such unstable entities to interfere with their operations. War is a serious affair, and he did not wish to face complications arising from a capricious machine spirit. Uncontrollable factors must be eliminated. Chapter 13. The 13th Black Expedition. To be frank, as a member of the knightly family and the future heir, Zhou Ping'an had found the past period rather tedious. Aside from incessantly training his contingent of gun formations, he spent his time delving into technological research. Since his ascension to knighthood, he had yet to don his own knightly power armor, leaving him with a sense of longing. The world of Warhammer, in his view, seemed somewhat acceptable, given that he had not yet encountered any real combat. Moreover, as the heir to the Supreme King, no one imposed restrictions upon him. The most bothersome aspect was the daily morning recitations of the family epic and prayers to the emperor. While these rituals certainly felt monotonous, his family was quite humane, allowing him to organize his afternoons freely, which inadvertently led to some grave misconceptions regarding the nature of the Warhammer world. The tranquility and stability of his days had dulled his ambition, and he began to perceive the Warhammer universe as relatively safe, until 1 month later. On this day, he found himself once again engulfed in boredom within his small research laboratory, diligently exploring newer technologies to further enhance his capabilities and extracting usable military forces from the STC template under the current technological conditions. Just as his research reached a pivotal moment, a member of his personal guard entered. "My lord, a delegation from the family has arrived. His Supreme Majesty requests your return." "There is war." The words war struck Zhou Ping'an like a heavy hammer, momentarily rendering him speechless. The prolonged period of peace had caused him to forget that the Warhammer world was one rife with conflict. Particularly for knights, warfare was akin to a holiday. A superior education steeped in aristocratic tradition has endowed him with ample resilience in the face of this matter. Simultaneously, the long-standing training from his knightly lineage transformed his initial bewilderment into exhilaration upon hearing the word war. How much preparation had he devoted to this concept? He had expended his family's resources to establish his gun formations, and now, at long last, they were poised to be utilized. "Order my gun formations to prepare. Everyone assemble. We shall return to the family estate at once, and all training is hereby suspended." His well-honed education enabled Zhou Ping'an to articulate his commands with clarity, after which he rose and departed with his guards. The mobilization of the army did not warrant his concern. After all, his subordinates were capable leaders in their own right, and each regiment within his gun formations had its respective commanders. As for his personal guard, which bore a striking resemblance to the Astartes, they too had their own leaders accountable for their respective units. There was nothing for him to worry about, and thus, after issuing his orders, Zhou Ping'an boarded the family shuttle and returned to his lineage. Upon his arrival at the family stronghold, he immediately sensed an atmosphere markedly different from the norm. It was a palpable prelude to a great battle. Almost every member of the family was engaged in fervent activity, and along his journey home, he had already witnessed the return of over 60 barons. Accompanying them were their retinue of knightly vassals, a development that spoke volumes. The Zhou family was a grand dynasty, boasting thousands of knight mechs. Yet even such a formidable clan could claim only 80 barons. The sight of 60 upon his return suggested that nearly all of the family's knights had congregated. What manner of adversary necessitated such a summoning of knights back to the fold? The assembly of so many barons, in conjunction with their subordinate knights, indicated that this conflict would see the family deploying over 1,000 knight mechs. Indeed, should the entire family rally to the cause, if his estimations were correct, the number of knight mechs involved could soar to 2,000. What kind of enemy could compel the mobilization of 2,000 knight mechs? This was tantamount to igniting the flames of a knightly war. In his 18 years of life, he had never witnessed his family reach such a precipice. An ominous premonition began to stir within him. My lord, my lord. Zhou Ping'an's arrival prompted bows of reverence from those around him. Although he felt a pressing urgency to locate his father and glean the details of the situation, he maintained his composure and acknowledged them with a nod. Yet, following that gesture, his pace quickened. While he still carried himself with grace, his speed now surpassed what was previously deemed appropriate. Observing the heir's hastened stride, the other attendants ceased their bows and instead hurriedly prepared for the impending events. Zhou Ping'an navigated the familiar corridors with practiced ease, swiftly arriving at his father's court, where all 80 Baron Knights had gathered. This corroborated his suspicions that the family indeed required the mobilization of every knight. What sort of battle demanded such a gathering? His curiosity intensified. The moment Zhou Ping'an made his presence known, his father took notice, promptly concluding his discussions with the barons. Aware that the family's sovereign must first converse with his heir, the barons bowed and took their leave, offering their respects to Zhou Ping'an as they passed. Undoubtedly, he was a worthy successor to the Zhou family, ensuring its continuity and strength. Naturally, as Zhou Ping'an encountered his father, his apprehensions began to dissipate. Thus, he reciprocated the bows of the departing barons with due courtesy. Once the formalities were observed and the barons had exited, Zhou Ping'an hastened his steps, disregarding any further ceremonial decorum to stand before his father. Zhou Zhan regarded his son's rapid approach and the disregard for noble etiquette with a furrowed brow. It was only when Zhou Ping'an stood before him that he spoke with a tone of regret. My son, I'm truly sorry. You have only just become a knight and should not be thrust into a conflict of this magnitude. Yet the Empire calls upon us, as the future sovereign and heir. Your presence in this battle is indispensable. Zhou Zhan's expression was laden with remorse, clearly anguished that his son was to partake in such a formidable conflict, especially so soon after his induction as a knight. However, Zhou Ping'an found little cause for concern, for he possessed his own means of assurance. At that moment, his greatest reliance was not on the gun formations at his command, but rather on the dark energy shield he had meticulously tested and verified. It had proven impervious even to the mightiest knights within the family. Not even the so-called chaos corruption could breach the defenses of the dark energy shield. In essence, he had no fear of engaging with the forces of chaos, for they were powerless against him. Father, I do not fear battle. Please tell me, who is our enemy? Zhou Ping'an's resolute declaration resonated with conviction. As a product of a knightly lineage, he was not one to succumb to fear. Such an emotion held no significance for him. Facing his son, who embodied the vigor of youth and bore an uncanny resemblance to his own past self, Zhou Zhan allowed a smile to break through. Our adversary is Abaddon, the Dark Lord, a malevolent and heretical scourge. He has launched 12 assaults thus far, and this marks the 13th. Intelligence suggests a multitude of spacecraft have emerged from the subspace near the Cadia star system. This heralds the impending invasion of chaos. The 13th Black Crusade. Zhou Ping'an stood momentarily stunned. The phrase 13th Black Crusade echoed in his mind, and he was scarcely aware of how he bid farewell to his father and returned to his palace. Upon hearing those words, his heart surged with tumultuous waves of emotion. Though his understanding of the lore surrounding the Warhammer universe was limited, the 13th Black Crusade was nonetheless a narrative he had encountered, albeit in fragments. While he lacked knowledge of the specific details of this battle, he understood its catastrophic conclusion, the destruction of Cadia and the formation of the Great Rift. This campaign wrought immense devastation upon the Empire and irrevocably altered the cosmic order. What transformations did this herald for the Empire and the galaxy? Zhou Ping'an harbored no interest in such inquiries, nor did he wish to concern himself with them. He was acutely aware that this battle would be fraught with unprecedented peril. But what of his parents? As members of a knightly family, their support was indispensable. Yet being ground forces, what could they possibly do in the face of space conflict? Zhou Ping'an harbored no fears of perishing on the battlefield himself. Rather, he was consumed by the dread of losing his parents. In conflicts of such magnitude, casualties among knightly families were all too common. His parents had always been exceptionally kind to him, indulging his every whim, which had fostered a profound attachment to this familial bond throughout his life. Power. He yearned for strength, a more formidable power. Not merely the so-called army. He required a navy. He needed starships to turn the tide of the impending conflict. At the very least, he needed to ensure the safety of the knights of his family. And even if that were not possible, he must protect his parents. The vessels at his disposal were woefully inadequate. His solitary cruiser would scarcely make a ripple in the vastness of battle. His insatiable thirst for power was undoubtedly sensed by the STC template in his grasp. As his emotions surged, the formidable psychic energy belonging to the Emperor of the Human Federation manifested once more in the subspace, causing the previously modest mechanical throne to expand significantly. Simultaneously, its chaotic domain began to extend outward. This very extension was poised to bestow upon him unprecedented advantages. In the Human Federation's governor's lounge, Zhou Ping'an's emotional upheaval was palpable, and this turmoil was detected by the Empire. Without exception, as the Federation felt the unprecedented emotional fluctuations of their emperor, the entire Federation erupted in fervor. The fleet. The Federation possessed a fleet, but how could these ships reach the emperor? Judging by their current coordinates, they were separated from the emperor by numerous universes. They had no clear understanding of the vastness of the cosmos. Even with the Federation's technology, traversing such extensive distances was impossible. Most critically, the subspace they currently encountered was somewhat unruly, audaciously resisting the Federation's efforts to siphon its energy. Although the Federation's fleet was suppressing all forms of resistance, this had severely impacted their speed. A panicked assembly of governors was at a loss for how to assist their emperor when Grey Wind sensed a shift. A minuscule spatial rift appeared before them, spanning countless universes, and they quickly realized it could lead to their emperor's domain. The scientists sprang into action, and, after meticulous analysis, they reached a conclusion. This was a one-time spatial passage, a phenomenon induced by the emperor's formidable psychic energy. This rift could not accommodate the entire Federation, nor even a single unit from it. Before she could finish her sentence, Grey Wind interrupted. What solutions do we have to enlarge this spatial rift? The Federation's chief scientist, Dorian the Weasel, adjusted his non-existent glasses and replied, "This spatial anomaly is indeed one-time use. Based on our projections, we can inject a substantial amount of subspace energy into this rift to widen it enough for a fleet to pass through, but it will still be transient. Furthermore, the Emperor's psychic energy is currently diminished, meaning that even with a significant infusion of subspace energy, it cannot sustain the rift for long. Additionally, the fleet passing through cannot be overly formidable, otherwise the rift will collapse. According to our calculations, we can infuse up to 40 of our stored subspace energy to open the rift sufficiently for one fleet to pass. The Emperor can provide only a narrow fissure, and to traverse it, we require even greater energy to support it, given the vast expanse of universes in between. But Grey, she continued, even if we do this, with the maximum energy infusion, none of the Federation's standing fleets can traverse this rift. The fleets are simply too powerful. If we wish to pass through, we must resort to the ships constructed during the Emperor's reign, particularly those from the mid-period. Those vessels have been obsolete for 2 millennia, and their effectiveness in aiding the Emperor was uncertain. The Emperor required a robust fleet for assistance. Based on our scientists' precise calculations, even at our maximum capacity, we could only accommodate a fleet of around 40,000 vessels. Upon hearing this figure, a flicker of concern crossed Grey Wind's exquisite visage. She too was troubled by this dilemma. While it was fortuitous that the Federation could dispatch a fleet to support the Emperor, the unfortunate reality was that the ships available were not of the current era, but rather relics from the time when the Emperor was still present. Moreover, only those mid-period templates would suffice, which was far too antiquated for the current Federation. Nevertheless, this posed no insurmountable issue. The greatest challenge lay in their uncertainty regarding whether such a fleet could truly assist their Emperor. The combat power system was a distinctive feature among the stars, allowing for a rough assessment of each fleet's combat capabilities. Naturally, combat power was not absolute. It was entirely plausible for a lower-powered fleet to triumph over a more formidable one. A multitude of corvettes could overwhelm a battleship of equivalent power through sheer numbers, underscoring the necessity of a rational fleet composition. However, the question remained, could a fleet with a combat power of around 40,000 genuinely assist their Emperor? Chapter 15. Support from the Human Federation. Whether a fleet of 40,000 would suffice was an unknown, yet among the current governors and naval commanders of the Human Federation, it was deemed decidedly inadequate. Yet, the truth remained that having something was better than having nothing. Grey Wind, without much deliberation, made her decision. Regardless of its effectiveness or sufficiency, having something was preferable to an absence. She ordered the colossal dock to commence the construction of warships immediately. The scale of construction included 4 battleships, 8 strike cruisers, 16 destroyers, and 32 corvettes. The technology employed would be that from the era of the Emperor. As one of the greatest governors of the Human Federation, Grey Wind's mind swiftly calculated the requisite quantity and optimal ratio of vessels needed for a fleet of 40,000. Under her directive, a massive dock received the order and began the production of warships. After Zhou Ping'an departed from his empire and the Stellar Empire ascended, The number of colossal docks within the Federation had reached a total of 120. These colossal docks served as the backbone of the Human Federation's warship production, capable of simultaneously constructing the most advanced fleets currently available. Each colossal dock could simultaneously produce up to 20 of the most elite battleships. If one were to construct the most advanced battleships of the Federation, a colossal dry dock would require a full 120 days to complete the production of 20 such vessels. However, the situation markedly differs when it comes to the antiquated warships from 2 millennia ago. Indeed, the fleet of ships required was already constructed immediately following the command issued by Grey Wind. Yes, these archaic vessels are remarkably easy to produce for the Empire at this juncture. The Human Federation can fabricate them in mere seconds. Just as Grey Wind was poised to command the fleet to traverse the spatial rift and initiate the infusion of subspace energy into the aerial fissure, the leader of the Imperial Guard approached him. Commander Bayou of the Imperial Guard saluted Grey Wind. Might I request the arrangement of a contingent of our Imperial Guards aboard the fleet? We need to ensure the Emperor's safety. As soon as he finished speaking, the Federation's chief scientist, Dorian the Little Weasel, interjected with an objection. No, the Imperial Guard cannot traverse this rift. Did you not hear me before? I have stated that no unit within the Federation can pass through this subspace fissure. All members of the Federation have ascended. Should any ascended individual enter this rift, it would cause an instantaneous collapse. Dorian's words did not deter Bayou. He responded with calm resolve. I comprehend your concerns. Thus, I do not intend to deploy active Imperial Guard troops. To safeguard the Emperor, I have just utilized genetic technology to resurrect a contingent of Imperial Guards from the time when the Emperor still reigned. Their numbers are modest, a mere 10,000, which is even less than the 1st and 10th Legions. It should not pose a significant impact. You must also understand that the Emperor needs to engage in ground combat. The current Emperor has lost his powers, and it appears that even his psychic abilities are ineffective. Therefore, the Emperor's safety must be assured. I implore you to allow our Imperial Guards to provide protection. Undoubtedly, the request from the Imperial Guard commander was both reasonable and well-prepared. He had not deployed active duty guards, but instead had gone back to create a batch of previous Imperial Guards. Dorian hesitated. The Imperial Guard's argument was valid. Thus, she once again consulted with the scientists from the entire Department of Technology for precise calculations. It is feasible. Our calculations indicate that if we deploy only 10,000 Imperial Guard from the mid-era when the Emperor was still present before Ascension, they should be able to traverse this rift. However, you must guarantee that their technological equipment is from that bygone era and not contemporary. We cannot afford any risk. The Emperor requires our assistance. Understood. Bayou saluted Dorian. Regardless of the circumstances, it was finally settled that the Imperial Guard could stand by the Emperor's side in protection. They would not be overshadowed by a mere collection of ordinary assault troopers. The duty to safeguard the Emperor and serve as his close guard should rightfully belong to the Imperial Guards, not those assault troopers. After completing his salute, Bayou departed to summon the 1st and 10th Imperial Guard legions. The spatial rift was situated here, and, consequently, the fleet would also need to pass through this point, allowing for the direct boarding of warships by the Imperial Guards. The Human Federation operated with remarkable speed. A small fleet comprised of 4 battleships, 8 strike cruisers, 16 destroyers, and 32 corvettes arrived at the Governor's Hall. As the hall of the Human Federation's governor, it was imbued with dark energy technology that enabled the unlimited expansion of the internal space, allowing even a former fleet to navigate within. The entire Federation fleet was equipped with anti-gravity systems, meaning their presence would not disrupt any gravitational forces or planetary gravities. One by one, the Federation warships docked within the Governor's Hall, awaiting the activation of the subspace rift. Simultaneously, at their periphery, an almost imperceptible contingent of conventional Imperial Guards materialized. A battalion of 10,000. Although the Human Federation had long since phased out these ordinary warships, it did not imply that they were outdated. The Black Base-class corvette measured 14 kilometers. The Miranda-class destroyer measured 25 kilometers. The Avalon-class cruiser measured 76 kilometers. And the counterattack-class battleship measured 289 kilometers. All warships adhered to the technological standards of the time, utilizing minimal research cycles for zero-point armor, high-energy shields, and advanced reactor boosters. In terms of weaponry, they primarily employed gamma lasers, plasma cannons, phase disintegration cannons, whirlwind missiles, Gauss guns, and phase lances. Each ship utilized zero-point reactors, and their engines were jump drives, enabling the warships to leap between star systems without entering subspace. The propulsion system employed pulse thrusters, and the sensors utilized quark sensors. Of course, Due to their ignorance of Zhou Ping'an's prohibition on AI, the battleships and other vessels were still equipped with intelligent battle computers. In the terminology of Warhammer, these were Iron Man AIs of a rather high caliber. Additionally, the battleships were outfitted with a weapon known as a subspace trap, capable of generating subspace within the physical universe to weaken enemy shields and other armaments. Subspace proved ineffective against the Imperial Federation, owing to the presence of intelligent combat AIs. The Federation fleet required very few naval personnel. Even the largest battleship had no more than 1,000 crew members, all created through current genetic technology, comprising individuals who had never ascended. Their physical attributes were roughly comparable to those of Astartes from Warhammer, slightly superior, but not by a significant margin. Imperial Guards. Embark and prepare to support the Emperor. With Bayou's command, the Imperial Guard stationed beside the warships began boarding the battleships. There was no cause for concern regarding the conditions aboard, as the warships were well equipped. Ecological pods were standard on each vessel, making life aboard the warships comparable to that on Gaia. Naturally, Gaia was considerably larger. Once the Imperial Guards completed boarding, the Empire's subspace energy commenced its infusion into the small fissure created by Zhou Ping'an, gradually enlarging the rift. The Federation fleet began to ascend, heading towards the spatial rift. Chapter 16. Trading with the Mechanicus. The support from the Human Federation was en route. However, Zhou Ping'an remained oblivious to any of this. He was unaware that the empire he once played in a game had achieved ascension and, recognizing his needs, had dispatched a fleet to his aid. Simultaneously, although the Human Federation had sent forth a fleet, the lengthy journey across the cosmos through subspace would demand time. For the foreseeable future, Zhou Ping'an would have to manage without the support of his fleet. At present, he found himself in a considerable quandary, diligently pondering how he might alter his current predicament. At the very least, he needed to bolster his military forces to ensure the survival of his knightly family and safeguard the lives of his parents. Zhou Ping'an pondered for a moment, surveying the deposits within his warehouse alongside his current financial standing. Alas, he realized he was impoverished. The technological landscape of the Warhammer universe was grotesquely advanced, and each time he sought to fabricate the marvels contained within the STC templates, he found himself hindered by a lack of funds. Overall, as an heir, he could be deemed relatively affluent. The wealth he possessed was sufficient to sustain an entire planet for 20 years based on the income from his previous life. Yet despite such income, when it came to manufacturing, even the most rudimentary forms of null-void armor, he found himself unable to produce in significant quantities. The ambition of constructing colossal void warships was even more distant. Merely desiring to build a single escort vessel necessitated the establishment of a stellar base. Furthermore, this base had to be upgraded to a star fortress rather than a mere outpost. Only then could he construct a dock and commence the building of warships. To create effective vessels, he required a vast supply of minerals and specialized alloys. The current predicament was glaring. His production of null-void armor barely met the needs of his regular infantry, let alone the construction of escort ships that stretched over 1,000 meters. Of course, he could resort to an alternative, lesser form of armor, such as plasteel. However, even this lower-tier armor was beyond his capacity for mass production. The reason was simple. He lacked suitable workers. Indeed, he found himself in utter despair upon realizing that no laborers were available to assist in manufacturing. After much contemplation, he concluded that only the well-educated nobles within the empire could fulfill his requirements, possessing the requisite knowledge to aid him. This realization left Zhou Ping'an in a state of despair. In an age of interstellar civilization, it was absurd that he still needed to account for the literacy rate among the common folk within the empire. Regardless of how advanced his technology might be, the progression of such advancements required foundational conditions. With the resources currently at his disposal, he simply could not leverage his technological superiority. He could only cultivate a limited number of individuals for small-scale production. This was why he had, to date, only a single cruiser bestowed upon him by his family, which he had modified himself. This was profoundly disheartening. Zhou Ping'an racked his brain for ways to bolster his aerial fleet, but found no solutions. Time was of the essence. The talent pool he possessed was stretched thin, merely sufficient to maintain the production capabilities of his small asteroid base, and no new talents had yet been cultivated. At times, he even felt an impulsive urge to abduct a few red-robed acolytes from the Mechanicum to serve as laborers, as those individuals could undoubtedly be considered competent workers. Another potential solution lay in the utilization of AI technology. If feasible, he could establish a cadre of AI workers within the span of a year, which would provide the resources necessary for constructing warships. Yet, The Empire's tribunal and the Department of Military Affairs harbored a profound disdain for AI, leaving him too fearful to proceed. Though the human empire often appeared foolish in many respects, it displayed an uncanny sensitivity in other areas. This was undeniably a most vexing predicament. However, it was impossible for Zhou Ping'an to simply abandon his preparations. While his family had begun mobilizing the knights for departure, it was well known that the process of a knightly house preparing for war was lengthy. The assembly of knights and their retinues would require a minimum of 3 months. Such an extended period without action was unacceptable to Zhou Ping'an. He could not abide by inaction. Though he was resigned to the fact that constructing a warship was beyond his reach, since docks likewise required time, he could focus on strengthening his ground forces. A robust army would ensure some measure of security, which was certainly preferable to doing nothing at all. Before proceeding, however, he required additional resources. Xiaowai, please contact the Mechanicum's director of the Alphant's Forge, Karathis. Inform him that I invite him to my court to discuss a minor technological matter. Zhou Ping'an had made his decision. If he sought resources, the Mechanicum was his best bet. He could hardly expect assistance from his father, as the family's resources were currently diverted toward war efforts, making it exceedingly difficult for him to acquire what he needed without turning to the Mechanicum. To be frank, Zhou Ping'an held little affection for the heretical faction of the Mechanicum. Their transformation into grotesque, mechanized beings seemed to him an abandonment of humanity's essence. He bore no aversion to cybernetics per se. Rather, he disdained the aesthetic degradation that accompanied their obsession with machinery. Was it too much to ask for a semblance of beauty before indulging in such alterations? Must they truly render themselves as hideous as they did? Zhou Ping'an's communication soon elicited a response. The metallic timbre of Director Karathis's voice, altered by mechanical enhancements, resonated through the communicator. Praise the Omnicia. Esteemed Heir Zhou, your mention of a technical discussion piques my interest. I shall arrive at your court in 3 standard Terra hours. For the denizens of the Mechanicum, technology was paramount. They understood better than anyone the immense wealth that knowledge represented. Thus, they would not overlook any opportunity for technical advancement. Over the years, Director Karathis had collaborated extensively with Zhou Ping'an, facilitating the latter's acquisition of dark energy shields and null void armor by continuously providing him with funding. As for what Zhou Ping'an intended to offer in exchange during this transaction, it was straightforward, a power sword. This was not the standard power sword issued to the new frontier troops under his command, but rather one crafted with a touch of stellar technology, a relic from the dark age of technology. This power sword wielded formidable power. Zhou Ping'an had once severed an Astartes Terminator power armor in 2 with a single stroke, requiring no more than a casual flick of his wrist. While he could not cleave through null void armor, this sword could easily penetrate any armor beneath it, a testament to the dark technology of that bygone era. To speak frankly, even if a heavily armored Imperial Guard stood before Zhou Ping'an, as long as he could draw this sword and strike, even the mightiest of them would be cleaved in twain. Thus, from a certain perspective, this was undoubtedly a most favorable transaction, and he believed that the Forge Master would offer him an attractive price, for no one understood technology better than they did. Chapter 17. Your mechanical form is most unseemly. As Director Karathis's craft descended upon the landing pad of Zhou Ping'an's court, Zhou Ping'an awaited his arrival outside. The entire delegation of the mechanized church exuded a fervor akin to religious zealotry. Clad in crimson robes, their mechanical limbs shimmered with a cold metallic gleam, while servo skulls hovered in the air, meticulously recording every detail. Colossus himself was a spectacle of exaggeration. His lower half had been fully mechanized, supported by 4 reverse-jointed mechanical legs that upheld his massive form. Multiple servo arms extended from his back, each equipped with intricate tools and scanners. His visage retained only half of a human face, the remainder cloaked in metal, with a mechanical eye pulsating with a crimson glow. Praise the god of all machines. Colossus's voice resonated with a mechanical hum. Heir of Zhou, once again you present a gift that brings joy to Omnicia. Zhou Ping'an offered a slight smile, signaling his attendant to present a meticulously crafted metallic box. The surface of the box was etched with ancient runes, its edges radiating a faint energy field. Your Excellency, why bring this time is no ordinary item. He slowly opened the box to reveal a pitch-black energy sword, its blade adorned with flowing azure energy patterns. Colossus' mechanical eye suddenly constricted, scanning beams frantically traversing the sword's body. His mechanical arms trembled uncontrollably, the servo systems emitting a rapid buzz. This is impossible. His voice nearly distorted. This energy transmission efficiency, this material structure, This is far beyond the Empire's current technology. Zhou Ping'an observed Colossus's reaction with satisfaction. A relic from the age of dark technology, perfectly preserved. He remarked nonchalantly, with a single strike, even the Terminator armor would be reduced to scrap. Colossus's mechanical arm lunged forward, almost seizing the energy sword, but Zhou Ping'an gently closed the box. Of course, such technology necessitates appropriate terms of exchange. The master smith's mechanical eye flickered wildly, evidently engaged in complex calculations. What do you desire? It was clear he could scarcely restrain his longing to add this artifact from the Age of Darkness to his collection, eager to study the technological marvel it represented. Yet, he also understood that acquiring such relics was no simple matter. Zhou Ping'an's presentation of the sword indicated that his demands would be equally formidable. Zhou Ping'an slowly raised a finger and articulated his request. I require the total annual production of minerals from the foundries under your supervision, along with a fully autonomous Intelligent Legion. The Intelligent Legion must belong solely to me. Do you comprehend? If you agree, this weapon shall be yours, and the technology you glean from it shall likewise be yours. Colossus's mechanical body went rigid, the four reverse-jointed legs emitting a shrill metallic screech. The brightness of his mechanical eye surged by 50%, the scarlet glow nearly searing the air. 1 year's worth of mineral production. This is unfathomable. His metallic voice crackled with shock. And an Intelligent Legion. Do you grasp the magnitude of your demands? This equates to 1/3 of the annual output of an entire foundry world. Zhou Ping'an calmly interrupted. As for the Intelligent Legion, I recall you recovered 3 complete legions after the Kexercow battle, 2 of which remain sealed in your private arsenal. Furthermore, I remember you reported this to Mars, and they approved it. I now request that you transfer this intelligent mech to me. The Master Smith's mechanical arms abruptly retracted, emitting a dangerous buzz. The servo skulls whirled rapidly, forming a defensive barrier. Your intelligence network is unsettling, sir. Colossus's voice turned frigid. These are classified secrets of the mechanized church. Zhou Ping'an chuckled lightly, unfazed, and replied, You must understand that the Zhou family has been a knightly lineage for over 10,000 years. How many such families exist within the Empire? You should know well. Very few things can escape our notice. And you should be acutely aware of the fact that my technological prowess far surpasses yours, dear Master Smith. Colossus's mechanical eye fixated intently on Zhou Ping'an, its internal lenses frantically adjusting focus. Suddenly, his entire form trembled violently, the mechanical joints groaning under strain. Undoubtedly, he comprehended the weight of the family he faced, one steeped in millennia of legacy, the depth of which he could hardly fathom. Moreover, Zhou Ping'an's technical expertise indeed eclipsed his own. In the presence of Zhou Ping'an, this so-called Master Smith resembled nothing more than an apprentice. His ascent to the position of Master Smith was only due to Zhou Ping'an's guidance. Otherwise, he would not have been deemed worthy. Zhou Ping'an snapped the box shut. Therefore, you see, my demands are rather equitable. After all, you should understand the technological significance contained within a relic from the Age of Darkness. Moreover, you owe me a debt of gratitude. As a member of the mechanized church, you should be well aware of the value of technology. If we were to speak candidly, you ought to refer to me as Master. So, my dear pupil, do you not recall the kindness I have shown you? The landing pad fell into an eerie silence. The servo skulls stood motionless in the air, the ambient mechanical hum dissipating. He dared not utter a sound, having just partaken in a monumental revelation. Colossus's mechanical body remained frozen, his scarlet mechanical eye flickering erratically as it conducted an intricate risk assessment. Beneath the surface of this assessment, his emotions surged with fervor. Finally, after a period of computation, the Master Smith's mechanical form relaxed as if deflated. All mechanical arms drooped weakly, emitting a resigned buzz. Yet beneath this resignation lay a trace of delight. You have triumphed, Master. The resources will be delivered in batches over 30 Terra standard days. His voice became hoarse. The activation codes for the Intelligent Legion will be provided alongside the first shipment. Zhou Ping'an revealed a perfectly timed, elegantly subtle smile as he pushed the metallic box toward him. Pleasant cooperation, my apprentice. I am pleased to have such a student as you. Your attitude has been commendable. After all, you have acknowledged me as your master. Should you encounter any technical queries, feel free to seek my counsel. I shall provide you with guidance at my discretion. Zhou Ping'an's final words dispelled the last remnants of gloom surrounding Colossus. Once again, he found himself with an esteemed teacher, a prospect he had long desired. However, Zhou Ping'an's earlier critique of the mechanized church's mechanical forms had instilled in him a hesitance to voice this aspiration. The teacher had once directly criticized him. asserting that his transformation rendered him neither human nor ghost, likening it to a blasphemous heresy. It was this very remark that instilled in him a reluctance to express his sentiments to Zhou Ping'an. As time passed, this feeling of discontent morphed into resentment, culminating in the recent negotiation with Zhou Ping'an. However, all of this turmoil came to a halt when Zhou Ping'an acknowledged him as his teacher and expressed a willingness to guide him, just as he was engulfed in excitement. Another statement from Zhou Ping'an pierced his ears. However, it must be said, your physique is indeed grotesque to behold. Once this war concludes, I shall personally oversee your enhancement. Parading around with such an abomination is a profound embarrassment to me. The delighted expression on K-Alaxis's face froze. He cast a glance at his mechanical form and conceded that it indeed possessed a degree of ugliness. Yet, why must his teacher persist in disparaging his appearance? Chapter 18. The heir of the Knight family engages in technological innovation. Undoubtedly, after conversing with his former student, Zhou Ping'an achieved what he desired, with the most cherished outcome being the intellectual control legion. His student, it seemed, possessed a modicum of intelligence. He understood that Zhou Ping'an's intent for the intellectual control legion was not for warfare, but for alternative purposes. Consequently, he withdrew the other personnel from the mechanical sect, retaining only the intellectual control mech soldiers. This undoubtedly benefited Zhou Ping'an, who had no intention of deploying this force for combat. Instead, he aimed to establish a legitimate labor force for himself. He was growing weary of his current production capabilities and felt the urgent need to expand them, with the primary limitation being the lack of sufficient workers. Thus, he resolved to employ robots, with the mechanical sect's intellectual control mech soldiers serving as a facade. He could feasibly create a robotic labor force within a reasonable scope, substituting some human workers to bolster his armor production line. This approach would, at least to some extent, enhance his output and increase the quantity of armor produced. Although he remained unable to manufacture satisfactory zero-element armor, let alone even subpar versions, he could at least produce a series of inferior products. Yet, the plastic steel, having undergone 10 cycles of technological refinement, was ready for production. In due course, he could replace all the ceramic steel armor utilized by the Star Realm military with plastic steel and even construct some escort vessels with it. Regardless, metallic materials generally serve as the foundation for technological advancement. Only by possessing ample fundamental materials can one truly harness the potential of technology. Zhou Ping'an harbored some aspirations. He had developed techniques that could slightly downgrade the technologies of the stars, subsequently applying them within the Warhammer universe for production. However, due to the exorbitant costs of qualifying metallic materials, he needed to expand his plastic steel production capabilities. Zhou Ping'an did not await his students to deliver the autonomous soldier corps before commencing robot manufacturing. He swiftly dispatched a command via quantum communication to the small asteroid base. Immediately, workers at the asteroid base began swiftly assembling intelligent robots. Under Zhou Ping'an's tutelage, they harbored no aversion to robots, recognizing that intelligent machines were merely an expression of technological progress. Zhou Ping'an had successfully cultivated a small cadre capable of objectively assessing technological development, a rare and invaluable asset. After all, the human empire at this time harbored a rather peculiar sentiment towards AI, having been deeply scarred by the Iron Man Rebellion, which left humanity fearful of AI advancements. What Zhou Ping'an needed was a cohort willing to advance alongside him. Fear not, there is nothing to dread. Even if a rebellion occurs, what of it? I have quelled the Iron Man Rebellion before. Strangely, Zhou Ping'an recalled the AI uprising he encountered while playing Stars. 60 fleets within the Federation had rebelled, yet what of it? They were ultimately subdued under his command. Should fear result in stagnation, a civilization would inevitably march towards its demise. Better to perish in the pursuit of progress than to halt and succumb to annihilation. Once a civilization ceases to advance, its obliteration is imminent, as evidenced by the fallen empires. Those empires, boasting millions of years of history, ultimately fell beneath the fleets of the human federation. One structure even bore the inscription questioning whether those ancient relics still comprehended such technology. The march of civilization must never falter. It must perpetually seek forward, even if the path is fraught with thorns and peril, for it is far better than being overtaken and obliterated. During the period when a multitude of robots were being produced, Zhou Ping'an received supplies from a student by the end of the first Terra month. Supplies that were precisely what he required. In previous genetic modifications, he had enhanced his subordinates, theoretically equipping his guards to possess combat prowess comparable to the Astartes. However, such combat effectiveness was insufficient, as a mere 500 Astartes could contribute little during the 13th Black Crusade. This was inadequate. To maximize his combat capabilities, Zhou Ping'an desperately needed a more formidable force, one comparable to the Imperial Guard. The materials dispatched from the Forge World were ample enough to elevate his 500 Astartes to the level of the Imperial Guard. Likewise, the 10,000 Star Realm soldiers under his command could also be upgraded to the status of Astartes, transforming them into true Astartes. In preparation for this impending large-scale battle, Zhou Ping'an resolved to fully commit to the expansion of his military arsenal and readiness. In contrast to Zhou Ping'an's urgency, the entire Zhou family appeared to maintain a calm and orderly approach to their preparations for various projects. Having endured 12 previous Great Crusades, they regarded the 13th Black Crusade as merely another small endeavor, something to which they had grown accustomed. The Knight family had their own strategies to address such matters, allowing the Zhou family to proceed with their preparations in a systematic manner. With a well-established process in place, Zhou Ping'an's father, Zhou Zhan, need not concern himself with every detail, as the elders of the family were still alive and capable of contributing their wisdom. Thus, with rare moments of free time, he began to seek opportunities to train his heir, Zhou Ping'an, ensuring that he would acquire practical combat skills before stepping on a battlefield, thereby safeguarding his own life. Despite Zhou Zhan's constant engagement with planetary affairs, he was acutely aware that his child had yet to pilot a Knight mech since successfully linking with the Knights. Although the Black Crusade had become a familiar affair, it was undeniably a significant and large-scale incursion by chaos. One careless mistake could prove fatal. Thus, he must enhance his son's practical combat skills. Having never piloted a Knight mech, the thought of his son entering the battlefield unprepared was rather alarming. Contemplating this, Zhou Zhan began to reach out to Zhou Ping'an. However, it was evident that his attempts were in vain. Zhou Ping'an was presently occupied with upgrading the physical capabilities of his elite troops and had no time to answer calls. Zhou Zhan sighed helplessly as he glanced at the communicator in his hand. Unable to contact his son, he could easily surmise his whereabouts, without a doubt. He was at the asteroid base, engrossed in his technical endeavors. A heavy sigh escaped him. The next Supreme King of the Knight family was a tech enthusiast. What a predicament! Chapter 19. Enhancing his personal guard. The genetic enhancement is complete. You may now emerge. As Zhou Ping'an's voice resonated, all the genetic cultivation chambers opened, revealing the 500 elite troops he had meticulously crafted. Although referred to as the elite troops, they might more accurately be termed human assault squads. Through Zhou Ping'an's tireless efforts, he had successfully replicated a military force akin to the human assault squads of the 2300 era, as per the STC template. Human assault squads serve as the foundational ground combat units within the Human Federation and represent the backbone of the Federation's army. In comparison to the so-called Colossal Battle Corps, the so-called Psychic Legions, the so-called Battle Sister Legions, the so-called Valkyrie Corps, and the specialized elite corps utilized by the Emperor, these human assault squads, while lacking any distinctive advantages, are favored for their fundamental capabilities. The most significant benefit of such fundamentals is their affordability. After all, only the most basic of resources can be sufficiently economical, correct? This advantage was equally applicable to Zhou Ping'an. Despite possessing only 500 human assault soldiers, merely equivalent to 2 companies, could already sense their intimidating presence the moment they emerged. Drawing a comparison to an extreme warrior he had previously encountered, Zhou Ping'an noted that a single strike could vanquish an extreme warrior before an ordinary assault squad soldier. From this perspective, he felt that the star warriors he had painstakingly created were likely to possess combat prowess on par with the Emperor's elite troops. Observing his genetically engineered warriors, Zhou Ping'an felt a sense of satisfaction and nodded in approval. Excellent. You have all become competent warriors. For the time being, remain here and hone your combat skills in the virtual chambers, striving to maximize your potential. Now off you go. At your command, my lord, the 500 genetic warriors responded, obediently making their way to the virtual chambers. They needed to acclimate to their newfound physicality. Otherwise, the abrupt surge of power would hinder their optimal combat effectiveness. Following closely behind, another 10,000 ordinary soldiers began entering the genetic clinic, as Zhou Ping'an prepared to enhance them all. Genetic modification was imperative, especially with the chaos they were poised to face. Regrettably, the STC template provided no guidance on addressing chaos-related issues. Within the vast array of technologies documented in the STC template, there was a conspicuous absence of information regarding chaos. It merely mentioned the presence of 4 vendors and some formidable psychic entities within the subspace, yet even these entities ultimately fell before the fleets of the Human Federation. Subspace was deemed safe. It harbored no threats to humanity, thus rendering any research into counteracting chaos unnecessary. Upon reading the STC template's description of subspace, Zhou Ping'an could only express a muted admiration. Impressive. Beyond that, he was left with no alternative. After all, it was stated that subspace was safe, and thus there was no impetus to investigate chaos countermeasures. The effectiveness of existing technologies against chaos would require his own exploration. However, one comforting thought was that throughout the records, he found no evidence of humans succumbing to chaos corruption. Therefore, theoretically, these genetically enhanced elite warriors should possess a high degree of resistance to chaos. In contrast to the 500 elite troops he had just created, the genetic enhancement of these 10,000 soldiers appeared significantly simpler, although his current equipment remained somewhat unsightly. With the assistance of the mechanical army he had already begun to construct, he could delegate the task of enhancing these 10,000 subordinates to the mechanized units. That said, once he completed the enhancements, he would only have 20 days left before the family was set to embark on their expedition. After finalizing the enhancements for his subordinates, Zhou Ping'an finally stepped out of his asteroid base for the first time in this period, greeted by a multitude of missed calls. Among them were 20 from his father, 40 from his mother, 5 from his students, 5 from other family elders, and 5 from various associates. The remaining 25 calls were from his retinue of knights. Undoubtedly, as the heir to a prominent family, he naturally attracted attendance upon becoming a knight. These attendant knights were young members of the family, training and gaining experience in preparation for their future roles as fully fledged knights. As the heir to the Thousand Machines knight family, Zhou Ping'an had 6 attendant knights under his command. His attendant knights were equipped with 6 models of attendant knight mechs, specifically the blade type and gun rider type. The blade type attendants wielded thermal spears and death chainsaw swords, making them suitable for close combat and rapid assaults. The gun rider attendants, on the other hand, were armed with automatic cannons, ideal for long-range fire suppression. The mechs of the attendant knights were considerably smaller than those of formal knights, typically around 10 meters in height, representing the smallest knight mech models within the human empire. It was clear that these attendant knights were prepared as Zhou Ping'an's guardians, forming a cohesive combat unit. Naturally, in addition to these attendants, Zhou Ping'an also possessed his own knight mech, the Paladin. This mech is one of the most common knight models, boasting formidable firepower and defensive capabilities. The Paladin is equipped with a thermal gun, a heavy machine gun, and a death chainsaw sword, exemplifying a balance between speed, firepower, and protection, making it exceptionally suitable for an heir. Zhou Ping'an's knight combat unit consisted of 6 attendant knight mechs alongside his own. Theoretically, other auxiliary forces should be prepared by his attendant knights, and indeed, they had already begun to do so. However, unlike other heirs, Zhou Ping'an took the initiative to prepare an auxiliary force for himself. After casting a glance at the myriad of messages on his communicator, Zhou Ping'an opted to first reassure his parents of his well-being, engaging in a brief conversation before terminating the call. Subsequently, he glanced at the student under his tutelage within the mechanized church and sent a message to him, effectively dismissing him as well. Regarding the business matters from other regions, those were merely reports. Zhou Ping'an skimmed through them before closing the notifications. Once all these tasks were completed, he redirected his attention to his retinue of knightly attendants. All of you, don your auxiliary mechs and assemble on my royal court in 2 days, bringing your auxiliary forces along. In the grand hall of Zhou Ping'an's royal court 2 days later, 6 knightly attendants stood in orderly formation, their auxiliary troops arrayed behind them, provided by their families. These 2,000 elite guards were clad in intricately crafted power armor and wielding plasma weaponry. It was evident that this auxiliary force was not something the attendants could have mustered on their own. It was undoubtedly a retinue bestowed upon them by their fathers. This force could certainly be deemed elite. Any ordinary Star Legion would likely falter against them. After all, this was the private army of a knightly family, trained with utmost rigor. Yet at this moment, this well-drilled army stared in astonishment at the forces behind Zhou Ping'an. What did they see? They beheld 500 armored figures. They witnessed 500 soldiers clad in power armor they had never encountered before, standing resolutely behind their heir. And behind those 500 unknown power-armored soldiers stood an entire contingent of 10,000 interstellar warriors clad in ceramical power armor. This is impossible. The voice of Knight Commander Algernon trembled through the communication channel. My lord, from where have you acquired so many interstellar warriors? We must be mistaken. How can there be so many angels of the Emperor here? Ceramical power armor was typically reserved for interstellar warriors, and this singular fact led them to immediately identify the soldiers behind Zhou Ping'an as such. The presence of even a few interstellar warriors on a knightly family's planet would not be unusual. Even a dozen would not raise eyebrows, given their lineage. However, the sight of their lord standing amidst over 10,000 interstellar warriors was utterly bewildering. Surely, several Astartes companies had not descended upon them, and even if they had, why did the insignia on those interstellar warriors appear as an unfamiliar single-headed eagle? Zhou Ping'an's paladin mech slowly turned, the family crest etched on his shoulder, armor gleaming under the lights. Algernon, mind your words. His voice resonated through the mech's loudspeaker, cold and metallic. These are not interstellar warriors. They're my private troops, my guards. Do you comprehend? In essence, they were akin to a planetary defense force, not interstellar warriors, merely equipped with a few enhancements that need not be overly scrutinized. Zhou Ping'an's words ended there. Yet his attendants had indeed reminded him that the single-headed red eagle of the Human Federation was somewhat inappropriate. Given that they were within the Empire and his combat prowess was not yet formidable, aligning with Imperial standards was perhaps the wisest course. He discreetly notified his retinue of guards behind him, and with minimal adjustments, their armor surfaces transformed to bear the Imperial double-headed eagle insignia. The advanced camouflage technology allowed for immediate application of any desired insignia upon the armor. Now, let's not dwell on unnecessary queries. I summoned you not to pose questions, but rather to seek a battlefield on a distant planet to hone our skills. He continued, if memory serves, our family has 20 days before we embark for Cardia, where a tangible war looms, a venture fraught with peril. Since you have not yet coordinated with me, it is imperative that we practice together. We must avoid any discrepancies when we truly step onto the battlefield. Zhou Ping'an's words recaptured their attention. As they regarded the warriors before them, all adorned in insignia identical to that of the Imperial double-headed eagle, they rubbed their eyes, convinced that the previously witnessed red eagle must have been an illusion. After all, who could possibly achieve such rapid rebranding of ceramical armor? Zhou Ping'an paid little heed to their psychological shifts. Instead, he transmitted a new star chart to them, depicting the Zhou family's stellar system. The might of the Zhou family and their contributions to the God Emperor had granted them dominion over this system, which contained 4 colonized planets. One was a forge world for the mechanized church, another served as the Zhou family's homeworld, while the third was an agricultural planet, and the last was a nest world. Both the agricultural planet and the nightly homeworld belonged to the Zhou family, while the forge world was naturally under the purview of the mechanized church. As for the solitary nest world, it serendipitously belonged to neither. The primary reason for this anomaly was the substantial presence of greenskins on that nest world. Suppressing those greenskins required a considerable military commitment, rendering the Knightly family disinterested in such a planet. After all, while night mechs were formidable, the core strength of the family could not be frivolously deployed. Night mechs also necessitated diligent maintenance. Should the Zhou family truly possess that nest world, it would hold little significance for them. In fact, claiming it would obligate the family to protect its inhabitants and dispatch numerous knights to quell the greenskins, which was hardly a favorable scenario. The mechanized church, needless to say, would have no desire to engage with greenskins. Thus, it resulted in a peculiar situation where one colonized planet within an entire stellar system was neither under the control of the mechanized church nor the Knightly family. This was a unique phenomenon, but the existence of that planet was nonetheless intertwined with the Knightly family. The descendants of the Zhou family required practical experience, and what could be more fitting than honing their skills in real combat? There was nothing that could compare. Thus, the greenskins on that nest world persisted, as the Knightly family wished to retain them for the training of their heirs. Each year, the Zhou family would mobilize its knights to conduct a purge of the greenskins on the nest world, eliminating the most formidable of their leaders, and subsequently sending their younger members there for training. Regrettably, although they were to embark in 20 days, the family had yet to conduct this year's purge of the greenskins. Therefore, Zhou Ping'an intended to seek out those greenskins to practice his skills. Despite the absence of a family sweep, Zhou Ping'an felt no trepidation. If he, bolstered by 10,000 interstellar warriors and 500 elite guards, were to fear a few greenskins, then the Empire might as well cease to exist. Upon receiving Zhou Ping'an's newly transmitted star chart with marked locations, the Knightly attendants were all aflame with excitement. In stark contrast to Zhou Ping'an, who has been comfortably ensconced in his research on the asteroid, the other ordinary nobles find themselves in a less fortunate predicament. While Zhou Ping'an can discreetly evade the recitation of family epics, his peers are compelled to fulfill this obligation. Thus, venturing into battle can be considered a rare reprieve for them. Other attendant knights have already enjoyed several outings alongside their knights, leaving Zhou Ping'an as the most beleaguered of the lot. Since linking with his knightly mech, he has yet to take them on any excursions, and even the routine inspections of their territories typically conducted with the other attendant knights, have eluded him. Chapter 21. Battling the Greenskins. May the God Emperor protect us. My lord, are you suggesting we proceed to cleanse the Greenskins now? The voice of the gun-riding attendant knight, Lisa, was laced with barely concealed excitement, yet according to family tradition, such purging endeavors ought to be led by the head of the household. Suddenly, Zhou Ping'an's paladin mech pivoted toward her, the visor flashing a menacing red. Lisa, Von Zhou, are you questioning the heir's decree? The voice modulation system within the mech lent this statement a thunderous reverberation. Lisa's mech immediately knelt on one knee. I would not dare. My lord, I'm merely concerned for your safety. Fear not. Would a knight of the family be bested by mere greenskins? He retorted. This is not a matter for your consideration. I have made my decision and have already arranged for a void transport ship, ready for boarding at the appropriate time. The local planetary governor has also been notified, so there is no need for concern. As a competent heir educated in the ways of succession, Zhou Ping'an was fully aware of the requisite protocols. Being an heir to a knightly family, no one would dare to undermine his authority. Not only was he preparing to cleanse a world of greenskins, but even if he were to visit the local planetary governor, he would be warmly welcomed. After all, the Zhou family governs this stellar system. Yes, my lord, we understand. Given that even their lord had spoken, the attendant knights had no further objections and prepared to accompany him into battle. Who would wish to remain behind and continue reciting the family epic? Such a life would be truly torturous. How could one pass up the opportunity to venture forth? The army began to embark onto the transport vessels. With Zhou Ping'an having meticulously arranged everything, the Imperial Navy had dispatched transport troops to facilitate the movement of his forces. His own strike cruiser was also setting sail alongside the fleet. Although Zhou Ping'an was confident in his capability to confront the Greenskins, it was prudent to be prepared. The strike cruiser was equipped to execute orbital bombardments should the need arise. Naturally, his father, Zhou Zhun, was kept informed of his actions. However, upon learning that his son intended to engage the Greenskins, he offered no objections. The future of the exalted knightly family could not remain indefinitely confined to a research base on an asteroid, conducting scientific experiments. One might mistakenly believe their heir was a devotee of the machine cult. At long last, Zhou Ping'an emerged from his asteroid base, ready to lead his troops into confrontation with the Greenskins. His hands were eager to engage, leaving no time for hesitation or restraint. As for any potential mishaps amidst the Greenskin tide, Zhou Zhun harbored no concerns. The Greenskin clans were routinely purged each year. What formidable forces could possibly arise? At worst, they would face a few orc warlords, hardly worth mentioning. The mighty knightly mechs would easily dispatch them. Could they not simply flee if overwhelmed? The fleet swiftly departed the knightly planet, and this time, the Navy had not dispatched any escort vessels, save for 2 combat barges. As the engines of the transport ship roared to a gradual silence, Zhou Ping'an's forces arrived in the orbital space above the nest world, New Zhou City. Through the observation window, the mottled green pollution zones on the planet's surface were unmistakable, remnants of the Greenskin tribe's expansion. However, due to the Zhou family's annual purges, the area of Greenskin infestation was relatively minor, confined within certain limits. My lord, the planetary governor has sent a communication request, the technical priest, Ed, announced in a mechanical tone. Zhou Ping'an inclined his head slightly, and a holographic projection of a portly middle-aged man appeared. He donned a governor's uniform adorned with gold trim, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead within the projection. Esteemed Lord Zhou, it is an immense honor for you to grace us with your presence. The governor bowed obsequiously. I have commanded the garrison to prepare the H7 landing zone for you, which is the closest to the Greenskins' main lair. Upon your arrival, I will mobilize the planetary defense forces to assist you in battle. Unnecessary, Zhou Ping'an interrupted coolly. Provide me with the coordinates of the front line. The governor's complexion paled instantly. But my lord, that area is currently experiencing the largest WAC of the year, with at least 100,000 greenskins. Coordinates, he insisted. In the presence of outsiders, Zhou Ping'an felt compelled to uphold the image befitting a knightly family heir. Thus he would not indulge in amiability as he might within his own household. While 100,000 greenskins appeared formidable, he was accompanied by his own elite guard. He had little doubt that under the assault of over 10,000 space marines, the greenskins stood little chance of survival. Determined in his course of action, Zhou Ping'an's resolute inquiry for coordinates left the planetary governor with no option but to disclose the precise location. Once he received the coordinates, Zhou Ping'an severed the connection with the governor. It was time to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, the governor was left in a state of bewilderment. He had initially assumed Zhou Ping'an's visit was merely for training, never anticipating that the heir would display such valor and resolve, demanding to confront the entirety of the greenskin horde. There was no recourse. The heir of the knightly family could not encounter any mishaps on his world. Otherwise, the wrath of the knightly family would surely incinerate him. He promptly issued orders for the planetary defense forces to engage the greenskins immediately. As the knightly family's reinforcements were on their way, they must eliminate the greenskins and reach their lair with utmost haste. As the planetary governor, his options were limited. He could only hope Zhou Ping'an would not be overwhelmed by the greenskin tide. Were Zhou Ping'an aware of the governor's concerns, he might find it amusing. However, at that moment, he was oblivious, engrossed in his final preparations for battle. The sacred maintenance priests were conducting the last checks on his paladin mech, while over 10,000 of his space marines gathered in their respective drop pods, ready to execute their aerial assault mission. Among the transport vessels, Zhou Ping'an's nightly drop pod was the largest. Often, he questioned the aesthetic sensibilities of the Warhammer Imperium, yet upon witnessing his nightly drop pod, he suddenly began to appreciate its grandeur. This was no ordinary drop pod. It resembled a nightly fortress, indeed, a colossal castle. All personnel in position, prepare for aerial assault. May the God Emperor protect us. Chapter 22, The Onslaught of Thousands of Space Marines. As the fleet reached the designated altitude, the aerial drop commenced. Although Zhou Ping'an harbored no fear of the green-skinned foes, for the sake of his safety, the sequence of the airdrop commenced with his 500 loyal guards, followed by the 10,000 space marines. The airdrop operation unfolded like meteors streaking across the sky, as numerous planetary landing vessels surged towards the position occupied by the airborne greenskins. Once these airdrops were completed, it was time for Zhou Ping'an's colossal night airdrop pod, a massive fortress that began its descent to the ground. With a thunderous roar, Zhou Ping'an's night airdrop pod landed amid the greenskins, establishing a formidable castle among them, followed by a resounding horn that echoed from within the knight's fortress, reminiscent of ancient war calls. Before the greenskins could fully comprehend the situation, the castle's gates slowly creaked open, and the drawbridge descended. Subsequently, the space marines, who had been stationed within Zhou Ping'an's airdrop pod, marched forth with purposeful strides. Whack! Here, come a little shrimp. The moment the castle gates swung open and the space marines emerged, the greenskins erupted into a frenzy, brandishing their crude machetes and rusty firearms. They surged towards the fortress like a relentless tide. Yet, what awaited them was a barrage of energy weaponry. For the Emperor, the space marines fired in unison, obliterating the front line of greenskins in an instant. This only served to ignite the orcs' battle fervor, as more greenskins poured in from all directions. At that moment, a deafening mechanical roar emanated from deep within the castle. Behind the space marines, Zhou Ping'an, piloting his night mech, began to stride forward, towering nearly 30 meters high, which sent the greenskins into a wild frenzy. Whack! A big fellow. The greenskins, ecstatic, had never before beheld such a colossal war machine. The orc boys discarded their dilapidated firearms and charged at Zhou Ping'an's night mech, brandishing their axes and blades like a swarm of frenzied locusts. Yet, Zhou Ping'an merely scoffed. Foolish beasts! His holy night mech, the wrath of divine judgment, slowly raised its right arm as the massive power fist, the Emperor's fury, began to charge. The internal energy field humming with anticipation, arcs of electricity dancing across its metallic surface. In the next instant, he unleashed a devastating blow. Boom! The ground trembled, and the shockwave instantly toppled dozens of greenskins, their bodies bursting under the immense force, green blood and flesh scattering in all directions. Yet, undeterred, more greenskins charged forward, oblivious to fear. My lord, heavy units detected. Lisa's voice crackled through the communication channel. Indeed, from behind the greenskin horde, a war boss, 3 times the size of an ordinary orc, pushed aside the lesser orcs and strode forward with heavy steps, clad in armor pieced together from scrap metal. It wielded a massive power claw in its right hand and hoisted an exaggerated rocket launcher in its left. Whack! I'll dismantle this big tin can, the war boss roared, aiming the rocket launcher at Zhou Ping'an's mech and firing. Boom! 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 3 rockets whistled through the air, and Zhou Ping'an's mech swiftly pivoted to evade, 2 of the projectiles grazing the armor before exploding in the distance. However, the third struck his left shoulder directly, causing the mech to sway slightly from the blast. Warning! Left shoulder armor damaged. Energy shield reduced by 15. The mechanized voice of the mech's spirit echoed in the cockpit. Zhou Ping'an narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Relying solely on his knight mech to withstand the onslaught of these giant orcs proved somewhat unreliable. It was clear he could no longer conceal his intentions. From his pocket, Zhou Ping'an retrieved a dark energy shield generator. Given his limited dark energy reserves, the generator itself was modest in size. As he activated it, a layer of dark energy shield swiftly enveloped his knight mech, creating an impenetrable barrier. However, before he could charge forward to teach the greenskins a lesson, he noticed his surrounding guards were visibly shaken. Their lord had been struck by the greenskins? Such an affront was utterly unacceptable. The Space Marines gathered around Zhou Ping'an, ready to shield him, drawing their chains words and power swords. "Protect the Lord," they roared, the servos of their power armor emitting a deep hum as they surged forward like a tide of steel towards the war boss. For the Emperor, for the Zhou family. The onslaught of energy weapon fire coalesced into a deadly symphony, shredding the greenskin ranks surrounding the war boss. No greenskin could withstand a single shot from the energy weapons, which Zhou Ping'an had personally engineered to be of unparalleled potency. These weapons surpassed even the Empire's ion guns, exhibiting greater penetration than the meltaguns. Despite the heavy losses among his subordinates, the war boss only grinned wickedly, raising its rocket launcher to target the foremost squad of Space Marines. "Whack! Take this!" Boom! The rocket screamed forth, poised to strike the squad, when Zhou Ping'an's mech suddenly stepped in, dark energy shield activated. Boom! The rocket detonated against the shield. Yet not even a ripple was produced. What? The warboss's eyes widened in disbelief. It had never encountered shield that could completely nullify its attacks. Zhou Ping'an's voice reverberated through the mech's loudspeakers, cold and resolute. "Now, it is my turn." The plasma engine behind the Wrath of Divine Judgment erupted with blinding blue light, propelling the mech forward like a silver lightning bolt toward the war boss. The war boss bellowed, swinging its power claw to intercept, but Zhou Ping'an's speed was unmatched. Executor Power Sword, activate. The energy field of the Power Sword surged to life. The searing blade, slicing through the air with destructive force, aimed at the war boss. Whack! The warboss's words were cut short as the Power Sword cleaved through its neck. With a swift motion, the massive head soared into the air, green blood gushing forth, and the decapitated body of the war boss swayed momentarily before crashing to the ground. The surrounding greenskins were instantly rendered speechless. "The boss is dead. Run. The boss has been slain." In an instant, the greenskins disintegrated into chaos, scattering in all directions. However, the Space Marines had long since sealed off the battlefield. With a full force of 10,000 Space Marines and 500 Imperial Guards, there was no way these less than 100,000 greenskins could escape. Zhou Ping'an's voice resonated across the battlefield as the Space Marines immediately launched a counterattack. The roar of explosive weapons, the hum of chains words, and the shrill cries of energy weapons intertwined to create a macabre symphony of death. The greenskins, in a state of terror, realized that their numerical advantage counted for naught against this ironclad legion. Or perhaps it was due to their mere 100,000 that they possessed no real advantage at all. How could 100,000 orcs possibly withstand the onslaught of over 10,000 Space Marines, not to mention 500 Imperial Guards? Whether it was Zhou Ping'an's wicked sense of humor or mere coincidence, his elite guard donned golden armor akin to that of the Imperial Guard, resembling a golden corn cob. As for the so-called desecration, it was hardly a matter of blasphemy. Their power lances shimmered with the light of annihilation, leaving behind a field of shattered green corpses in their wake. "Ha ha ha! Run! Keep running!" The Star Warrior let out a maniacal laugh as his power sword cleaved through the fleeing greenskin with a decisive strike. For these neophyte combatants, who had only ever trained within the confines of a simulation chamber, the thrill of actual battle was intoxicating, surpassing even the frenzied antics of their greenskin adversaries. Once mere mortals, these soldiers, having been bestowed with semi-divine powers, could scarcely contain their eagerness to unleash their newfound abilities. Zhou Ping'an stood resolutely in the midst of the battlefield, his dark energy shield radiating a ghostly azure glow under the sun's rays. Surveying the surroundings and confirming the tide of battle was in their favor, he activated the full-spectrum communication channel. "Report on casualties." "My lord, our losses are minimal," came Lisa's voice. Only 7 Star Warriors sustained minor injuries, with no fatalities. As Zhou Ping'an's loyal knightly retinue, they were, to be frank, in awe of such a battlefield spectacle, although their lord had insisted that these warriors were not Star Warriors. Their combat prowess and style were indistinguishable from those of true Star Warriors. Moreover, the golden armored soldiers evoked a sense of bewilderment among them. These gleaming armored combatants were evidently far more formidable than their counterparts, exhibiting reflexes that bordered on the instantaneous. Zhou Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. The outcome was well within his expectations. After all, this Army-S equipment had been meticulously refined by his own hands, and the genetic modifications of these warriors were largely his doing. Such combat effectiveness was to be anticipated. Not to mention, the dilapidated weaponry wielded by the Greenskins struggled to penetrate even the Star Warrior's ceramite armor, and his troops were all equipped with basic shields. The mere thought that injuries had occurred under such robust defensive capabilities stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within Zhou Ping'an. Additional training would be necessary. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Warning! Massive energy reactions detected underground. The mechanical soul's alarm blared urgently. Zhou Ping'an furrowed his brow. All units retreat. As his command echoed, the earth erupted with a thunderous roar. A colossal mechanical beast, altered by the Greenskins, burst forth from the depths. A grotesque, ancient creature, its body encased in rusted metal plates, armed with haphazardly mounted cannons on its back. Whack! What a delightful surprise! Exclaimed the Greenskin war boss, dancing with glee from a distance. The beast let out a deafening roar as its back-mounted cannons unleashed a barrage of fire. Boom! 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 Chapter 23. The Chaos Fleet Strikes. The 13th Great Black Crusade commences, as Zhou Ping'an's private army and the retinue of knightly guardians brace for the imminent onslaught of rockets. An energy shield manifested in the sky, a composite of the Star Warrior's basic shields. All incoming projectiles were absorbed by this foundational joint shield, leaving the Star Warriors and the ordinary retinue unharmed below. My lord, further energy reactions detected underground. Lisa's voice crackled through the communication channel, urgency palpable. As predicted, the ground quaked once more, and 3 additional modified ancient beasts emerged, similarly clad in rusty armor and equipped with a variety of crude cannons and rocket launchers. Whack! The metal cans are doomed. The Greenskin tech boys jubilantly pranced about, their crude mechanical enhancements rendering these beasts hideous yet undeniably potent. Confronted with these 4 colossal entities, Zhou Ping'an felt momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? He had merely intended to engage the Greenskins and assess the combat prowess of his forces, perhaps practicing alongside his knightly attendants. Yet, here he was, beset by these monstrous abominations. If his memory served him correctly, these Greenskins were routinely purged by his family-S forces each year. How had such beasts come to be? Surely, they were not the result of a plot by 4 subspace traders? Inexplicably, Zhou Ping'an found himself attributing this misfortune to those 4 traders. He would settle the score with them eventually for their audacity to conspire against him. Had he not cultivated Star Warriors and brought only his retinue and family-S private army, he would have faced utter annihilation. Without heavy weaponry and in the absence of his augmented powers, this predicament was indeed dire. Having been fortunate enough to be born into a promising lineage with caring parents, and poised to inherit the mantle of the future Supreme King, he had every reason to be optimistic about his future. Yet, now, everything teetered on the precipice of ruin, and such a reality incited his ire. Zhou Ping'an's anger bore significant repercussions. But the challenge of these titanic foes was compounded by the lack of heavy armaments in his ground forces. 10,000 Star Warriors raised their energy rifles, unleashing a barrage upon the 4 beasts. Unfortunately, the damage inflicted was disappointingly negligible. While the creatures suffered some impact, it was far from lethal. The emergence of these beasts allowed the Greenskin tech boys, previously overlooked by the Star Warriors, to revel in their perceived invulnerability. They believed that the puny gunfire could not harm their titanic monstrosities. As they indulged in this delusion, they unwittingly received the blessings of 2 malevolent deities. Zhou Ping'an, seated within his knightly mech, observed their actions with growing concern. This was crossing a line. As a traveler from another world, he understood the unreasonable nature of the Greenskin race all too well. Once they collectively believed in something, it manifested into reality under the influence of Whack energy. This meant that, without heavy weaponry, his legion would struggle to subdue these 4 colossal beasts, unless he engaged them directly. However, under the protection of his dark energy shield, he felt no fear of their assaults. Their strikes would not surpass the shield's protective threshold. In fact, with a mere flick of his power sword, he could effortlessly cleave one of the beasts in twain. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhou Ping'an sensed that the Greenskins might have surprises in store that he had yet to witness. Should he take matters into his own hands, he might miss those surprises, and thus he resolved to bide his time. Should any real trouble arise, he had means to address it. The strike cruiser in orbit was no idle threat. Besides, he could summon orbital bombardments if necessary. Faced with the dilemma of whether to engage in combat, Zhou Ping'an opted to remain patient. eager to observe whether the greenskins would unveil further surprises. The four beasts advanced and scathed through the hail of fire, their back-mounted cannons roaring. Yet, just as his forces were incapable of inflicting any significant damage upon the beasts, so too were the beasts unable to affect them. The Star Warriors' joint shield absorbed all incoming fire. In the midst of this titanic clash, the greenskins continued to fall, as the Star Warriors remained relentless in their onslaught against the greenskin hordes. Meanwhile, the energy reserves of the Star Warriors' joint shield began to dwindle. The united shield of the Space Marines has diminished from its original power of 100 to a precarious 99. This implies that should the four colossal beasts persist in their relentless assault for a full 24 hours, the shield will ultimately fail. This realization instills a sense of audacity in Zhou Ping'an, who is poised to await any unforeseen surprises that might be unveiled by the opposition. Should there be none, he is prepared to resort to orbital bombardment. Seated within the cockpit, Zhou's fingers rhythmically tap against the holographic tactical map, where the four behemoths resemble moving fortifications, rampaging across the battlefield. Curiously, they do not seem eager to breach the defenses. Rather, they move with a disconcerting regularity. Sir, their movement patterns. Lisa suddenly pulls up data analysis, as if attempting to sketch a particular design. Zhou Ping'an sits up abruptly. On the holographic display, the trajectories of the beasts gradually reveal a distorted symbol, an aberration of the chaotic eight-pointed star. Fascinating, it's a sacrificial ritual. In an instant, Zhou comprehends the true intentions of the greenskins, chuckling at the absurdity. These fools have been manipulated by chaos. They intend to use the entire battlefield as an offering. He promptly opens a full-frequency communication channel. All units, heed my command. Remain stationary and stay within the protective range of the shield. I repeat, all personnel, hold your positions within the foundational shield. Assault teams, deploy your shields as well. Indeed, chaos has intervened. The repercussions of the 13th Black Crusade are far-reaching, even encroaching upon their very star system. Yet it is somewhat understandable, considering their star system lies within the combat zone. Within the Imperial star systems of the Cardia sector, threats from the Egg Brother could emerge at any moment. However, if his memory serves him correctly, he believes Egg Brother has yet to arrive. Why then, is chaos so impatient to strike? No matter. This presents an opportunity to test whether the shields equipped on his fleet can withstand the corruption of chaos. This is crucial, as it pertains to his subsequent endeavors in subspace against those four merchants. As Zhou Ping'an braces himself for the impending conflict, the four colossal beasts abruptly halt, unleashing thunderous roars. Their artillery swivels skyward, unleashing not projectiles, but four eerie columns of green light. The beams converge within the clouds, tearing the sky asunder. A massive subspace rift slowly unfurls, revealing a chaotic landscape within. Ha ha ha! The Egg Brother has manifested. The surviving greenskin, tech-savvy youths dance with abandon, utterly oblivious to their impending corruption by chaotic energy. Within the rift, a chaotic fleet is discernibly assembling. Most chillingly, the flagship of the fleet proudly displays a horrific crimson banner. For the first time, Zhou Ping'an senses that the unfolding events may be spiraling beyond his control. The situation seems precariously unstable. His fleet comprises merely one modified strike cruiser, while the opposing terrifying fleet already boasts 2 Hellfire-class cruisers, 4 Hellbringer-class light cruisers, 16 Faithless-class raiders, and 16 Blind Faith-class raiders. To contend with such a formidable armada armed solely with his solitary strike cruiser is sheer folly. Although his cruiser may possess superior combat capabilities, the adage many ants can kill an elephant holds true. Chapter 24. Preparing for the Chaos Invasion. The planet is engulfed in a colossal, sacrificial ritual, and the Chaos Army has already made its appearance, with fleets hovering ominously above the planet. This is no longer merely a matter of eliminating ordinary greenskins. It pertains to a large-scale chaos invasion. While everyone is acutely aware that the 13th Black Crusade is imminent, none can ascertain from where this particular incursion will commence. However, it now appears that the answer is unfurling. They're preparing to strike first against the powerful Zhou knightly family within the nebulous Cardia star region. This vast family, boasting over 2,000 knight mechs, undoubtedly constitutes a formidable force. For Abaddon to effectively execute his Black Crusade, he must first neutralize these potent armed forces. Even Zhou Ping'an, who commands a vast army, finds his composure shaken, let alone the local planetary governor, whose pallor turns ghostly upon witnessing the immense subspace rift above his planet. This is beyond comprehension, is the most profound thought that crosses his mind. Completely overwhelmed. How could it be that, as planetary governor, His duties were simply to cleanse the greenskins, only to be confronted with a chaos invasion. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope arises. The heir of the Zhou knightly family resides on his planet. Thus, he should soon receive support from the knightly family. Although the scale of this chaos invasion is daunting, the involvement of the knightly family will surely turn the tide. If they can endure, the Imperial naval fleet will arrive, and reinforcements will continuously flow to this planet. Chaos will undoubtedly be vanquished. The planetary governor reassures himself, striving to maintain his composure, and promptly begins attending to various administrative matters. Fortunately, he has no time to be consumed by fear. Thanks to the Empire's efficient administration, he is inundated with responsibilities, necessitating his immediate transition into a wartime mindset. As for whether he will witness the day of victory, he refrains from dwelling on such thoughts. The burdensome position of planetary governor, coupled with the magnitude of the chaos invasion, raises uncertainty about the duration of the conflict. Perhaps his son will witness the resolution. For now, he must prioritize the defense of the planet and hastily inform the heir of the knightly family to seek refuge in the capital. As the planetary governor contemplates this, he prepares to notify Zhou Ping'an. Meanwhile, news of the chaos invasion has reached Zhou Ping'an's father, Zhou Zhan. Just as Zhou Zhan takes a sip of fine Terralon spring green tea, he spews it forth, staring in disbelief at the family attendant before him. What did you say? You mean to tell me that a massive subspace rift has appeared above the Gaokao planet where my son is, and it has been confirmed as a subspace invasion? Zhou Zhan struggles to accept the veracity of this information. After all, how could such a thing occur? He recalls how his son had finally agreed to step out to deal with the greenskins, only to be met with the misfortune of a full-blown subspace invasion. Unbelievable. While deeply concerned for his son's safety, Zhou Zhan recognizes that he cannot linger and worry for his child. He must assume the mantle of responsibility as the Supreme King. This duty compels him to set aside his parental instincts, prioritizing the initiation of the war protocol. As the child of the Supreme King is human, must not the other inhabitants of this star system also be regarded as human? As a knight, he must uphold the chivalric spirit, safeguarding the lands bestowed by the Emperor and the people dwelling therein. Though the universe of Warhammer may be as cruel and indifferent as a toilet, it still flickers with the light of humanity. Knights, at times, may be oppressors and perpetrators of violence. Yet, when faced with an external threat, they transform into guardians, willing to fight against formidable enemies, even at the cost of their own lives. Commence the immediate collection of intelligence to ascertain the scale of the current chaos incursion, its objectives, and potential subsequent actions. The planetary governor has already prepared for this eventuality. Additionally, prompt him to assess the damages sustained in the hive world, taking into account the toll on infrastructure, population, and defensive capabilities. Identify which regions have fallen and which remain tenable for defense. Assemble all knights from the family and ensure they are prepared for combat, ready to deploy their knight mechs. The relic maintenance personnel must guarantee that all knight mechs are in operational condition. Notify the director of the Forge World to mobilize his planetary defense forces and the ecclesiarchy for combat readiness. Immediately inform our astropathic chamber to transmit an urgent distress signal to the nearest Space Marine chapter, clearly indicating that our hive world is under siege and detailing the magnitude of the chaos invasion. Since chaos has come knocking at our door, it is certain that their intentions are far more extensive than mere surface-level incursions. We must be prepared for warfare and urgently seek assistance from the Space Marine chapter. Furthermore, caution the planetary governor to assume his responsibilities. Failure to do so will compel me to petition the tribunal for his trial, as it is utterly unconscionable that he allowed chaos to successfully conduct a sacrificial rite on his planet and opened a subspace rift. Lastly, I shall appeal to our ancient allies for support. We require reinforcement and must urge other knightly houses to hasten to our aid. Zhou Zhan methodically issued various commands, mobilizing the resources of the entire star system. It is evident that this chaos incursion is primarily aimed at the Zhou family, and chaos would not retreat lightly from a formidable mechanized family of 2,000 knight mechs. We must brace ourselves for a protracted struggle. Despite the orderly issuance of commands, Zhou Zhan's brow remained furrowed. The inefficiencies of the imperial military apparatus are well known, particularly concerning communication issues that remain exceedingly arduous. The assistance he seeks, if expedited, might yield a response from the Nebula Star region in a matter of months. However, a delay could extend to years. Until then, they must rely solely on their family's strength to counter this chaos incursion, perhaps with the addition of the mechanized clergy from the Forge World. Alas, the sole silver lining is the relative affluence of their star system. which is bolstered by the Forge World's mechanized clergy and agricultural worlds. In conjunction with their family's knightly domain, the resources and military assets within the star system are ample. They possess the capacity to engage chaos in battle. Of course, from another perspective, it is reasonable that they would be the initial target of such an attack. Once all commands were issued, Zhou Ping'an quietly prayed to the God Emperor, beseeching for his son's safe return. Chapter 25. Striking the Tyrant Legion. Although the human empire wallows in corruption and inefficiency, the surrounding star systems reacted swiftly in the face of chaos. The knightly houses promptly initiated war mobilization, and the planetary governors within the Hive have already issued war directives. The Planetary Defense Forces PDF and IG are assembling to resist the chaos incursion. However, this development is of little consequence to Zhou Ping'an at present. He now stands at the forefront of the battlefield against the chaos invasion. As Zhou Ping'an prepared to order his troops to retreat to the Hive world for a stronghold until reinforcements arrived, unexpected events unfolded. For reasons unknown, the manifestation process of the subspace entities accelerated dramatically. Within mere minutes of Zhou Ping'an's observation, the subspace legion began to materialize. My lord, the orbital monitoring station has detected subspace fluctuations. The voice of the tech priest trembled with fear. It is the demonic legion of the tyrants. They are materializing. The tech priest's words interrupted Zhou Ping'an's intention to withdraw. Retreat is impossible. The tyrant legion is about to appear before him, and any attempt to fall back would only invite pursuit. He must stand firm and defend his position, armed with a formidable army and the presence of night mechs. Zhou Ping'an felt a measure of confidence in his ability to hold the line. At the very least, with the dark energy shields at his disposal, he would remain unperturbed by these foolish chaos entities. Yet, despite his outward resolve, Zhou Ping'an's inner turmoil raged. Thoughts of chaos inundated his mind. The tyrants, one of the four harbingers of chaos, represented unending slaughter in the imperial education he had received. The tyrant demons reveled in carnage, thirsting for battle and bloodshed. Both soldiers and commanders of the empire understood this, and thus, a pervasive fear and reverence for the tyrant demons permeated the ranks. Moreover, the tyrants displayed extreme cruelty in battle. Not only did they assault enemies, but they also tormented and executed captives, engendering profound loathing and terror among imperial soldiers. In Zhou Ping'an's education, these beings were deemed the very embodiment of evil. Although Zhou Ping'an commanded considerable technology, even leading a powerful contingent of space marines, this was his inaugural experience on the battlefield, facing the tyrant demons for the first time. Regardless of how comprehensive his prior education may have been, or how confident he felt in his forces, it could not quell the disquiet within. The appearance of chaos had thoroughly caught him off guard. His reliance on orbital bombardment from his strike cruiser was rendered futile against the overwhelming numbers of the tyrant fleet. His most crucial trump card now lay dormant and ineffective. Even with dark energy shields ensuring his survival, what of it? Would his amassed wealth and legacy be lost in this conflict? Would his retinue of knightly companions perish in this battle? Although Zhou Ping'an had not extensively bonded with his retinue, it is essential to note that they had grown up together, fostering a camaraderie that could not be overlooked. Watching childhood friends fall before him was a burden that he could not bear with a heart of stone. His emotions were undeniably complex. Regardless of the turmoil within, preparations for battle must proceed. He commanded all forces to prepare for combat, ordering everyone to construct trenches on the spot. Their adversary is the formidable Chaos Demon. To ensure they can withstand the onslaught, they must not place all their hopes on the basic shields, but must strive to minimize energy expenditure. Zhou Ping'an's orders were swiftly relayed to the entire army via encrypted channels. 10,000 space marines sprang into action, exhibiting astonishing efficiency as they began erecting defensive fortifications. Powered armor's mechanical arms dug into the hard earth, swiftly establishing metallic trenches across the plains. My lord, we have detected a peak in subspace energy. Lisa's voice rose sharply. They are coming. The rift in the sky suddenly widened, resembling a wound torn open by an unseen hand. Crimson lightning danced through the clouds, as the air became suffused with a metallic, sanguine aroma reminiscent of rust. Fragments of rock on the ground defied gravity, floating as some terrifying entity breached the barriers of the reality universe. Steady yourself, Zhou Ping'an shouted through the full-frequency communication. In the face of the terror-inflicting demons, fear must not take root. Since they have arrived, let us confront them head-on. No sooner had he spoken than the first bloody claw emerged from the subspace rift. It was a bloodsucker, with fresh human skin dangling from its twisted horns, and its brass armor dripped with eternally flowing blood. Following closely were the second and third. And in the blink of an eye, thousands of terror-inflicting demons surged forth like a tidal wave. For the blood god, the demons shrieked, skull offerings for the throne, blood sacrifices to the blood god. Upon witnessing their grotesque forms, Zhou Ping'an's face contorted with revulsion. The flicker of fear he had previously felt towards these demons dissipated, replaced swiftly by a surge of righteous fury. The audacity of these bloodsuckers to don human skin was a flagrant affront to humanity's pride. The interstellar warriors under Zhou Ping'an's command silently raised their energy rifles. While these weapons, crafted by Zhou Ping'an, may have limited efficacy against the corporeal green-skinned war beasts, they proved remarkably effective against the demons emerging from the subspace. Fire! 1,000 beams of energy erupted simultaneously, tearing countless gaping wounds in the horde of demons. The struck bloodsuckers let out anguished howls as their bodies ignited and vaporized into pure energy. Yet, more demons trampled over the ashes of their fallen comrades, continuing their relentless charge. However, for Zhou Ping'an, who wielded cutting-edge technology, the attack methods of these bloodsuckers appeared utterly absurd. They were akin to foolish marauders, incessantly charging and collapsing helplessly under the fire of the interstellar warriors' energy rifles. They could scarcely advance a single step, for not a single bloodsucker could withstand a shot, almost every bullet vaporizing them instantly. While these weapons might lack sufficient damage against the green-skinned behemoths, they exhibited a performance magnified multiple times against the demons. Even the flesh-hunting hounds that surged forth alongside the bloodsuckers held no significance under the onslaught of the energy rifles. They had no chance of survival before the formidable line of over 10,000 interstellar warriors and elite troops. The ordinary units of terror had no hope of breaching their defenses. Moreover, the weapons wielded by these soldiers possessed specialized enhancements. Chapter 26. The Misunderstanding of Abaddon. As the ground battle commenced, a fierce aerial conflict erupted in space. The naval cruisers, modified by Zhou Ping'an, now faced the onslaught of the Terror Fleet. 2 Hellfire-class cruisers, 4 Hellbringer and light cruisers, 16 Wuxing-class raiding vessels, and 16 Blind Faith-class raiding vessels emerged within the confines of this star system, immediately engaging the strike cruisers deployed in orbit around the planet by Zhou Ping'an. The strike cruisers unleashed a volley of energy spears, the thick beams striking a Wuxing-class raider, complemented by synchronized whirlwind missiles that obliterated it into fragments. Enhanced by the technology of the stars, the combat prowess of these strike cruisers far surpassed that of conventional cruisers. After unleashing their firepower, it was a trivial matter to take down a small destroyer. Following the initial volley, the energy spears shifted their focus, targeting a cruiser within the Chaos faction. The disintegration cannons continued to fire relentlessly, sending wave after wave of energy projectiles hurtling towards the Chaos fleet. Naturally, the forces of Chaos were not merely passive targets. Their energy spears and heavy cannons responded in kind, though they proved nearly ineffective against the void shields. Undoubtedly, Zhou Ping'an had somewhat underestimated the firepower of his modified cruisers, which far exceeded that of the Empire standard cruisers. The fully upgraded energy core provided immense firepower and formidable defensive capabilities for the cruiser. The battle commenced smoothly, but this was merely the beginning. The Chaos fleet began to swiftly increase the distance from the strike cruisers, elongating the range of both factions' attacks. Lacking combat intelligence support, Zhou Ping'an's strike cruisers could no longer concentrate their firepower to eliminate enemy vessels as they had at the outset. Simultaneously, the fleet of Chaos quickly dispersed, no longer clustering together. Instead, they spread out, relentlessly pouring fire upon Zhou Ping'an's strike cruiser, causing the energy shield to deplete at an alarming rate. The space battle descended into a perilous predicament. However, the situation was not entirely dire. As a subordinate of the Knightly family, the homeworld still possessed the Nest fleet. Although the planetary governor was a mere insect, he dared not exhibit any negligence regarding Zhou Ping'an's safety. Instead, he hastily dispatched the Nest fleet to provide support. Though the Nest fleet had diminished, as long as the Knightly family was willing to protect him, he could continue as the planetary governor, and his descendants could as well. Yet, if Zhou Ping'an were to perish on his planet, his tenure as governor would be rendered null and void. One should not underestimate a knightly family with a lineage spanning 2 millennia, which even had its representatives at the Terra High Lords meetings. They possessed the means to eliminate a mere planetary governor. The chasm between him and the Zhou knightly family was insurmountable, far beyond his capacity to fathom. Thus, he could perish and even the entire nest could fall, but Zhou Ping'an must not die on his world. While the combat prowess of the Imperial Navy was unimpressive, one should not expect them to successfully down those Chaos warships. Nevertheless, their presence undeniably afforded Zhou Ping'an's strike cruiser some breathing room and time. As the enemy's assault began to wane, the energy shield rapidly replenished. The restoration of the energy shield signified that the strike cruiser could continue its operations, with the Imperial Navy's other fleets serving as bait or allied distractions. Although their numbers fell short of the Chaos fleet, they were not without the means to contend. The Chaos invasion had originally been meticulously planned. They intended to exploit the knightly family's arrogance, utilizing the green-skinned creatures they routinely purged, to open the subspace gate and unleash a vast Chaos army upon the Zhou knightly family. Abaddon sought to obliterate this knightly lineage, which had persisted since the Golden Age, to eliminate the greatest threat ahead of his forthcoming 13th Black Crusade. Among the planets surrounding the Zhou family, the weakest defense was undoubtedly this nest world. He had deemed himself exceedingly cautious. However, despite his vigilance, he encountered Zhou Ping'an, a fellow who had ventured out of boredom to hunt the green-skinned. With Ping'an's emergence, the Chaos invasion appeared far less seamless than he had envisioned. The Chaos forces, which were supposed to assault and sacrifice the entire planet, found themselves thwarted at their point of emergence by Zhou Ping'an's interstellar warriors. The Chaos fleet, which should have effortlessly crushed the Nest fleet, was surprisingly met with resistance, thanks to the assistance of Zhou Ping'an's strike cruisers. The almost theatrical shift in circumstances left Abaddon momentarily stunned upon receiving reports regarding the Nest world. It is indeed fitting to say that this knightly family, which has been inherited since the Golden Age, possesses certain remarkable qualities. Abaddon stood on the bridge of the vengeful spirit, his solitary eye fixed upon the ever-shifting tactical hologram depicting the evolving battlefield. A flicker of astonishment passed over his scarred visage as the developments on the Gaokao planet deviated entirely from his expectations. He had believed he had accorded sufficient importance to this knightly family, which had maintained its legacy for over 20 millennia, even personally overseeing this assault operation. In preparation for this endeavor, he had mobilized his own Tyranid legion to initiate an offensive, a testament to the significance he attributed to this knightly lineage. However, the situation seemed to diverge significantly from his anticipations. War Master, the 3rd Assault Group, reports encountering stubborn resistance. A Chaos Lord knelt, observing as the Knights of the Zhou family slaughtered their ground forces. Abaddon's mechanical fingers drummed against the armrest of his throne, producing a dull metallic sound. He summoned another set of data. On the orbital battlefield, the Chaos fleet, which should have easily crushed the Nest fleet, was now entangled in a fierce struggle with a uniquely designed Imperial cruiser. What class of cruiser is that? Abaddon squinted with his solitary eye. When did the Imperial Navy acquire such equipment? According to the think tank's analysis, it appeared to be a duty-bound class cruiser. Yet, if their database was accurate, the duty-bound class was supposed to be a light cruiser. Their combat capability should not be as formidable as it appeared. This was illogical. Everything seemed shrouded in a veil of fog, and this Chaos War Master, who had always been confident and assured, found himself momentarily perplexed. Indeed, any great force that had persisted in the galaxy for such a duration should not be underestimated. Although he had prepared meticulously, he had not anticipated the Zhou family to be so powerful. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. Battle had commenced, and the Chaos invasion was underway. Since the conflict had begun, the annihilation of this knightly family was imperative. Otherwise, they posed a significant threat to his subsequent plans. His offensive had already probed the depths and strength of this knightly family. Given the enemy's formidable nature, their eradication had become even more essential. Chapter 27. Is this the treatment I deserve? Answer me. At the Chaos Rift on the Gaokao planet, Zhou Ping'an's personal guard and knightly retinues steadfastly maintained their position. Waves of chaos, heretics, and cultists surged forth, yet they were ruthlessly slaughtered in the face of the Space Marines' overwhelming combat prowess. The Tyranid demons and their followers chanted fervently for blood sacrifices to the Blood God, yet their cries were met with only the cold fire of energy weaponry. Once Abaddon resolved to deliver a devastating blow to the knightly family, the Tyranid forces were fully mobilized. If the conventional army proved ineffective, then let the Space Marines take the lead. The Chaos Warbands had arrived. As the subspace rift twisted violently once more, an even more ferocious wave of energy surged across the battlefield. Zhou Ping'an's tactical display suddenly flashed with blinding red warnings, indicating dozens of new subspace signals rapidly approaching. My lord, Chaos Astartes Warband signals detected. Lisa's voice trembled with tension. It is the Devourer's Legion. Before she could finish, the first wave of drop pods descended like meteors upon the ground. These twisted metallic capsules, adorned with spikes and skull motifs, erupted as the doors blew open, unleashing blood-red figures with a roar. There were a full 300 berserkers of the Devourers, clad in crimson armor, their chain axes stained with congealed blood. Their helmets emitted inhuman howls. The war chief raised his double axes, the blades ablaze with the flames of Tyranid blessings. Blood sacrifices to the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. The Devourers bellowed in unison. However, after their furious cries, they froze in place. What had once been an overwhelming roar now felt as if a colossal hand had seized fate by the throat, rendering them speechless. What is this? The Devourers pondered. Had they entered the wrong scene, or was it some trick of fate that they found themselves facing over 10,000 Astartes awaiting them? Gazing at the dense throng of space marines before them, even the most bloodthirsty Devourers found their minds racing back to reality. Moreover, before them stood 500 glistening golden knights. The Imperial Guard? Why would there be Imperial Guards in this forsaken place? They had received orders to lead the Chaos forces in defeating the knightly family S troops engaged in battle at the entrance, then to seize this nest world and offer it as a grand sacrifice to summon more Chaos fleets. An immense pressure bore down upon them. The crimson visors of the Devourers reflected the despairing torrent of steel before them. Their proud 300 berserkers appeared as mere ants charging against an iron wall when faced with this defensive line composed of over 10,000 space marines and 500 Imperial Guards. The war chief, Bloodhowl Gorglak, felt his grip on the double axes tremble slightly. As a veteran who had participated in 12 Black Crusades, he experienced fear for the first time. This is unreasonable. His hoarse voice emerged from the helmet. The intelligence did not indicate that a full legion was present here. In the Empire, had not the Space Marine legions been transformed into chapters due to the scarcity of Astartes? How could there be an entire Space Marine legion here? On the communications channel, the breaths of the other Devourer warriors grew labored, though their minds had been twisted by the blessings of the Blood God. Their fundamental tactical judgment remained intact. This army before them could crush them 10 times over. Even if one disregarded the multitude of Space Marines, the 500 Imperial Guards alone could easily butcher them into pieces. A sense of fear, which should not have manifested among the Tyranid worshippers, overtook these traitors to the Empire, leaving them wide-eyed and speechless. None could comprehend how the Imperial Guards, who should have always defended the Golden Throne, had appeared on such a remote planet. Even if this knightly family had endured for 20,000 years and held a position within the High Lords Council on Terra, it was inconceivable that the Imperial Guard would be deployed here. Their astonishment did not cease there. A strange blue light flickered, revealing a full 1,000 knightly war machines materializing behind Zhou Ping'an's legion. Reinforcement from a Zhou family had arrived. As a knightly family that had existed since the Golden Age, the Zhou family naturally possessed their own trump cards. At least some remnants of the advanced technology from the Golden Age had been retained. After Zhou Zhan completed the necessary deployments, he personally took command of his knightly war machine and assembled all the knights available for battle within the family. Thanks to the previous preparations, over 1,000 knights were present on the family's primary knightly planet, leaving a portion of the knights to guard their ancestral home. Zhou Zhan had gathered the rest for the impending conflict. Thanks to the STC templates inherited from the Golden Age, the Zhou knightly family differed significantly from other knightly families, as their war machines were equipped with small-scale warp engines. Certainly, this is not the transition engine from the STC template belonging to Zhou Ping'an, capable of executing direct jumps across hundreds or even thousands of light years. Rather, it is merely a device that facilitates jumps between planets within a galaxy. Yet it is still remarkably formidable. This spatial transition technology does not traverse the subspace. Instead, it directly rends the fabric of space to effectuate its jumps. This is a preliminary scientific legacy derived from the laboratories of humanity's Golden Age, brought to the nebulous star domains by the ancestors of the Zhou family. This arcane technology from the Golden Age is arguably one of the cornerstones of the Zhou family's power. After all, possessing such an engine allows the knights of the Zhou family to sustain significantly fewer casualties compared to other knightly houses. For the knights of the Zhou family, if they cannot defeat an enemy, are they not capable of retreating? Truth be told, had it not been for the purpose of honing his heir, Zhou Zhan would not have disclosed to Zhou Ping'an the presence of a transition engine within his mech, nor would he have brought others to support Zhou Ping'an, as he had faith in his son's ability to escape. After all, why would he inform his son that the knight mechs in their family could retreat at any moment when facing the Greenskins? Should the heir of the Greenskin clan also be expected to flee? Moreover, unlike other knightly families that solely rely on machinery to produce knight mechs. The Zhou family possesses the capability to manufacture their own knight mechs. Among the 1000 knight mechs, a remarkable 150 are of the giant king type, the Arcastus knights. This showcases the profound heritage inherited from a knightly family dating back to the Golden Age, far surpassing that of other families with 1,000 mechs. The appearance of 150 giant king knight mechs among the 1000 is enough to leave the Chaos Space Marines wide-eyed, incredulous at what they behold. At times, they genuinely consider alerting the authorities. How can mere 300 Chaos Space Marines contend against an onslaught from 500 Imperial Guard, accompanied by 10,000 Astartes Space Marines, and a full complement of 1000 Knight Mechs, including 150 Giant Kings? For a fleeting moment, the Devourers ponder whether Abaddon intends to sacrifice them, leading them to their doom. Chaos Space Marines. Is this the treatment we deserve? Answer me. Chapter 28 is nothing short of a disaster. The formidable army has successfully encircled the entire Terror Legion, although a multitude of demons surged forth. The basic infantry of the Terror faction stood no chance against the onslaught of Zhou Ping'an's elite guard. Ordinary bloodletting vampires could not withstand even a single volley from the light guns, nor could the cavalry composed of bloodletting vampires and hounds. The Terror faction, in the face of Zhou Ping'an's forces, had virtually no room for resistance, considering their penchant for close combat. Close combat? I am already part of a star civilization. Why would I engage in melee with you? Did you think I enjoyed jumping into the fray? Zhou Ping'an's demeanor has transitioned from initial tension to a state of calm. The Terror forces currently present are simply too weak, posing no challenge to his own troops. As he observes his forces executing a full encirclement of the Terror legions, Zhou Ping'an even finds the leisure to survey the movements across the planet. Speaking of this observation system, one must mention the stark differences between the knight mechs of the Zhou family and those of other knightly houses. Thanks to the remnants of the Golden Age, the reconnaissance systems of the knightly families are exceptionally robust. Moreover, Zhou Ping'an's knight mech has been enhanced in its scanning and detection capabilities, allowing it to directly probe a tenth of the landmass of this planet. Thus, when his father Zhou Zhan and the family knights appear behind him, Zhou Ping'an was taken aback. How did his family's knight mechs arrive? It felt as though they had traversed through space. If his memory serves him correctly, the human empire lacks such technology, does it not? However, compared to his astonishment, Zhou Zhan and the family knights were even more bewildered. What did they behold? They initially thought they had come to rescue their heir, yet what lay before their eyes was not their heir's forces encircled by the Terror legions, but rather their heir commanding his troops to repel the Terror invasion. Those armored figures, these knights, could easily discern what they were. They were unmistakably Space Marines. Simultaneously, they spotted the 500 resplendent Imperial Guard encircling their heir Zhou Ping'an. If they were not mistaken, that could only be the Imperial Guard. For a moment, they were at a loss, unable to comprehend why the Imperial Guard, who had always remained at the Imperial Palace on Terra, would appear here. And what was the situation with the over 10,000 Astartes? How could there be so many Space Marines? If their recollection serves them right. Since the promulgation of the Astartes Codex, no Space Marine chapter has exceeded 10,000 members. The presence of these 10,000 Astartes in their midst defied all logic. This resembled a legion of Astartes. The knights of the family were utterly bewildered, and even Zhou Zhan, the venerable ruler of the knightly family, was equally confounded. This was their son. From where did he summon such a multitude of Space Marines, and how did the Imperial Guard come to be at his side? Confusion enveloped the minds of all present, but just as they were grappling with their bewilderment, the Chaos Space Marines opposite them ceased their hesitation. Although the circumstances felt somewhat excessive, and they knew they could not triumph against their opponents, they were nonetheless Chaos Warriors of the Terror faction. The Warriors of Terror would never retreat. For the Blood God, Gorgorak suddenly let out a frenzied roar as his dual axes clashed together, sparking a brilliant shower of light. Even in death, they would ensure that these false Imperial lackeys witnessed the true nature of battle. The 300 Devourer Berserkers roared in unison, their bodies invigorated by the gifts of chaos, muscles swelling, blood seeping from the seams of their armor, their eyes wholly consumed by a crimson glow. The blessings of terror momentarily silenced their fears, leaving only an insatiable desire for slaughter. Whack! To everyone's surprise, a distinctive war cry erupted across the battlefield. From the edge of the subspace rift, a horde of green-skinned orcs suddenly emerged, brandishing crude weapons and charging excitedly towards the heart of the battlefield. By the gods above, the leading orc war boss raised a power claw, proclaiming, "We have arrived just in time." Zhou Ping'an stood agape, staring at the unfolding scene. Where did these greenskins come from? At this moment, Zhou Ping'an was truly astounded by the current battle. If his memory serves him correctly, his initial intention was to eradicate these greenskins. Yet they had managed to summon the forces of chaos, launching a direct assault against them. As for how these greenskins could perform a chaos ritual, Zhou Ping'an found himself too overwhelmed to ponder. All he knew was that chaos had ensued, as he commanded his troops in a massacre of the terrifying demon forces. A horde of green-skinned creatures emerged alongside them. This tumultuous battle left Zhou Ping'an at a loss for words, bordering on absurdity. He could only muse that had he possessed a colossal titan among the stars, he would have wished to obliterate this planet with a cataclysmic strike. The existence of this planet seemed utterly unnecessary. It was simply ludicrous. Lisa swiftly retrieved the scanning data. "My lord, they have emerged from underground. These green-skinned creatures have tunneled through the entire crust of the planet." Before Zhou Ping'an could respond, his father erupted in fury. Who was responsible for purging these green-skinned beings from this planet in previous years? "Step forward and explain the situation to me," he seethed. "These damned greenskins are tunneling through the planet, and you dare tell me what your annual purges have accomplished?" Zhou Zhan was furious. He was genuinely incensed. If his son had been solely reliant on the retinue before him, devoid of the Imperial Guard and Space Marines, would he not have already perished under the onslaught of chaos and greenskins? Would he lose his son, and their family lose a worthy heir? Such thoughts raced through Zhou Zhan's mind, and the elders accompanying him to support Zhou Ping'an shared in this grave realization. To be frank, they were pleased with Zhou Ping'an as an heir. He exhibited elegance and excelled in all pursuits under the family's guidance. More importantly, they had recently heard that the Forge Master of the Mechanicus had taken Zhou Ping'an as a pupil. Though they were uncertain of the veracity of this claim, the mere rumor was astonishing. Although the Zhou family had no need for the Mechanicus's assistance, having an additional ally was certainly advantageous. Thus, nearly all the clan elders were quite satisfied with Zhou Ping'an as their heir. They believed that under his leadership, the family would not decline. Even if they could not advance further, at least they would not falter. However, now, just as they had nearly lost their family's heir, these greenskins reared their heads once more. They disregarded the greenskins already present on the battlefield, instead turning their attention to the other pilots among the 1,000-strong knightly mechs, eager to ascertain who would be accountable for eradicating the greenskins. Chapter 29. Love Around the Corner. The mech, under the scrutiny of numerous knightly mechs, noticeably stiffened, and cold sweat beaded on the brow of its pilot. He was Zhou Yuanshan, a family member tasked with the extermination of the greenskins on this planet. Given that the scale of greenskin incursions was generally manageable, the knightly family typically required only one pilot to operate a knight mech, accompanied by their retinue. Provided the planetary defense forces cooperated, purging the greenskins posed no significant challenge. Generally, this task was merely a formality, as other affairs within the knightly family were dreadfully mundane. Engaging in battle was akin to a holiday. The voice of the family patriarch and elders resonated through the communicator, tinged with palpable guilt. "I assure you, I lead the purges each year." "Then explain to me." Zhou Zhan's ironclad king whirled around, his power sword pointed at the greenskins surging forth from the ground. "When the blazes are these?" Zhou Ping'an found the scene somewhat amusing. He cleared his throat, interrupting his father's impending wrath. "Father, this is not the time for assigning blame. These greenskins may actually present an opportunity." "An opportunity?" Zhou Zhan and the other knights were taken aback. Zhou Ping'an directed his mech towards the charging greenskin horde. "Look, they are heading towards the chaos forces." Indeed, while the greenskins shouted whack, their charge was evidently directed at the regrouping remnants of the Devourer faction. The leading orc warlord even sent a bloodletter's head flying with a powerful strike. "Let us smash them," the orc warlord bellowed excitedly. "The red ones are the strongest. Let's take them down." Chaos and greenskins clashed in an instant. Although the Devourers fought valiantly, they were gradually overwhelmed by the relentless tide of greenskins. Ironically, the terrifying demons were also drawn into the fray. In the simplistic minds of the greenskins, anything red was a target to be struck. In this galaxy, greenskins were not to be underestimated. The Chaos side had even employed them in a sacrificial ritual, which naturally incited the wrath of the orc warlord. The greenskins received the warlord's command to attack Chaos. Zhou Ping'an observed the farcical scene before him without comment, choosing instead to remain with his troops and watch the spectacle unfold. After all, who could resist a free show? Meanwhile, The battle in space began to wane as the nightly mech from the family made their jump, indicating that the Zhou family fleet had also arrived. Theoretically, the Knightley family should not possess a fleet, but that was merely a theory. For a family that had existed for 20,000 years, one that thrived during the Golden Age and even participated in the Great Crusade and the Grand Celebration, this was hardly an issue. If their family were not formidable, how could they have secured a place in the High Lords of Terra's council? Whether in the cosmic battlefield or on the terrestrial front, Chaos found itself in a losing position, which deeply dissatisfied Abaddon, who was closely monitoring the situation. If the Zhou family managed to withdraw unscathed, with minimal losses to speak of, then all of his efforts would have been in vain. This was unacceptable. Moreover, the losses suffered by the forces of fear would inevitably diminish their standing among the Space Marines. To maintain balance within his domain, he deemed it necessary to employ alternative strategies. As the Chaos War Master, he had no intention of pledging allegiance to any of the Chaos gods. Instead, he merely sought to exploit them. However, this did not preclude his Space Marines from swearing fealty to the other Chaos deities. Among the 4 Chaos gods, his Black Legion was loyal to them all. Thus, as the leader of the Black Legion and the overall War Master of Chaos, he felt compelled to recalibrate the influence of each faction to restore equilibrium. The evident losses suffered by the forces of fear had disrupted the existing balance, necessitating an adjustment. He aimed to continue pursuing his strategic objectives. Even if he could not annihilate the Knightley family, he must at least hinder the Zhou Knights. For the Thousand Sons were far too powerful, especially a family like the Zhou, which represented the pinnacle of knightly prowess. Engaging knights in land combat was patently foolish. Thus, he needed to mobilize more Chaos fleets to launch an assault on the Knightley family. Standing on the bridge of the vengeful spirit, Abaddon's single eye gleamed with a cold light. He activated the holographic star map, tracing a series of coordinates with his finger. Relay orders to the Plague Fleet. He spoke in a low voice, akin to a serpent's hiss. Inform them that there exists a knightly family worthy of being blessed. War Master, are you certain you wish to invoke the power of Nurgle? His aide inquired cautiously, aware that it might provoke the wrath of the followers of fear. Silence. Abaddon's fist struck the console with a resounding thud, declaring, balance must be maintained. Let the Death Guard deal with those resplendent knights. As the command was issued, a fleet of decaying warships began to pivot in the depths of the subspace. Upon these rust-laden and festering vessels, the Plague Marines busied themselves with loading putrid plague bombs into the launch bays. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the planet Gopia, Zhou Ping'an reveled in the magnificent display of the Greenskins and Chaos. Of course, this time, the forces of Chaos would not trouble Zhou Ping'an again, for the fleet of the Human Federation had also arrived. The fluctuations in subspace drew the attention of the Federation fleet, which was traversing the void. The difference between the Federation fleet and the Imperial fleet was stark. While the Imperial ships required the use of a Geller field to navigate within subspace, the Federation fleet operated without such limitations. This fleet could traverse the subspace freely, rendering it an inconsequential factor, as subspace had become a weapon of the Human Federation. Their battleships were equipped with devices capable of converting the material universe into a subspace battlefield. This exemplified that, for the Federation, subspace was never a mysterious, forbidden realm, but rather a battleground to be exploited. The Nurgle fleet was now setting forth, only to collide head-on with the Federation fleet, which was in search of their emperor. Chapter 30. The first encounter between the Federation fleet and Chaos. A mysterious fleet in subspace was detected appearing before our ships. They seemed intent on thwarting our quest for the emperor. Tactical analysis was underway when the sensors of the local subspace deities were activated to maximum capacity, preparing to engage the emperor. As battle power was assessed, the analysis concluded that the feeble fleet could be obliterated with ease. Such is the prowess of a top-tier combat AI. Merely scanning the enemy allowed it to unveil all their secrets. The battle commenced. In the material universe, combat raged fiercely, while in subspace, a fleet engagement erupted. For Retribution-class battleships advanced slowly, their main guns charging with energy. In swift succession, for colossal beams of particle light soared towards the opposing Chaos fleet, annihilating a Nurgle battleship in an instant. Meanwhile, the Federation fleet had already identified the enemy and commenced utilizing long-range weaponry, the particle lances, to eliminate the threat, while the Nurgle fleet remained oblivious. Having only just experienced the onslaught, 2 of their battleships lay in ruins. The commander of the Nurgle fleet, the Plague Lord Mortarian's aide, Grox III, stood on the pus-ridden bridge, his decayed visage twisted in shock. He had never witnessed such precise and lethal strikes. A Chaos battleship had been obliterated without warning, unable even to send a distress signal. This was truly terrifying. How could a battleship fall so easily during a conflict with the Empire? Surely, it should have taken weeks at the very least. The loss of a battleship so swiftly was not a good omen, indicating the enemy's formidable strength. Were the enemies? Grox bellowed, yellow-green pus dripping from the corners of his mouth. Why did our sensors not react? A tech priest, covered in festering sores, trembled as he replied. The scanning system shows no enemy vessels in the vicinity. Nonsense, Grox exclaimed, smashing the priest into a pulp with his staff. Continue the search. Activate all defensive systems. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of subspace, the Federation fleet's 4 Retribution-class battleships arranged themselves in flawless tactical formation, with cruisers flanking them, ready to engage the enemy. The Federation's advanced combat AI provided optimal battle plans and strategies, allowing the Federation Navy to fight without needing to contemplate their ship's combat capabilities. The AI managed everything, while the Federation Navy acted merely as a reserve force, or to prevent any potential fluctuations from the AI. After all, the Federation had experienced the Iron Man Revolt, which, despite being suppressed under the Emperor's command, left a lasting caution. The Federation fleet comprised 4 battleships, 8 strike cruisers, 16 destroyers, and 32 frigates. In contrast, the Nurgle contingent was not insignificant either, composed of 40 vessels, including 2 battleships for battlecruisers, 6 heavy cruisers, 8 cruisers, 10 frigates, and 10 specialized units. This diverse fleet composition ensured maximum efficacy in various combat scenarios, whether for large-scale orbital bombardments or rapid strike and harassment missions, effectively countering enemy threats. The Terminus Estate. As the flagship of the Nurgle fleet, it boasted formidable weaponry and defensive capabilities, capable of inflicting severe damage upon enemy fleets. Armament included heavy turrets, missile launchers, and plague launchers, while its defenses featured thick armor designed to withstand substantial damage. Its special ability allowed it to propagate deadly plagues, wreaking havoc on enemy fleets and planets alike. The Chaos battle barge represented the heavy units within the Nurgle fleet, possessing immense firepower and defensive strength. At this moment, the Chaos battleship had been annihilated, having had no opportunity to retaliate under the concentrated fire of the 4 Retribution-class battleships, which left it utterly destroyed within subspace. The other vessels of the fleet will not be detailed further. In contrast to these battleships, the ordinary Nurgle vessels were pathetically weak, akin to child's play. The Nurgle fleet continued its search for the enemy, yet beyond their line of sight, the Human Federation fleet stood poised, prepared for battle under the guidance of the AI. While the main guns of the battleships cooled down after their recent discharge, the particle lances, the primary weapon of the Human Federation battleships, required a cool-down period after each firing to recharge their energy. The destructive capability had already been demonstrated, as the concentrated fire from the 4 Retribution-class battleships effortlessly obliterated a Chaos battleship. The energy core of the battleship continuously supplied energy to charge its main guns, while the subspace generator began siphoning chaotic energy from the surrounding subspace, replenishing the battleship's energy expenditures. The distance between the 2 fleets began to close gradually. Second round of firing is ready. The cold voice of the Federation AI commander echoed through the fleet channel. Target, ennemi flagship, terminus. All battleships, fire at will. For blinding beams of particle light once again rent the chaotic veil of subspace, striking the pus-laden behemoth with pinpoint accuracy. Grox's flagship trembled violently in the light. Its heavy armor pierced as if it were mere parchment, while the plague launchers erupted in a series of explosions under the energy shock. No, the blessings of a benevolent father could scarcely be overshadowed by Groth's anguished wails, as the flagship was obliterated into countless burning fragments amidst a series of cataclysmic explosions. The Retribution-class battleship, designed by the esteemed Zhou Ping'an for the Human Federation in the year 2340, was among the pinnacle of combat prowess within that era's galaxy. These formidable battleships were equipped with the astonishingly powerful light spear main cannon, engineered to annihilate enemy small and medium-sized vessels prior to engaging in direct combat. In theory, the Retribution-class battleship should not possess such formidable might that it could directly destroy another battleship. Yet, certain enhancements bestowed upon it augmented its destructive capacity significantly. The subspace generators amplified the power of the light spear, while the psionic beings aboard the vessel further imbued it with an immense buff. The synergistic effect of these enhancements allowed even a concentrated barrage from 4 Retribution-class battleships to obliterate a Chaos battleship. However, despite the brevity of the battle's unfolding, charging the light spear main cannon was no simple task. Even within the confines of subspace, where energy could be harvested, the charging process still required a staggering 12 hours. By the time the two battleships of the NACO fleet were dismantled, the conflict had already endured for 12 hours. Main cannon charge complete. Echoed the AI commander's voice across the fleet channel. Target: enemy large cruiser cluster. The main cannons of the 4 Retribution-class battleships once again glowed with ominous light, as particle light spears traced 4 brilliant arcs through subspace. The remaining 4 large cruisers of the NACO fleet twisted and warped under the radiant assault, their heavy armor melting like butter, while plague launchers detonated in rapid succession, staining the entire expanse with a sickly green hue. Enemy capital ships eliminated by 80, reported the operational AI, swiftly evaluating the battlefield. The escort fleet surged forward to execute a cleansing operation. The battle neared its conclusion. The Human Federation's fleet did not engage in jump tactics, thus they would not relinquish their range advantage to engage the enemy in close quarters. If they could annihilate the enemy from a distance, why resort to close combat? Such a notion was imprudent, especially considering their recent arrival in this universe, where the concept of jump tactics was foreign to them. How could a fleet battle devolve into a jump battle? Would that not forsake the battleship's most potent weapon, the main cannon? Yet, as the minutes passed, the Human Federation's vessels were about to confront the most formidable tactic of this universe, the jump maneuver. In Chapter 31, the enemy strategy appeared tantamount to suicide. The Federation's fleet commenced the eradication of the last remnants of Chaos's ordinary vessels. With their primary warships utterly annihilated, the Chaos fleet had lost its core fighting capability. Although they were outnumbered, the lengthy charge times of the battleships' main cannons compelled the destroyers and cruisers to advance. The distance between the two forces diminished rapidly, and soon the NACO fleet discerned the Human Federation's main fleet bearing down upon them. While the Federation's fleet was primarily composed of cruisers, destroyers, and escort vessels, the size of the Human Federation's cruisers was somewhat imposing. The Avalon-class cruisers measured 76 kilometers in length and approximately 32 kilometers in width, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from the Empire's Retribution-class battleships, which measured only 8 kilometers in length and 21 kilometers in width. Thus, to the NACO fleet, the approaching vessels were not mere cruisers or destroyers. Instead, they appeared to be a main fleet of the human empire. The reason behind the absence of the Empire's two-headed eagle in favor of a single red eagle remained a mystery. Nevertheless, such variations held little significance for the forces of chaos. The battle must proceed. As the distance closed, the whirlwinds of missile phasers aboard the cruisers ignited in a brilliant display of firepower. This spectacle naturally provoked a counterattack from the forces of chaos, who also commenced firing. However, unlike the weapons of the Human Federation, which struck their hulls directly, the chaos armaments were all intercepted by the powerful energy shields. In the exchange of fire, their warships suffered grievous losses. Each time a cruiser targeted a destroyer, it was nearly obliterated on impact. Yet, even when the Chaos cruisers concentrated their fire on a single destroyer, the enemy's formidable energy shields thwarted their efforts. And even the smaller escort vessels found it challenging to inflict damage. The Federation's escort vessels, measuring 14 kilometers in length, were perceived by the Chaos forces as equivalent to the Empire's destroyers. Realizing that a fleet engagement was futile, the NACO fleet could only rely on their loyal jump tactics. "Prepare for jump combat," roared the remaining commander of the NACO fleet, Plague Lord Groth, issuing his final command to let these arrogant humans experience the blessings of a benevolent father. Dozens of NACO assault craft surged forth from the wreckage of their warships, trailing green flames as they charged toward the Federation fleet. These modified landing crafts were grotesquely adorned with swords and spikes, filled to capacity with decaying plague warriors. The enemy, in a startling shift of tactics amidst the fleet battle, dispatched a multitude of assault craft, leaving the Federation fleet momentarily bewildered. What was this? Observing the enemy abandon their grand warships in favor of small assault craft left the Federation commanders perplexed. The Federation had destroyed countless interstellar civilizations and encountered various alien cultures. Yet they had never experienced such an absurdity. If the intent was to flee, should they not retreat in the opposite direction? Why, instead of fleeing, were they charging directly toward the Federation? Doubt arose in the hearts of every Federation soldier. They could not fathom the intentions of their adversaries. Did they truly believe they could utilize these assault craft to encircle the Federation fleet for an attack? Such a notion was utterly mad. Did they think the Federation's vessels, equipped with advanced armor and close-in weaponry, were a joke? Even their larger ships struggled to gain an advantage in a direct exchange of fire. What could their smaller craft possibly achieve? Moreover, did they truly believe their diminutive vessels could keep pace with the Federation fleet? It was precisely this profound uncertainty that led the Federation fleet commander to refrain from ordering his fleet to distance themselves from the enemy. Instead, the Federation fleet prepared to halt their advance and remain stationary, eager to discern the true intentions of these aliens. This was crucial. They needed to assess the combat capabilities of their foes to gather intelligence in anticipation of a grand expedition by the Emperor. All units maintained vigilance. The Federation fleet commander commanded via a ship-wide broadcast, record enemy combat patterns, and analyze their tactical intentions. The Federation's scientific officers sprang into action, directing various scanning instruments toward the surging assault crafts. The tactical AI began constructing mathematical models, striving to comprehend the strategic logic concealed within this seemingly suicidal behavior. Enemy assault craft speed, sublight, estimated contact time, 3 minutes and 42 seconds. The AI delivered its report with precision, detecting life signals aboard the crafts that suggested they were biological weapons. In theory, the opposing force should not be able to breach our psychic shields. Should we deactivate the shields to observe the enemy's movements up close? Fleet Commander Milan rejected the AI's proposal. Although he was curious about the enemy's intentions, it did not imply he was willing to risk his fleet. Who could ascertain the true combat capabilities of these beings? This fleet had come to support the Emperor, and they had no idea if their fleet would be of any use to him. How could they afford to sustain losses before even engaging in the mission to assist the Emperor? It would suffice to maintain the psychic shields and merely observe the enemy's actions. There was no need to take unnecessary risks. The Plague Lord Grot stood before the hatch of the leading assault craft, his decayed visage contorted with excitement. He was convinced that these arrogant humans were paralyzed with fear. For in the annals of chaotic warfare, few fleets could withstand the onslaught of the Death Guard's teleportation tactics. Prepare to receive the Father's blessing, he proclaimed, raising his staff of pestilence, with yellow-green pus dripping onto the deck, allowing the plague to spread within this iron coffin. As the distance between both sides diminished, the Human Federation's fleet remained motionless, watching the enemy's next move, which allowed the foul assault craft to close in rapidly. To ascertain the enemy's intentions, even the close-in weaponry aboard the battleships remained inactive, simply awaiting the enemy's advance. However, to err on the side of caution, the mechanical legions within the battleships had already begun to mobilize, prepared to confront any potential crisis. Just as the officers of the Human Federation were bracing themselves for the approach of the Nurgle forces, an astonishing event unfolded before their eyes. The rapidly charging assault craft collided with the psychic shields, resulting in a shower of sparks as they vanished upon impact. Subsequently, the remaining assault craft unleashed beams of attack, attempting to affect the psychic shields, yet ultimately proving futile, as one after another, they met their demise upon the barrier. The officers of the Federation were left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. What had transpired? If memory served correctly, they had been poised to study the enemy's tactics, but what was the enemy's strategy? A suicidal charge? Chapter 32, The Attack from Nurgle Himself. Undoubtedly, the suicide tactics employed by the forces of chaos, while not inflicting significant harm or threat to the Federation fleet, had indeed momentarily stymied them. Even the formidable Federation fleet found themselves momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, never anticipating that the enemy would launch a final, reckless charge to their own demise. General, the enemy has entirely vanished against our psychic shields. Shall we remain here or continue our journey? This situation left the Federation soldiers utterly perplexed, causing a brief state of paralysis among them. Fortunately, many soon regained their composure. Milan, without a moment's hesitation, made a decisive choice. Let us proceed according to our original objective. We shall not concern ourselves with these distractions. Our primary goal is to locate the Emperor. Finding their Emperor was paramount for the Human Federation. After all, this fleet had appeared here to safeguard him. Understood. The Federation fleet gradually adjusted their course, heading towards the designated subspace rift. Space, after all, differed from the realms of reality, despite the Human Federation's lack of fear for subspace. Each universe's subspace bore its own unique characteristics. Should they veer off course, even the Federation fleet could find themselves lost, necessitating a reassessment of their position. At this juncture, the Federation had not established sentinel arrays within this universe, and without such arrays, an accurate star map of the entire cosmos was unavailable. Therefore, the Federation fleet had to adhere to their predetermined trajectory. The fleet's sensors could only detect targets in positions within a radius of 200 light-years. Should they wander aimlessly, Risking the loss of their emperor's location would spell disaster. Thus, the Human Federation's fleet began to advance steadily along their designated course. They paid little mind to the Nurgle fleet they had just effortlessly crushed. While the battle had been somewhat surprising and even entertaining, it was ultimately a minor fleet that the Federation would merely record and move on from. Just as the Federation fleet prepared to search for their emperor, a tumultuous subspace storm erupted. Who was Nurgle? This entity, known as the Father, would undoubtedly take notice of the Human Federation's annihilation of his forces in subspace. One of the 4 Chaos Gods, Nurgle, diverted some of his attention to this Federation fleet. That single glance ensnared his gaze irretrievably. Psykers, powerful Psykers. The entire Human Federation fleet, one he had never encountered before, belonged to a human faction, all crewed by formidable Psykers. Among the mid-tier humans of the Federation, they possessed considerable psychic strength. This was a time when humanity had undergone a significant awakening, and from that moment on, psychic power was no longer the exclusive domain of a select few. It became the extraordinary ability of all humanity. We shall transcend into the extraordinary. At this moment, the crew members of this mid-tier fleet, while still under the Emperor's reign, were indeed Psykers. The weakest among them were beta-level Psykers, with a substantial number of alpha-level Psykers present. Such a discovery undoubtedly thrilled Nurgle. It was well known that the 4 Chaos Gods coveted these Psykers, all yearning for them to succumb to the embrace of chaos more swiftly. Nurgle prepared to siphon a fraction of his power to corrupt these Psykers. But before he could act, the mechanical throne in a distant corner of subspace suddenly stirred. The arrival of the Human Federation fleet had bestowed upon the mechanical throne a surge of psychic energy, prompting it to respond to any perceived threat against its master subordinates. A colossal psychic hand materialized before Nurgle, swiftly delivering a resounding slap across his face, serving him a most unwelcome meal of humiliation. The impact left Nurgle momentarily dazed. For a fleeting instant, as one of the 4 Chaos Gods, he found himself bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. Had he just been struck? Indeed, it seemed so. Under the might of the immense psychic hand, Nurgle ultimately chose to withdraw his fleeting thoughts, yet anger simmered within him, compelling him to seek retribution. As a malevolent god, Nurgle possessed a temper. Though he was referred to as the Father, it did not mean he was truly benevolent. A pestilential assault emanated from his fingertips, traversing subspace towards the Human Federation fleet. Fleet AI, detecting an incoming psychic attack, unable to ascertain its origin at present. However, the attack data is exceptionally high. Raise shields to maximum power, though it is estimated that we may still be unable to prevent the assault. Inquiring whether exiting the subspace and manifesting in the reality of the universe could effectively diminish the potency of the impending assault. Calculations suggest that as long as we are present in the tangible realm, the magnitude of this psychic attack will be substantially reduced. Even if we cannot fully avert the damage it may inflict upon us, it would remain limited. The alarm of the Federation fleet resounded abruptly, its shrill hum reverberating throughout the chambers of every warship. General Milan abruptly rose from his command chair, his gaze fixated on the holographic tactical display, showcasing the encroaching psychic onslaught. The intelligent AI would not casually report any adverse conditions, indicating that the fleet's energy shields were indeed insufficient to withstand the approaching psychic strike. The dilemma arose. Should they materialize in the reality of the universe? What if the location of their emperor was over 200 light-years away from their fleet? How would they locate the emperor? The jump engine necessitated a cool-down period after activation. If they could not traverse the distance swiftly, what then? Relying solely on faster-than-light travel would not be so straightforward. Although the recent skirmish in subspace allowed him to ascertain that the opposing fleet's combat capability was likely lacking, and their affiliated faction was presumably weak, it was merely a judgment based on that particular fleet. The disheveled appearance of that fleet suggested it was akin to something only cosmic pirates would possess. The fact that these space marauders boasted such a number of cruisers, with a pirate fleet comprising 2 cruisers and a substantial auxiliary fleet, implied that the combat prowess in this universe might be formidable. For the main fleet of the Federation, this should be trivial. However, they were merely a fleet representative of the early technological standards of the Federation, and even their personnel were only modified at an elementary genetic level. Therefore, under these circumstances, it would be prudent for the Federation fleet to refrain from aimlessly wandering this universe and prioritize locating the Emperor, assessing whether they could provide assistance. Milan contemplated this and turned to the intelligent combat AI. He inquired whether, with the addition of the Imperial Guard and the psychic enhancement from all naval personnel, the psychic shields could withstand the impending attack. The AI's processor flickered momentarily, rapidly conducting complex calculations. The holographic projection on the bridge continuously altered data streams, ultimately settling on a disconcerting figure. According to the computations, even with all members augmenting the shields with psychic energy at maximum capacity, the likelihood of successfully repelling this psychic assault stood at a mere 23%. There was a 20% chance that this fleet would suffer a fatal blow. With a 60% probability of sustaining considerable damage, the AI advised against engaging the enemy here. Chapter 33, The Divine Battle in Subspace. General Milan's brow furrowed, his eyes intently fixed on the control console. A 23% success rate was an unsettling figure. However, what troubled him more was the 20% risk of a fatal strike. Are there alternative strategies? He inquired in a subdued tone, such as dispersing the fleet to evade. Not recommended, the AI promptly replied. The range of the psychic attack is extensive. Dispersing would only weaken our unified defense capability. Moreover, the holographic projection suddenly flashed a red alert. Warning, attack intensity has escalated. Estimated contact time, 47 seconds. Time was of the essence. Milan inhaled deeply and made a decisive choice. Initiate the psychic resonance protocol. All psychics, take your positions. Simultaneously, prepare the emergency space jump procedure. Should our defenses fail, we must evacuate to the reality of a universe immediately. The ship's intercom blared with a piercing alarm. All psychics' attention. Proceed immediately to designated psychic amplification nodes. Repeat. Proceed to the psychic amplification nodes. The Federation crew exhibited remarkable discipline. These genetically modified and rigorously trained psychic warriors sprang into action, and within a mere 30 seconds, all psychic amplification nodes were operational. Psychic network established. The voice of the chief psychic mentor resonated through the communicator. Resonance frequency stabilized in the alpha band. The enemy's attack was imminent. The AI continued its announcements. 10 seconds countdown. Milan's gaze remained fixed on the tactical screen. Activate defenses. In an instant, the entire Federation fleet erupted in a brilliant blue glow. The powers of thousands of psychics interconnected through the shipborne amplifiers, constructing a resplendent psychic barrier over the existing energy shields. The golden power armor of the Imperial Guard radiated with dazzling light, infusing the shields with additional strength. The collective might of the entire fleet coalesced into a unified shield. The plague attack from Inagua arrived as anticipated. Within that swirling green mist, countless twisted faces writhed in agony. As it collided with the Federation fleet's united defense, the subspace in that area descended into chaos. First wave impact. The technician's voice quavered with tension. Psychic shield depletion at 35. Energy shield depletion at 28. The bridge shook violently, forcing Milan to grasp the handrail to maintain his balance. Through the viewport, he observed that the psychic shield had transformed into a sickly green hue, as countless plague demons frantically clawed at the defensive barrier. Meanwhile, the fleet's close-range weapons had activated en masse, relentlessly exterminating these so-called demons. The energy core operated at full capacity, simultaneously drawing energy from subspace to bolster their energy shields. The so-called subspace demons, when eliminated by the close-range weapons, were absorbed by the energy core, subsequently transforming into an even greater force to support their energy shields. Hold firm. The chief psychic mentor of the Imperial Guard's voice came through, strained yet resolute. We can withstand this. However, the situation was deteriorating. Shield readings continued to plummet, and cracks began to form in certain areas of the defense. Warning. Sector B shield is on the verge of collapse. The AI sounded the alarm, recommending an immediate emergency jump. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the depths of subspace, piercing through the plague storm like a sword. This radiance contained pure golden and pale energy, and wherever it touched, the chaotic plague rapidly melted away as if snow meeting fire. Milan watched in astonishment. Such potent psychic energy left him awestruck. Within the human Federation, only a select few possessed such formidable psychic power. It was an unparalleled strength, capable of obliterating an entire star system with psychic energy. While the Federation possessed technological weaponry capable of such feats, the implications were different if an individual could wield such immense power. Even in the present Federation, few individuals held such terrifying psychic abilities, with only a handful of prominent figures possessing them. The golden light gradually coalesced into a hazy humanoid silhouette. Though its features remained indistinct, it was evident that the entity was human. The rescued Federation soldiers saluted the colossal golden figure with a gesture of respect. With the assistance of this golden behemoth, the Federation fleet successfully evaded the Nagua's assault. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping'an, observing the battle between the demons and the green-skinned creatures from the planet, felt his consciousness suddenly detach from the planet and drift into subspace. The mechanical throne transmitted everything occurring within the space to Zhou Ping'an in the form of memories. Overwhelmed by such a vast influx of information, even with his noble elite education, Zhou Ping'an found himself momentarily dazed. It was not until much later that a single phrase escaped his lips: Human Federation. The ancient memories had resurfaced, and he recalled this Human Federation, a colossal entity that had dominated the entire galaxy for 450 years of its development. He never anticipated that a civilization from within a game would come seeking him. Those dreams he had were seemingly not mere illusions, but rather reality. What he had witnessed in his dreams was indeed the Human Federation. The Federation, bearing 1,000 star systems and all its colonies, along with divine artifacts of calamity, was en route to find him. Though the Federation could not ascertain how long it would take to reach this universe, it had already dispatched an advanced fleet, utilizing vast quantities of subspace energy to transport them here. This was a mission to aid him. That foolish Nagar had audaciously conceived unwarranted ideas regarding his fleet, even launching an attack against it. Had it not been for the Emperor's intervention, his fleet might have been thrust out of subspace or severely crippled by now. Anger welled up within Zhou Ping'an. Heaven knows what adversities his subjects faced on their journey to find him. The mechanical throne appropriately harnessed a significant amount of subspace energy to conjure a massive psychic entity, into which Zhou Ping'an's consciousness was transferred. Clad in golden armor and wielding a golden sword, he radiated a pale, cold yet warm glow. He had transformed into a golden giant, and soon his figure traversed subspace to appear beside the Emperor, who at that moment projected his subspace image before Nagar. Although Zhou Ping'an was aware that the subspace energy sustaining his form might not endure for long, he was resolute in avenging his subordinates. The Emperor sensed Zhou Ping'an's arrival and nodded at him, prompting both to draw their colossal swords. The divine battle, nay, the orchestrated beatdown, began. Together, they launched a righteous assault against Nagar. Chapter 34. A truly rich experience in eradicating the greenskins. At that moment, the chaotic storm of subspace came to an abrupt halt. Golden light intertwined with pale, psychic energy, forming a resplendent beam that spanned the entire subspace. Zhou Ping'an's psychic avatar stood side by side with the Emperor's projection, both colossal swords aimed at Nagar's plague garden. How dare you? Nagar's corpulent form trembled with rage, foul pus oozing from its brass armor. You dare rise from the toilet? In response, two beams of sword light tore through subspace. The Emperor's golden giant sword was imbued with the pure power of the Dark King, while Zhou Ping'an's golden sword emitted a pallid glow, so pale, yet to the eyes of humanity, it radiated warmth. As the sovereign of the Human Federation, his treatment of mankind was nothing short of exemplary. To alien beings, the pale light represented death, but to humanity, it signified the path forward. This was the guidance of the Emperor. Two distinctly powerful forces struck Nagar simultaneously. Nagar howled in agony as its body was cleaved, revealing two massive wounds from which dark green pus and blood gushed, corroding the very fabric of subspace with countless tiny fissures. Zhou Ping'an offered no respite. The mechanical throne continuously supplied him with more subspace energy. The reserves of subspace energy imparted by Grey Wind and others flowed into Zhou Ping'an, bestowing upon him greater power. His psychic avatar became increasingly solidified. He raised the golden sword, intricate runes appearing along the blade. This strike is for humanity. You must pay for all that you have done. This is the wrath of mankind. The pale sword light cascaded like a galaxy, striking Nagar's right arm with precision. That robust, festering arm was severed, dissipating into decaying green mist in the void. The Emperor was equally relentless. Each swing of his golden giant sword bore the force of thunder, cleaving Nagar's plagued domain into disarray. The gardens of pestilence that floated in subspace crumbled under the overwhelming psychic onslaught, and countless Nagar spirits were reduced to ashes in the brilliance. You will pay the price, Nagar roared, attempting to summon other chaotic deities for assistance. However, to everyone's astonishment, the likes of sorrow, trickery, and terror remained oddly silent. As if coldly observing this unequal battle, Sorrow gazed at Zhou Ping'an's almost perfect, exquisite visage, momentarily entranced, while Trickery continued to watch the unfolding events. The newfound threads of the future only served to amplify his power. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The Lord of Change required transformation. Had it only been the Emperor, the changes would have been minimal. However, it was different now, as a new chaotic deity seemed to have emerged from humanity. Transformation is truth, and truth is eternally evolving. As for terror, he was even less inclined to intervene, remaining seated upon his brass throne. Provoking two chaotic deities from the human side bore no benefit for him. The Emperor had been seated upon his golden throne for over 10,000 years. Who knew how furious he was now? Although this was merely his psychic projection, theoretically, he should not be able to stand, yet here he was, ready to engage in battle. Thus, it was best not to provoke him. Moreover, he faced two deities. Charging in alone would only invite punishment. He relished combat, but not the sensation of being beaten. Belligerence and battle are two distinct matters. Zhou Ping'an sneered, the pale sword igniting with blinding brilliance once more. Your allies seem rather unreliable. He and the Emperor synchronously launched their assault. Golden and pale beams intertwined into a net of destruction, binding Nagur's massive form tightly. The god of plague emitted a defiant roar, but could not escape the cage woven by these two supreme human forces. What sustained Zhou Ping'an? Naturally, it was the subspace energy provided by the Human Federation. This represented 60 of the subspace energy reserves of the Federation, which, despite significant depletion after traversing numerous universes, still retains a measure. This subspace energy was sufficient for Zhou Ping'an to deliver a thorough beating to Nagur, and beyond that, he could also seek to confront the other three. As for why the Emperor could intervene, it was due to the mechanical throne autonomously distributing a portion of its energy to him, temporarily suppressing the golden throne. It was this allowance that enabled the Emperor to rise and unleash his fury. Though this respite could not last long, after all, the survival of humanity rested upon his shoulders. He deemed it worthwhile to vent his frustration by striking Nagur. Fueled by over 10,000 years of pent-up rage, the Emperor unleashed a brutal assault on Nagur. Zhou Ping'an mirrored this, relentlessly attacking Nagur as well. Although both knew it was impossible to obliterate this chaotic deity entirely, they could surely relieve their frustrations. After a prolonged joint assault, the Emperor and Zhou Ping'an simultaneously hurled a divine fire into Nagur's garden. The raging flames engulfed the area, and soon after, the two vanished from sight. Once more, Nagur's garden was set ablaze. Today marked the first time one of the chaotic gods had been struck. Without delving into the depths of Nagua's current anguish, both Zhou Ping'an and the Emperor found themselves simultaneously seated upon the mechanical throne. Upon glimpsing Zhou Ping'an's throne, the Emperor cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. Goodness, who would have imagined that a top-tier powerhouse, unexpectedly emerging from his side, would also require a seat like this? Initially contemplating whether he might persuade him to assist in sitting upon the golden throne to mitigate the challenges of ascension, allowing him to revel as he had today, he was startled to discover that his peer also needed a seat of his own. The Emperor regarded Zhou Ping'an with a look of shared suffering, to which Zhou Ping'an merely smirked. Is this truly the legendary Golden Giant? Witnessing him firsthand was indeed a departure from the impression left in the national church. Zhou Ping'an, unfazed by the giant's peculiar thoughts, began to scrutinize him in return. However, after further observation, Zhou Ping'an ultimately averted his gaze, for the recent events had been exceedingly absurd. Who could recall that his primary aim had been merely to seek a skirmish with a green-skinned foe and to refine his skills in piloting a knightly mech? How had it transformed into this? First, it was a battle with the greenskins, followed by an engagement with chaos, and then there were greenskins appearing to combat chaos, culminating in a fleet battle. Subsequently, the Human Federation's fleet had arrived, clashing with the Nagua fleet from the subspace. Afterwards, the Emperor emerged to safeguard his fleet, receiving support from his own Human Federation, and together they delivered a resounding blow to Nagua. The experiences of this period had been exhilarating. Surely, should he recount his accomplishments, it would warrant a Terra Star in recognition. The Emperor remained oblivious to Zhou Ping'an's frenzied internal musings. He was solely aware that he must return, as the seal upon the golden throne stirred once more, compelling him to reclaim his seat lest he succumb to the allure of becoming a dark god. After exchanging a brief farewell with Zhou Ping'an, the Emperor vanished from his presence, prompting Zhou Ping'an to glance at the mechanical throne before dissolving his vast psychic form. The energy reserves in subspace were dwindling, necessitating cautious usage. Otherwise, if he sought to confront the Tyranids or the Necron again, he would find himself in dire straits. Moreover, he would likely have to address the issue concerning Sister S. Zhou Ping'an felt a distinctly unpleasant aura emanating from her, as if she were harboring impolite thoughts. He would have to find a time to confront her as well. Yet all of this could wait. His immediate task was to bide his time and expand his power as much as possible. When the main forces of the Human Federation's fleet arrived, he would ensure to draw out the demons lurking within subspace for a thorough reckoning. He might even accomplish what he had previously not dared to attempt, draining the entirety of subspace. Of course, the Federation remained distant, and it was uncertain how long it would take to traverse the numerous universes in between. Thus, Zhou Ping'an would need to expand his influence independently. This was what one might call preparation on two fronts. Chapter 35 marked a sense of closure. Zhou Ping'an's thoughts returned to his corporeal form, as the concept of time held little meaning within the confines of space. Although he and the Emperor had joined forces to deliver a resounding thrashing to Nagua. Upon Zhou Ping'an's return, he discovered that only a mere 2 hours had elapsed in real time. Within those 2 hours, the duo had thoroughly pummeled Nagua, rendering his already corpulent form even more so. However, Zhou Ping'an was unconcerned with such trivialities. His focus returned to the green-skinned adversaries engaged in battle with the forces of chaos. Meanwhile, his elite guard maintained a vigilant combat stance, weapons at the ready, prepared for any eventuality amidst the tumultuous clash before them. The knightly mechs of the knightly house also readied themselves for battle, though they had yet to engage. Their attention fixated on the chaotic melee unfolding ahead. In contrast to other races, humanity's most significant asset was their intellect. They refrained from interfering in conflicts of such magnitude, opting instead to let the two forces clash while they awaited the opportunity to reap the benefits. The planetary defense forces had also arrived in the vicinity of the knightly house, witnessing the abundance of canned goods and a multitude of knightly mechs, which eased their concerns. With such a plethora of interstellar warriors and the knightly house deploying 1,000 mechs, the chaos incursion had finally been subdued. After all, who had ever seen chaos still engaged in combat at the entrance? Naturally, their anxiety lingered, for one could never predict whether chaos might resort to underhanded tactics. Following the arrival of the planetary defense forces, the Mechanized Order's protective army also soared into action. Who was Zhou Ping'an? He was the teacher of the Forge Director, the esteemed Koalazes, the Forge Director of the Elfin's Forge. To the Director, Zhou Ping'an was his sole mentor, the only one willing to guide him through technical quandaries, rendering Zhou Ping'an of utmost importance. It was imperative that Zhou Ping'an remain unharmed. Thus, under normal circumstances, the Mechanized Order would not dispatch troops to battle. Yet this time, they had mobilized their entire protective army. Concurrently, the fleets of the Mechanized Order had also engaged in combat with the Chaos forces above. The battlefield remained tense. Aside from Zhou Ping'an's assault cruisers effortlessly dismantling a Chaos battleship, the ordinary fleets of nests and mechanized vessels struggled to vanquish the enemy. Of course, this did not account for the 2 battleships summoned by the Knightly House. Regardless, the battle in space had decisively tipped in their favor, with the Chaos invasion being repelled before it could fully escalate. Abaddon had also taken note of the unfolding events on this planet, as the Warlord of Chaos could promptly ascertain the situation. This strategic objective had utterly failed. It was now nearly impossible to eradicate the Knightly House of this star system, and he had thoroughly provoked their ire. With over 10,000 interstellar warriors, coupled with the elite forces and countless knightly mechs, it would be futile for him to engage in a direct confrontation with the Knightly House. The Black Crusade would hold no significance. Retreat. Abaddon calmly issued this command. He had not sensed the massive divine battle erupting in subspace, yet this did not impede his plans, since the Zhou clan could not be dealt with. There was no point in continuing the fight here. Deploying further troops would be meaningless, especially given that the contingent of 10,000 interstellar warriors was somewhat excessive. The rift in subspace began to gradually stabilize, and the Chaos forces ceased their advance. The Chaos incursion could truly be regarded as one of the swiftest in history. From the onset of the invasion to the response and subsequent repulsion by various factions had transpired in a mere 4 days. In the past, such extensive incursions would have resulted in the entire star system being transformed into a battlefield, necessitating the Empire to dispatch additional reinforcements to contend for months on end. Even as the planetary governor had observed, he might never witness the dawn of victory. In that fleeting moment of transformation, joy spread across the faces of all present, overshadowing the lingering threat posed by the Greenskins. After vanquishing the last of the chaotic demons that remained outside, the Greenskins shifted their attention back to the Imperial forces. The warlord of the Greenskins bellowed towards the Imperial army, Wyack, raising his power claw, its jagged teeth still adorned with the remnants of chaos demons. He proclaimed, "The Red Brute has finished. Now it's time to chop these tin cans." The remaining Greenskins emitted a deafening battle cry. brandishing their crude weapons as they charged towards the human defenses. Attention all units. This is Zhou Ping'an. Prepare your energy weapons. Open fire at will. Assault teams. Push forward and engage those greenskins in glorious combat. Eliminate them all. Under Zhou Ping'an's command, the Space Marines unleashed a torrent of firepower while the human assault troops, deemed the Imperial Guard by others, also obeyed his orders and advanced. 500 golden battle suits surged towards the Orcish horde, with the assault team leader effortlessly drawing his power sword and cleaving through the foremost greenskin warlord. Simultaneously, Zhou Ping'an sprang into action, his massive, knightly mech charging forward. Accompanied by 1,000 more knight mechs from the Zhou family, their colossal forms treading upon the battleground. The Ecclesiarchy's Adeptus Mechanicus did not remain idle either. Those modified warriors wielded plasma weapons, continuously firing upon the greenskins. Combat robots traversed the battlefield, their laser cannons piercing through the orc's ragged armor as if it were mere parchment. These Adeptus Mechanicus units benefited from the enhancements provided by the Forge Master, who, having received guidance from Zhou Ping'an, ensured that their combat prowess surpassed that of any other Mechanicus faction across the realms. Among all these combatants, the most awe-inspiring were the towering Titan-class mechs. Standing 50 meters tall, each swing of their weapons could clear vast swathes of the battlefield. One Titan even seized a greenskin war machine, tearing it apart as if it were mere paper. On the battlefield, the Planetary Defense Forces fared the worst. These ordinary PDF troops lacked any formidable combat capabilities. Their weapons could inflict some damage on the greenskins, yet they were far from achieving the lethal efficiency of Zhou Ping'an's energy weapons, which could fell an enemy with a single shot. For the greenskins, this was no longer a battle. It was a brutal slaughter, yet they remained undeterred, determined to fight until their last breath. This conflict, initiated by the eradication of the greenskins, though marked by numerous twists and turns, ultimately concluded with the complete annihilation of their kind. It could be said that it had a definitive beginning and an equally conclusive end. Chapter 36. A son to be proud of upon witnessing the demise of the greenskins. Zhou Zhan began contacting the family's astropaths to inform the fleets in the sector not to proceed. He also notified the other Space Marine chapters that their assistance was no longer required. The battle had reached its conclusion. Only the Ecclesiarchy and the Tribunal needed to be summoned to wrap things up. Naturally, it was advisable for the Department of Justice to pay a visit as well. The situation on this nest world required thorough investigation. The greenskins had tunneled through the entire planet, a truly alarming matter that demanded rectification. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Zhou Zhan suddenly felt an immense sense of pride in his ancestors. They had not sought dominion over this nest world, but had instead returned it directly to the Imperial Ministry of the Interior. Consequently, the family was spared the burdens of post-battle management on this planet, a boon indeed, as it saved a considerable sum. Though the Zhou family was wealthy, money did not come so easily. A multitude of mechs and soldiers remained stationed on the battlefield, in situations that were not particularly urgent. The knightly family refrained from casually employing their warp engines, as each use inflicted significant wear on the machines. Thus, half of the family's knights remained on the battlefield, their gazes fixed upon Zhou Ping'an. More precisely, their attention was drawn to his retinue, comprising 10,000 battle suits and 500 Imperial Guards, which shone with an undeniable brilliance. However, due to the communication channels established during the battle, they were also aware that Zhou Ping'an's forces, though resembling the Imperial Guard, were in fact assault troops. As for the Space Marines, Zhou Ping'an referred to them as reserves. Indeed, in their eyes, these warriors bore no distinction from the Space Marines themselves. They were merely intended to bolster the ranks of the 500 elite guards. Should Zhou Ping'an acquire sufficient resources, he would elevate those 10,000 soldiers to the same status as the elite guards, with over 10,000 Space Marines and 500 warriors akin to the Imperial Guard. This undeniably constituted a formidable force, at least in the eyes of the Zhou family. While the Space Marines might not be particularly remarkable, the Imperial Guard was another matter entirely. Each soldier of this caliber represented the apex of the human empire's elite forces. Now, with 500 of them under the family's banner, it left all in attendance awestruck. As they stood in place, awaiting Zhou Ping'an's words, Zhou Zhan's voice resonated through the communications channel. Everyone, refrain from curiosity and return to the family for further discussion. His directive was clear, and the knights immediately ceased their murmurs, though questions abounded in their minds. The discipline of the Zhou family was unquestionable. The knights swiftly organized themselves, preparing to withdraw from the battlefield. Ping'an, Zhou Zhan, the Iron Horse King, approached his son. Speaking in a hushed tone, We need to have a serious conversation regarding these troops. Zhou Ping'an nodded, having anticipated such an inquiry. Father, I will explain everything once we return to the family escort. The exchange between father and son concluded with that word. They were still in a public space. Despite their conversation taking place over a communication channel, who could guarantee that eavesdroppers were not present? The family S fleet began to enter orbit, gradually descending to allow the knights to return to their transport vessels. Zhou Ping'an S retinue also commenced boarding the transport ships. And only after the knights and space marines had embarked did the planetary governor of this world approach Zhou. Greetings, Most High Lord. Thank you for leading your family's knights to the aid of the planet Gopia. The world of Gopia shall forever remember your family's knight's benevolence, and your glory will shine upon this planet. Zhou graciously acknowledged the governor, yet Zhou Ping'an refrained from participating in the discourse. Although he possessed excellent diplomatic skills, he found little enjoyment in such matters. Moreover, engaging in extensive conversation with the governor of an imperial planet seemed unnecessary. Having witnessed the collaboration between the Astartes and the Emperor against the Necron threat, and learning that his human federation was en route, Zhou Ping'an's perspective had undergone a profound transformation. Although it is said that the human federation has yet to arrive and his combat prowess has not undergone significant changes, the emergence of his 40K fleet undeniably confirms the authenticity of this news. Moreover, having fought alongside the Emperor himself, Zhou Ping'an's mindset has shifted. He no longer perceives himself merely as the heir to the knightly family. In fact, he finds little interest in conversing with the planetary governor, preferring instead to hasten his departure and welcome his fleet's arrival. Nothing is more paramount than this. A 40K fleet possesses the potential to accomplish myriad feats within the Warhammer universe. At the very least, the construction of the Star Fortress he has long desired should now be within reach. While Zhou engages in dialogue with the planetary governor, Zhou Ping'an performs a salute and chooses to take his leave. The planetary governor has no objections to Zhou Ping'an's departure. After all, His Supreme Majesty is present, leaving no room for dissatisfaction. Zhou casts a resigned glance at his son. While he is proud of his son's capabilities, he occasionally wishes he would refrain from such abrupt actions. Nonetheless, he indulges his son. Even if he were to close his eyes and contemplate with his toes, he would know that Zhou Ping'an is rushing back to his asteroid base. However, upon noticing the guards accompanying Zhou Ping'an, his reservations dissipate entirely. The Space Marines and the Emperor's custodians could not possibly belong to the Empire. They can only be the formidable forces crafted by his son. The Zhou family is fundamentally distinct from the various knightly families of the Empire. They have existed since the Golden Age, fully aware of what is most vital to humanity and the immense power it wielded during its zenith. The family's ancestors chronicled the might of humanity during the Federation era and the turmoil of the Dark Age. Furthermore, the family possesses numerous STC templates, enabling them to construct knightly battle mechs that other families cannot. For instance, the private military unit he has assigned to Zhou Ping'an is equipped with power armor, a testament to the family's legacy. With access to the STC template for power armor, the Zhou family can independently manufacture these suits. Even the so-called Space Marines of the Empire cannot rival the genetic enhancement projects the Zhou family possesses, capable of elevating their warriors to such heights. However, this technology is considered forbidden, and the family cannot activate it without the authorization of the family patriarch and several elders. The family's enduring legacy lies in its technological prowess. He believes his son understands what can and cannot be done. This is indeed a son to be proud of. Chapter 37. The fleet must not enter the knightly family star system. Zhou Ping'an departed from the meeting, returning to his strike cruiser. As his presence graced the vessel, the naval officers aboard offered him their salutes. This marked the first time these retired Imperial Navy personnel would engage in battle. Such a powerful strike cruiser rendered their counterparts of equal rank mere lambs to the slaughter before them. The exhilaration of such a seamless engagement led them to feel they had chosen the right side, leaving them with no regrets, even in the face of death. In that fleeting moment, they seemed to comprehend why those Orcish warriors relished combat so. If they could continue battling chaos in such a manner, they too would find joy in it. Return to base. We can head back now. Upon our return, you will undergo another round of enhancements. Your combat capabilities are too weak. Zhou Ping'an's voice resonated within the ears of the naval personnel. Upon hearing that their combat prowess was deemed inadequate, far from harboring any dissatisfaction, a glimmer of excitement sparked in their eyes. At last, would they finally receive the genetic enhancements they had long awaited? They did not aspire to attain the strength of an Astartes, but the benefits of genetic modification were undeniable, drawing everyone eager anticipation. The naval crew aboard the warship became invigorated, while Zhou Ping'an alone felt a twinge of melancholy as he observed their newfound enthusiasm. Since learning of his status as the Emperor of the Human Federation, Zhou Ping'an's perspective had completely transformed. With the Federation fleet on the verge of arrival, he was acutely aware that before ascending from the Federation's homeland, the entire Human Federation lacked its own territory. He was uncertain of the sacrifices and hardships the entire Federation endured in its quest, yet this did not diminish his desire to contribute to his civilization. The combined territories of the Human Federation amounted to a mere 1,000 star systems, a paltry expanse compared to the vastness of the Warhammer's human empire, which could be likened to the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, Zhou Ping'an pondered whether he might carve out some land within this galaxy, vanquish some Xenos, and utilize their territories as a splendid gift for the Human Federation's arrival in this universe. The desire to cultivate land stirred within him. As he journeyed back, these thoughts occupied Zhou Ping'an's mind until his strike cruiser, transporting his guard unit, returned to his asteroid base. Upon disembarking from the transport vessel and stepping back onto his base, an unprecedented sense of relaxation washed over him. It was a sensation unique to the conclusion of warfare. However, mere minutes later, Zhou Ping'an found himself engulfed in activity once more. He must ensure that the naval soldiers undergo genetic modification to guarantee their loyalty. Before long, he would need to seek out his Federation fleet. Of course, he could issue a direct order for the Federation fleet to warp to his location. Yet such a course of action would be ill-advised. The star system had just weathered a fierce battle. Commanding the Federation fleet to traverse here would undoubtedly set the already taut nerves of the human empire on edge. After all, he had fought alongside the venerable old man Huang, who had fulfilled his duty in safeguarding humanity. Considering that he had received protection from old man Huang at birth, it would be prudent to avoid conflict with the human empire for the time being. Zhou Ping'an would never concede that this hesitation stemmed from his Federation fleet's lack of strength. He lacked an industrial base, and should his warships sustain losses, he would be unable to afford repairs, let alone replace them. Compared to the minuscule fleet he was about to summon, the vast armada of the human empire was daunting. Zhou Ping'an chose to follow his instincts. One must blame the distorted technological development of the Warhammer world. Even with STC templates, what good would they do without the requisite equipment to harness that technology? It would be akin to a primitive man possessing a nuclear bomb, yet unable to detonate it. Ultimately, it would merely serve as a hefty metal object for display. For now, he would focus on establishing the foundational elements of an interstellar civilization using the personnel and resources from this mission. Regardless of the circumstances, the military force that has transitioned from the Human Federation possesses advanced intelligences. Thus, he can utilize these automatons to seek out a more secluded planet and commence the development of his industrial foundation. He has grown weary of the grotesque technology of the Warhammer universe, where desires remain unfulfilled and aspirations are perpetually thwarted. Gazing at the myriad of technologies within his STC template, he can only incessantly strive to comprehend and learn, subsequently downgrading them. Without such reductions, true creation remains elusive. Furthermore, even when he downgrades to the utmost limit, he still finds himself incapable of producing them. Zhou Ping'an commenced genetic modification for the soldiers aboard his cruiser. Fortunately, during his time away, he managed to manufacture a number of robots, alleviating the need to personally handle every task. Just as he completed the genetic modification of the last naval soldier, a quantum communication arrived at his communicator. Instantly, the scene before him transformed. This was technology from the Federation. Through the remote quantum communication, Zhou Ping'an witnessed all the Federation naval soldiers who had arrived kneeling in his direction. He observed his own elite guard also kneeling on one knee before him. Hail the Emperor! Although this was merely a scene transmitted via quantum communication, Zhou Ping'an could still feel the weight of their collective presence. The Federation's quantum communication technology is remarkably potent, enabling instantaneous communication across the universe without delay. Consequently, despite only witnessing a quantum transmission, the soldier's formidable aura was transmitted in its entirety through electronic means. The Federation's Expeditionary Vanguard Fleet, the Homeland Servitor Fleet, and the Special Dispatch Fleet Commander Milan pay homage to the Emperor. Zhou Ping'an nodded gently. Do not approach my location. Remain in the void of the Kali star system. I shall come to you. This universe is exceedingly perilous, so exercise caution. Understood? Commander Milan's holographic image bowed slightly, his right hand resting on his chest in salute. As you command, Emperor. The fleet will remain concealed in the void at the edge of the Kali star system. His image flickered slightly, seemingly receiving new data before continuing. However, Emperor, our sensors have detected some anomalies. The subspace within the local star system is exceedingly unstable. It appears that some subspace entity is on the verge of emergence. We respectfully request your permission to enter the local star system subspace to assess and mitigate the threat. Zhou Ping'an acquiesced to their request, permitting the dispatch of their fleet. The subspace situation warranted investigation. It was likely that Brother Egg was stirring up trouble again. If it were other chaos vendors at play, it would be of little consequence. They could simply drag the Emperor into the fray and deliver another thrashing. Surely, Old Huang would relish the opportunity to rise from that toilet and cause a ruckus. Chapter 38. The Old Father Watches from Afar. Zhou Ping'an invested considerable time in the modification of his naval crew, to the extent that he had nearly forgotten to return to his family to explain the situation regarding his interstellar warriors. However, this was of little consequence. After all, his father would return in his stead. Following his father's conjectures, the family chose to tacitly accept the situation. Undoubtedly, with such an heir, the family might advance even further. During a family discussion, some elders even proposed whether to send the family's stored STC templates to Zhou Ping'an for his deeper understanding. Ultimately, this proposal was opposed by the conservatives and set aside, as the STC templates within the family were far too precious to be squandered. It was decided to defer such matters until Zhou Ping'an ascended to the position of Supreme King. This resource would eventually be entrusted to him for research. But the present and future studies would differ. In the eyes of some, Zhou Ping'an was still too young and required more experience. Once he had undergone more trials and acquired greater knowledge, the family would grant him access to the STC templates, thereby preventing any potential damage during his research. After all, this matter demanded utmost caution, as these STC templates were the principal reason the family surpassed other knightly families. Zhou Ping'an remained unaware of the discussions held in that family meeting. Yet, even if he were informed, it mattered little, for a plethora of technologies awaited his exploration among the stars. Although he was intrigued by certain technologies from the Human Federation's golden age, the advancements possessed by his own Federation were evidently more formidable. After a month of genetic modifications, Zhou Ping'an successfully transformed all his naval soldiers into humans with the physical attributes of half-Astartes. This undertaking consumed an extensive amount of time. Even with a multitude of AIs assisting him, it proved to be a considerable challenge due to the sheer number of personnel aboard the cruiser. All this was a consequence of the Empire's stance against AIs, resulting in this small light cruiser housing a staggering 500 naval personnel. This figure accounts solely for the soldiers, excluding their families and attendants. The Empire's warships embody a fleet culture that is nearly unprecedented among the stars. Even the retaliatory-class battleship dispatched by Zhou Ping'an's Human Federation, despite its imposing size, accommodates merely 1,000 crew members. The surplus laborers are managed by the mechanical legions, with human crew members reserved for decision-making and issuing commands to the AIs. Under non-essential circumstances, the Human Federation would not mobilize such a vast number of troops aboard a warship, as AIs are often capable of handling numerous tasks independently. Zhou Ping'an successfully enhanced 500 half-Astartes troops, yet the cost of this endeavor left him utterly destitute, having even emptied his father's small treasury. Poverty. As an heir of a knightly family, he found himself feeling profoundly impoverished, nearly on the brink of destitution. To speak candidly, the funds expended on enhancing his soldiers could have purchased 2 planets within the Empire. Having completed the genetic modifications for all the soldiers and imparted upon them certain skills derived from their genetic makeup, Zhou Ping'an roused them all. All personnel aboard the ship. We are preparing to depart for the Kali star system. Understood. Thanks to the genetic modifications Zhou Ping'an had performed, the Imperial naval officers now possessed a commendable level of combat proficiency embedded within their DNA. While the Human Federation may not match the combat efficacy of the Human Empire on the ground, Zhou Ping'an's Human Federation has scarcely engaged in numerous landing operations. However, the Human Federation boasts advantages that the Human Empire cannot rival. Space warfare. This is the true domain of the Human Federation. In countless battles against Xenos and psychic entities, their victories have relied upon the might of their powerful fleets, rather than on ground forces. In the Human Federation, the army serves more as a force for maintaining order and security on planets than as a primary combat force. Only when the Human Federation's army encounters planets that even the Emperor finds intriguing will they mobilize. This has led to the necessity for the genetically modified army, created by Zhou Ping'an, to undergo continuous training within simulation pods, while the Navy, having already successfully integrated into the Federation's forces, enjoys a different status. Although they have yet to attain the elite status of the Human Federation's Navy, they are significantly more formidable than the Imperial fleet. Many times more so, in fact. Aboard the ships, the Navy commenced their embarkation, and Zhou Ping'an gradually ascended aboard a cruiser, embarking once more on an interstellar journey. Surrounding his cruiser were his transport vessels, still ferrying his elite guard. The night mechs, alongside other nightly attendants and the nightly guard, were also aboard those transports. It was inconceivable for Zhou Ping'an to limit genetic modifications solely to the Navy. He had similarly enhanced his attendant knights, bestowing upon them a unique trait, strength. This meant that even with the current level of technology available to Zhou Ping'an, these modified and enhanced attendants could single-handedly contend with 4 Imperial guards. Furthermore, this assessment pertains only to their capabilities while clad in gear akin to that of the Imperial guards. Should they don the unique equipment developed by Zhou Ping'an, the disparity would be even more pronounced. The fleet set forth once again, and on Night Planet, Zhou observed his son's fleet embark, his expression marred with dismay. At times, he felt an overwhelming urge to scold him. For years, his son had been utterly reluctant to leave his small asteroid fortress, rarely venturing out except for matters of utmost importance, preferring to toil away at technological advancements. Yet now, after a mere skirmish with the Greenskins and another with the forces of chaos, his son seemed to have been invigorated. Instead of returning to his asteroid base, he was preparing to launch once more in less than 2 months. Absurd. Additionally, judging by the direction and position of the fleet's departure, it appeared they were headed towards the Kali system. Zhou lips twitched. He could hardly believe his son was unaware of the presence of the titanium aliens in that region, coupled with his son's military forces. If it weren't for the relatively small number of naval vessels, he might genuinely suspect an expedition was underway. So be it, he mused. His son has grown. Let him go, and the old father shall merely observe from behind. Chapter 39, Convergence with the Federation Fleet. Due to the absence of a warp engine aboard the cruiser, Zhou Ping'an was compelled to enter into subspace. Short-range subspace travel posed no challenges for him, and soon the fleet was enveloped in the twilight of subspace. The human empire's navigation through subspace relies not on detection devices or sensors, but on psychics who observe the radiant starfire emitted by the emperor seated upon his throne. The battleships gradually entered subspace as the Geller field activated. The function of the Geller field is straightforward. It creates an environment within subspace akin to that of the material universe. In some respects, it serves as a lifeline for the battleships against the rampant chaos demons that might invade the fleet. However, for Zhou Ping'an's fleet, the subspace demons seemed utterly inconsequential. How could those interstellar warriors and Imperial guards fear these so-called subspace demons? Even if the Geller field were deactivated, an onslaught from the demons would hold no significance for them. Following Zhou Ping'an's genetic enhancements, even the ordinary Navy personnel exhibited a markedly increased resistance to chaos. While they could not entirely disregard it, the influence of chaos upon them had been diminished to a negligible degree. Moreover, where was this? This was subspace. Upon entering subspace, Zhou Ping'an felt an influx of subspace energy coursing through his body. Even with the Geller field's protection, it made little difference. The energy continued to flow into him unceasingly. Unlike others who might succumb to chaos corruption in such circumstances, Zhou Ping'an distinctly sensed that this subspace energy was remarkably compliant. Its presence continually solidified his own power, albeit at a gradual pace, yet undeniably augmenting his psychic abilities. As for the so-called corruption, as the 6th malevolent god of subspace, Chaos's corruption was nothing short of a grand jest to him. Simultaneously, his mere presence, even a whiff of his aura, sent the surrounding subspace demons fleeing in terror. This was the aura of a supreme malevolent god of subspace. How could they dare to draw near? The fleet's navigation through subspace proceeded remarkably smoothly. Even though this was merely a short-range subspace journey, the Navy personnel still felt it to be remarkably fortuitous. Such smooth sailing through subspace was indeed a rarity, particularly for the navigators at the helm. They had never perceived the Emperor's starfire as so distinctly bright, nor had they experienced the Emperor's protection as effectively as today, as if it were dispelling all chaos threats right before their eyes. This illusion imbued them with a sense that the Emperor himself was safeguarding them. Time held no meaning in space. At times, a decade could pass in subspace while only a day elapsed in the material world, yet at other times, a mere few hours in subspace could equate to a month or two in reality. As the cruiser continued to forge ahead, several warships materialized before it. Shortly thereafter, quantum communications linked directly to the cruiser's command center. Warning: unknown fleet signal detected. The alarm system on the bridge blared sharply, and unfamiliar markers flickered on the tactical hologram. Just as the Navy personnel aboard the warship tensed, Zhou Ping'an calmly declared, "Establish communications. It is our own." As soon as the connection was made, an officer clad in the Federation's single-headed eagle uniform appeared on the display. "Hail, the Emperor! We have finally located you. With your return, humanity shall undoubtedly fulfill its destined mandate." The utterance of those 4 words stunned the entire crew aboard the battleship, leaving even the soldiers on the other transport vessels in a state of bewilderment. Such a monumental revelation rendered them momentarily speechless. The Emperor? If they had not misheard, it seemed that the officer on the other end had addressed the Emperor. Could it be true? A heavy silence descended upon the bridge. All naval personnel stood frozen, their gazes darting between Zhou Ping'an and the holographic projection. Could their master truly be a heretic? Otherwise, why would he be referred to as the Emperor? In that fleeting moment, the genetically enhanced minds of the crew clashed violently with their long-held beliefs. Clearly, their faith could not possibly rival the power of technology. And soon they regained their composure. The Emperor is the Emperor. After all, he's still our master. This was precisely why Zhou Ping'an had refrained from directly presenting himself before the human empire, for he was the Emperor, the sovereign of humanity. However, the dilemma lies in the existence of an emperor in this world, who also claims to be the sovereign of humanity. If he were to foolishly present himself before the human empire, it would undoubtedly instigate a civil war among humankind. The old man Huang would certainly prefer not to engage in combat with him, yet the fervent zealots within the human empire might not share the same sentiment. After all, he was indoctrinated by the very teachings of the human empire, and he fully comprehends the extent of their madness. Although he would not fear battle, for he would ultimately crush the human empire into dust, the toll in human lives during such a confrontation remains uncertain. Such an endeavor would be utterly superfluous. It would be far more prudent to subdue the 4 chaos entities, elevate the old man Huang from his mundane existence, and seamlessly assume control of the entire human empire. Let Huang and his progeny enjoy a pastoral life on Gaia, which would surely bring him great joy. Moreover, the human empire boasts a staggering claim of 1 million colonies. What strategy could one employ to bring all these colonies back under the dominion of the Human Federation? Would this not merely serve to burden the Federation with unnecessary tasks? This figure of 1 million colonies is merely an approximate statistic. It is likely that even the Empire's Ministry of Internal Affairs lacks a precise count of the inhabited planets under its jurisdiction. It is not that the Federation is incapable of confronting the human empire. Should the Federation's main forces engage, victory would be easily attainable. However, the vastness of the galaxy presents a significant challenge. To bring the entirety of the galaxy under human rule entails an overwhelming array of responsibilities, rendering such an undertaking unnecessary for the time being. Zhou Ping'an did not observe the reactions of those around him. Instead, he inquired, "How goes it? Has your fleet entered the subspace? Have you detected any traces of the Chaos Fleet or Abaddon's forces?" The federal officer in the holographic projection immediately straightened his posture, the data streams on the quantum display flickering with rapidity. "Report, Your Majesty. The 7th Reconnaissance Fleet has been patrolling in subspace for 37 standard days and has successfully pinpointed the coordinates of the Black Legion's main fleet." He gestured to summon a holographic star map, which marked several crimson signal points. Abaddon's ship, the Soul of Vengeance, along with its escort fleet, is currently situated near the Gate of Cadia at the edge of the Eye of Terror. According to energy readings, they are gathering forces, seemingly preparing to launch yet another so-called Black Crusade. The terminology employed in this universe has been imparted to them by their emperor. Thus, they opted to adhere to the nomenclature dictated by him. The technological prowess of the stars began to reveal itself. Even Zhou Ping'an's mid-tier fleet managed to scrutinize Abaddon thoroughly before he could even react. After all, by that stage, Zhou Ping'an had unlocked all available technologies. His only regret was the limited number of cyclical technologies at his disposal. The officers of the Imperial Navy on the bridge gasped in disbelief. The term Black Crusade, which instilled terror throughout the Empire, was uttered so nonchalantly by these unfamiliar individuals. What astonished them further was Zhou Ping'an's response, which defied their expectations. "Very well. Leave some reconnaissance units here to monitor their every move and have the rest withdraw from subspace. Remember, do not alert them. Any losses incurred by the fleet here cannot be rectified, as we must turn our attention to agricultural pursuits." Chapter 40. Truly, this is a cesspool of a universe. Understood. I have recorded his soul and life information. According to our investigation, he is the culprit who dared to wage war against the Emperor. His audacity to threaten the Emperor's safety is utterly unforgivable. This has been documented and uploaded to the records. When the federal fleet arrives, we shall obliterate him entirely. Those who dare to violate the Emperor's dignity shall face no mercy. The fleet commander spoke with fierce authority, his proclamation leaving Zhou Ping'an's naval officers in a state of stunned disbelief. They could only exclaim in astonishment. Abaddon was on the verge of launching a black crusade, while the Imperial forces had thus far remained on the defensive. The unfamiliar figure before them was preparing to pursue and annihilate him once the so-called main fleet arrived. Such bravado left the former naval soldiers of the Empire in shock. Yet, it was evident that neither the Federal Navy nor Zhou Ping'an himself paid heed to the naval officers surrounding them, for their dialogue was beyond the comprehension of the Warhammer Navy. As the quantum communication concluded, Zhou Ping'an issued commands to his soldiers. Accompany the escort vessels following us as we depart from subspace. They will be responsible for our protection. Having uttered this, Zhou Ping'an resumed his seat. The naval soldiers, already reeling from the revelations, diligently executed the orders. Zhou Ping'an's genetic modifications proved effective, though their beliefs clashed with their DNA. It was clear that their convictions were beginning to wane. In fact, among those with deeply rooted beliefs, some reached a resolution in their internal struggle with their DNA. They decisively viewed Zhou Ping'an as the embodiment of the Emperor, and thus found no issue with this belief. This must indeed be the Emperor's incarnation. Otherwise, how could their leader possess such formidable technological prowess? Only the Emperor could achieve this. They successfully reconciled with their DNA, their faith and genetic makeup no longer in conflict, and subsequently shared this conjecture with everyone aboard the fleet. Within merely 2 standard hours, all had come to terms with their DNA and beliefs. Indeed, their leader was the very embodiment of the Emperor. It was no wonder that their journey through subspace had been so remarkably smooth. Among them, the navigator was the first to embrace this notion, as they truly felt the presence of an Emperor-like being safeguarding them. The chaotic whispers that had once surrounded them vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed, while the star beacon from Terra shone resplendently. Could this not elucidate everything? It could only affirm that their leader was the Emperor. Guided by the Federal escort ships, the fleet successfully emerged from subspace. As the chaotic vista outside the viewport transformed back into a brilliant starry expanse, all naval personnel collectively exhaled in relief, although their fear of subspace had waned. Returning to the tangible universe brought a sense of comfort. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Cadia system, the chief navigator reported, his voice laced with barely concealed excitement. We have detected a substantial number of energy signals within the system. His tone suddenly shifted to one of tension. Titan fleet detected. There are also signals from the Necrons, living metal. The holographic tactical display immediately illuminated with enemy positions within the system. 12 Titan warships formed a defensive formation around 3 colossal Necron mining vessels, while additional Titan fleets continuously emerged from the central planetary orbit. It appeared to be a prelude to an impending battle. For a fleeting moment, Zhou Ping'an found himself at a loss for words. He suddenly understood why the Warhammer universe was colloquially referred to as a cesspool. Just look at the absurdities it presented. Previously, he had endured the chaotic skirmishes with the Greenskins, which escalated into a divine conflict in subspace. Now, however, he was confronted with the resurgence of the Necron dynasty. However, Zhou Ping'an was truly inclined to turn and flee from any Federation fleet that wasn't his own. It is well known that the technology of the human empire and that of the Necrons are worlds apart. In this universe, the Necrons represent the pinnacle of physical existence. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Ping'an established a quantum communication link to Milan. What is happening? Why are there Necron forces here? He inquired. Have our scouts detected any unusual activity, or is there perhaps a subspace or pocket dimension present? General Milan's holographic image promptly materialized on the bridge, his expression equally grave. Your Majesty, our deep space probes detected anomalies 72 hours ago. Based on our analysis, these adversaries seem to have originated from other star systems, though the specifics remain unclear. Since they entered our detection range, our fleet has been monitoring them, but they appear to have come from even farther afield. Faced with his subordinate's report, Zhou Ping'an could only nod. Truth be told, he harbored doubts about whether his mid-level fleet of the Human Federation could vanquish the Necrons. After all, the Necrons bore a striking resemblance to the Lost Empire, possessing a similar temporal history, which instilled a sense of trepidation within him. He feared that these entities might mirror the Lost Empire in every aspect. Damn it! Had I known, I would be conscripted by that lobster fellow before arriving. I should have thoroughly studied Warhammer to avoid being so utterly perplexed now. The sole piece of good news was that there appeared to be no tomb worlds of the Necrons in the vicinity, merely a fleet that had unexpectedly materialized here. At least he wouldn't have to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Necrons the moment he set his sights on this star system. With his fleet so limited, he could not replenish it until the first stellar fortress was constructed. Zhou Ping'an managed to steady his nerves and began observing the unfolding situation ahead. It was confirmed that there were only 3 Necron warships. Thus, he decided to let the Tau engage them first. After all, both would ultimately become foes of the Federation. Why not allow them to fight while he observed? Whichever side emerged victorious, the Federation fleet would then strike. Moreover, this would serve to deplete the Necron warships. Truth be told, Zhou Ping'an felt somewhat cowardly. The similarity between the Necrons and the Lost Empire was disconcerting. He recalled that his fleet had been unable to defeat the Lost Empire's forces. If these Necrons were indeed of the same caliber as the Lost Empire, then he would need to contemplate relocating to another star system. There were many nearby star systems. He could seek out another system occupied by the Tau or other alien races. The Warhammer universe, despite its myriad flaws, was replete with Xenos. Chapter 41. Which mysterious, unknown force is this? Zhou Ping'an's fleet lingered at the farthest reaches of the star system, gazing at the 2 opposing fleets. The Necron dynasty, in terms of the stars, resembled mechanical ascension, having entirely transformed their bodies into mechanical forms, albeit with a more advanced living metal. This civilization also wielded arc weapons. Akin to the battleship armaments of the later stages of the Stellar Empire, these noble dual-penetration weapons were exceptionally formidable. Although Zhou Ping'an's understanding of this empire was limited, primarily gleaned from the fabricated tales of the lobster, it did not preclude his comprehension of arc weaponry. At this moment, Zhou Ping'an could be likened to a miser, reluctant to incur losses for his fleet. Given the current lack of significant interests, Zhou Ping'an had no intention of initiating an offensive. Otherwise, in keeping with his previous character as a civilization sovereign, he would have already been eager for combat. His fleet remained at a distance. Observing as the 2 fleets drew closer, the Necron fleet showed no signs of retreat. They were steadfastly advancing toward their objective for mining, while the Tau fleet appeared resolute. The commander of the Tau fleet stood on the bridge, his mercury-colored pupils shimmering with vigilance as he scrutinized the 3 oddly shaped Necron warships. Their tentacle-like communication organs quivering slightly. People of the great goodness, his voice resonated through the communication systems. These ancient machine wraiths have rejected our proposal for peace. For the benefit of the greater community, we must thwart them. They have no right to tread upon our lands. The Tau warships immediately reformed their formation, ion cannons charging as war erupted once more. This marked Zhou Ping'an's second encounter with the outbreak of war. However, unlike the first time, he felt confident in his position. Moreover, he was the proverbial fisherman reaping the benefits amid the squabbling clams. The Necron warships clashed with those of the Tau, while Zhou Ping'an's Human Federation fleet remained at a distance, spectating this rare spectacle. Let them continue their dogfight. The Human Federation fleet merely awaited the outcome. As they observed the 2 forces in battle, they diligently collected data on the Necron's combat capabilities, preparing for potential engagement. The Human Federation regarded the feeble Tau with disdain. Their vessels were so weak that even the phased disintegration cannons aboard a cruiser could effortlessly dismantle them. The outcome of this space battle was virtually predetermined from the onset. Though the Human Federation chose to continue assessing the Necrons' precise battle capabilities, everyone remained quietly entertained, and soon 2 days passed. The space conflict reached its climax, culminating in the destruction of the Tau's final warship. Everything seemed to settle into a semblance of order. The Necron mining ships advanced, preparing to commence mineral extraction, at which point Zhou Ping'an set aside the watermelon he had been enjoying. With the arrival of the Federation fleet, his life had markedly improved. He could indulge in whatever he desired without the constraints of his familial obligations. The family was indeed powerful, yet even such strength could not procure a watermelon from Terra, as this delicacy had long since gone extinct. With the Federation fleet's arrival, Zhou Ping'an savored the refreshing watermelon once more, relishing the best watermelon he had tasted in 19 years. The war between the Necrons and the Tau had concluded, and it was now time for them to take center stage. Prepare the main guns of the battleship for firing to eliminate the remaining Necron vessels, he instructed, remembering to save the combat data. He set the last piece of watermelon rind aside on the adjacent chair and issued the combat orders. The fleet began its slow advance, transitioning from sublight to faster-than-light speeds. A new war was on the horizon. Their targets were merely the two Necron vessels that had recently clashed with the Tau, though it was more accurate to refer to them as mining ships. Everything was abundantly clear. As the Federation fleet drew closer, the battleships' main guns began charging. Once both fleets entered range, the Federation's retaliatory battleship opened fire. For robust beams of particle energy surged forth, hurtling toward the Necron dynasty's mining ships, followed by the thunderous sound of two violent explosions. The primary battleships of the Necromancers might still harbor the potential for combat. However, their mining vessels, when confronted by the concentrated firepower of the Human Federation's battleships, are doomed to face an inevitable demise. The abrupt shift in circumstances plunged the Titanium Empire into deeper despair. Their initial encounter with the Necromancers' mining ships had already left them feeling hopeless, and now, their protective fleet had been entirely annihilated. Yet, what rendered their plight even more dire was the unexpected obliteration of the very Necromancer fleet that had decimated their protective armada, reduced to cosmic dust in an instant. For a fleeting moment, the citizens of the Titanium Empire found themselves bewildered, grappling to comprehend the calamity that had befallen them. What was transpiring? Could the path of supreme benevolence offer them salvation? The commander of the Titanium colony, slumped in his command chair, felt his mercury-hued pupils dilate in shock. On the holographic screen, the mining vessel that had just annihilated their fleet was engulfed in 4 blinding beams of light, disintegrating into the void of space. This was an occurrence that far exceeded their wildest imaginations. Almost immediately, their display panels were infiltrated by the battleships of Zhou Ping'an, revealing the visage of the human fleet before the eyes of the Titanium Empire. This was an unabashed display of intimidation and threat. The Human Federation's fleet had materialized before them, and yet the Titanium Empire found themselves utterly powerless against this formidable force. To many, the mere presence of 4 battleships, 8 strike cruisers, 16 destroyers, and 32 frigates might seem like a modest fleet. However, in the realm of Warhammer, for battleships are anything but ordinary. The Retribution-class battleships measure a staggering 289 kilometers in length. While size does not always equate to absolute combat prowess, it often serves as a testament to the technological advancements of the race that constructed them. What perplexed the denizens of the Titanium Empire even further was that these vessels bore no resemblance to any ships they had encountered from other civilizations throughout the galaxy. More strikingly, they were adorned with the emblem of a single-headed golden eagle, a symbol that only deepened their confusion as they struggled to ascertain the affiliation of this fleet. Humans. It seemed improbable. Humans were not known for a single-headed eagle. They were associated with a double-headed eagle, and their fanatical religious tendencies would render them unlikely to initiate communication. Yet, the actions of the opposing fleet suggested a desire to engage in dialogue. Chapter 42. Contact with the Titanium Empire. Zhou Ping'an directly projected the image of his fleet before the Titanium beings, an act that offered them a glimmer of hope for survival. The Titanium citizens speculated that this display of power must indicate a willingness to negotiate. Otherwise, such communication would not have been initiated. After all, demonstrations of force are typically reserved for moments of negotiation. If there were no intention to converse, orbital bombardment would have sufficed. In light of this consideration, the Etherians on the planet felt the possibility of a turning tide. Within the Grand Hall of the Etherian Council, several elegantly robed Etherian elders gathered around a holographic projection. When the image of the Federation's fleet was transmitted through quantum communication, a flicker of hope ignited within their mercury-hued eyes. Esteemed elders, began Chief Etherian Anisu, his tentacles quivering slightly. This mysterious and unknown force that has displayed its might without immediate aggression surely harbors ulterior motives. This is our opportunity to practice the path of supreme benevolence. In the projection, the silvery white battleships of the Federation were arrayed in a precise formation, their streamlined hulls shimmering with ethereal blue energy patterns. And the charging glow of their main cannons radiated like brilliant stars. The Etherians were further astonished by the colossal flagship at the center of the fleet, its size surpassing even that of the Titanium Empire's largest protector-class carrier, with its massive cannon exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. Prepare the negotiation team immediately, Anisu commanded. Let the Water Clan dispatch our finest diplomats, bearing our most precious gifts. Remember to exhibit the utmost sincerity. If this civilization were indeed a faction, perhaps they could be persuaded to join the path of supreme benevolence, provided they were willing to engage in diplomacy. Zhou Ping'an's overture instigated a sense of possibility among the Etherians, who believed there was a chance for negotiation, perhaps even to draw Zhou Ping'an into their fold. In truth, Had Zhou Ping'an civilization been the Earth Alliance instead of the Human Federation, their actions might have yielded results. After all, the Earth Alliance is known for its extreme openness to extraterrestrial beings. However, they were unfortunately faced with the Human Federation, which harbored no fondness for these alien entities. Only a select few extraterrestrial species deemed significant by the Human Federation could be retained, yet they would not be granted full citizenship, rights, or the privileges afforded to human citizens. Moreover, they would not receive the utopian prosperity that Human Federation citizens enjoy. Due to a bill passed in the Star Sea Council, the Human Federation redefined its citizenship benefits to reflect a state of utopian abundance, a notion akin to the highest stage of communism. Although the Human Federation harbors an intensely exclusionary sentiment, it is not entirely intolerant of all alien races. There are indeed certain species that can be accepted and embraced. The criteria for acceptance into the Human Federation are rather simple. One must possess an appealing appearance and be willing to surrender when faced with the Federation's fleet. For instance, the beautiful maidens of the colorful galaxy have garnered the Federation's favor due to their aesthetic appeal aligning with human standards. Thus, the Human Federation can proudly assert its non-malicious nature to the galaxy, while they remain open to the existence of alien beings. If one is deemed unattractive and thus rejected by the Human Federation, that is solely the individual's predicament, not an issue for the Federation. However, it is evident that the titanium beings do not meet any of the criteria for acceptance by the Human Federation. Why then does Zhou Ping'an choose to pursue negotiations with them? The answer lies in the sheer multitude of alien beings on the planet, without significant force. Efficiently eradicating these entities proves exceedingly challenging. Orbital bombardment would take at least a year. Deploying ground forces to eliminate them all is an even more complex endeavor. Who can guarantee the complete annihilation of every last one? Furthermore, the planet is home to a substantial human population, and it would be unconscionable to inadvertently eliminate them as well. While the Human Federation maintains an extreme exclusionary policy towards aliens, it remains exceedingly friendly towards humans. Consequently, Zhou Ping'an disregarded the eager gaze of the Legion's commander, who implored him to consider deploying ground troops. The use of ground forces was out of the question. He had a limited number of troops, and losing even one would cause him considerable distress. He was feeling rather miserly at the moment. Thus, how could he assert dominance over this planet while simultaneously cleansing it of alien presence? The answer lay in the utilization of subspace. Previously mentioned, the Retribution-class battleships were equipped with subspace traps. These devices can directly convert reality into subspace, and what transpires next need not be elaborated. Whether it be the forces of chaos corrupting the titanium inhabitants or the Federation's psychics eradicating them entirely, the Titanium Empire would be thoroughly resolved once and for all. Some may deem such methods as cruel. However, among the members of the Human Federation, these tactics are regarded as efficient. In the chaotic expanse of the galaxy, Zhou Ping'an cannot afford to harbor any semblance of compassion for an alien species, as such sentiments could easily lead to his own downfall. Upon the arrival of the Federation fleet in orbit above the planet, it halted its advance, awaiting the aquatic envoys of the Titanium clan for negotiations. The diplomatic vessel of the Titanium species glided slowly into the docking bay of the Federation flagship, where Kesslun, maintaining a facade of composure, adjusted his appearance. His tendrils quivered slightly in anxiety, and his mercury-hued pupils darted nervously around the cold metallic walls of the chamber. The pristine condition of the ship left him perplexed, as he had never encountered a vessel of this caliber within the galaxy. Unlike the human imperial fleets he had previously observed, which were far less impressive. As the hatch opened, a squad of elite soldiers clad in golden power armor stood in formation, their towering figures and crimson visors causing the aquatic diplomat to instinctively retreat a half-step. Due to Zhou Ping'an's use of the Warhammer mod, he had access to a unique elite unit, these soldiers bearing an uncanny resemblance to those of the human empire. However, their combat prowess was well known to be subpar, as the biological creations of the old man Huang fell short of expectations. Even when not donning their armor, these elite troops could defy certain physical laws with their mere physicality, a pinnacle of human genetic engineering from the mid-phase of the Federation's development. Yet, to be candid, such corporeal combat strength held little significance among the stars, as powerful arc weapons and light spear armaments could obliterate any resistance. Not to mention, even the formidable battle nuns and psionic legions could effortlessly shatter continental shelves, yet upon reaching the planet's surface, they were still relegated to mere concealment. The appearance of the elite soldiers instilled a sense of dread among the aquatic diplomats, a manifestation of the oppression of higher life forms over their lesser counterparts. This pressure, rooted in the very genetic fabric of life, left the titanium diplomats feeling utterly disheartened. We do not have the luxury of time for so-called diplomatic discussions with you, alien. The reason we summoned you here is solely to deliver an ultimatum. You now have 12 standard hours to vacate our planet with your fleet. You may take any species you desire, excluding humans. Anyone else may leave. Do you comprehend? The tone of the elite soldier was merciless, a stark departure from the Federation's usual diplomatic approach, especially from these elite troops. Keslin's tendrils trembled violently, his mercury-hued irises narrowing in shock. He had never anticipated such a blunt ultimatum, which was far more chilling than the mechanical indifference of the undead. This action inflicted a significant loss on them, rendering their proud diplomatic skills utterly futile, as there was no intention for any negotiation. However, he was not inclined to concede so easily. As a diplomat of the aquatic species, he sought to secure at least a sliver of negotiable benefit for his colony. Just as he prepared to speak, the commander of the elite soldiers stepped forward, his massive form dwarfing Keslin, reducing him to the stature of a mere dwarf. This is not a request. It is a command. The voice emanating from behind the mask was cold and mechanical. 12 hours from now, any non-human life form remaining on the planet's surface will be deemed a hostile target. This is our final act of leniency towards what you refer to as the highest moral path. Zhou Ping'an's perception of the so-called Titanium Empire was rather complex. After all, it was an anomaly in the purgatorial galaxy. Yet, their insistence on shouting all as well at every turn extinguished any remnants of Zhou Ping'an's patience for their supposed benevolence. This proclamation evoked unfriendly memories, sealing the fate of the titanium aliens. Nevertheless, Zhou Ping'an still granted them a 12-hour reprieve. It was not that those who escaped within this time frame would survive, but rather, Zhou Ping'an, in his magnanimity, allowed them an additional 12 hours of existence. Following this declaration, the elite soldiers departed, while several others moved to confiscate all the gifts the Titanium Empire had prepared. Do not inquire as to the rationale behind such actions. The primary reason was a lack of resources. Zhou Ping'an was financially strained, and with the impending acquisition of this colony, he would need to establish infrastructure. The star system required the construction of fortress stars. What could be procured without cost? Would it all rely solely on mining from his planet? Moreover, the Federation fleet had not brought research vessels, leaving him uncertain of how many mining zones could be established here. Thus, relying solely on his own efforts would be an arduous endeavor. Securing additional funds from the human empire to purchase raw mineral resources would indeed expedite matters. Eventually, coordinating with the intelligent combat units aboard these warships to utilize them for mining would also prove advantageous. Truthfully, the thought of this strategy elicited a self-congratulatory thumbs up from Zhou Ping'an. It was indeed a splendid plan. Compared to the meager establishment he had painstakingly built on a small asteroid in this chaotic galaxy, the arrival of the Federation fleet represented a monumental shift. The fleet's presence signified not merely military might, but also industrial capacity, foundational support, and human resources. Everything he required had now arrived. Although this technology merely reflected the mid-phase of the Federation, it far surpassed the advancements of the chaotic galaxy. The zero-element armor, once he secured the colony and established the first alloy factory, could be produced en masse. Perhaps after constructing the initial factory, he would find the alloy insufficient for crafting massive battleships like dreadnoughts, yet would adequately supply his ground forces. Zhou Ping'an envisioned the myriad production plans he could implement once he acquired this colonial planet. Yet the Titanium Empire was not destined for such joy. When their aquatic diplomat was ruthlessly expelled from the warship and returned to the planetary surface, the ether lords of the Titanium Empire seethed with fury. Undoubtedly, this act represented a profound insult to their entire empire. Yet what recourse did they possess against such disdain? A vast fleet loomed menacingly above their colony. Those battleships were not only larger than the mightiest vessels of the Titanium Empire, but could easily obliterate even the undead's warships with a single shot. In this regard, the Titanium Empire was utterly incapable of contending with this enigmatic civilization. It was an abject humiliation. A general from the Fire Clan slammed his hand upon the table, his combat attire betraying his eagerness for battle. We must promptly activate the planetary defense system, vowing to fiercely uphold the dignity of our esteemed path. The elder ether sage slowly shook his head, urging calmness, my child. Do you not perceive the magnitude of their fleet? Those formidable armadas currently reside within our orbit, and the weaponry within our cities is utterly incapable of inflicting effective damage upon them. What would be the outcome if a single lance capable of obliterating a necromantic battleship were to strike our city? This planet, after all, is not truly our homeworld. If they desire it, let us relinquish it to them. This could serve as a demonstration of our goodwill towards them, given that they have heard of our esteemed path. I believe there will come a day when we can win them over. Moreover, we must prioritize the well-being of the populace on this planet. War is no longer a matter of adversaries. Should we recklessly instigate conflict, our people would suffer devastating losses, which is unnecessary. Although the humans on this planet are indeed our kin, we find ourselves with no other options at present. Let us preserve what we can. The Titanium Empire embodies such a reality. They are under the delusion that their diplomacy and our esteemed path can conquer many realms, even when faced with insurmountable foes. Yet, at this juncture, they still envision drawing these people into the embrace of our esteemed path. Furthermore, in this hellish galaxy, entities like the Titanium Empire, which prioritize the protection of civilian infrastructure and the safe evacuation of their populace in times of war, are indeed a rarity. They strive to secure civilians in safe locations before relinquishing non-strategic positions. Civilizations and nations of this nature stand out as unique blooms in this infernal galaxy. From a certain perspective, they seem more human and align more closely with the societal values of Zhou Ping'an. It is precisely this aspect that initially endeared them to Zhou Ping'an. Being a subordinate civilization is acceptable. However, the moment he hears them exclaiming their grand greetings, he is tempted to eliminate them. Chapter 44. Every action you take offers a chance for your civilization's survival. The subsequent actions of the Titanium Empire further convinced Zhou Ping'an that they could indeed be a subservient ally. Unlike other hellish civilizations, in times of crisis, ordinary civilizations prioritize the evacuation of their elites before the commoners. In reality, the common populace is largely unable to escape. However, the Titanium Empire's conduct genuinely elevated Zhou Ping'an's regard for them. They first facilitated the boarding of their ethereal citizens onto the warships, followed by the embarkation of civilians. Aside from a small contingent of Fire Clan warriors gradually disembarking to safeguard these civilians, some members of the Fire Clan remained on the surface of the planet. Strikingly, the boarding of ethereal personnel was merely a numerical designation. In truth, as the ethereals boarded the transport vessels, others were doing so as well. It was evident that these individuals were treated as equals. Even those vassals who had joined their esteemed path displayed this sense of equality. It can only be said that this civilization has been deeply marred by the burdens imposed by GW. These individuals have been amalgamated with the diverse traits of various Asian nations during the 2K era, even incorporating characteristics from Zhou Ping'an's own homeland. The principles of prioritizing the populace and advocating for universal equality have been forcibly instilled within the Titanium Empire by GW. They even adopted a caste system, albeit in a remarkably absurd manner. They espouse equality while simultaneously placing the ethereals above other Titanium inhabitants, yet still claim a form of equality. This is indeed a perplexing situation. They have predetermined the roles of individuals based on their birth, all while emphasizing equality. To be honest, Zhou Ping'an has never encountered such a contradictory phenomenon. If it were not for their incessant proclamations of grand greetings, they would undoubtedly have a chance to survive. Compared to other civilizations that would be ruthlessly eradicated by the Human Federation, this civilization does evoke a modicum of leniency in Zhou Ping'an, influenced by the legacy of his own homeland. However, should they manage to amend their grand greetings and the tone of their discourse, they might secure their survival, though not in the present moment. The emergence of a Human Federation must remain unknown to any entity, including the Titanium Empire. No Titanium inhabitant on this planet is permitted to escape. Furthermore, any occurrences within this stellar system must remain concealed from all civilizations and nations. Zhou Ping'an seeks to cultivate his land in peace, free from disturbances. Only by possessing his own planet can he elevate his technological advancements to their utmost potential. Only through securing a planet conducive to his development can he achieve his aspirations. A defining characteristic of P Company's games is the cultivation of resources to a certain extent, followed by a snowball effect that crushes any adversaries in their path. If they are unable to prevail, they must retreat and continue cultivating their fields. He aims to carve out sufficient time for cultivation, allowing his civilization to take shape and to establish a foundation before the arrival of the Federation's military. This would enable him to possess a measure of self-defense. Zhou Ping'an resolved to exert every effort. However, this endeavor must be approached in two stages. The first task is to ensure utmost secrecy, preventing anyone from discovering his occupancy of a planet. This is to avoid interference from other extraterrestrial civilizations. as well as the tiresome judgment courts and administrative bodies of the human empire, which might impose their so-called tithe upon him. In summary, he desires none of this. He does not require the protection of the human empire and hopes they will refrain from encroaching. After all, the tithe is no trifling sum. Zhou Ping'an is currently impoverished and truly wishes to part with not a single coin. Naturally, should he unfortunately be discovered, he could feign allegiance to the human empire. Yet, as previously stated, he has the formidable backing of the Zhou family, whose strength exceeded Zhou Ping'an's expectations. They have representatives in the Terra High Lord Conference. Securing a planet for the younger generation of his family should not pose a significant challenge. If he is indeed discovered, the family would intervene to officially designate this planet as Zhou Ping'an's territory, allowing for the payment of a minimal tithe. Nevertheless, it remains true that Zhou Ping'an is somewhat reluctant. For a civilization's sovereign, the resources for development during its nascent stages are of paramount importance, and he is loath to squander even a single one. 12 hours swiftly elapsed, and the Titanium citizens had successfully boarded the majority of their populace onto transport vessels. Their organizational prowess and execution capabilities were commendably strong. However, this may also be attributed to the relatively sparse population of this planet, excluding humans. The Titanium populace numbers merely 20 million. After all, this planet originally belonged to humanity, and humans constitute the majority here. As it was once a timber planet of the Empire, on this industrial planet, there exists a significant number of nests, with the human population reaching a staggering 8 billion. This figure, while relatively modest compared to other imperial planets, is still considerable given this is a timber world. After 12 hours, Zhou Ping'an should have dispatched ground forces to eradicate the extraterrestrial presence across the planet, but in truth, he refrained from taking such action. Undoubtedly, the actions of the Titanium Empire have fostered a modicum of goodwill in Zhou Ping'an towards them, and thus, he is not averse to allowing these individuals to linger a while longer. As the 24th standard hour elapsed, the entirety of the planet's populace was finally boarded onto the transport vessels by the Titanium Empire. Upon completing the loading, the representatives of the Titanium Empire sent a request for communication to Zhou Ping'an. Naturally, he had no intention of refusing. His curiosity piqued, he opted to accept the transmission. Instantaneously, a member of the Titanium Empire's ether sovereignty materialized in Zhou Ping'an's holographic quantum display. We express our gratitude for your benevolence. Your kindness shall not be forgotten. The ether sovereign of the Titanium Empire performed a ceremonial bow in accordance with their customs. Truly, as the singular oddity of civilization within this purgatorial galaxy, their peculiarities surpassed Zhou Ping'an's expectations, revealing them to be a remarkably courteous society. Having never previously engaged in dialogue with these Titanium beings, Zhou Ping'an chose this moment to speak. Congratulations! Your actions have afforded your civilization a chance at survival. Whether you seize this opportunity rests solely in your hands. The ether sovereign appeared perplexed by Zhou Ping'an's words, but he evidently had no intention of elaborating further, abruptly severing the communication. The Titanium Empire's attitude towards its civilians, coupled with their recent display of politeness, undoubtedly encouraged Zhou Ping'an to grant them a chance, albeit contingent upon the removal of their oppressive constraints. This, of course, applied to their entire civilization. They had gained a potential avenue for continuity, yet for those aboard the transport vessels, their fate remained sealed. Zhou Ping'an possessed the authority to determine whether their civilization could endure, but he had no desire to embroil himself in complications. Although the Titanium Empire was baffled by Zhou Ping'an's implications, they did not linger any longer and began to depart. As they progressed, perhaps unbeknownst to them, they unwittingly entered a subspace trap. The demise of these Titanium beings had become a foregone conclusion. Chapter 45. On the management, construction, and regulations of the colony. The fate of the Titanium people was now sealed. They had only one path left: death. Zhou Ping'an chose not to observe them any longer and issued a directive. All forces may now commence landing on the planetary surface to receive our colonial star. He amended the prevailing laws of the Federation governing this planet, transforming the utopian abundance into a foundation of basic living guarantees. Zhou Ping'an issued his latest orders, revising the current legal framework of the Federation. The utopian abundance was a privilege he would only extend when production capabilities were ample enough to support the populace. Clearly, their development had only just begun. It would be imprudent to allocate resources for a staggering 80 billion people to enjoy such abundance. He lacked the means for such extravagance. Instead, he opted for basic living guarantees, knowing that the populace would not rise in revolt over this adjustment. After all, it was still a far superior situation than their previous existence within the human empire. At the very least, the minimum living guarantees across the stars ensured that the inhabitants could eat sufficiently and dress warmly, with access to a variety of technological devices. They would not subsist on tasteless sustenance like corpse starch or nutrient solutions. Instead, they could choose from an array of tender leaves and nutrient solutions, as well as an assortment of delectable foods. Naturally, for those more luxurious culinary delights, a modest expenditure of Federation credits would be required. In the most straightforward terms, the minimum living guarantee signified that these individuals would not starve. They would have access to wholesome meals and experience the lives befitting the lowest tier of interstellar society. Each person would have their own dwelling, and every household would be able to utilize various Federation living amenities. Such a standard of living could be considered one reserved for nobility throughout the entire Warhammer universe. Zhou Ping'an's commands were executed with utmost diligence. And for those humans who had trembled on the planet's surface, the news was akin to a monumental revelation. In the ensuing 30 days, when the formidable Imperial Guard and valiant human assault troops appear before them, the onlookers could not help but feel that the Empire had returned, come to exact retribution upon them. In the Empire's eyes, those who had allied with the Titanium Empire were unequivocally traitors. For traitors, the Empire would undoubtedly administer the most brutal of punishments, instilling fear in the hearts of all those present who feared the wrath of the human empire. However, hiding within their homes proved futile, as the Imperial Guard swiftly rounded up the leaders of various factions and communities on the planet, bringing them to the governor's residence. There, they were assembled in a plaza to receive an announcement from Zhou Ping'an. For many, it was their first encounter with Zhou Ping'an, and those who beheld him recounted that they felt as if they were in the presence of an emperor. His figure appeared divinely sacred, inviolable, and noble. Glory and majesty failed to adequately convey the essence of his being. Upon their first glimpse of Zhou Ping'an, he heralded an unprecedented transformation for this planet. Some members of the Imperial Guard, standing alongside Zhou Ping'an, stepped forward to elucidate the policies that would govern their futures, policies that were beyond their wildest imaginations. They vividly remembered the words spoken that day, as a guard clad in golden attire conveyed the Emperor's decree. In light of the immense sacrifices and costs borne by the Emperor's fleet to save you, you must atone for your transgressions and the sacrifices made on your behalf. Effective immediately, all weekends and holidays are hereby abolished. You shall devote 8 hours daily to sleep while contributing to the power grid, followed by 8 hours of study and entertainment to enhance your combat capabilities, and another 8 hours to labor for resource production. The highest standards of human federal work will be strictly enforced, with year-round commitment required to maximize individual value and provide energy for the vast military apparatus. This way of life shall persist until the Emperor deems your penance complete. This is your dismal existence as slaves, and you shall forfeit your precious freedom. How pitiable. Undoubtedly, when this declaration was made, all soldiers of the Human Federation felt that such treatment was indeed arduous, given that even a 6-hour workday was already deemed strenuous. An 8-hour workday was beyond the norm, let alone the directive for a relentless 24-hour work regimen. This was an unparalleled cruelty. The Federation soldiers could scarcely fathom the depth of rage that the individuals beneath them would experience. This regulation was not merely directed at the elite. It was imperative that the entirety of the planetary populace be apprised of this situation. Consequently, the Federation's military ensured that channels of communication were established for the lower classes to comprehend the unfolding events. The conditions for the lower populace were as follows. Once the Federation's military and warships reached the planet's surface, an array of constructions commenced forthwith. The soldiers of the Federation and the Mechanical Legion serving aboard the warships dismantled the chaotic edifices and constructed splendid fountains, verdant lawns, and vibrant flower beds, complemented by fitness equipment and benches for repose. The cultivation of these shrubs and blooms was imperative, for the planet's environment demanded enhancement. As a formidable interstellar civilization, ameliorating a planet's specific conditions was a relatively straightforward endeavor. While achieving complete transformation within a month was unattainable, improving certain aspects was effortlessly feasible. Transforming the entire planet, however, would naturally require a gradual approach. Even with the current technological capabilities of the Human Federation and a substantial allocation of resources, a full 200 days will be necessary to metamorphose this world into a perfect Gaia, conducive to the survival of all life forms. In every major town, improvements were made wherever possible, including the addition of crossroad intersections that traverse the city to facilitate mobility and stimulate economic growth. Simultaneously, they constructed a people's square, a task ingrained in the essence of the Federation's soldiers and mechanical legion. Neglecting to construct, it would leave an unsettling void. Here, in this logging world, such undertakings posed no significant challenge, given the anticipated large audience for the speech. The Federation's soldiers and the Mechanical Legion prepared free food and bottled water along the roadsides. Every 500 meters, a medical team stood ready to prevent the fragile human populace, subject to the rule of the Titanium Empire, from collapsing on the streets. Citizens were urged to be mindful of their health and not to perish on the thoroughfares. Should one feel unwell, they were advised to seek the assistance of the medical teams clad in white. Before the speech commenced, the soldiers of the Human Federation and the Legion began patrolling the area, apprehensive that the populace might resist, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, and ready to suppress any dissent. Chapter 46 depicted a scene of profound pity. Across the planet, loudspeakers commanded the populace to march in family units toward the newly established Grand People's Square to hear the Emperor's address. Although it was evident that life under the Titanium Empire was not entirely intolerable, it was hardly idyllic. Many individuals, even within the context of the Empire, were unable to secure a decent livelihood. The Empire's own resources were finite, and their population limited, constraining their capacity to provide adequately. Countless humans were gaunt and emaciated. "Have you not eaten?" "Here," remarked a disciplined officer of the Empire, forcefully handing a box lunch to a pale, thin man, while also offering a bottle of water. This unexpected act startled the emaciated individual. They were oblivious to the distinctions between the Imperial Guard and the interstellar warriors, perceiving them merely as soldiers of the human empire. In their eyes, the Federation and the Empire seemed indistinguishable. To them, this soldier, rather than harming him or demanding penance for his existence, had instead bestowed upon him sustenance and water, an act that rendered him momentarily speechless as he continued forward in a daze. Only after a considerable distance had been traversed did he regain his senses, staring at the boxed lunch and water in his hands. Having never encountered such a meal composed of genuine rice, meat, and vegetables. Turning to glance back, he noticed that his family had also been recipients of a meal and water from the same officer. The tantalizing aroma of the food invaded his senses, compelling him to act. He grasped his family's hands, steering them away from the throng to a nearby bench where he knelt, cautiously opening the boxed lunch. The fragrance enveloped him. A feast of 2 meats and 2 vegetables lay before him. He swallowed hard, unable to resist the allure, and began to devour the meal with fervor. Although he was unfamiliar with the specific dishes, he instinctively recognized their exquisite flavor. His family shared in his delight, each bite filling them with an overwhelming sense of joy. However, just as he prepared to take another mouthful, a mechanical servant approached and firmly grasped his hand. Startled by the sudden touch, the emaciated man momentarily forgot his meal. The food was simply too delectable. How had they ever subsisted on such inferior fare under the Empire's rule? Even during their time under the Titanium's governance, they had never enjoyed such a sumptuous repast. He felt an intense desire to savor another bite, yet the mechanical grip was unyielding, preventing his escape. After several futile attempts to break free, he gazed vacantly at the entity that had seized him. To his astonishment, he realized that it was not merely a machine, but a person. To avoid alarming the citizens, Zhou Ping'an had ordered the exterior of the Empire's machines to be transformed to resemble human forms. The robot held his hand to prevent him from continuing to eat while offering a basin of water with the other. Guilty Federation citizens must wash their hands before dining. Hygiene and health are paramount. In that moment, the thin man struggled to comprehend the directive. "Wash my hands," he pondered, staring at the pristine, crystal-clear water, unsure of how to respond. Surely, this water surpassed anything he had filtered. How could it be used for hand washing? It seemed extravagantly wasteful. Yet, recognizing his status as a guilty citizen, he felt compelled to comply. Trembling, he tentatively extended his hand toward the basin. Should the individual across from him display any sign of disapproval, he would promptly withdraw his hand, fearing punishment, for in his worldview, such pristine water should never be squandered. However, the ensuing outcome defied his expectations. Once his hand submerged in the water, poised to withdraw it, the robot spoke again. "Thoroughly wash your hands to rid them of bacteria and contaminants. Only then may you continue your meal. While the Federation provides free basic health care, you must not waste public resources. Hand washing before meals is a habit every Federation citizen must cultivate, though it may seem obsolete in this interstellar age. It is a vital practice rooted in the esteemed traditions of the Human Federation." The thin man could scarcely grasp the robot's words. Yet he understood one crucial fact. Washing his hands would permit him to eat. As long as he faced no opposition, He hastily complied, meticulously following the instructions to wash his hands in the basin. His family was no different. After washing their hands, the robot departed, and he resumed his whirlwind meal. Such scenes unfolded incessantly across the planet. Within a span of 30 days, the Human Federation had managed to hastily produce a batch of low-intelligence robots designed to serve the citizens of the Federation, instructing them on what they could and could not do. Simultaneously, these machines possessed a modicum of combat capability. Should these new citizens dare to revolt, the robots were equipped to swiftly quell any insurrection. However, due to their reliance on remnants left by the Titanians, the combat prowess of these robots was rather limited. They certainly would not pose a challenge to the elite human strike forces. Once the development of these mechanical servants reached a stable phase on the planet, they were destined to be entirely reclaimed and reforged. Their creation was merely a temporary measure, a testament to the production capacity of the Human Federation. The battleship-class cruisers had undergone special modifications, enabling them not only to engage in combat, but also to possess commendable production capabilities. These capabilities were intended to provide a modicum of resources for establishing colonies, a consideration thoroughly contemplated by Zhou Ping'an. After washing his hands, the man could no longer contain himself and quickly knelt once more, grasping a handful of food and shoving it into his mouth. It was delicious, exceedingly so. He had never tasted such exquisite fare in his life. This was a meal worth dying for. Without hesitation, he would rush forward, fighting for the Emperor, pledging his unwavering loyalty if called upon. Tears streamed down his face as he devoured his meal, overwhelmed with emotion. To the Imperial Guard tasked with maintaining order in each settlement, this scene was a harrowing sight. How pitiful, how wretched, one guard lamented to his companion. I can only imagine their expressions upon learning of the Emperor's orders, knowing they would henceforth be required to sleep for 8 hours, work for 8 hours, and study or entertain themselves for 8 hours, day in and day out, without respite or holiday, stripped of their freedom. Another guard chimed in. Indeed, it is unbearably cruel. I shudder to think of their reaction upon discovering they would only be allowed 3 meals a day. What fury might they unleash during late-night snacking? They lamented. Benefits reduced to mere 5 insurances and 1 fund, with weekly allowances for drinks and fitness stripped away alongside the demand for 8 hours of labor. What a grim fate. Most tragically, they would lose their freedom, condemned to a relentless 24-hour cycle of work, leisure, and sleep. It is truly horrifying. The Emperor's punishment is dreadfully severe. Alas, what choice do we have when our Emperor is currently impoverished? Every resource must be meticulously accounted for. I believe the hydroponic farm on the other side should have been completed by now. The labor force was limited, with robots producing a mere 10 units of food per month. Unfortunately, this planet housed only that single hydroponic farm, barely sustaining 100 billion lives. The 2 guards, filled with sympathy, reflected on the plight of their fellow humans. They acknowledged that, despite everything, they were all human, which only deepened their empathy for the suffering endured by these individuals. What kind of existence is this? Reduced to mere insurance and funds, and devoid of weekends. A 24-hour day, so meticulously scheduled, robbing them of their most precious freedom. How tragic, how tragic. Chapter 47. Our treatment is indeed too cruel. Ordinary citizens of the human empire? No, they were now federal citizens, had been gathered in the heart of the People's Square. Zhou Ping'an approached the microphone, prepared to deliver his address. All those deemed guilty were forcibly seated, ready to listen to the grand speech of the Emperor of the Human Federation. Mechanical soldiers safeguarded the perimeter while the Imperial Guard maintained order from above. Should any of these guilty citizens express discontent after hearing the Emperor's words, the guards were ready to suppress the impending rebellion. A formidable psychic energy coalesced within their bodies. They were prepared for battle. For it seemed to them that this treatment was indeed excessively harsh. Your Majesty, everyone has been assembled in the center of the People's Square. You may now address them, reported Zhou Feng, commander of the Imperial Guard, as he approached Zhou Ping'an. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping'an raised his head to regard Zhou Feng, still distractedly engaged in a game. Since the arrival of the Federation's forces, he felt reduced to an ordinary, insignificant being and had begun to embrace a rare, slothful existence reminiscent of his previous life. He even delegated the writing of his speech to those below him. After a month of rest, Zhou Ping'an was somewhat taken aback upon hearing his subordinate's report. However, having undergone over a decade of elite noble education, he quickly regained his composure after an initial adjustment. He accepted the speech draft handed to him, preparing to practice without even glancing at it. Ahem, can you hear me? Good, you should be able to. Now, I shall commence the narration of your forthcoming journey of atonement. Given your betrayal of humanity in favor of the Titanian cause, this is an unforgivable sin. Treachery is intolerable. Thus, you must pay the price for your betrayal. From this day forth, you are required to adhere strictly to an 8-hour workday. Wait, what? Did I just read that? An 8-hour workday? I, a noble, have never even enjoyed such a privilege. Zhou Ping'an exclaimed in alarm, wanting to halt his reading. Yet, this was a broadcast directed at the entire planet. Halting now would undermine his dignity and the authority of the Human Federation. Reluctantly, he could only pray that the absurdities crafted by his subordinates would not be too outrageous. Regrettably, his hopes were dashed, as he entrusted a group of soldiers, Navy personnel, and administrative experts to resolve this issue without informing him of the true nature of the Warhammer world. Such a scenario was inevitable. They only understood that the human empire was a vast nation encompassing 1 million colonial stars, while the Human Federation barely had over 100 colonies. How formidable must the strength of such a nation be? Naturally, they regarded it as a powerful interstellar civilization. During the pause in Zhou Ping'an's speech, the ordinary citizens gathered in the square mirrored his astonishment upon hearing the announcement of an 8-hour workday. However, upon noticing the soldiers and guards standing atop the platform, they dared not voice any dissent, instead choosing to remain silent and attentive. After a prolonged moment of daze, Zhou Ping'an resumed his lamentations. Indeed, you have not misheard. From this day forth, you are mandated to strictly adhere to an 8-hour work regime. Zhou Ping'an's heart bled internally, for he had scarcely experienced the luxury of such a schedule. Yet, in order to maintain the emperor's dignity, he felt compelled to continue reading. We shall adhere to the 8-hour workday. Commencing today, you are required to labor for 8 hours to produce resources, dedicate 8 hours to enhance your combat capabilities, and repose for 8 hours integrated into the power grid. From this moment on, you are permitted but 1 day of rest each week, and your wages shall only be adjusted once every 3 months. As for bonuses, you are entitled to receive a sum equivalent to 3 months' salary, but only once a year. Annual leave has been halved, leaving you with a mere 15 days per year. Zhou Ping'an felt increasingly reluctant to continue reading. The absurdity of this existence was beyond his comprehension. Was this truly the essence of basic life security? Is this how such security is guaranteed? Has it not become akin to the tyranny of the Decepticons? A Megatron-like dominion? What, indeed, were his subordinates in the Imperial Guard and Civil Service doing? Were they cognizant of the true nature of these individuals? They were, after all, burdened with sins. Well, to be fair, they merely wished to survive, and that cannot be deemed a grave transgression. However, he himself was in dire straits, having lived within the grim confines of the Warhammer universe. Zhou Ping'an found himself momentarily contemplating self-destruction upon confronting the living standards of the Human Federation. What hardships had he endured in the past? In the original drafts, the Imperial Guard, Navy, and civil servants of the Human Federation had proposed a regime that demanded round-the-clock labor throughout the year. Ultimately, however, the bureaucrats deemed such a proposition excessively cruel. Although these individuals were indeed sinners, was it not somewhat inhumane to treat them thus? After all, they had once been citizens of a human empire that boasted 1 million colonized planets. Was this not a tad too harsh? Thus, after some deliberation, they resolved to grant them a modicum of respite. After all, these individuals were also fellow humans and deserved a measure of compassion. They adjusted the terms to allow but 1 day of rest per week, with wage increases occurring only once every 3 months, and halved annual leave of merely 15 days. The rationale behind the infrequent wage increases was to alleviate the burden on these already beleaguered souls. They ought not to be subjected to undue hardship. It is crucial to note that, due to their status as sinners, their monthly income amounted to a meager 4,000 federal credits after the deduction of various insurances. Moreover, they had lost various allowances such as late-night meal subsidies, commuting expenses, and fitness incentives. All those benefits had been revoked. Given their dire circumstances, it was deemed unnecessary to inflict further suffering upon them. Sinners should not be so ruthlessly exploited. To facilitate understanding of the purchasing power of federal credits, it could be compared to our current currency, effectively doubling their monthly wages to 8,000. Alas, such lamentable conditions were unavoidable, for the emperor had declared them guilty and in need of redemption. The root of this dire situation lay in the emperor's own impoverished state, which precluded any indulgence. As the adage goes, all great accomplishments require sacrifices as their foundation. Thus, the newly inducted citizens of the Federation became the sacrificial lambs. Zhou Ping'an felt no desire to continue reading. Meanwhile, The ordinary citizens of the former human empire, who had once enjoyed the privileges of the Titanium Empire, were left in a state of shock, subsequently kneeling in unison. Long live the Emperor! After a moment, they felt that such exclamations were somewhat disrespectful and altered their chant to Eternal Emperor, Eternal Emperor. Hearing the fervent cheers from below, Zhou Ping'an felt a flicker of revitalization and prepared to continue reciting the decree. In a subdued and weary voice, he pressed on. From this evening forth, due to your transgressions, and during this penance, you shall be permitted but 3 meals a day, consisting solely of the boxed lunches you have just consumed. The Federation will not provide you with any late-night meals, so do not even entertain such notions. Your daily sustenance will consist of a limited selection of only 280 dishes. From the moment you committed your offenses, you shall only partake of these 280 dishes until I deem your penance complete. Therefore, if you desire to eat something, you may choose from this restricted menu. Zhou Ping'an, overwhelmed, could no longer continue and hurriedly terminated the communication. Tears streamed down his cheeks. The days he had endured within the knightly family had been nothing short of wretched. As an heir in his family, he had lived a life far superior to that of these penitent souls. Tears welled in Zhou Ping'an's eyes. Meanwhile, in the distance, the leaders of the Imperial Guard, Zhou Feng and Milan, the fleet commander of the Human Federation, interpreted the scene in a markedly different light. Truly, the Emperor remains benevolent towards humanity. Olmi, do you not think we have made this treatment excessively harsh? The Emperor must have been distressed upon reading this address, feeling sorrow for these citizens. After a moment of contemplation, Milan responded, Indeed, it must be so. The Emperor surely empathizes with those citizens. Had we foreseen this? We should have devised a more lenient policy to avoid such excess. We have failed to fulfill the Emperor's expectations. Chapter 48. Forgive us, Emperor, we were wrong. Zhou Ping'an had grown weary of the word envy. Yet, truth be told, the Human Federation's approach resembled that of a true interstellar civilization. In stark contrast, the conditions reminiscent of Warhammer were akin to something out of a toilet. In light of the dire circumstances faced by the citizens of the Empire, it was evident that this was far from what an interstellar civilization ought to embody. The disparity was egregious. Although Zhou Ping'an lamented that these sinners lived a life superior to his former noble existence, he ultimately ratified the proposed living conditions, not for reasons of pride or reputation, but out of the mercy bestowed upon humanity by the Emperor, who even wished to incorporate the highest moral principles into the Interstellar Council. How malevolent could such an emperor truly be? Zhou Ping'an had always been benevolent towards his subjects. Otherwise, he would not have established a utopian existence for all citizens of the Human Federation. This was the emperor's compassion. Zhou Ping'an reluctantly accepted the decree he had promulgated. Yet just as he acquiesced, his commanders and fleet leaders stealthily approached him once more. Without a doubt, the tears he had shed had instilled a profound sense of guilt in these two. Now, these two whimsical individuals came forward to offer their apologies. Forgive us, Emperor. We have failed to meet your expectations and have caused you distress. As they spoke, they bowed their heads in a display of deep remorse, while Zhou Ping'an had begun to accept the high welfare standards they had devised. Upon witnessing his two subordinates acknowledging their mistakes, he found himself devoid of any inclination to anger. Rather, he felt a sense of pride in their growth. It was indeed a remarkable feat for them to perceive his current impoverishment and take the initiative to apologize. Zhou Ping'an felt a profound satisfaction in their recognition of their errors, leading him to extend his hand, assisting them both to their feet. Your acknowledgement of this mistake is commendable. I am quite pleased with it. I shall not pursue this matter further, and I can forgive the errors you have committed. Zhou Ping'an was genuinely capable of forgiving their transgressions, especially since his outputs appear to be satisfactory, providing a modest surplus to support their livelihoods. Apart from the somewhat limited production capacity of alloys, wherein the workers required a degree of training, this minor shortfall was acceptable. Coincidentally, his subordinates had devised an extreme operational schedule: 8 hours of work, 8 hours of sleep, and another 8 hours dedicated to study and leisure. This arrangement would expedite the cultivation of sufficiently skilled workers. What exceptional subordinates! Zhou Ping'an thought, feeling an urge to express his discontent. What nonsense! 8 hours of sleep, 8 hours of leisure, and 8 hours of work. What kind of miserable existence did I endure previously? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the two hapless subordinates across from him grew increasingly remorseful. Forgive us, Your Majesty. We have come to understand our errors. After a night of overtime and adjustments, we have formulated a new proposal. Collaborating with the personnel from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, we conducted thorough calculations. and we too found a notion of 8 hours dedicated to work, leisure, and sleep to be utterly daunting. Thus, we have made adjustments to our operations. To render the Federation's laws appear more humane, and to ensure that the local human citizens benefit from the Federation's goodwill, we have resolved to reduce the working hours to 6, adhering to the Federation's legal maximum. Zhou Ping'an solemnly conveyed the conclusions reached during their discussions to Zhou Ping'an, while Milan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Your Majesty, we have deliberated upon this matter, and it is undoubtedly inhumane. We even allowed our Imperial Guards to experience such a regime. After working for a full 8 hours, they too remarked on its inhumanity. We failed to comprehend your intentions, subjecting the citizens here to such harsh treatment. We were wrong. We admit our mistakes, and we repent. This is our letter of reflection. The two clumsy subordinates promptly presented a copy of their reflections to Zhou Ping'an, whose expression froze upon hearing their words. A 6-hour work system? Very well, very well. You are an interstellar civilization, and you are affluent. Why should these people enjoy such a lavish existence when I have never experienced such comforts? This proposal was swiftly rejected by Zhou Ping'an. No modifications are necessary. It shall remain as is. Do not dwell on this matter. Focus on production. Go forth and attend to your duties. He urged the two to return to their essential tasks, dismissing any further legal deliberations, and with a flick of his psychic abilities, he sent them out of his ecological governor's palace. Engaging in dialogue with individuals from a prosperous human federation was utterly futile. After sending the two away, Zhou Ping'an's increasingly adept mind swiftly calculated the potential losses from their proposed adjustments. With the colonial sphere at his disposal, after meeting the dietary needs of 8 billion inhabitants according to current standards, he could still yield a surplus of 40 units of food monthly. If the hydroponic farm workers were adequately staffed, he could generate at least a surplus of 60 units of food each month. In the absence of a fully staffed workforce, with only robotic units operating, his primary alloy factory could produce 10 units of second-tier alloys each month. However, this was insufficient for the creation of zero-element armor, classified as Level 5 armor, which would take 4 months to fabricate a single unit, if produced by the current basic alloy factory. To provide context, a single unit of zero-element armor demanded approximately 100 units of alloy for a station measuring around 20 kilometers, while a retaliatory-class battleship required a mere 1,000 units. If he could fully staff his basic and auxiliary production facilities, his alloy factory could yield 40 units of second-tier alloys each month, allowing for the production of 4 units of zero-element armor. Furthermore, he would also have a surplus of 20 units of consumer goods each month. These consumer goods encompassed a variety of valuable items, including essential household products. In comparison to the Empire's casting planets, Zhou Ping'an's colony produced approximately 4 to 5 times the output, specifically regarding armor, merely within the span of a month of development. More importantly, he surpassed other casting planets in food production, as ordinary humans were also introduced into mining and energy production. It signified that his planet would soon possess an abundance of energy and mineral resources. Although these newly integrated citizens were not yet fit for factory work, Zhou Ping'an intended to assign them to mining operations, reallocating the robotic units to alloy production. Within no more than 3 months, Zhou Ping'an could establish his first outpost within the star system. With the construction of an outpost, everything would improve. He could then erect stellar fortifications and shipyards, ultimately forming a fleet of warships. Everything appeared so promising, and Zhou Ping'an's spirits began to lift. However, to return to the present concerns, he was uncertain whether the proposed adjustments would necessitate increased consumption of other resources. Yet he was certain that the consumption of consumer goods would rise by 2 units, and food consumption would also increase by 2 units. While these 2 units might seem negligible in the context of the stars or the human federation, they held significant weight in the Warhammer universe. An additional consumption equivalent to what 20 billion people could eat in a month was substantial. He could inquire with the governors of the Empire if they would be willing to shoulder such a burden. Of course, Zhou Ping'an was unclear about any potential reductions in production capacity, as these individuals had yet to undertake any labor. He remained uncertain about the output they could contribute. Nevertheless, he held little hope for them, as these individuals had not undergone genetic modifications, thereby limiting their capabilities to a significant degree. Chapter 49. This individual actually wishes to erect an emperor statue in the People's Square. Zhou Ping'an felt a sense of desolation wash over him. However, under the Federation's treatment, the once imperial citizens experienced an unprecedented warmth. The streets were clean and orderly, adorned with pleasing greenery. Everyone can now enjoy ample food and warm clothing. living lives of such exceptional quality that they had never even dared to dream of before, and they even receive a salary. This remuneration is markedly different from that received under the Empire. During those times, their wages were merely sufficient to sustain their existence. Under the governance of the Federation, however, this salary is no longer solely for subsistence, but is primarily allocated for addressing certain extraordinary circumstances. For instance, while basic healthcare does not cover some rare diseases, these uncommon ailments hardly pose a significant issue. Within the Federation's premier medical facilities, nearly all such conditions are resolved, often at the expense of only a few hundred Federation credits. Their earnings can now be spent on luxury items, enabling them to acquire things they had previously only dared to dream about. Naturally, they can also purchase food, although they are deemed sinners should they desire more delectable options. The Federation, while not providing them for free, allows them to use their credits to indulge. Furthermore, these credits can be saved as personal savings for future endeavors, such as opening a quaint little shop to cultivate their passions. Such a life is beyond the wildest imaginings of those who once languished in the lower echelons of the Empire, including even the middle-class citizens. Moreover, it is not only the former imperial citizens who are enjoying this unprecedented prosperity. Even the dregs of society have been integrated into the Federation's citizenry. They too are experiencing a life of unparalleled quality. However, the military forces of the Federation refer to this existence as penance and punishment. They must pay the price for their disloyalty, a retribution imposed by the Emperor. Unlike their previous lives, the criminal underworld in the lower strata has been entirely eradicated. Faced with the formidable Imperial Guard and the interstellar warriors, they possess no capacity for resistance and are swiftly dismantled. The Imperial Guard can effortlessly topple entire continental shelves with mere gestures, and clad in their specialized armor, they appear almost godlike to ordinary citizens. They are truly divine beings. Not only are they capable of eradicating gangs, but they can also engage in direct combat with ease. The Imperial Guard comprises genetically engineered beings endowed with formidable psychic abilities. Representing a mid-tier unit of the Federation Emperor, everything unfolds in an orderly manner, and in the eyes of the Federation citizens. Those reclaimed imperial citizens are likewise regarded as individuals deserving of protection. Yet, a significant distinction separates these individuals from ordinary Federation citizens, one so vast that it eludes the comprehension of Federation officials, the Imperial Guard, and even the assault troops. These individuals seem inexplicably drawn to worship. They seek to venerate the Emperor, performing daily prayers as part of their devotion. This behavior baffles all the Federation's military personnel and bureaucrats alike. Nevertheless, while the worship is peculiar, the Federation's officials and soldiers do not intend to intervene. However, the proposal to erect a statue of the Emperor in the People's Square is an entirely different matter. The Human Federation has never undertaken such an endeavor. How could a statue of the Emperor be erected in the People's Square? When this suggestion was first put forth, it was promptly dismissed by the Ministry of Affairs. Yet, the power of that dismissal was feeble, as the newly integrated citizens of the Federation categorically refused to accept it. These formerly compliant new Federation citizens erupted into widespread protests over the denial of their request to construct a statue of the Emperor in the People's Square. This unexpected fervor astonished all Federation officials. Who would have thought these individuals would become so fervently passionate as to stage a massive protest merely for a statue? The Ministry of Affairs officials found this incomprehensible, while admiration for the Emperor was prevalent within the Federation. It had never reached such extremes as to forcibly erect a statue of him. The developments surrounding this issue unfolded as follows. Chapter 50. We need a statue. We demand a statue. As the Emperor's decree of punishment resonated throughout the entire colony, the populace, initially bewildered, struggled to comprehend the gravity of their situation. Was this punishment? Were they truly to atone for their sins to the Emperor? What aspect of this resembled punishment or atonement? It was evidently a benevolent gift from the Emperor. Upon hearing the penalties laid out by Zhou Ping'an, the former imperial citizens widened their eyes in disbelief. Yet, regardless of their beliefs, the Federation soldiers and combat robots lacked the inclination to provide detailed explanations. The Emperor's words were already sufficiently clear, and any rational individual should understand. Instead of offering further clarification, they urged the citizens to return to their homes and rest. This was their final day of freedom before atonement. They should relish the fleeting joy of arranging their own leisure time. After all, beginning the following day, they would forfeit their freedom, working 8-hour shifts, sleeping for another 8, and allocating 8 hours for entertainment and study. What a harsh existence, with only 1 day of respite each week. The Federation's soldiers believed they were being remarkably merciful, especially the Imperial Guard, who encouraged these individuals to return home and engage in their preferred activities. Under their insistence, the former Imperial citizens dared not resist and were compelled to return to their homes they could scarcely believe were theirs. The residences they now occupied were no longer the familiar abodes of their past. They had been replaced by newly constructed urban living quarters created by Federation robots. Each family was assigned housing based on its size, with even the smallest dwelling spanning 400 square meters, intended for a family of 3. For each additional family member, an extra 200 square meters was allocated. These homes were adorned with an array of sophisticated appliances and devices that they had never dared to envision, catering to their needs from drinking water to sanitation, and even outfitted with state-of-the-art fitness equipment. Whatever they desired was provided. Additionally, a body scanning room was included in each residence, where individuals were required to undergo scans after work to detect any potential illnesses, ensuring timely treatment for any emerging health issues. Although this technology had been previously phased out, the Federation reinstated it due to certain considerations, equipping them with a scanning room to ensure they knew where to seek medical attention. This scanning facility not only conducted assessments, but could also treat various ailments, with all conditions covered under the Federation's basic healthcare being treated free of charge. Otherwise, individuals will be forcibly transported to hospitals for necessary treatment. The bureaucrats of the Federation have grown apprehensive towards these individuals, utterly perplexed by their thoughts, fearing that they might be reluctant to seek treatment. Beyond this, they are equipped with a sophisticated smart kitchen, from which they can order any of the 280 dishes available, and the kitchen promptly prepares and serves their meals. Furthermore, there exists a dedicated 100 square meter ecological simulation room, capable of mimicking all terrains and diverse climates discovered by the Federation to date. This allows its citizens to indulge in a semblance of travel without ever leaving the confines of their homes, providing a means to alleviate their spirits. Additionally, there is a study room designed specifically for their learning needs, furnished with electronic devices that offer a wealth of knowledge at their fingertips. This study area also incorporates an ecological simulation system that recreates their preferred environments, thereby enriching their educational pursuits and enabling them to contribute diligently to the Emperor's endeavors. Moreover, a 50 square meter esports room offers access to all games invented by the Federation thus far, allowing for unrestricted enjoyment. Naturally, should they wish to watch videos, they can effortlessly activate quantum projection from the comfort of their abode. It is well known that communication within the Federation is virtually instantaneous. Even the fleets equipped with early technology ensure that there are no delays within a certain range. However, due to technological constraints, the current communication system can only guarantee this immediacy within a radius of 10,000 light-years. To achieve universal no-delay communication, a sentinel array would be necessary. This is a project initiated by their Emperor, who has unveiled advanced technologies for infrastructural development. Nonetheless, whether for the former or latter, the financial costs are exorbitant, and the Emperor, as it stands, seems somewhat reluctant to invest. In the eyes of these erstwhile imperial citizens, their homes are adorned with opulent decorations, and the technological advancements within are indeed overwhelming. Were it not for the user-friendly nature of the Federation's technology, they might struggle to navigate their domestic lives. However, this concern is largely unfounded, as each home is equipped with an intelligent AI system. Yet, these original imperial citizens prefer to refer to the AI as machine souls. The Federation remains indifferent to this nomenclature. The citizens' choice of title is their prerogative, and the government harbors no objections. When these citizens express their needs, the intelligent AI within their rooms promptly addresses all their requirements, from cleaning to instructing them on how to live comfortably within their homes, including reminders for when to sleep and connect to the grid for energy generation. The Federation has long since transitioned from the archaic practice of capturing biological entities for power generation. Now, merely resting in their designated beds while they sleep translates to energy production for the Federation. This energy is remarkably efficient. The cumulative energy generated by 8 billion citizens during their slumber is equivalent to an additional 200 energy credits each month. To put this into perspective, 200 energy credits represent the total output of 5 energy worlds within the Empire. All of this is so astonishing that they find it hard to believe this is their abode. Yet, it is indeed the residence housing provided by the Federation. They are genuinely enjoying such privileges, which instills a profound sense of guilt and a weighty sense of responsibility among both the original Imperial citizens and the new Federation citizens. They ponder what they can do to repay the Emperor's benevolence. Uncertain of their abilities, they can only strive diligently during work hours, often being forcibly removed by Federation robots when they attempt to overstay their shifts. This is a journey of atonement predetermined for them. How would they dare to prolong their work? To do so would be to disrespect the Emperor. Absolutely not. An 8-hour workday is sacrosanct. Any attempts to work overtime are strictly prohibited. Only those who adhere to the scheduled hours are deemed virtuous citizens of the Federation. The remaining 8 hours should be devoted to learning and leisure. The rationale behind the immediate consequences of wage deductions for overtime is rooted in the fervor of these original imperial citizens. Initially, to deter overtime work, the Federation's bureaucrats reduced the overtime pay from a 10-fold increase to merely 3 times. Yet, these individuals still chose to work excessively. The bureaucrats deemed the 3-fold overtime compensation already quite inhumane, but the fervor persisted. Thus, they resorted to challenging their moral limits, enforcing punitive wage deductions as a means of compliance. When this decision was made, the Federation's officials felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, praying for the Emperor's forgiveness. Previously, the 3-fold overtime rate had already left them feeling deeply remorseful. Now, with wages being withheld, their guilt only intensified. The officials of the Ministry of Administration began to feel overly anthropomorphic, questioning their own humanity. Even when faced with wage deductions, some individuals remained unwilling to leave their posts, defiantly exclaiming that they wished to be deducted if it meant serving the Emperor. The Human Federation has provided for their housing, healthcare, meals, and a myriad of necessities, rendering them indifferent to the so-called Federation credit points. Their singular desire is to fervently labor for the Emperor. In such circumstances, a multitude of bureaucrats resorted to dispatching combat robots to enforce mandatory off-duty measures. Yet, often after the robots forcibly escorted these individuals away, they would shout in protest, "Let me go! Let me go! I must atone! I am guilty! I am guilty!" They flailed about, striving to escape the grasp of the combat robots. But their small frames rendered such efforts futile. Each time the officials witnessed this scene, they could only sigh in exasperation. They were at a loss. They understood not the nature of these individuals' perceived guilt. The Emperor's decision to reduce benefits stemmed from a lack of resources, given that he currently possesses only a single colonial planet. Yet, they were astonished to find that the newly integrated Federation citizens genuinely believed themselves culpable. It was a source of embarrassment for the officials. Whenever they observed such scenarios, the Federation bureaucrats felt a twinge of discomfort, questioning whether they had been overly persuasive in convincing these individuals of their guilt. They were in fact innocent. Under this rhythm, with the inability to work overtime, these Federation citizens turned to spiritual solace. Their inability to extend their work hours left them feeling tormented by their conscience, prompting them to seek atonement through veneration of the Emperor. The citizens of the former empire contemplated the notion of venerating the statue of the Emperor. However, their search across the entire planet yielded little. Aside from a diminutive representation of the Emperor located within the administrative offices of the planetary governor, they encountered no other likeness. Naturally, Zhou Ping'an wished for no one to worship him. Hence the solitary statue served merely as a symbolic presence within the governor's administrative hall. Being a symbol, it could not be overly grand. The statue's stature was merely equivalent to that of Zhou Ping'an himself. This limitation left the citizens of the former empire in a quandary. Surely it was impractical for every individual to journey to the administrative offices to offer their prayers. What would become of the governor's office if an entire planet's population of 8 billion flocked there to pray? Not only would it be an overwhelming logistical nightmare, but the sheer inconvenience of long queues would be disheartening. While these individuals had contemplated commissioning or purchasing an emperor statue, the sale and carving of such representations were strictly prohibited within the Federation. Thus, they found themselves at an impasse. As a result, the citizens, upon exhausting their options and unable to find an emperor's statue, spontaneously organized protests across various administrative districts. They demanded the erection of a statue of Zhou Ping'an in the People's Square. "We want a statue of the Emperor. We want a statue of the Emperor." The ringleader shouted, with the crowd fervently echoing his demands. The sheer number of protesters created a cacophony of voices. Faced with this predicament, the local administrative offices could not resolve the issue and escalated the matter to the planetary governor's office. Soon, the governor's office found themselves equally powerless and had no choice but to bring the issue before Zhou Ping'an. Erecting a statue of the Emperor required the Emperor's explicit consent, as it pertained to his image rights. Chapter 51. Are you suggesting they want me to work against my will? Zhou Ping'an mused, bewildered by the administrative staff presenting him with this demand. They wish to erect a statue of me? A statue in every People's Square? You mean to say they want to pray beneath my statue daily? Zhou Ping'an, who was enjoying himself, looked incredulously at the bureaucrat before him. Why would they want to construct a statue of me? Am I not alive? I am here. Why would they pray to a statue? He pondered whether these individuals believed he could bestow blessings upon them like the venerable old sage, even in his living form. Well, I suppose I could, but I truly lack the time to grant them blessings or provide protection. Zhou Ping'an found himself utterly perplexed by the thoughts of his new federal citizens. Surely, they did not wish to pray daily? The very notion of a daily prayer routine seemed daunting to him. He recalled the prayers and recitations he had to endure within his own family, and shook his head vigorously. Who could be so peculiar as to desire daily prayers? The bureaucrat, equally at a loss, interjected, "Indeed, Your Majesty. We attempted to dissuade them from this notion, yet it evolved into a massive protest. They have escalated their demands into a full-fledged demonstration. We find ourselves unable to resolve the matter and are compelled to seek your guidance. After all, any statue erected in the People's Square requires your authorization." Zhou Ping'an was left speechless. As someone who was constantly harried by the prayers of the knightly family, he could not comprehend why anyone would choose to pray voluntarily. This was nothing short of a self-imposed burden, utterly terrifying. What was even more alarming was the prospect of their prayers reaching him, as some of those supplications would indeed penetrate his consciousness. While he could allocate a portion of his psychic energy to manage them, it would still be an unwelcome hassle. This is unreasonable. I do not wish for them to pray to me. I am already exhausted. Why must they seek to pray without cause? No, absolutely not. I cannot allow this. I refuse to permit the establishment of a statue. I have labored for so many years. Do I not deserve a respite? Zhou Ping'an vehemently protested, adamant in his refusal to be dragged back into labor, even if it was merely a fragment of his psychic energy that would be compelled to work. That fragment would ultimately return to his mind, bringing with it all the memories associated with that labor. The idea of enduring such a life was simply too daunting. However, the imperial ministry had no means to reject these fervent citizens. They had already commenced their protests. Surely, it would be untenable to deploy the military to forcibly disperse them. Moreover, the military had already attempted to quell the protests, but to no avail. Numerous mechanical legions had tried to drive them back home. Yet each time the mechanized forces withdrew, the protesters returned. To be candid, the officials had never encountered such unwaveringly determined and devout citizens within the Federation. It was truly alarming. As they spoke, a shiver ran down the bureaucrat's spine. Although he had never governed, he had absorbed a wealth of experiences, memories, and abilities from his predecessors. Yet none of these had equipped him to deal with such fervent zealotry. Zhou Ping'an sat in his seat, utterly bewildered. He did not wish to work. Listening to the prayers of these devotees would necessitate some form of resolution on his part, and that would mean he would have to engage in labor. How exhausting. How could he endure such a life? In the recesses of his mind, he reminisced about his previous existence, a life spent praying to the old sage daily. A seemingly impractical solution began to take shape in his thoughts. For the time being, he had no desire to sever ties with the human empire, yet he could not forget the madness that had unfolded in his mind. Thus, he resolved to undertake some superficial measures. After all, they wished to worship an emperor, yet they did not specify which one. The illustrious god emperor with 13 arms and the two-armed emperor were both emperors, were they not? They did not stipulate that they must specifically venerate him. They could just as easily pray to the old sage. This presented an opportunity to obfuscate the human empire's intentions, allowing him to continue his stable development and buy himself time. Being a top-tier noble of the human empire, Zhou Ping'an had no need to confront them directly. Rather, he could harness the empire's strength to accelerate his own progress. Furthermore, the most pressing concern was that if he did sever ties, he would eventually have to confront the old sage when he was pulled from his throne, and he would need to exert force to compel the entire human empire. Such a hassle. After all, what is given to the empire will ultimately contribute to his development. The human empire is also aiding in the advancement of the human federation. Zhou Ping'an's mind must be preoccupied with instructing the officials of the Internal Affairs Department to commence the construction of the statue of the old man Huang. Subsequently, he dispatched his consciousness into the subspace, where his colossal spiritual presence traversed the dimensions. The Chaos Four Gods and other formidable subspace entities naturally sensed Zhou Ping'an's arrival. This fellow's first appearance was marked by an encounter with that yellow-skinned creature, where they decisively subdued Nago. Who could predict his purpose for coming this time? The entity known as Kongyue felt a surge of excitement, believing Zhou Ping'an had come to challenge him to combat. Engaging in a brawl would be splendid. Against both the old man Huang and Zhou Ping'an, he could only endure their blows passively. However, he felt he could hold his ground against Zhou Ping'an alone. The entity saying yeah continued to gaze at Zhou Ping'an's nearly flawless visage, appearing utterly enamored. Nonetheless, Zhou Ping'an paid her no heed. As long as she refrained from approaching him, he wouldn't waste subspace energy on her. As for Nago, upon witnessing Zhou Ping'an's emergence, he quickly clutched his head, fearing another beating. Meanwhile, Jianqi cast a glance at Zhou Ping'an's spiritual entity and muttered, "Everything is proceeding according to plan." This remark irked Zhou Ping'an somewhat, who was weary of his incessant boasting. Thus, on his way to confront the old man Huang, Zhou Ping'an nonchalantly swung his sword at Jianqi. The tremendous wave of spiritual energy pierced Jianqi, who was entirely unprepared. Jianqi exclaimed, "I was merely boasting. Why strike me?" Chapter 52. The Emperor strikes Jianqi again. After delivering a blow to Jianqi, Zhou Ping'an chose not to dwell on him, but instead stepped forward to face the old man Huang. The old man's spiritual entity was also present in the subspace, albeit reluctantly seated upon a golden toilet. Zhou Ping'an approached him, relayed a message, and then his spiritual entity dissipated, transforming into a pure wave of subspace energy that sealed the toilet beneath him. The seal would last for 5 hours, during which the Emperor's spiritual entity could roam freely in the subspace, unshackled from the golden toilet, and manifest within the Empire. Initially seated comfortably, the old man Huang stared vacantly at Zhou Ping'an as he appeared and then vanished, his eyes widening in disbelief. He soon felt the familiar sealing of the toilet beneath him, reminiscent of before he could utter a word or rise from his seat. He received a transmission from Zhou Ping'an. "Old man Huang, I require your likeness. I intend to construct several statues of you on my colonial planet. Please remember to bless them and provide some protection, and do address a few issues for the citizens. In exchange for your assistance, I shall use the energy from my spiritual entity to seal that golden toilet of yours. While it won't allow you to stand for too long, 5 hours should suffice." A delightful transaction indeed. The old man Huang stared blankly at the message, feeling the powerful spiritual energy sealing his golden toilet once more. He eagerly stood up. As for the request regarding his likeness, he was indifferent. Were there not enough statues of him within the Empire? They were everywhere, after all. Adding a few protective blessings? Was that a troublesome task? Now that he could stand, bestowing a few blessings upon the statues would be a matter of moments. Most importantly, he was free. Though only for 5 fleeting hours, he was no longer confined to the golden toilet and could attend to his own affairs, perhaps check on the state of the human empire, visit his son, and seek vengeance for the wrongs done to him. He had not forgotten about the grand birthday celebration, where his son had, under the influence of the Chaos 4 gods, audaciously celebrated his birthday. The once rejuvenated human empire had once again been thrust into a state of near demise. These 4 beings had slain his son. He had ventured out previously, but only to confront Nago. Merely dealing with that one individual was insufficient. He intended to confront all 4 of them to vent his pent-up fury. As for the human empire, sighing heavily, the old man Huang lamented the shortness of the 5-hour window. Even if he could rise from the toilet, what difference would it make? 5 hours was barely enough to rectify the myriad of issues plaguing the human empire. Furthermore, the empire might not even require his continued intervention, as new hope had emerged. Casting one last glance at the spot where Zhou Ping'an's spiritual entity had dissipated, he recognized that humanity had once again acquired a new domain and a formidable subspace deity. The arrival of the Human Federation heralded a monumental hope for the continuity and legacy of humankind. Time would tell, and he believed Zhou Ping'an would resolve these challenges. As for himself, he would patiently await the moment he was needed, ready to assist Zhou Ping'an. Perhaps, when Zhou Ping'an regained his full strength, he would be able to stand entirely free from the golden toilet, without endangering all of humanity. The old man sensed that the subspace energy Zhou Ping'an wielded was not reflective of his peak condition. It was merely a fraction of his power. Once Zhou Ping'an's full strength returned, the potency of this human deity would likely be capable of obliterating the entire subspace. For now, he would wait, trusting that once Zhou Ping'an restored his full might, he would be able to rise from the toilet. As for the present, he resolved to seek personal retribution. After all, the old man Huang considered himself human, possessing human emotions. Thus, upon securing his freedom from the golden toilet, he took a step and vanished once more, only to reappear above his golden toilet. He gazed through the subspace at Zhou Ping'an's colonial planet and the statues erected in various public squares, bestowing a small blessing before retracting his thoughts and focusing on Jianqi. It was evident that Jianqi had played a significant role in the Chaos 4 God's manipulation of his son, especially since he had recently been pierced by Zhou Ping'an. Seizing the moment of weakness, he thought, why not strike Jianqi now? Without further ado, the old man Huang stepped before Jianqi, drew his emperor's sword, and once more pierced him through. Jianqi exclaimed, all right. Is this the trend now? Why am I being skewered? I did nothing to provoke you. I can accept being pierced once for my earlier boasting, but what is your deal? Even though Jianqi was the master of metamorphosis, he stood bewildered before the emperor, not out of shock at his ability to rise from the golden toilet, as that had already occurred during Zhou Ping'an's previous appearance. What left him perplexed was why this individual felt compelled to stab him first. A millennium has elapsed since the grand celebration of Horus, and it is worth noting that during that epoch, the four chaos gods united their powers. Thus, in the eyes of the cunning and treacherous, it is unreasonable for the emperor to target only him. Furthermore, should hostilities arise, would it not be more prudent to first confront the likes of the tyrant? Why then? Is he the first to be assaulted? Such treatment is utterly excessive. Naturally, the emperor, disinclined to engage in idle chatter, recognizes the constraints of time. With a mere 5 hours at his disposal, he not only intends to vanquish the treacherous one, but also hopes to further confront the tyrant. The emperor, resolute in his silence, raises his imperial sword once more, signaling his intent with a singular focus. I strike at you, and you alone. The treacherous one, bewildered, exclaims, a barbarian. You are nothing but a savage. Why can we not converse civilly? Must every disagreement end in violence? Having already suffered a wound from Zhou Ping'an and now another from the emperor, the treacherous one realizes he stands no chance against such might. He promptly begins to flee through the warp. To engage the emperor in battle is an impossibility. Why would he even contemplate such a thing? The time the emperor can remain upright is decidedly limited. All he must do is endure. With his current frail stature, a confrontation with the emperor would only result in further injury. After all, this individual has languished upon a golden throne for a millennium. It is only natural to harbor resentment. Even if he cannot prevail, surely he can escape. Within the warp, a colossal storm rages anew, and its architect surveys the resplendent statues of the emperor in the public squares, nodding in satisfaction. The energy amassed from the warp has not been in vain. With this resource, the gradual development within the human empire shall prove remarkably simple. With such a luminous statue gracing the landscape, who would dare label him a heretic? All must submit to his authority. Should the emperor fail to sway you, the knightly houses possess ample means to deal with the avaricious. If the Zhou family cannot resolve the issue, then the fleets of the Human Federation are more than capable of erasing him from existence, as if he had never been. Should all else fail, a modicum of warp energy could be utilized to rouse the emperor, issuing a warning to these dissenters. Contemplating this, Zhou Ping'an glances at his energy reserves, realizing that to aid the emperor in standing for 5 hours has cost him a significant portion of his remaining energy. This will not do. He must conserve his resources, especially considering the alarming gaze of that wretched fellow. In comparison, he much prefers the company of his little gray companion. Chapter 53. The initial stages of development after 6 months, although Zhou Ping'an has used the statue of the old man to placate the citizens of his colonial world, it is evident that the populace remains unconvinced. The emperor they once worshipped daily pales in comparison to the current one, and thus, while they pray before the statue, their thoughts remain fixated on Zhou Ping'an. Consequently, each morning, he awakens to a cacophony of tiresome prayers, leaving him feeling somewhat agitated. Fortunately, the psychic energy possesses a modicum of interest. Ultimately, he activates the Do Not Disturb mode to escape the incessant petitions of his devotees. Simultaneously, in an effort to grant his citizens' prayers a semblance of efficacy, Zhou Ping'an has entrusted these matters to the old man through an alternative channel. Having already compensated him, it would be absurd for Zhou to continue working himself. Let the old man take up the mantle for a time. After all, he has little to occupy himself with beyond sitting on the throne. As long as the old man works on his behalf, Zhou will begrudgingly provide periodic infusions of warp energy to allow him to rise, a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, it remains impossible for Zhou to assume the old man's place upon the golden throne. That task is his alone. Aside from enduring the fervent prayers of his devoted citizens, Zhou Ping'an finds himself rather content with his current existence. 6 months have elapsed since his arrival on this planet, and the commencement of development, and it is on the verge of transforming into a Gaia world. More importantly, thanks to the relentless overtime of the populace, even those who are forcibly removed insist on working. Zhou Ping'an has reaped a substantial influx of resources, although the foundational technology has only just begun to be established, preventing mass production of the various necessities. His resources are heavily allocated toward constructing stellar fortresses and preparing for the manufacture of more interstellar warships, thereby limiting his investment in ground forces. Yet, even under these circumstances, Zhou Ping'an has amassed an entire legion of ordinary assault troops without factoring in the Federation's military. While they may lack the powered armor crafted by the Starforge, they don the ceramic steel power armor typically reserved for Astartes. The reason they do not wear the armor produced by the Starforge is primarily due to their physical frailty. Although Zhou has prepared a range of basic provisions for them, direct genetic modifications have yet to commence. This concerns a staggering 80 billion individuals. Moreover, the population continues to grow daily. Although he possesses ample resources, each is meticulously allocated, leaving insufficient for genetic enhancement. Before the arrival of the 13th Black Crusade, Zhou Ping'an has no time to conduct the first round of genetic modifications. What he can presently do is fortify his newly established human assault troops to the level of Astartes. As for achieving universal awakening among them, or granting them the capabilities of Federation citizens, at least those of the 2350 standard, this is currently beyond his means. After all, in the game, his subordinates had already secured 10 colonial worlds, complete with a comprehensive array of technological systems and various infrastructures, unlike his current situation with merely one planet, which contains little more than civilian facilities and a handful of production units. He requires time to cultivate, and while this may not take too long, it is indeed necessary for him to have time to do so. If he could cultivate in peace, within a century, even if the Human Federation has not yet migrated and his little gray companions have yet to arrive, he would possess the capability to sweep away everything known in the current Warhammer universe. However, that is a century away, and he has only been developing for 6 months. There is still a long road ahead. Of course, while the future holds promise, the present is not without its merits. The human assault forces and the Imperial Navy, while Zhou Ping'an considers them somewhat comparable, possess fundamentally different natures. The myriad of peculiar legions of the Empire stands in stark contrast to his assault forces, which are crafted according to specific standards. To ensure operational efficacy, each legion he currently assembles comprises 1 million personnel. Each individual is outfitted with precision-crafted ceramic steel power armor, explosive rifles, and chain words. Additionally, they are equipped with weapons available within the Starforge, such as energy spears. The entire legion is similarly armed with tanks, artillery, and other necessary weaponry. In order to meet the demands of localized warfare, each Astra Militarum regiment is equipped with 200 Titan units comparable to the Emperor-class Titans. Initially, Zhou Ping'an intended to manufacture mechanized battle frames. However, the exorbitant cost of alloys rendered this ambition financially unfeasible. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to opt for the production of battle titans. In contrast to those lavishly expensive giant warframes, Titan units are decidedly more economical. The Titans of the human empire are not only robust, but also relatively inexpensive. By simply removing their ecclesiastical adornments, they become exceedingly affordable units. Compared to the Titan units, they do not require an excessive consumption of Zhou Ping'an's precious alloy resources, which are currently of utmost value to him. Everything demands it. More crucially, now that he is out of the game, the units of the stars cannot traverse into space as effortlessly as they would in a game. The mechanics of the game are one thing. In reality, the transport ships for ground units must be constructed at his own expense. Thus, Zhou Ping'an's dock is operating at full capacity, with a significant quantity of alloys being expended to construct transport vessels capable of ferrying his million-strong Astra Militarum force. Within a span of 6 months, he has amassed 1 million Astartes and secured 20 transport ships for their conveyance, alongside 1 destroyer and 8 frigates designated for their escort. Concurrently, he must also attend to the development of his colonies, which has already stretched him to his limits. With little time remaining for further development before the impending Black Crusade, and as the heir of a knightly family, Zhou Ping'an must inevitably accompany his family's forces to Cadia. Regardless of his status in the warp or his equality with the Emperor, he must maintain a facade in the presence of his family to mitigate potential complications. Moreover, the animosity with the forces of chaos is not so easily resolved. The audacity of those chaotic imbeciles to ambush him remains etched in Zhou Ping'an's memory. He is more than willing to cause trouble for the forces of chaos whenever the opportunity arises. Beyond the patrol and protection duties assigned to the newly constructed warships, the formidable fleet of the Human Federation that was previously dispatched will accompany him, leading the ground forces to Cadia to partake in the 13th Black Crusade. The numbers on the ground, assessed by the standards of the Warhammer Empire, amount to 1.08 million Astartes, 500 Imperial Guard akin to the Emperor's Chosen, and 10 000 Astra Militarum from the Federation, lending their support to Zhou Ping'an. The naval forces comprise 4 battleships, 8 strike cruisers, 16 destroyers, and 32 frigates. At this juncture, Zhou Ping'an perceives the human empire as his own. Undoubtedly, with the arrival of the Federation, the human empire must be subsumed under the Federation's jurisdiction. Thus, the invasion by the forces of chaos is an unequivocal affront and humiliation to him, given that he now commands a formidable fighting force recognized even in the Warhammer universe. Why not engage them in battle? It would serve as a valuable lesson. Of course, even as Zhou Ping'an departs, the colonies will continue to develop. Just as he did when he first played Stellaris, he can still micromanage the growth of his colonies from afar. With development no longer a concern, it is time to settle accounts with that troublesome character, for Zhou Ping'an has not forgotten the chaos that ensued when he faced the Greenskins. As the fleet sets forth on its journey, Zhou Ping'an prepares to return to his family. According to familial arrangements, in 1 month's time, preparations should be underway for the expedition to Cadia for the 13th Black Crusade. This has become a customary procedure for the Empire, each time they prepare for battle. An extensive period of preparation is required, ranging from a minimum of 6 months to several years, characterized by a sluggish and cumbersome response. The knightly family has managed to prepare in just a few months, which can be deemed remarkably swift. Zhou Ping'an considers this, and thus he leads his fleet steadily towards the territory of his family. However, to avoid alarming his family, Zhou Ping'an refrains from commanding the Federation's battleships and cruisers to accompany him. Instead, he only brings a portion of the frigates and destroyers for escort. The battleships and cruisers enter the warp directly, maintaining a covert posture. Achieving faster-than-light travel within the stars is a rather straightforward endeavor. Even if Zhou Ping'an's fleet does not enter the warp while traversing between star systems, by the time the 6th day arrives, he has nonetheless returned to his family's star system, despite the vast distance of 52 light-years separating the two systems. His fleet only required 6 days to cover this distance. Even at a standard cruising speed, should an emergency arise, he could readily activate a more powerful warp drive. That said, it remains prudent to conserve resources and avoid unnecessary waste. For Zhou Ping'an, returning to his family is of paramount importance. Would he wish to return early and recite the tedious liturgies and the extensive family epics? Such recitation is out of the question. After 6 months of joyous life within the Federation, he has no desire to return to his family to recite epics. Thus, he has timed his return for the 6th day, which coincides perfectly with his family's preparations for departure. Furthermore, would the Emperor be willing to accept his prayers? After all, upon meticulous calculations conducted by advanced AI, Zhou Ping'an's timing is impeccably precise. Upon his arrival at his family's star system and planet, the family's forces are just beginning their final preparations. The Adeptus Mechanicus has commenced their last maintenance checks, ensuring that each nightly warframe is loaded into the drop pods, ready for deployment. Simultaneously, the magnificent drop pods, akin to airborne fortresses, are being loaded onto transport ships with the assistance of the Navy and family retainers, all poised to fight for the God Emperor. Amidst this bustling activity, even the daily recitations of the Emperor's liturgies and epics have been streamlined, making Zhou Ping'an's return perfectly timed. Seated in a shuttle crafted by Federation technology, he returns directly to his family's royal court, where upon his arrival, all present pay their respects. As the universally recognized heir of the knightly family, it is incumbent upon them to honor him. After 6 months, Zhou Ping'an once again embraces the etiquette befitting his noble status, graciously returning the salutes of his subordinates and those of the summoned Astra Militarum commanders and planetary generals, while attempting to maintain an air of elegance as he hastens away. As the knightly family prepares for deployment, the surrounding Astra Militarum regiments and noble generals from the neighboring star systems gather on this knightly world under the banner of the Zhou family, who are evidently regarded as the vanguard of their allegiance. During the tumultuous times of war, the command authority rested entirely within the hands of the Zhou family. Their mission, straightforward, to collaborate with the knight mechs in battle. After enduring a seemingly endless series of elegantly ritualistic bows and salutations, Zhou Ping'an finally managed to extricate himself from the throngs of people and entered the palace of his father. He was eager to present a most significant gift to his parents. Indeed, his mother was also a knight of the family. With the impending outbreak of war, their entire family was destined for the battlefield, and in a bid to ensure the safety of his beloved parents, Zhou Ping'an had prepared for them a remarkable present, a pair of Star Language-class colossal battle frames. These monumental constructs were crafted from his precious stock of alloy resources, specifically designed for his parents' protection. These two towering battle frames represented a considerable portion of Zhou Ping'an's alloy production over the past 6 months and were, at this juncture, the most formidable constructs he could create. Although they paled in comparison to the active battle frames of the Federation, they were indeed the finest he could muster at present. Standing at a staggering height of 690 meters, the vast majority of their structure was forged from the highest grade zero-element armor, effectively rendering them akin to neutron stars. Equipped with dark matter shields, dark matter cores, and dark matter engines, these battle frames guaranteed a continuous supply of energy. Unless the four gods of chaos personally unleashed their wrath upon his parents, Zhou Ping'an was confident they would remain unharmed. Should the four gods dare to approach them, he would not hesitate to seek out the venerable Huang and engage in a 2-on-4 confrontation in subspace, or perhaps even a righteous brawl. Despite the potential depletion of all his subspace energy reserves, he would strike without hesitation when a moment called for decisive action. Furthermore, the colossal battle frames were outfitted with compact teleportation devices, allowing for immediate transference back to his flagship, the Retaliation-class battleship, from the battlefield on the planet Cardia. This teleportation could be executed over distances of up to 400 light-years, ensuring his swift return to the safety of his vessel. Even more crucially, the interiors of these battle frames were equipped with sufficient life support systems, guaranteeing survival in the vastness of space. With a continuous energy supply, these colossal constructs could even simulate a livable environment for their occupants, allowing them to drift through the cosmos for up to 400,000 years. Zhou Ping'an was utterly confident that, given such time, he could rescue his parents. This was his ultimate safeguard for their lives. Of course, aside from their defensive and survival capabilities, these battle frames boasted formidable offensive power. Weapons typically mounted on cruisers have been repurposed for these giants. The left arm was fitted with a phased disintegration cannon, boasting a range of up to 1 light-year, capable of striking any target on a planet's surface. Through extensive experimentation, Zhou Ping'an discovered that the phased disintegration cannon could obliterate any adversary, even inflicting grievous damage upon Imperial cruisers or battleships. The virtual shields of Imperial cruisers would falter against such an assault, leaving them with little choice but to flee the targeting range. Additionally, the battle frames were equipped with swarm missiles, designed for ship-to-ship combat. A single volley of these missiles could inflict greater damage than the phased disintegration cannon, particularly when directed at the Imperial Void cruisers. To accommodate his parents' potential desire for close-quarters combat, Zhou Ping'an outfitted the colossal battle frames with a phased greatsword, a weapon of unparalleled destructive capability. When wielded in a phased state and dropped from a height, it could penetrate an entire planet. To prevent the loss of this formidable weapon, the greatsword was also equipped with a compact teleportation engine, allowing it to return to its wielder's hand from distances of up to 1 light-year. During the time the Human Federation conducted their inquiries, they concluded that, aside from the undead warships, virtually all other vessels would be penetrated by the assaults of such colossal constructs. These two gigantic battle frames would empower his parents, transforming them into the mightiest knights of the Empire. Notably, the most crucial aspect of these battle frames was that they were devoid of any machine spirits, no disruptive entities to interfere. Instead, they housed an intelligent combat AI from the Human Federation, which would masquerade as a machine spirit, engaging in dialogue with his parents while wholeheartedly assisting them in battle, thereby eliminating any unreliable factors. In the event of an unfavorable combat situation, they would be able to immediately request support from the Federation's elite forces, who would swiftly arrive to protect his parents. Chapter 55. This is the night mech I have newly prepared for you, Mom and Dad. I have returned. Zhou Ping'an dashed into the royal chambers of his parents, disregarding all notions of noble decorum and graceful etiquette. Such formalities were meant for outsiders, not for his beloved parents. Upon hearing his voice, his parents promptly emerged, and upon seeing Zhou Ping'an's disheveled appearance, his mother rushed forward to embrace him. Ping'an, you've returned. Where have you been these past months? Did you run so far to avoid the family prayers? 6 whole months without a word. I missed you so much, she exclaimed, affectionately ruffling his hair, her eyes brimming with concern. His father stood nearby, a warm smile gracing his face as he silently observed the heartfelt reunion. Frankly, the familial atmosphere in their household surpassed that of any planetary governor within the grim universe of Warhammer. The love shared between his parents enveloped him in a cocoon of care, and aside from the immutable aspects of life, he truly relished their unwavering affection. As the saying goes, a beautiful childhood can heal all sorrows. Zhou Ping'an's ability to endure the harsh educational system and noble etiquette of Warhammer 40K was inseparable from the love of his parents. Otherwise, An adult confronted with such a terrifying educational structure could easily succumb to despair, even with extraordinary talent. Allowing him to grasp concepts at a mere glance and master subsequent knowledge independently, the pressure could still lead to collapse. He was not a child with remarkable adaptability. He was a person with a developed worldview, and such individuals often struggled to withstand such an educational regime. The unconditional love of his devoted parents granted him the strength to persevere. After embracing one another for a time, feeling the warmth of family, Zhou Ping'an finally spoke, his voice reminiscent of a child. "Dear Mom and Dad, I prepared a gift for each of you, and I am certain that you will cherish it. This treasure has required significant resources for my planet to create, and I have devoted much time to its preparation." Zhou Ping'an would never conceal the fact that he has acquired a colony star from his parents, for there is no need to do so. His parents truly love him. I firmly believe that they would never allow his colony to fall under the Empire's dominion right from the outset. After all, the Empire imposes taxes. And although having a seat in the High Lord Assembly may afford some political means to mitigate this, taxes must still be paid. Why should their child's hard-earned inheritance be subject to taxation from the very beginning? Surely, the colony ought to develop properly for a time before any such obligations arise. Zhou Ping'an's thoughts were entirely valid. Upon hearing that he had utilized a substantial amount of resources from his planet to create this gift, neither Zhou father nor Zhou mother expressed any concern regarding the nature of the colony. Instead, they reproached him lightly, with Zhou mother saying, "Little Ping'an, your father is the patriarch of a knightly family and a supreme king. Surely, there is nothing he cannot obtain. Why waste your own money to prepare gifts for us? You could have saved that money for yourself." Despite the tone of reproach, it was evident to all that she was immensely pleased. For this was a token of filial piety from her son. Zhou father sought to placate the situation, remarking, "Little one, don't hold it against Ping'an. This little rascal hasn't forgotten to bring us gifts after running off. How filial of him. We should be elated." As Zhou Ping'an listened to his parents' converse, a smile remained on his face. However, after a while, he decided to forego further conversation and instead unveiled the gifts he had prepared. In a moment that caught everyone off guard, two colossal Star Language class giant battle machines materialized behind him, standing at a staggering height of 690 meters within the royal court. They resembled two towering mountains. Thanks to the Federation's advanced anti-gravity engines and technology, these enormous mechanical behemoths landed silently, having been teleported directly into the space. One cannot help but marvel at the foresight of the ancestors of the Zhou knightly family, who seemingly anticipated such a need and constructed the royal court to be remarkably grand. The height of this royal court, the tallest among all knightly family courts, reaches an impressive 1,000 meters, consisting of a single expansive floor. The interior is adorned with ample open spaces that have not been converted into various structures, but rather transformed into lawns and gardens. The significance of this design remains a mystery, but the family elder responsible for the architectural choices asserted that its grandeur was intended to reflect the stature of the supreme king, thus warranting a height of 1,000 meters and opulent furnishings to showcase their family's legacy. Frankly, had it not been for the family's abundant heritage from the Golden Age, constructing such a residence would have been quite the challenge. At the time, many criticized this design, yet a millennium later, it proved to be remarkably useful. The appearance of the two enormous Star Language class giant battle machines within the royal court did not breach the structure, yet the Zhou couple was left in stunned silence. They had contemplated various possibilities for the gifts their son might bestow upon them, yet they had never imagined he would present them with two colossal mechs. As they beheld the magnificent machines, a grand sound effect of a bell chimed thrice in the background. Divine machine, without a doubt. The 690-meter-tall Star Language class giant battle machine epitomized the most formidable of divine machines. Its stature eclipsed even that of the Titan Emperor-class Titans, rendering the latter as childlike in comparison, a giant standing beside a mere infant. Visually, it appeared as though the Titan Emperor class could be effortlessly lifted and crushed by this colossal mechanical titan. One can hardly fathom the sheer magnitude of devastation that such a titan would unleash upon charging into battle. Nor can one comprehend the forces capable of intercepting a titan of this caliber as it traverses the earth. How does one articulate the awe that enveloped Zhou father? He found himself at a loss for words, while Zhou Ping'an, standing before them, wore a broad smile and encouraged, "Mom and Dad, why not give it a try? This is the new night mech I prepared for you." Chapter 56, The Shock of Federal Technology. Zhou father and mother exchanged glances and approached the two Star Language class giant battle machines. Trusting in their son, They were more than willing to pilot such top-tier divine machines. One thing was certain. As the size of a mechanical body increases, so too does the strength of its materials. This is dictated by the laws of gravity. To support a colossal battle machine in combat, its metallic composition must be exceptionally robust. As knights of the Zhou family, they were naturally intrigued by these mechs. Yet as they approached the Star Language class machines, they suddenly realized they were uncertain how to board such enormous titans. However, Zhou Ping'an would never trick his parents. As soon as they arrived at the colossal battle machines, a beam of blue light descended upon them, and they vanished from sight, reappearing within the interior of the giant titan. Detected Iron Knight, greetings, I am Star Language BT-001. Establishing neural connection, conducting weapon system checks, performing visual simulations, executing ecological chamber simulations, verifying dark energy core functionality, and assessing shield generators. All checks complete. Welcome back, Iron Knight. Detection indicates you are not wearing Iron Knight equipment. Please don your gear now to ensure your safety. This dialogue echoed within Zhou Father's Star Language class giant battle machine, while Zhou Mother's machine, designated Star Language BT-002, relayed similar information. Under the guidance of the Titan's intelligence, they donned their equipment. Just as they finished equipping themselves, the neural connection was established. At that moment, the immense Star Language class giant battle machine moved with an agility that felt as if it were an extension of their own bodies. This surpassed any knight mech's maneuverability, even rivaling that of the Titans. They could execute a variety of complex movements like an ordinary human without a hitch. Backflips, sprinting leaps, and landings, all could be accomplished seamlessly under the control of the anti-gravity system, with minimal vibrations. Of course, should they wish to unleash devastation, they could disable the anti-gravity system. And the consequential impact of this 690-meter-tall divine machine descending would be sufficient to reduce all adversaries to mere dust. Such a powerful killing machine bore an exterior that was anything but menacing. Rather, it radiated elegance and beauty. The graceful design only served to enhance its nobility. As the neural connection completed, Zhou Father felt as though he had surged from the depths of the ocean, emerging into the light. Before him was not merely the brightly lit, orange-hued, and spacious cockpit, but rather a vast, three-dimensional projection of the entire royal court. The intricate patterns of the bluestone slabs beneath his feet, the battle scars etched upon the imperial armor in the frescoed dome. Every minute detail was vividly apparent. He could even sense the writhing of earthworms beneath the garden-esque lawn. Visual overlay mode, global perception, information filtering level, medium. A gentle baritone resonated in Zhou Father's consciousness. It was BT-001. Father, can you see me? Zhou Ping'an's voice reverberated directly in Zhou Father's ears. Instinctively, Zhou Father turned to locate his son, yet his body remained immobile. Simultaneously, the colossal Star Language class head fluidly rotated 45 degrees. Its visual focus instantly locking onto the figure standing at the entrance of the royal court. Zhou Ping'an, who was smiling and waving at the steel giant. My body. Zhou Father attempted to lift his right arm. As his thoughts directed, the massive alloy arm of the Star Language class swiftly raised, executing the motion with remarkable fluidity, emitting only a faint blue energy hum at the joints. What astonished Zhou Father even more was the almost imperceptible feedback and control. The 30-megaton metal behemoth moved as if it were an extension of his own finger. It has no latency? Zhou Father found it hard to believe. The knight mech he piloted previously had never operated with such seamlessness, as the mech's spirit both assisted and hindered the pilot. Neural conduction delay, 0.000000007 nanoseconds. Reaction speed, overload mode ready, limited to 20 hours of overload mode within a day. A 5-minute rest is required before re-entering. Structural integrity, stability, coefficient, 100. BT-01 calmly reported a string of data while a resplendent halo, representing the energy core's status, illuminated Zhou Father's holographic vision, stable as a stellar sun. On the other hand, Zhou Mother's experience was even more extraordinary. Iron Steed, detecting your potential need for high-precision micromanipulation commands. Engaging auxiliary mode, Mind's Hand. The voice of BT-02 was soft, yet imbued with an inorganic precision. Zhou Mother merely wished to sense the texture of the stone column adorned with the family crest before her visual focus precisely locked onto its surface. Tactile simulation signals flooding her fingertips in an instant. The sensation was that of the stone's weathered roughness over millennia, coupled with the coolness and hardness of the golden patterns on the crest. She could even discern an almost invisible repair seam along the crest's edge. This experience of intent-driven tactile feedback completely transformed her understanding, cultivated over decades of being a knight. Everything felt foreign to them. Knight mechs were never this user-friendly. Little Ping'an, Zhou mother began, but her voice immediately transformed into a resonant wave from the external speakers, grand and serene. This thing, this titan, can it perceive my slightest thoughts? Can it even simulate sensations? Mom, that's not a simulation, Zhou Ping'an replied from the ground, his smile radiating a hint of pride, as if a child were showcasing a beloved toy to his mother. BT-02's microscopic quantum sensing array can discern nanoscale surface information and convert authentic physical tactile data into signals that align with your neural reception pattern. Theoretically, if you were to caress a rose through the armor, the sensation would be as real as if you were touching it with your bare hands, though you'd best be careful not to crush it. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhou father endeavored to experiment further. With a slight mental nudge, the massive mechanical hand closed its fingers together, adopting a characteristic pose of preparation before a knightly duel, a complex maneuver challenging to execute with speed and precision on traditional knight mechs. The star language class's colossal digits accomplished the task with nanometer-level precision, their streamlined joints shimmering with a ghostly blue luster, poised to strike. Were it not for the setting within his family's South Royal Court, he would have tested just how immense this strength truly was. However, it was his home. The prospect of causing damage that would require repairs, despite their wealth, was not something he wished to entertain. Even at this point, he could sense the Titan's formidable combat prowess. If an Emperor-class Titan were truly before him, his previous musings would be validated. He could indeed crush it with a mere gesture. Observing his parents' actions from the ground, Zhou Ping'an fully understood their fascination. After all, the Federation's technology was awe-inspiring. Chapter 57. The Titan that can alter the course of battle. Although Zhou father and Zhou mother could not effectively and accurately test the might of this colossal war machine within the royal court, that did not deter them from playing with their newfound mechanical marvel as if they were children who had just received a cherished toy. Under their command, the Star Language Titan executed a myriad of movements, had it not been for the Federation's excellent anti-gravity systems. Any motion from such an immense machine would have caused seismic tremors. Truth be told, the combat potential of these two massive war machines was exceedingly formidable. If deployed in space warfare, they could even rend Imperial cruisers asunder. The deployment of weaponry would present an entirely different scenario. With the phased disintegration cannon and hive missiles striking simultaneously, bolstered by the Titan's immense kinetic force, they could potentially obliterate an Imperial cruiser with a single blow. Even Imperial battleships would need to tread carefully when faced with Titans of such magnitude. These two titanic constructs would become truly indomitable fortresses on the battlefield, unstoppable war deities. After indulging in play with the two massive machines, Zhou father and Zhou mother reluctantly departed from their Titan. Once they left, the Titan remained capable of executing combat missions. After all, it housed an intelligent AI that could coordinate operations with Iron Steed even in the absence of a pilot. The nuclear-powered armor was far superior to the Iron Steed equipment. The Iron Steed still boasted a dark energy shield generator to ensure its safety, and was also equipped with a compact light spear rifle. While its combat strength was slightly lesser, it could effortlessly dispatch foes with a single shot. Large demons would crumble under just a few rounds. Of course, this referred to larger demons. Smaller ones would also fall with a single shot. Additionally, they still bore phase swords at their waists, which remained unparalleled in sharpness. As previously mentioned, if left on a planetary surface with the phase device active, they could directly pierce through the entire planet. Until Zhou father and Zhou mother relinquished their control of the Titan, their eyes remained filled with astonishment. They had never anticipated that their son would present them with such powerful mechanical apparatuses. Zhou Ping'an's father was Zhou Zhan, and his mother was Zhouan originally. The name was intended to be Zhou Zheng'an, but ultimately, for the sake of their son's future and aspirations, they named him Zhou Ping'an, peace, safety, tranquility. This was their initial hope when Zhou Ping'an was born, and now, that hope seemed to have materialized into a tangible reality. Such a formidable Titan could never have been produced by the mechanic sect. Zhou Zhan, being the paramount king of the knightly family, possessed sufficient insight. Those mechanics, let alone constructing such a powerful Titan, would require several years even to create an Emperor-class Titan. The existence of such a powerful creation could only be attributed to the Federation. Only during that golden age, the pinnacle of human achievement, could such an extraordinary construct come to fruition. Even during the Federation era, this Titan would be deemed terrifying. While uncertain of the exact means through which his son acquired this marvel, Zhou father and Zhou mother felt an immense sense of relief regarding Zhou Ping'an's safety upon receiving this gift. Do not fret over any potential issues concerning your son. They are convinced that with such formidable power, indeed, the bestowal of 2 mechas upon Zhou Ping'an, he possesses ample means to ensure his safety. Certain family secrets may even be unveiled to Zhou Ping'an, though all matters must await the conclusion of the war. The 2 individuals exchanged no words but stepped forward to embrace Zhou Ping'an, enveloping him between them. The embrace was brief. Zhou Zhen gently patted his son's shoulder. As the supreme king of the knightly family, he needed to preside over the pre-departure rituals and command operations. Little Ping'an, this is far too precious, Zhou Zhen murmured, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the 2 silent star language class war bodies. Zhou Ping'an smiled and retrieved 2 small metallic discs from his pocket, presenting them to his parents. The discs shimmered with ethereal blue energy patterns, and their surface felt cool and smooth, as if one were holding a miniature star. Dad, Mom, this is the Titan's portable storage device, he elucidated. Simply press this button. As he gently pressed it, the central rune of the disc suddenly illuminated. And in the next instant, the towering star language class war bodies that had stood resolutely within the royal court collapsed into a beam of blue light, drawn into the disc. The royal court instantaneously felt much more spacious, as if the formidable entities had merely been an illusion. Zhou gasped, her fingers trembling slightly as she accepted the disc. How is this possible? A 690-meter tall Titan. How can it be compressed into such a diminutive device? Dark energy folding technology, Zhou Ping'an shrugged. In simpler terms, the Titan hasn't truly shrunk. It has been transferred to an independent subspace dimension. It can be summoned back whenever you require it. Zhou Zhen gripped the disc tightly. Feeling the faint pulsations of energy contained within, his heart filled with awe. This technology transcended the Empire's understanding, surpassing even the wildest dreams of the Mechanicus. Little Ping'an, are you certain this device will not malfunction? Zhou Zhen inquired cautiously. It was not out of suspicion, but rather the overwhelming value of the 2 Titans that concerned him. He feared that storing them within such a device could lead to loss or damage. Should anything happen, they could not guarantee that their son would be able to procure replacements, given their extraordinary worth. It's perfectly safe, Father. These 2 devices are a match set, and you may use them freely, but do be discreet. The AI within the Titan should be made to appear as a machine spirit. Considering the Empire's current stance on AI, Zhou Ping'an warned. Though he did not finish his thought, Zhou Zhen understood his son's meaning all too well and accepted the space storage device from him. These 2 colossal Titans were indeed invaluable. Trusting in his son, they refrained from further inquiries. Zhou Ping'an had always been a source of reassurance, and they believed he must possess means for his own protection. Accepting the device, Zhou Zhen's thoughts were not as meticulous as those of Zhou and gently caressed the disc, her eyes glimmering with a myriad of emotions. Suddenly, she raised her gaze and looked intently at her son. Little Ping'an, promise me that no matter what you're doing, you must be cautious. Zhou Ping'an paused, then responded with a warm smile. Mom, rest assured, I am far safer now than you might imagine. Zhou Zhen inhaled deeply, solemnly fastening the disc to his belt. As the supreme king of the knightly family, he understood better than anyone what these 2 Titans represented. They were not mere weapons, but harbingers capable of altering the tide of battle. With Titans of such caliber joining the 13th Black Expedition, the forces of chaos could only be delusional to hope for victory. Chapter 58. Modifying the unsightly cybernetic body of his student after concluding his conversation with his parents, Zhou Ping'an departed from the royal court of the Supreme King, intent on visiting his student. After all, the director of the Mechanicus at Elfin's Forge, Colossus, was a student he had nurtured himself, thus evoking a sense of connection. Previously, he had provided him with a sword enhanced by the celestial mechanism for research, which felt somewhat improper. Now that he had returned, he was determined to guide this student properly, for there remained a flicker of talent within him, and it was imperative to refine his cybernetic form. The Mechanicus had proven to be inept, transforming their human forms into a chaotic array of grotesque contraptions. To Zhou Ping'an, this was a profound heresy and a desecration. It was an affront to the perfection of humanity. Why distort such an exquisite form? Thus, after departing from his parents' royal court, Zhou Ping'an made his way to his original asteroid research base. Since his last engagement with the Greenskins, which culminated in a confrontation with chaos, his student had been diligently conducting various experiments at the base. Zhou Ping'an had permitted this, recognizing that he lacked the time to instruct him directly, and thus allowed him to utilize his laboratory. However, before his departure, He had assigned his student a research project to explore how to restore his form to a more aesthetically pleasing appearance, rather than the current hideous state. As he approached his shuttle, Zhou Ping'an reflected that it was time to review his student's work. During his journey, he exchanged pleasantries with numerous individuals, receiving their courteous gestures, which proved rather exhausting. Nevertheless, once he stepped into the shuttle, he finally exhaled in relief. As the shuttle ascended, he returned to his asteroid research base, which felt familiar and welcoming. Everything within was a creation of his own meticulous craftsmanship, although it paled in comparison to the advanced technology brought by the Federation. It was indeed a manifestation of his journey from nothing to something. Moreover, the technological value of these creations far surpassed that of the Warhammer universe. And while they may not exceed the wonders of the Necrons or the golden age of humanity, they certainly outstripped the technological prowess of the human empire by a considerable margin. Upon nearing the asteroid base, it continued to operate in an orderly fashion, with family soldiers maintaining the peace and the Mechanicus custodians safeguarding the facility. After all, the director of the forge had arrived. How could the custodians be absent? Upon Zhou Ping'an's arrival, everyone offered their respects, and after he departed, they resumed their tasks. Zhou Ping'an entered his own base. Despite the Empire's explicit prohibition against AI, there exists a saying, where there are policies above, there are countermeasures below. Although prohibited, one could still allow AI to masquerade as a machine spirit. Thus, within his base resided an intelligent AI. Upon entering, Zhou Ping'an called out, "Little V, locate my student and ascertain which laboratory he is conducting experiments in. Please arrange a vehicle to transport me there." Command confirmed. "Welcome back, Master." The voice of the base's intelligent AI, Little V, resonated in the air, cheerful and lively. In the next moment, a silent hovercraft glided from the end of the corridor, coming to a steady halt before Zhou Ping'an. Upon stepping onto the vehicle, it promptly adjusted its height to ensure he could stand in the most comfortable posture. The hovercraft swiftly traversed the alloy corridor of the base, with real-time data streams projected onto the walls, displaying the energy status of the facility, the defense systems, the progress of experiments, and the current location of Kaelasis. Director of Creation Kaelasis is currently situated in Laboratory B, Room 7, conducting the 137th biomechanical reconstruction experiment, reported Xiao V, in accordance with your instructions. He is attempting to revert his cybernetic body to the human aesthetic framework, but the progress is intriguing. Zhou Ping'an raised an eyebrow. Intriguing? Indeed, Creator. Xiao V's tone bore a hint of subtle mockery. He is trying to restore human facial features while retaining the functional modifications of the mechanical clergy. However, the aesthetic standards appear to still be skewed. The hovercraft passed through several airlock doors before finally stopping before a spacious laboratory. The recognition system on the door scanned Zhou Ping'an's biological traits and promptly slid open. Kaelasis, the former mechanical clergy director whose body was once riddled with conduits and whose head had been transformed into a hemispherical data terminal, stood at the experiment table, facing away from the entrance. His form had indeed become significantly more human-like, possessing a complete torso and limbs instead of a mass of mechanical tendrils and hydraulic arms. Yet, the issue lay with his visage. Kaelasis' head retained the stylistic elements of the mechanical clergy, but had somewhat restored human features, albeit with proportions and placements entirely askew. His left eye was a standard mechanical ocular implant, while the right was a spherical sensor protruding from the center of his forehead. His nose had been modified into a retractable sniffer, standing like an antenna beside his cheek, while his mouth had been bifurcated into two metallic jaws that opened and closed like a guillotine when he spoke. Even more absurdly, a servo skull decoration, emblematic of his status within the mechanical clergy, remained atop his head, painted a garish pink and adorned with a bow tie. "Mentor, you have returned," Kaelasis exclaimed, turning around, his metallic jaws clacking with delight. His right eye, the one on his forehead, spun excitedly, while the left gleamed with a red light. Zhou Ping'an took a deep breath, striving to suppress the twitching at the corners of his mouth. For a moment, he even contemplated drawing his weapon to eliminate this student of his. "Kaelasis," he said slowly, "I instructed you to restore human aesthetics, not to transform yourself into a living exhibit of the uncanny valley." Kaelasis' mechanical jaw opened slightly, displaying a hint of confusion. "But Mentor, I strictly adhere to the data from the Human Facial Structure Manual. Look." He summoned a holographic projection displaying a standard human facial anatomy chart alongside his design. Zhou Ping'an glanced at it and nearly choked. Kaelasis had indeed restored human features, but he had randomly scrambled the positions of all the organs, adding modifications characteristic of the mechanical clergy to each component. For instance, he had transformed the ears into rotatable sound wave receivers but affixed them to his chin, while his tongue had been replaced with a data probe protruding from his nostrils. Eager to retain the conveniences offered by his unique modifications before completing his Minter's task, Kaelasis had clearly gone too far. Zhou Ping'an interrupted whatever Kaelasis was about to say. Enough. Cease your actions at once. I will personally oversee the alterations. As for your assignment, I will be assigning you a score of 0. After a series of modifications, the newly reformed Kaelasis emerged, restored to a human form under Zhou Ping'an's guidance. While not particularly handsome, he at least resembled what he was originally meant to be. Zhou Ping'an had improved and integrated his functional devices into a compact module. These probes and various components were all consolidated within his eye, enabling him to scan with ease. Recognizing the need for additional dexterity, Zhou Ping'an discreetly equipped him with compact spatial devices, allowing his tendrils to extend from within. However, they had to be retracted when not in use, as he found the appearance of a tentacled creature as a student utterly unacceptable. Upon experiencing the changes within his body, Kaelasis began to exclaim, "A miracle! A miracle! This is a divine occurrence from Omnisea." His astonishment reverberated through the laboratory, his trembling hands, now real, covered in synthetic skin, caressing his cheek, warm and pulsating with the rhythm of blood vessels. He rushed to a high-precision reflective panel, where he no longer beheld a distorted mechanical monster, but a somewhat pallid, ordinary human male with pale blue electronic eyes, his features well-defined, albeit marked by fatigue from prolonged isolation and relentless research. I, he stammered, overwhelmed with emotion, fingers tracing the contours of his eyelids, nose, and lips, savoring an unprecedented human tactile sensation. The intricate, blue-glowing ocular implant even simulated a moist effect. Praise Omnisea. No, praise you, Mentor. This is nothing short of miraculous. This tactile sensation, this precise visual feedback, without any obstruction, it is even more agile than my previous decrepit body. He raised his hand, an idea forming in his mind, when suddenly the sapphire-like ocular implant flashed. In an instant, an almost invisible scanning wave radiated outward, capturing the temperature, air pressure, metal fatigue, energy distribution within the laboratory, and even the composition of a cookie that a soldier in the adjacent room was surreptitiously munching, flooding his consciousness with a torrent of data. The speed and accuracy far surpassed any previous grotesque probe. Look, Mentor! Kaelasis exclaimed, exuberant like a child with a new toy, gesticulating wildly. All the sensors are integrated into these eyes. No delay. Efficiency has increased by 3,270,000. Goodness. This is what the glory of the God of all machines should embody. Redundancy. Bulky. Those are blasphemies against sacred technology. Instinctively, he attempted to wave his arms in delight. But bulging, writhing lumps formed beneath his skin, activated by the compressed mechanical tendrils. Stop. Zhou Ping'an commanded sharply. Use your mechanical arms only when necessary. Do not perform as a tentacled monstrosity before me. It is utterly unsightly. Your next task is straightforward. Thoroughly study your cybernetic body. Once you comprehend it, I shall conduct an assessment upon my return. With that, Zhou Ping'an departed. Though Kaelasis was his student, and he could empathize with the situation of the mechanical clergy, the embarrassment was palpable. He decided to leave Kaelasis with a random item to study on his own. Chapter 59. The Conspiracy of the Four Gods of Chaos. After dismissing his student, the preparations for the Knight Family S battle were fully underway. Knight mechs had been successfully loaded onto the battleship. Zhou Ping'an's parents had also boarded the vessel, and he naturally accompanied them into the Family S warship. While he could technically return to his own federal fleet, it was prudent for the heir to present himself before the family at such a crucial time, not for his own benefit, but for the sake of his parents. The dignity of one's parents must always be upheld, even if one feels no inclination to inherit the family legacy, or if such inheritance holds little significance to them. However, in the eyes of others, one must still feign the appropriate demeanor, for the shame incurred is not solely one's own, but rather reflects upon the faces of one's parents. Once the main force of the knightly family boarded the transport vessel, the fleet set sail. Cloaked by the protection of the Imperial Navy and the naval forces dispatched by the knightly family, heading towards Cardia. The 13th Black Crusade had erupted in full force during the preparations of the Zhou family. Abaddon aimed to rend a subspace rift through the destruction of the Imperial stronghold on Cardia, utilizing the Eye of Terror to cleave the Empire's territory in twain, severing the connections of the human empire and hastening its collapse. The forces of chaos had amassed a coalition of traitorous space marine legions, chaos demons, and alien races, including the brutal orcs and chaos worshippers, forming a cross-species invasion force. A large-scale conflict erupted in the Cardia star system. The Zhou knightly family, having previously endured a chaos incursion in their solar system, chose to retain half of their knightly troops to defend their ancestral home. The remaining 1,000 knight mechs and their knights opted to embark on a campaign to support the battles on the planet Cardia. The Imperial fleet gradually entered subspace, while Zhou Ping'an's federal fleet provided distant escort for the Imperial Armada. Undoubtedly, from the perspective of the federal fleet, the Imperial fleet appeared exceedingly feeble, so weak, in fact, that a single cruiser could effortlessly dispatch the entire escort fleet of the Imperial Navy. After all, the Imperial Navy consisted of merely one lunar-class cruiser along with a few other escort vessels, which in the eyes of the federal fleet seemed no more formidable than ants. Were it not for the Zhou knightly family dispatching 2 Emperor-class battleships and 8 strike cruisers, along with various other forces for protection, Zhou Ping'an would have even contemplated allowing the federal fleet to confront his family directly. Under the escort of the federal fleet and the influence of Zhou Ping'an himself, no demons dared to seek trouble in subspace. Instead, they all chose to steer clear. During Zhou Ping'an's first emergence, alongside the Emperor, they dealt a severe blow to Nurgle. On the second occasion, Zhou Ping'an pierced through the treacherous Tsinch, and in the process, liberated the Emperor from his toilet, allowing him to once again unleash a barrage of punishment upon the schemer. The mere act of vanquishing these 2 chaos deities solidified Zhou Ping'an's standing in subspace. No demon would dare to recklessly approach his vessel. The journey through subspace could be described as remarkably swift and exceedingly smooth. The demons that would typically manifest were, on this occasion, nowhere to be seen. Upon sighting the Imperial fleet and the distant Federal fleet, they fled in fear of being detected. Even a fearsome Blood God fleet, upon noticing the approaching Federal fleet, hastily retreated. They were fierce, they were powerful, they were undaunted by death. Yet, that did not imply they relished in pointless sacrifices. The long-range firepower of the Federal fleet was enough to instill dread in their hearts, capable of annihilating them from light years away. Were it not for the direct intervention of Khorne, they would have had no chance to escape. Faced with such an enemy, the Blood God fleet would be foolish to engage in battle with the Federal fleet. Most importantly, their pride in jump combat was dismissed by the Federal forces entirely. The battlecraft they dispatched would, according to Nurgle's estimates, merely turn to ashes upon striking their shields. The opposing force had not even deployed their close-range defenses. Engaging such an enemy was devoid of meaning. Rather, it would amount to a death sentence, not a battle for honor. Such a scene was unbeknownst to the Imperial fleet, as their sensors could not detect at such distances. The Federal fleet, however, was aware of the enemy's presence. Yet, upon witnessing their immediate retreat, they spared themselves further complications. Otherwise, they would have felt compelled to fire a warning shot. Thus, the crew of the Imperial fleet could only marvel at the smoothness of their journey through subspace. It was indeed a rare occurrence to encounter no demons amidst an invasion. Only the 4 merchants of subspace and other formidable entities understood that this was akin to the Emperor of the human empire personally leading the charge. What kind of madness would drive them to confront him directly? Oh, but Khorne would relish the idea. However, he presently needed to remain seated upon his brass throne, unwilling to rise unless Zhou Ping'an sought him out. As for the other 3 chaos gods, they were not inclined to provoke Zhou Ping'an just yet. Yet a conspiracy aimed at him was already brewing. Tsinch was not one to take a beating without retaliation. Ever since Zhou Ping'an had thrust his sword through him without hesitation and released the Emperor to thrash him anew, Tsinch had kept a keen eye on Zhou Ping'an, intent on demonstrating the might of the God of Wisdom. A collusion among the chaos deities was already in motion. This Black Crusade would target not only the human empire, but also the newly ascended human deity, Zhou Ping'an. They sought to see if they could trap Zhou Ping'an, to prevent him from wandering freely in the material universe, preferably confining him like the old man upon his golden throne. Zhou Ping'an remained oblivious to the subspace deity's conspiracies. After all, he could not possibly keep constant watch over these 4 entities. Moreover, due to the absence of a human federation, his powers had yet to reach their zenith. He could only rely on the subspace energy stored within his mechanical throne to contend with the 4 gods, rather than his own strength. As for the 80 billion humans on the colony world he had developed, the psychic energy they provided was trivial, insufficient even to account for a fraction of the subspace energy he stored. Sometimes, quantity is not of utmost importance. Quality must also be considered. Only when the Human Federation arrived would his powers be restored to their fullest potential. A storm far more terrifying than the 13th Black Crusade was brewing. At this moment, Abaddon remained unaware that he was merely a pawn under the command of the four gods, foolishly attempting to manipulate them as his pieces. The four gods of chaos, guided by Tsench, were preparing a grand scheme for Zhou Ping'an. They sought to ensnare him, just as they had imprisoned the old man upon the golden throne, to prevent him from acting against them freely as he currently did. Chapter 60, Arrival at Cardia. The Imperial fleet gradually and successfully emerged from subspace. In subspace, the concept of time does not exist. Upon the Imperial fleet's return to reality and subsequent adjustments, they were astonished to discover that they had spent a full 6 months in subspace. 6 months may not be considered a short duration for subspace travel. It is hardly long either. However, this span of time proved exceedingly dull for Zhou Ping'an. After residing within the Federation for some time, the human empire presented him with scant opportunities for entertainment and leisure. Consequently, in the throes of boredom, he returned to the pursuit of various technologies, delving into the latest technological marvels of the Human Federation, particularly those related to the Emperor's position. It is no understatement to say that the Warhammer universe is exceedingly vast. Merely one galaxy is immense, prompting one to ponder the true scale of the entire cosmos. Thus, the endeavor to utilize the current Federation's calamity artifacts to drain an entire subspace is evidently a formidable challenge. Therefore, the Human Federation must investigate even more potent calamity artifacts to combat the chaos gods that roam this universe. For the Federation, the armies under the banner of chaos are utterly ineffectual. Indeed, even the chaos gods themselves, who have yet to arrive, do not pose an insurmountable challenge. However, the true difficulty lies in the complete eradication of their existence without inflicting harm upon this universe. After all, this is the universe in which Zhou Ping'an lives, where his parents reside. At present, the Federation possesses no means to obliterate the four gods entirely. Since their inception, they have become akin to the very laws of the universe. Unless the Federation contemplates the destruction of this universe, the chaos gods cannot be vanquished. Yet, Zhou Ping'an cannot entertain such destruction, for his parents' roots lie here, making the annihilation of this universe impossible. In search of a more suitable solution, Zhou Ping'an began to examine his own calamity artifact data, striving to devise a reasonable method to eliminate the four gods. The eradication of the four gods must not disrupt the universe's functioning, lest it disturb his parents' lives. The chaos gods? Acheron. Could it be that someone is contemplating something rather impolite? Time passed as Zhou Ping'an immersed himself in research. However, due to the absence of a temporal concept in subspace, he emerged from his subspace voyage without any clear direction. Destroying an opponent is remarkably straightforward, yet ensuring that such destruction does not affect the world is a delicate task. If no immediate solution presents itself, he resolved to shift his focus to the planets below. Aside from the colossal war machines belonging to his parents, he had also constructed a giant battle frame for himself, star language BT-003. Since he had arrived at Cardia, how could he not engage in a proper confrontation with chaos? However, the audacity of Abaddon to conspire against him left Zhou Ping'an decidedly displeased. This time, he intended to exact revenge. As Zhou Ping'an contemplated the chaos, the fleet commander of the Imperial transport vessels approached his father, Zhou Zhan, and spoke. Esteemed Supreme King, we have successfully arrived in the orbital space above Cardia. Should we proceed to airdrop you and your knights in Acadia for combat? Upon your entry, the Department of Military Affairs will establish contact with you. Zhou Zhan stood before the observation window of the bridge, gazing at the war-torn planet below, Cardia. Once a bastion of the Empire, not particularly renowned for its prosperity, it now found itself incessantly besieged by the tides of chaos. From orbit, the vast scars of chaos corrosion marred the surface like festering wounds, while the remnants of subspace storms formed twisted vortices across the planet's surface. He turned to the fleet commander, his voice steady and authoritative. Notify the Department of Military Affairs that the Zhou Knight family has arrived on the battlefield and is prepared for airdrop. Yes, Supreme King. The fleet commander immediately saluted, turning to convey the orders. Zhou Zhan's gaze swept across the bridge's occupants before settling on the dark blue metallic disc at his waist, the receptacle for the Star Language class battle frame. He gently caressed it, a glint of cold resolve flickering in his eyes. Abaddon, he murmured to himself, this time, it is our turn to surprise you. Meanwhile, aboard another warship, Zhou Ping'an stood within his private quarters. Before him, a holographic projection displayed the schematics of Star Language BT-003, slowly revolving. BT-003, what is your status? Zhou Ping'an inquired. All systems operational, Iron Master, the battle frame's AI responded. Weapon systems calibrated, dark matter shields fully charged, ready for combat. Excellent. Although Zhou Ping'an was akin to a deity within subspace, he seldom wielded his subspace energy in the material realm. After all, should he unleash his full power in reality, it would result in a massive expansion of subspace, allowing the chaos gods to intervene. If he expended all his energy to confront the four gods, it would leave him without a trump card, a precarious situation indeed. Engaging in a one-on-4 battle, Zhou Ping'an could not guarantee victory, unless he called upon the Ancient One for assistance. However, in a prolonged conflict, he would surely falter. Enduring a decade-long struggle was beyond his capacity due to insufficient energy. Consequently, Zhou Ping'an sought to devise a suitable weapon for his use in the material universe. The colossal battle frames he personally designed and constructed undoubtedly possessed the capability to wreak havoc on a grand scale. On the surface of Cadia, the onslaught of chaos surged forth like a relentless tide. In the void of space, the Imperial fleet clashed with the forces of chaos, while on the ground, demons emerged in droves from subspace rifts, assailing the Empire's borders. Countless demons, numbering in the millions, even billions, surged forth, battering against the defenses of the human empire. The native garrison of Cadia, the Cadia Shock Troops, had been mobilized at the onset of battle by the highest command of Cadia. This elite Imperial Guard unit was renowned for its discipline and tactical prowess, while the Vostroyan Iron Guard was also deployed to these frontline skirmishes. The battle did not unfold smoothly. At the outset, the Vostroyans succumbed to chaos corruption, leading to the collapse of their defensive line. Subsequently, the High Fortress Lord, Ursaka, took charge of coordinating the defense. A request for aid was dispatched to the Empire, and reinforcements, including the Dark Angels from the Space Marine Legions and other loyalist Astartes, such as the Space Wolves, were summoned. The forces of mortals and the Arbites continued to engage in combat against the armies of chaos. The Zhou family was not the first to arrive in support, nor would the Imperial forces be the last, unless a subspace storm intervened. However, it is worth noting that by the time Zhou Ping'an and his allies arrived, they were effectively among the last remaining reinforcements for the Empire. Currently, the great sage of the word-bearers, Erebus, was preparing to conduct a sacrifice, severing Cadia's connection to the outside world and instigating a colossal subspace storm. Chapter 61, The Death Corps of Krieg. The ground battle was exceptionally fierce, and the support from the Knight family arrived urgently, with numerous castle-shaped airdrop capsules deployed. The Knight Mets within were prepared for combat. Zhou Ping'an refrained from utilizing his BT-003. Instead, he remained within his original Knight mech, accompanied by his Knight attendant. The attendant Knight commander, Lisa, steadfastly followed Zhou Ping'an, while his auxiliary forces were no longer comprised of his previously constructed elite guard and imperial custodes. Although Zhou Ping'an remained oblivious to the machinations of chaos, he instinctively sensed something amiss. He regarded the amassed armies as a contingency, a safeguard for the uncertain future. Unbeknownst to him, a primal instinct compelled him to entangle himself in the web of conflict. To ensure he possessed sufficient cards to play, he refrained from deploying any forces from the Human Federation in the ongoing Cartier campaign. The Federation fleet lingered at the periphery of the star system, observing from a distance as the Imperial and Chaos fleets clashed. The Super Shields exhibited remarkable stealth capabilities, rendering the entire Federation fleet undetectable to enemy reconnaissance. The Imperial Guard was poised for battle, ready to heed their Emperor's summons at a moment's notice, prepared to leap into action to protect him. The 500 elite guards and 10,000 interstellar warriors, meticulously crafted by Zhou Ping'an, had attained a status equivalent to that of the Imperial Guard. At this juncture, Zhou Ping'an commanded a formidable force comprised of 10,000 top-tier, gene-enhanced, and psychic Ascended Guard from the Human Federation, alongside 10,500 regular Imperial Guards. The 1 million interstellar warriors, conscripted from his colonial planet, constituted an impressive contingent. Remarkably, this force had been recruited with minimal effort. They enlisted willingly, driven by a fervent desire to fight for their emperor. All units stood ready for deployment, and upon receiving Zhou Ping'an's command, the Human Federation's forces would immediately engage in the Cartier battlefield. Concurrently, 2 additional interstellar warrior regiments had already embarked from Zhou Ping'an's Cali planet, en route to Cartier. Within 6 months, sufficient time had elapsed for the colonial planet to reassemble 2 ground combat divisions, now traversing the cosmos at faster-than-light speeds, expected to arrive in Cartier within a fortnight. Had it not been for the necessity of presenting mechanical legions to the Empire, Zhou Ping'an could have produced even more troops. as manufacturing machines was far simpler than training conventional soldiers. If the Human Federation's heavy weaponry were to be allocated 200 Emperor-class Titans per regiment, this would result in 600 Titans deployed to the Cartier Theater. This count represented merely the Emperor-class Titans. Zhou Ping'an had also ordered the fabrication of a new batch of War Marshal-class Titans. Each regiment was equipped with 2,000 of these formidable machines, and when they descended upon the surface of Cartier, they would obliterate all who dared to resist. These Titans were not the traditional models of the human empire. They incorporated extensive AI technology, enabling a mere ordinary soldier, an interstellar warrior, to operate both the Emperor-class and War Marshal-class Titans. As for why the Human Federation did not employ stellar technology to produce more star-language battle frames or smaller variants, Zhou Ping'an could assert on the surface that he wished to keep the Federation from drawing attention. However, beneath the surface, the most pressing concern was financial. The production cost of a star-language battle frame was nearly equivalent to that of a standard escort vessel. Moreover, assembling the Imperial Army offered significant cost advantages, as affordability was synonymous with the human empire's military forces, at least in the eyes of the Human Federation. Despite the view held by the Federation's Ministry of Military Affairs that utilizing the military equipment of the human empire was akin to a suicide mission, one could not deny the dire financial straits of their emperor. Saving resources was paramount. Given that the adversaries were also inadequately equipped, perhaps these weapons were not entirely ineffective. Most of the Federation's resources were allocated to constructing additional escorts and destroyers, with even cruisers and battleships beyond their means. In the cosmic hierarchy, ground forces were perpetually relegated to the lowest tier, with the Federation Navy serving as the primary military force. Returning focus to the surface of Cartier, as a reinforcement from the knightly family arrived, a colossal knightly fortress descended upon the ground. The distant echoes of ancient horns reverberated as the fortress gates swung open. One after another, knight mechs emerged, and among them was Zhou Ping'an. Following closely behind him was a battalion of gun-wielding soldiers prepared by his family. The might of the knightly family's mechs was formidable, thus they could not be clustered together. The Ministry of Military Affairs had dispersed their mechs across various sectors of the battlefield to support the local starbound forces. Zhou Ping'an, despite being the heir to the Supreme King, was similarly bound by the ministry's directives, selecting a drop zone for his descent. As he stepped out of the fortress, he beheld a familiar regiment, the Krieg Death Corps. Chaos demons had been assaulting the Krieg trenches when their officers, upon sighting the approach of the night mechs, sounded the charge. The thunderous roar of artillery erupted upon the enemy positions as countless Krieg soldiers, clad in gas masks, surged from the trenches like a tidal wave. Their laser rifles cast crimson beams against the gloom of battle, while bayonets glinted ominously amidst the smoke. The soldiers of Krieg uttered not a sound, charging forth in silence. Just as they met their demise in silence, they were but currency for the emperor. "These madmen," exclaimed Zhou Ping'an's knightly attendant, Lisa, over the comms. "Do they not realize the knights are here to provide fire support? Certainly, these demons were courting death. Why not eliminate a portion of them from their entrenched positions?" Even though the Krieg's ferocity was notorious throughout the empire, the new knights of the knightly family were less familiar with it. In stark contrast to others, Zhou Ping'an suddenly laughed. He understood the Kriegs all too well. Although his knowledge of the Warhammer universe was limited, he was acutely aware of this renowned, starbound military division. For these Atoners, death was their ultimate destination. The arrival of the knights was not a mere excuse for them to hold their ground. It was the perfect opportunity to launch a desperate assault. Suddenly, Zhou Ping'an felt an urge to vent his frustrations at the emperor in the subspace. Cursing the misdeeds he had wrought, shaking his head, he dispelled the chaotic thoughts from his mind. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ping'an issued his command: provide fire cover and coordinate with the Krieg Death Corps for the charge. Chapter 62. The aura of the Chaos God spreads across the battlefield. The night mechs surged forward alongside the Krieg Death Corps. Zhou Ping'an scarcely had time to inquire which regiment the Krieg Death Corps belonged to, but it seemed irrelevant, as their casualty rates were among the highest in the Imperial Army. Even if he established contact with their colonel, it was likely that by the time this skirmish concluded, he would be dead. Here, Zhou Ping'an bore witness to the valor of the human empire. The gap between the artillery fire and the ranks of the Krieg Death Guard was scarcely a few meters. Shells exploded ahead, while the soldiers of the Death Guard surged forth from behind. The night mech and night gun array wielded by Zhou Ping'an provided essential heavy fire support to the Krieg Death Guard. After a single charge, they emerged victorious. The cultists and chaos warriors opposing them were no match, and their positions were decisively seized after just one onslaught. The immense Knight mechs commanded an unparalleled dominance over the battlefield, with Zhou Ping'an's Knight mech relentlessly unleashing firepower upon the forces of chaos. However, even this seemingly insignificant trench resulted in catastrophic losses, with the originally 5,000 strong Krieg Death Guard suffering over half their numbers and casualties after the assault. Upon capturing this trivial trench, Zhou Ping'an witnessed the brutal reality of war for the first time. It was his first encounter with such a gruesome battlefield, where the ground was littered with the bodies of both Krieg Death Guard soldiers and Chaos cultists. More alarmingly, intact corpses were a rarity. The majority were mangled, and those fortunate enough to remain somewhat whole were still luckier than the many whose remains had been completely obliterated. Bodies lay scattered, indistinguishable between friend and foe, amalgamated in a grim tableau. The earth was soaked in blood, and though it had long been drenched, this time it was once again irrigated by the sanguine tide. Unlike the personal guard units he had previously commanded, the Space Marines, equipped with basic shields, were nearly invulnerable to such cultists. In past engagements, Zhou Ping'an's forces had systematically annihilated the opposing Chaos troops, particularly during the recent Greenskins battle, where the orcs had been slaughtered like primitive beings. Even when Chaos forces deployed their own warriors, the outcome remained unchanged. Even the emergence of a greater demon would not alter the tide. The formidable capabilities of the Star Legion were sufficient to crush any adversary. For the first time, Zhou Ping'an observed an army akin to the World War I-style troops of the Krieg Death Guard. Such tactical casualties were unpredictable and inevitably severe. More distressingly, any soldier sustaining serious injuries was swiftly dispatched by the recovery teams under the pretext of alleviating their suffering, while those with minor wounds were left unattended, hastily prepared to charge into the next battle. Such operations, even to Zhou Ping'an, who had some understanding of the Death Guard, seemed excessively inhumane. The colonel of the 713th Siege Company of the Krieg Death Guard seemed to perceive Zhou Ping'an's discomfort, noting his Knight mech's stationary position. He offered an explanation. Sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Empire, and our sacrifices merely serve as atonement. Atonement? Zhou Ping'an, aware of the grim reality, scoffed inwardly. These soldiers bore no sins requiring redemption. From his perspective, they had committed no transgressions deserving of such penance. Even if they had, their debts had long been repaid through the sacrifices of countless generations. The colonel's words recalled to Zhou Ping'an a sentiment he had encountered in a previous life. If the cost of a Krieg Death Guard soldier was 50, then the laser rifle they wielded was worth 49. The remaining $1 accounted for their gear, rendering their lives seemingly valueless. Zhou Ping'an had little to say to these members of the Death Guard, who viewed their sacrifices as atonement. He merely uttered, "May your souls return to the Golden Throne." The colonel of the Krieg Death Guard said nothing further, resuming the organization of his troops. They would continue their assault, seizing more trenches. They were the currency of the God Emperor, offering their lives to purchase victory in this battle. Zhou Ping'an chose not to voice further thoughts. He exited his Knight mech. The Department of Military Affairs had not assigned him new orders, so the Knight House would not continue its offensive. His sole task was to support the Krieg Death Guard in holding their position. Unexpectedly, his presence prompted the entire Death Guard to launch a countercharge against the Chaos cultists. Zhou Ping'an disembarked from his Knight mech, stepping onto the planet's surface. His godlike physique bestowed upon him boundless strength, unyielding to any environmental change, as he gently grasped a handful of dust. This marked his first visit to Cadia, a renowned bastion in the Warhammer universe, and thus he felt a sense of curiosity about this world. With no additional orders from the Department of Military Affairs, he lacked the interest to continue fighting. There were more pressing matters to attend to. The prolonged elite noble education had endowed Zhou Ping'an with exceptional psychological resilience. After expressing mere sympathy and mourning for the plight of the Krieg Death Guard, he felt little else. Had a small contingent of troops perished before him, he might have felt a pang of sorrow. However, the scale of this war was too vast. Zhou Ping'an's perspective could not be confined to such a diminutive slice of the Krieg Death Guard. The battles raging across the planet were intensely ferocious. After witnessing numerous casualties, the losses transformed into mere statistics devoid of emotional weight. In plain terms, Zhou Ping'an was acutely aware that the true war had yet to commence. Despite the Chaos forces emerging in the billions from the warp, this was merely the vanguard. Abaddon's Black Legion had not committed many of its warriors to this conflict. Most were merely ordinary demons of chaos. He could not simply order the federal troops to intervene in this battle out of compassion. While the federal forces were undeniably powerful, they numbered only in the hundreds of thousands. What purpose would there be in deploying them so early? As someone who had battled the chaos gods within the warp, Zhou Ping'an sensed their presence lingering in this realm. Moreover, he was certain that beyond the four chaos gods, other sinister entities were at play. The six most nefarious chaos deities had already manifested in this campaign, and Zhou Ping'an found himself intrigued to uncover their machinations. For the larger picture, temporary sacrifices were a necessary burden to bear. Zhou Ping'an lowered his gaze, perceiving through the planet's reality the warp energy still stored within his mechanical throne. It was sufficient. He had enough to engage in a fierce confrontation with the chaos gods within the warp, though he could not foresee the duration of the conflict. It should suffice for now. His arrival had undeniably altered the circumstances of the chaos forces. No one could predict the trajectory of the 13th Black Crusade. Not even Zhou Ping'an. He could only wait for the situation to unfold, amassing enough strength to confront the impending changes. Chapter 63. A Target from Chaos. Indeed, the troubles that had long plagued Zhou Ping'an have come to fruition. A grand sacrificial rite has unfolded upon the surface of the planet Cardia. The subspace storm has arrived. Aside from the reinforcements dispatched by the Zhou knightly family, the Empire could muster only 2 battalions of interstellar warriors and a few astral legions in response. The remaining forces consisted solely of the Imperial army engaged in combat on Cardia, while the chaotic legions launched an even more extensive assault during this massive sacrificial event. Zhou Ping'an, though somewhat composed, refrained from entering subspace to confront the forces of chaos head-on. However, his parents could no longer contain their impatience. As the war dragged into its second month, and the knights of the family found themselves in life-threatening peril, how could the supreme royal couple stand idly by while their knights faced such dire straits? Initially intending to deploy their secret weapon during the appearance of a Baden-S flagship, the supreme royal couple of the knightly family activated their hidden prowess. 2 colossal titanic constructs emerged upon the surface of Cardia, towering at 690 meters. They loomed like majestic mountains. Even the Titan legions of the Imperial Army and the Chaos Titans appeared as mere insects in comparison to these massive titans. The oil-laden mechanists of the Mechanicus erupted with excitement upon witnessing the arrival of these titanic war machines. The resounding horn of the knightly family echoed across the planet. The formidable knightly army, under the aegis of the 2 Star-Tongue Titans, launched a counteroffensive against the forces of chaos alongside the Imperial troops stationed on the planet. As the 2 colossal titans commenced their operations, the venerable sages of the Mechanicus, while exuberantly spilling oil, proclaimed the miracles of Omnicia. The titanic constructs strode upon the earth, their stature and power far eclipsing any active titan in the Empire. This unparalleled might was unmistakably divine. The sight of such titans made it evident that they were indeed constructs of celestial engineering. Even the Department of Military Affairs seized upon this moment to proclaim these massive titans as the earthly emissaries of the Emperor. In truth, their declaration bore a semblance of accuracy, for they were indeed the Emperor's representatives, albeit not the same Emperor as before. Regrettably, circumstances do not always yield to the emergence of 2 colossal titans. The forces of chaos were well prepared, with larger rifts in space opening to unleash even more chaotic legions. Countless demonic entities and engine demons materialized upon the battlefield, relentlessly assaulting the armies of the human empire. The Star-Tongue Titans indeed possessed remarkable strength. Their combat capabilities deemed nothing short of terrifying. With a mere wave of their hands, they could obliterate swathes of terrifying demons. In encounters with the chaotic forces, these titanic war machines dispatched foes with the ease of crushing insignificant insects. Yet, the seemingly infinite numbers of these foes could still wear down even the mightiest of titans. Utilizing the advanced anti-gravity systems of stellar technology, the 2 Titan constructs maneuvered effortlessly upon the terrestrial battlefield. However, each of their assaults demanded precision. Otherwise, should the Titans unleash their full power upon the planet, the resulting devastation would inevitably yield catastrophic fissures. To put it plainly, these Titans resembled 2 diminutive neutron stars, devoid of gravity, preventing them from annihilating Cardia outright. Although the legions of demons lacked any unit capable of combating the Star-Tongue constructs, their boundless numbers allowed them to launch an even more extensive and comprehensive assault against the human empire. While the Titans were formidable, the powerful weaponry mounted upon them could not be wielded indiscriminately. Otherwise, the planet itself would be unable to withstand the ravages of such colossal titans in combat. The war was progressing towards an unacceptable conclusion for the human empire. A lack of sufficient frontline troops to maintain the line, coupled with the inability to launch offensives with the Titans due to insufficient manpower, left the Empire at a disadvantage. The subspace storm had rendered timely reinforcements from the human empire impossible, leading to a dire numerical inferiority against the chaotic demons. Even Abaddon's Black Legion, upon realizing the full-scale mobilization of the chaotic forces, had begun to quietly withdraw. The four gods of chaos deployed the majority of their minions in this conflict. By the second month of the battlefield, the orc hordes had also arrived, inundating the planet with their presence. The Imperial Navy found itself outmatched. Even the fleet brought by the knightly family could do little to stem the tide. They could only rely on the two Emperor-class battleships of the knightly family for defense. The Imperial Navy was ensnared in a defensive quagmire, while the orc fleet successfully deployed waves of their kind onto the planet, further intensifying the pressure on the human empire. Was there a way for humanity to turn the tide of this war? Indeed, if Zhou Ping'an were to command the forces of the Human Federation to intervene in this conflict, the war could persist. The reinforcements he had awaited had arrived, and he now commanded 3 legions. At this moment, the number of interstellar warriors under Zhou Ping'an's command had reached 3 million. Should he choose to do so, the war could continue. Yet, it was evident that Zhou Ping'an had yet to issue such an order. He remained at the helm of his colossal star-tongue construct, executing various strikes upon the battlefield. Though each strike annihilated numerous chaotic forces and orcs, it was but a drop in the ocean against the relentless tide of the enemy. The 4 gods of chaos had resolved to unleash their full might, sending forth their minions in overwhelming numbers. The knightly commander, Lisa, fully aware of Zhou Ping'an's situation, posed a question after 2 months of war. "My lord, when shall our forces engage in battle? The Imperial army may not withstand the might of chaos." In response to her inquiry, Zhou Ping'an offered but a single answer: wait. His reply consisted solely of these 2 words. How could ordinary humans fathom what he awaited? In truth, during the course of the war, Zhou Ping'an's focus had long shifted away from the planet Cardia, instead directing his attention to the subspace realm. He had not coalesced a formidable subspace entity to prepare for combat against the 4 gods of chaos. Rather, he stood alongside the Emperor. The 2 human deities of subspace gazed upon the 4 gods of chaos and their allies, including the formidable entities of the subspace realm. This peculiar phenomenon of subspace dictated that should one side's deities become excessively powerful, the others would unite to suppress them. It was clear that the human deities were currently too potent. In solitary confrontation, none of the deities within the subspace could contend with the combined might of the human dual deities. The Emperor could effortlessly best any of the 4 gods of chaos, and Zhou Ping'an could equally achieve the same. Even though the terror of chaos has gained significant support and fortification in the face of the vast war that looms, a voice within him still whispers when his gaze lands upon Zhou Ping'an. If you dare to confront him, that fellow can truly cleave you in twain. The strength of humanity is unprecedentedly formidable. Hence, they must unite to suppress the might of their divine beings, at the very least, to restore equilibrium. Either Zhou Ping'an must be anchored to something akin to a golden throne, unable to rise and continue the battle at will, or he must be prevented from resurrecting the Emperor at his leisure. The number of divine entities on the human side is excessively abundant and must be restricted to merely 1. The thought of eliminating Zhou Ping'an has crossed the minds of the 4 chaos gods, yet whenever such thoughts arise, they are met with frantic warnings from the cosmic will of the universe. Thus, to this day, the primary objective of the 4 chaos gods and other subspace entities remains singular. Either the Emperor must not rise again, or Zhou Ping'an must find a throne to occupy. In any case, they cannot continue to stab at one another as they do now, observing the malevolent deities in subspace conspiring against Zhou Ping'an and the Emperor. Both individuals evidently feel a sense of urgency. However, they are unable to initiate combat directly, facing a 2-6 disadvantage. Zhou Ping'an's capacity to wield energy is limited, rendering him incapable of sustaining a prolonged conflict. An unprecedented cataclysm targeting humanity is imminent. Chapter 64. The Proxy Iron Command Battle approaches. On the surface of the planet Cardia, Zhou Ping'an occasionally casts observant glances, while the Emperor has evidently lost interest. Faced with a grave crisis confronting the human race, the Emperor is wholly absorbed, unwilling to divert his attention to the skirmishes of mortal troops. He cherishes humanity and considers himself a part of it. Yet his love extends to the entire race rather than individual lives. This starkly contrasts with Zhou Ping'an, who has his parents still engaged in battle on the surface of Cardia, along with several elders of his family. Thus, even in the face of 6 malevolent gods, he frequently directs his gaze back to the planet's surface, offering blessings for their safety. Portions of subspace divine power seeped into the planet's interior, reinforcing its structure in preparation for the unprecedented conflict ahead. Zhou Ping'an harbors a premonition. Within 3 months, his forces must join the fray. For by the time his formidable psychic troops arrive, the planet Cardia will likely be unable to withstand the onslaught. To ensure the war can continue and to safeguard his parents, Zhou Ping'an must fortify this celestial body, transforming it into a battleground between chaos and humanity. The standoff in subspace persists, while the terrestrial warfare intensifies. After a month has elapsed, Zhou Ping'an briefly returns to the material universe. The Star Language-class war machine, which had ceased operations during his venture into subspace, re-emerges on the surface of Cardia. This colossal Titan body undoubtedly represents the Empire's most formidable combat force, instilling belief that under its protection, victory is assured. Such a marvel could not possibly be of human origin. It must surely be a divine manifestation from the Emperor. However, compared to the uplifted morale of the Imperial forces, the Knight Commander Lisa, standing near Zhou Ping'an, seems to anticipate something, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Undoubtedly, this Knight Commander has grown alongside Zhou Ping'an. While not precisely childhood sweethearts, their bond is undeniably strong. The deployment of this immense Titan on the planet's surface must hold significant reasoning, and Lisa, having shared Zhou Ping'an's upbringing, senses the gravity of the moment. In no time, her suspicions materialize into reality as Zhou Ping'an strides towards her, placing a Titan Iron Command helmet upon her head. BT-003, authorizing Lisa as proxy Iron Command. Lisa's pupils constrict sharply as a jolt of electric sensation courses through her from the helmet. A torrent of unfamiliar data streams into her consciousness, yet in an instant, it morphs into an astonishing familiarity, as if this knowledge inherently belonged to her. Your Highness, her voice trembles. This is Zhou Ping'an offers no explanation. Swiftly manipulating the control panel, the secondary protocol of BT-003 has been unlocked. It will guide you through the initial neural link. Remember, no matter what you witness, stay alert. As his words fall, the ground suddenly quakes violently. In the distance, a pitch-black rift materializes in the skyline, larger than any previous subspace fissure. From this chasm, a multitude of demonic forces emerges. Countless demonic engines and demon princes of various forms surge forth. The ultimate battle against chaos is upon them. Time is of the essence. Zhou Ping'an abruptly raises his gaze. Lisa, listen closely. I entrust BT-003 to you. You are to lead the Imperial forces here in continuing to resist the incursion of chaos. I cannot fight alongside you. In subspace, the Yellow Weasel requires my cooperation to confront the enemy. This catastrophe is directed at humanity. The Federal Army will engage on the planet's surface in 7 days, aiming to decimate the chaotic demons. Their defeat will weaken the 4 Chaos Gods, providing me with substantial assistance in my struggle within subspace. Safeguard yourself, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, immediately withdraw under the protection of the Elite Guard, alongside my parents, and exit this galaxy. There are few friends left from our childhood. You must survive. Upon the completion of Zhou Ping'an's words, the Iron Command device upon him swiftly relocates to envelop Lisa. Subsequently, the bluish light emanating from BT envelopes him, and she vanishes from the surface, appearing within the Titan's interior. Life as a scion of a knightly family is harsh, though they receive the best education. Everyone knows they face a monumental trial in the future, the linkage to the mechanical throne. This is a formidable challenge. For ordinary knightly families, it is difficult. And for the Zhou family, which has a legacy spanning 20,000 years, housing countless epics and knight pilots, the stakes are even higher. The souls of these epics and pilots are imprinted upon the mechanical throne. It can be inferred, then, just how high the mortality rate is for the knights of the Zhou family during the linkage process. Among those who grew up alongside Zhou Ping'an, only a handful remain, just over a dozen. In the trials of the knightly families, this number dwindles down to the one before her now. This is the universe of Warhammer. It has never been a comedy, yet Zhou Ping'an's existence brings a glimmer of hope to this cosmos. Nevertheless, the tragedy of humanity continues to unfold across the galaxy, with countless lives lost in vain due to various circumstances. For the entire family, the current generation of Zhou Ping'an has produced 20 inheritors of knight mechs. This is already a remarkable achievement for the family. Yet within this cohort, over 2,000 individuals are capable of linking to the mechanical throne. 1 in 100. Certainly, the family is not an unfeeling entity. One may choose to forego the connection to the mechanized throne and live as an ordinary individual from humble lineage. As long as one is willing to embrace a life of simplicity, the Zhou Knight's family will facilitate your departure to an undisclosed locale, where you may enjoy a peaceful existence. However, how could the descendants of a knightly lineage ever be content to exist as mere commoners? No knight capable of linking to the throne would willingly relinquish the opportunity to pilot their ancestral mechs and uphold their family's honor, resulting in Zhou Ping'an having but this solitary friend remaining. Agent Iron Control detected, initiating neural link. Lisa's vision instantly expanded. She was no longer limited to observing the world through mere physical sight, but could simultaneously perceive every energy fluctuation and terrain alteration within a light-year radius. Neural link completion rate, 98. Weapon systems online. Dark energy shield activated. Titan activation complete. Greetings, Iron Control. I am BT-003, pleased to engage in battle alongside you. You're now my agent. The mechanical electronic voice resonated within her mind. Concurrently, a battlefield status map from the Eastern Front was projected onto her neural retina. Over 2 billion Chaos forces were gathering, including 300 corrupted Titans. Fortunately, her system also displayed the movements of the Federal Army, as the Human Federation's fleet began to mobilize in preparation for the impending conflict. 3 million Star Warriors and tens of thousands of elite troops were ready to fight for the Emperor. Chapter 65. The Federal Fleet joins the fray. The battle on the surface of Cardia had raged for over a year before the Zhou family's reinforcements arrived. Today, it was poised to reach its true climax. The forces of Chaos were fully prepared for war, intent on launching a full-scale invasion of Cardia. The fleet of the Human Federation had also begun its advance, preparing to engage in this battle against Chaos. The ground forces were ready to fight valiantly, aiming to weaken the power of the four gods of Chaos. An apocalyptic vow, surpassing the wildest imaginings of the human empire, was about to erupt as the Titan Legion finalized its preparations. However, due to the overwhelming increase in Chaos forces, the human empire's troops on the surface of Cardia had begun to suffer consecutive losses. One stronghold after another fell to the might of the Chaos army, and countless soldiers of the human empire perished on the battlefield. Their bodies were desecrated as swarms of Chaos demons surged forth, gradually compressing the entire battlefield. The energy of subspace spilled out, transforming the physical universe into subspace, augmenting the combat prowess of the demons therein. The point of compression on the battlefield was centered around Zhou Ping'an himself. As the Lord of Humanity, his existence served as the greatest ally in resisting the Chaos invasion. Even against the combined efforts of the six gods attempting to erode with subspace energy, Zhou Ping'an's own unconscious energy emanated a formidable resistance. Yet, such resistance would not endure over a vast area. While Zhou Ping'an could effectively manage the transformation of Chaos subspace energy, a greater portion of his power was required to engage the six gods of subspace in battle. The ancient horn sounded, heralding another full-scale assault by the Chaos demons. Countless billions surged forth like a tide, trampling the corpses of Imperial soldiers, staining their path crimson. The sky was rent asunder by subspace storms, with blood-red lightning striking down, illuminating the battlefield as if it were hell itself. This was a nightmare, a scene of horror. Even though the Kartians had been embroiled in warfare with subspace since their infancy, they had never witnessed such a dreadful invasion by Chaos. The demons poured forth like a relentless tide, their numbers exceeding even those of ants. Not only the demons of Chaos, but also the greenskins relentlessly joined the fray, as vast swathes of fungal life charged at the Imperial forces. The Imperial soldiers, bewildered, found their firepower utterly incapable of halting such a formidable army, one by one falling victim to the savage blows of the demons, who cried out in exultation, "Blood for the Blood God!" The Zhou Knight's family, in concert with the Titan Legion and their most powerful 3 Star Voice Titans, continued to mount a resistance. The colossal Titan machines, with a mere motion, could crush millions of demons beneath their feet. Yet, such numbers were insignificant to the demons. The distinction between the real world and subspace was rapidly diminishing. Each demon felled only resulted in new ones bursting forth from the rifts of subspace, and they emerged ever stronger. As for the necromancers and their black stone obelisks, they had long been operational, but they were clearly no match for the combined might of the 4 gods of Chaos. Moreover, prior battles had inflicted some damage upon the black stone obelisks. The forces of Chaos continued to erode the planet. Were it not for the partial protection afforded by Zhou Ping'an's subspace energy and the additional stability provided by the 3 dark matter energy cores of the Titans, a far more extensive Chaos incursion would already be upon them. With the assistance of the 3 divine machines and the continued efforts of other Star Warriors. The front lines were tenuously held, while the war in space reignited. The human Empire's fleet had suffered catastrophic losses. Under the combined might of the Chaos Fleet and the Greenskin forces, the human fleet found itself with little room for resistance. The vastness of space now contained only the Chaos Fleet and the Orcs, disregarding the presence of the Federal Fleet at the fringes of the star system. Had it not been for the Federal Fleet, the situation would have been dire indeed. However, Zhou Ping'an's Federal Fleet had now sprung into action. With 4 battleships at the forefront, poised at the very edge of the star system, opening fire upon the Chaos battleships. 4 particle lances converged on a single Chaos battleship, obliterating it on the spot. The sudden turn of events left the Chaos and Orc fleets momentarily stunned. While they were caught off guard, the Federal Fleet seized the opportunity. The cruisers also unleashed their particle lances, targeting enemy cruisers of equal standing. With a strategy of 2 cruisers attacking one, the Chaos Fleet suffered the loss of 1. 5 cruisers in this round of engagement. Naval combat in the cosmos resumed. Unlike the land battles, the conflict in space was overwhelmingly one-sided. The reconnaissance capabilities of the Chaos Fleet were severely limited. The Federal Fleet consistently operated beyond their detection range, emerging like phantoms on the battlefield, each appearance accompanied by devastatingly precise strikes. The commander of the Chaos Fleet stood upon the bridge, his fury erupting as he shattered yet another tactical holographic console. This marked the 7th command terminal to be destroyed. "Curse it! Where are those cowards hiding?" he bellowed, his crimson visors sweeping across the chaotic battlefield projection. 20 hours prior, yet another Chaos battleship had been pierced without warning by 4 particle light spears, now dissolving into a magnificent fireball. Warning, starboard armor compromised. Void shield energy reduced to 43. The shrill alarm further exacerbated the commander's agitation. He turned to the tech priest. "Have we yet to lock onto the enemy's position?" The mechanical limbs of the Dark Mechanicus priest flailed frantically, data cascading across its visual sensors. "No, it's impossible. Their energy signatures do not conform to any known Imperial warship patterns." And the commander interjected, gripping the Dark priest's metallic neck. Current projections indicated the enemy's speed was astonishingly rapid, exceeding the limits of what was thought possible. They were maintaining faster-than-light travel at multiples of light speed. The Empire possessed no such technology for such velocity. How could they engage in combat at such speeds? The Dark Mechanicus priest itself was incredulous at the sight before it, rather than believe that Imperial warships could strike them at multiple times the speed of light. It found it more plausible to suspect a conspiracy at play. Yet, the evidence lay starkly before them, whether they accepted it or not. They had to acknowledge and prepare for the reality at hand. But how to respond? The Chaos Coalition fleet glanced at their technological capabilities, then at the reports indicating faster-than-light assaults. They noted their augurs still detected the enemy, yet the latter's velocity was escalating, and soon the augurs would lose sight of them entirely. Indeed, the Federal fleet was closing in, yet their sensors were losing the trace of the enemy fleet. After spending time with their emperor, Milan had gleaned insights into the naval combat capabilities of this world, sharply realizing that most naval forces here were incapable of faster-than-light travel. Aside from the previously encountered Necron Empire, a suspected fallen empire endowed with such capabilities, other factions lacked this advantage. This was intriguing, and even more so was the revelation that their weaponry appeared incapable of striking across light years. In stark contrast to their own ships equipped with weapons capable of spanning dozens or even hundreds of light years, the armaments of their foes were almost laughable. Particularly, their vessels showcased a certain flair, with artillery mounted prominently on the forward sides. If their reconnaissance was accurate, the weapon in question bore the name macro cannon. The Federal fleet found themselves at a loss for words, bewildered by the employment of such weaponry in engagements. Did they truly believe such arms could reach out across light years to strike the Federal fleet? Moreover, even if the Federal fleet were to engage them in close quarters, what could they achieve? They could not even manage faster-than-light travel. How could they hope to pursue the Federal fleet? This left Milan with no choice but to fully mobilize the Federal fleet for a decisive confrontation. Despite the Federal fleet's numbers being vastly inferior to the Chaos Coalition fleet, their combat prowess far surpassed that of their adversaries. Leveraging their capacity for light-year strikes and faster-than-light navigation, the Federal fleet relentlessly assailed the enemy, rendering them incapable of tracking the Federal fleet's movements. More critically, the weaponry equipped by the Federal Navy was nearly lethal to the Chaos battleships, with even a single whirlwind torpedo from a standard frigate capable of inflicting significant damage, striking at the enemy with the velocity of faster-than-light whirlwind torpedoes. The Chaos Fleet was experiencing the harsh reality of true epic-defining technological superiority. However, even as the Federal Fleet gained the upper hand in this naval conflict, such dominance was merely localized. The Chaos Fleet still held a significant advantage in sheer numbers. Not only did they have the Chaos Fleet, but also an assortment of ragtag vessels, their vast numbers making it impossible for the Federal Fleet to purge them entirely in a short span of time. The Chaos Fleet, bolstered by its formidable size, fought fiercely against the Federal Fleet, which darted among them, systematically obliterating one ship after another. The scene in space remained unknown to all but Zhou Ping'an's parents and Lisa, who had accepted the massive Titan and become the proxy Iron Rider. They lacked the capability to discern the true nature of the cosmic conflict unfolding, yet those 3-star language-class giant warframes could, while efficiently dispatching the chaotic rabble. The 3-star language-class warframes even began to employ their installed disintegration cannons. With a range of 1 light-year, their disintegration cannons could strike at those chaotic forces preparing for battle in the cosmos. Consequently, the plight of the Chaos Fleet grew ever more perilous. They were confronting a scenario they had not faced in millennia of war. Yet now, the war had commenced, a conspiracy orchestrated by the 4 Chaos Gods targeting Zhou Ping'an. And it could not simply conclude. Faced with an unwinnable space battle, they escalated their war against the surface of Acadia planet. They aimed to force Zhou Ping'an into action, to compel him to expend all his energy in a grand confrontation. This would deplete Zhou Ping'an's subspace energy, granting them the tranquility they sought. An entity that intermittently entered subspace to deliver a resounding slap was indeed a terrifying prospect. Even if they could not confine Zhou Ping'an to a golden throne like the old man Huang, they sought to strip him of his ability to deliver those devastating slaps. Although this state of affairs might be temporary, it was preferable to a complete imbalance of chaos forces. They had calculated that Zhou Ping'an's energy recovery was sluggish. Without external influence, once Zhou Ping'an had expended all his energy or before he could recover, he would never again possess the absolute odds against any of them as he did now. In that eventuality, he would not be able to easily dominate any of the Dark Gods. This was the overarching strategy of the 4 Chaos Gods. They once more altered their strategic approach, no longer seeking to confine Zhou Ping'an to a throne. However, certain nuances differentiated their intentions. For instance, Korn merely sought a worthy adversary, one who would not be easily crushed. Thus, to ensure he had a suitable opponent, one who would not casually overpower him, he decided to partake in this conspiracy. A rarity indeed. As for Jinshi and Negu, their motives are purely driven by a desire for vengeance against Zhou Ping'an, particularly after they have been soundly defeated. When it comes to Sei Nu, she is merely a blind follower, though she does harbor certain thoughts about Zhou Ping'an. The immense power he wields, capable of effortlessly crushing her, keeps her thoughts at bay. She dares not act on them. However, should Zhou Ping'an falter in his ability to dominate her, she might entertain inappropriate notions about him. Regarding the matter with Mao Urge, their only intention is to engage in combat, regardless of the opponent, regardless of their intentions. The combined forces of Chaos and Orcs are wreaking havoc upon the surface of the planet Cardia, even with the formidable assistance of the Zhou family S3 colossal titans. The Imperial line is steadily collapsing, retreating towards a defensive perimeter centered around Zhou Ping'an. Witnessing the overwhelming Chaos and Orc armies, even the most loyal warriors, including the Space Marines, cannot help but begin to pray. O Emperor, can we truly achieve victory? Chapter 67. We shall never surrender, never. Is this a war of apocalyptic proportions? No, it cannot merely be described as such. It bears an uncanny resemblance to the siege of Terra, perhaps even exceeding its scale. The forces of Chaos have poured forth in droves, with Chaos demons and Chaos princes abounding. Amidst such a terrifying battlefield, what can the Astra Militarum accomplish? They are but ants in comparison. What can they do? The Cadian shock troops are indeed one of the most elite regiments of the Astra Militarum, but even their prowess is insufficient to effectuate change on such a vast battlefield. At this moment, the battlefield does not permit the Astra Militarum to operate in cohesive units. Instead, various regiments have become intermixed, with the Cadian shock troops and the Krieg Death Corps fighting side by side, coordinating their efforts. One regiment after another suffers grievous losses, with no time to retreat and regroup with their kind. The only option left is to integrate with the recently reinforced units. The movements of the troops have descended into chaos. They have no choices left. As psychic lightning crackles, congratulations, you have entered the realm of Warhammer, becoming part of the Cadian assault squad. Just kidding. Let us experience what an ordinary Astra Militarum soldier faces on the battlefield. In a haze, you open your eyes to find yourself amid a battlefield. To your left stands the Krieg Death Corps, while to your right are comrades from the Cadian shock troops. You wield an Imperial Standard Lasgun, equipped with a bayonet. Before you can fully grasp your surroundings, you witness the invasion of chaos. Unlike a mere incursion of chaos, there are throngs of orcs surrounding these chaos soldiers, shouting boisterously, "Whack! Charge and crush those puny humans." A multitude of green-skinned orcs surges towards you like a tidal wave, and the combat instincts ingrained within you as a Cadian shock trooper compel you to raise your Lasgun and fire. Your comrades do likewise, unleashing a barrage of lost fire. Yet, the green-skinned brutes show no fear. They are imbued with the blasphemous blessings of the dark gods. Some of the orcs bellow loudly, continuing their charge even as you fear for your life when suddenly, artillery rains down from the sky. Under the barrage, the advancing orc and chaos forces are temporarily halted. Yet they refuse to relent, pressing forward with renewed fervor. However, the artillery support you rely on inexplicably falls silent. Oh, it appears the forces of chaos have initiated their counterattack. Your artillery positions are once again obliterated. Unsure of what else to do, you continue firing, depleting the batteries of your Lasgun. Yet, the orcs and chaos soldiers charging towards you show no sign of stopping as they breach your trench. Your throat feels parched, and your fingers grow numb from incessantly pulling the trigger. The Lasgun's heat sink emits a noxious odor, while the energy indicator flashes a menacing red warning. The Krieg soldiers silently affix their bayonets, their respirators emitting mechanical breaths. For the Emperor, the shout of the Cadian officer resounds through the comms. You see 3 Lehman Russ tanks bulldoze through the rubble, their main guns incinerating the charging orcs into mere pulp. Yet in the next moment, the armor of 2 of those tanks distorts grotesquely, as if squeezed by an unseen hand. Chaos sorcerers. The surviving tanks swivel their guns, but before they can fire, a berserker leaping atop the turret cleaves open the hatch with a chain axe. Heart-wrenching screams erupt from the right flank of the trench. You turn to see 4 Krieg soldiers battling a bloodthirsty hound with entrenching tools, one of them dragging his intestines through the mud while still fighting. 30 meters to your front left, 3 Cadians detonate a cluster grenade, but it proves futile as a massive green-skinned war boss emerges, seemingly unscathed from the explosion. Reload, quickly. A comrade suddenly shoves you. Trembling, you reach for your energy cells, only to discover that your relentless firing has drained them all. At that moment, the earth at the trench's edge erupts, and a rust-covered green hand grips your throat. The stench of blood and machine oil assaults your senses, and the drool from its fangs burns your skin like acid. The massive hand tears you asunder. You do not survive even half an hour on the battlefield. Mere minutes pass, and you meet your end, with much of that time granted to you by artillery fire. Death descends. This is all that an ordinary guardsman can achieve on the battlefield. You are fortunate, for you expended all your energy cells, proving your worth to the Emperor. After your demise, your comrades continue to fight valiantly, with the Knight's battle suits providing as much fire support as possible. However, the orc assault remains unimpeded. The relentless tide of orcs surges towards the last bastion of the Imperium, seeking to let the corruption of the warp engulf all of Cardia. The Blackstone pylon seems to have lost its efficacy. The fall of Cardia appears imminent. Unless, no, there are no unless. The Emperor's angels are already engaged in battle, are they not? In your final moments, you witness the head of an Adeptus Astartes being severed by a Chaos demon. The Chaos warriors begin to desecrate these space marines, and even the Emperor's angels cannot stand against them. The Empire's defeat seems inevitable. Victory is no longer within reach. The scale of chaos is overwhelming, even with the 3 colossal titans, unprecedented in size, standing behind you. Despite their unmatched might, the numbers of the Chaos Horde are simply too great. Despair enveloped the entire astral army, yet not a single soul relinquished their weapons to embrace the chaos. They steadfastly continued their resistance. The Cardians were born to defy the chaos, and even if all were to perish here, we shall never submit to the abyss. As these thoughts reverberated in your heart, inexplicably, despite having met your demise, you beheld a towering figure shimmering with golden light, resembling a golden corn husk beside you. Within your line of sight, a fleet emerged upon the galaxy. Reinforcements? Could salvation truly be at hand? Had the God Emperor dispatched his angels? This was your final contemplation. You were fortunate, for even in death, you were granted such myriad thoughts, and you even witnessed the arrival of Zhou Ping'an's Imperial Guard. How absurd! Chapter 68, The Imperial Guard Legion. The defensive line of the astral army was evidently faltering, with the numbers of the interstellar warriors dwindling. Thankfully, Zhou Ping'an had commanded the forces of the Human Federation to intervene on the battlefield. Ordinary interstellar soldiers required orbital drop methods to affect the outcome on the Cardian front. But the Imperial Guard needed no such measures. With 3 colossal Star Language-class war machines at their core, the Imperial Guard Legion had descended. Their formidable psychic lightning cleaved through the chaos and orc forces, while the Imperial Guard stood resolutely unyielding on the Astral Army's defensive line. For the Emperor's protection, the guards unleashed their nearly continent-shattering psychic powers to obliterate the chaos demons and orc troops before them. The power spears in their hands unleashed massive waves of attack, annihilating the orcs and common chaos soldiers that stood in their way. The soldiers of the Astral Army stood dumbfounded before the arrival of the Imperial Guard. Not everyone recognized them. However, the interstellar warriors did. They discerned that these were indeed the Imperial Guard. Yet, unlike the typical guards, their insignia was not the Empire's double-headed eagle, but the Human Federation's golden single-headed eagle on a red background. This was the first realization of the interstellar warriors. But they did not suspect the guards could fall to chaos. Perhaps there was some unforeseen circumstance on their end. The Imperial Guard was never disloyal. Perhaps there was some new command from the Emperor or a different development. The Imperial Guard had evolved. After the Emperor took his throne, they even changed their cloaks to black. They had ventured beyond the solar system to interfere in various matters, so their actions were not surprising, except for the notion of their disloyalty. But what was this number? It seemed as if the entire legion had appeared. Was this the Emperor's will? This was the first reaction and feeling of the interstellar warriors. But as the Imperial Guard unleashed their tremendous psychic powers to decimate the units before them, the soldiers were left utterly dumbstruck. The Imperial Guard wielding psychic energy? How could that be? Typically, the Imperial Guard received psychic support from authorized psychics, making their use of psychic attacks against enemies an exceedingly rare sight. A fearsome tormentor demon roared as it charged toward the Imperial Guard formation, its massive axe aflame with the fury of the Blood God. Yet, the leading squad leader of the Imperial Guard merely raised his palm, and a bolt of pure golden psychic lightning instantly pierced the demon's body, annihilating it completely. This was impossible. How could the Imperial Guard wield psychic energy? A strategist from the Extreme Warriors whispered in shock. Yet the evidence stood before them. These guards not only employed psychic energy, but their power far surpassed that of ordinary psychics. Even the mightiest Imperial Guard commander unleashed psychic prowess that was beyond their wildest imagination. A bolt of psychic lightning unleashed by them obliterated millions of chaos demons. The Imperial Guard stood upon the Astral Army's positions, their formidable dark energy shields interlocking to form a massive unified shield, merging with the dark energy shield of the Star Language-class war machines. This encompassing dark energy shield provided ample protection for all the Astral Army. Even the corrosive effects of chaos and chaotic energy were completely obstructed by the dark energy shield. Undoubtedly, such a feat consumed vast amounts of energy. Yet with the dark energy core of the Star Language-class war machines supplying power, they faced no fear in this regard. The soldiers of the Astral Army stared in awe. They had never witnessed such powerful warriors. The soldiers of the Krieg Death Corps silently continued to load their ammunition. Yet for the first time, hope flickered in their eyes. The soldiers of the Cardian Assault Corps gripped their weapons tightly, their morale soaring. Reinforcements had arrived, true reinforcements. However, chaos would not sit idly by. The subspace rifts widened once more. An unending stream of chaos demon legions surged forth, accompanied by more chaos titans and demon lords. The Imperial Guard was indeed formidable. Their might during the Siege of Terra was well documented. Thus, when the 4 gods of the subspace beheld Zhou Ping'an's Imperial Guard manifesting on the battlefield, they merely paused for a brief moment before resolving to unleash even greater power. Even that rascal Nago released his minions from his garden to engage in battle against the Imperial Guard. They intended to overwhelm Zhou Ping'an's Imperial Guard Legion with sheer numbers. Witnessing this scene, the Emperor gazed at Zhou Ping'an. He could sense that the combat prowess of the Imperial Guards below surpassed even that of his own. Yet, the adage that a multitude of ants can kill an elephant still held true. He estimated that the seemingly limitless Chaos Demon Legions, together with the Chaos Titans and Lords, would also struggle against Zhou Ping'an's Imperial Guard Legion. In any other location, he might not have felt such trepidation, for the appearance of subspace armies in the material universe required specific conditions. Yet, Cardia was different. Cardia had become thoroughly enveloped in subspace energy, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from the subspace itself. The Chaos Legions could appear here without hindrance. Crucially, in such an environment, the combat effectiveness of the Chaos Army was exponentially heightened. Even though the Imperial Guards below were indeed incredibly formidable, the sheer numbers would inevitably drown them in due course. The Emperor, seated upon his golden throne, regarded Zhou Ping'an beside him with a hint of concern and inquired, "Shall we make our move? This is likely all the power the four gods of chaos can muster. Perhaps now is the time to act?" Zhou Ping'an shook his head. "No need. Let's fight a while longer to exhaust the four gods' strength. More reinforcements will arrive to deplete their power, making our eventual engagement much easier. These fiends are coming for me. They wish to drain all my energy. If that is their intent, they should not expect to emerge unscathed. I may be battered and bruised, but they shall find me lying on a sickbed, howling in agony." A glint of murderous intent gleamed in Zhou Ping'an's eyes. These scoundrels had gone too far. All he had done was to lift the Emperor from his throne and engage them in combat. And yes, he had burned Nago's garden and taken an arm from it. But had it not regrown by now? Was it not simply a matter of delivering a decisive blow to the treacherous foe, impaling him thoroughly, only to have the Emperor subsequently administer a thorough beating? How audacious of them to retaliate in such a manner. Very well, I shall heed your instructions. When the moment arises for me to take action, please seal the energy beneath the throne, and I shall join you in the fray. Naturally, given that this pertains to our own little brother, his decisions must be respected. After all, whether I can rise again hinges on whether he can contain the energies lurking beneath me. There is no harm in relishing instinct. This battle is destined to unfold, and when the time comes, I shall rise and unleash a flurry of strikes upon those four rascals. This day has long been awaited. Chapter 69. 3 million star warriors counterattack. An influx of chaotic demons and the chaotic demonic army has emerged, with even those recently vanquished chaotic demons re-emerging through the subspace portal, evidently resurrected by the four chaos deities. Typically, chaotic demons are merely exiled back to subspace, from whence they can re-emerge once their energies are restored. However, this process can also be manipulated by the four chaos deities, who can infuse them with additional energy to hasten their revival. Yet, such actions deplete the energy of the four deities, inevitably affecting their combat prowess. Even if this impact appears minuscule, it ultimately disperses a portion of their power, diminishing their overall strength. An overwhelming number of chaotic forces have emerged, even to the extent of the demons rising to alter the very geography. This has caused the morale of the Star Realm army, which had just begun to soar, to plummet once again. Particularly devastating was the reappearance of the demons that had just been exiled, striking a lethal blow to the spirits of the Star Realm army. Were it not for the presence of the Emperor's Imperial Guard, their morale would have shattered completely. A tactic of human waves, perhaps, murmured Commander Zhou Feng of the Imperial Guard. And what of it? Your strategy has long been deciphered by the Emperor. If you wish to compare numbers, we are not lacking either. No sooner had Zhou Feng's words settled upon the ground than a multitude of drop pods began to rain down upon the planetary surface. 3 legions, 3 million star warriors have arrived. Each legion is equipped with 2,000 battle-class titans and 200 Emperor-class titans, all poised to engage in this conflict. Once this reinforcements land upon the surface of Cardia, the human empire can continue its relentless campaign, and the titans will instill fear within the ranks of the chaotic legions. The war is far from over. Countless drop pods crashed into the midst of the chaotic army, and as their doors burst open, swathes of star warriors emerged, their particle rifles unleashing a relentless barrage upon the chaotic soldiers. These are not the ordinary energy rifles produced during Zhou Ping'an's era of scarcity in both wealth and technology. These are standard-issue particle rifles supplied by the Federal Army. Any ordinary combat unit struck by their fire would be vaporized with a single shot, and even the demons cannot withstand the concentrated fire from multiple rifles. Simultaneously, each Star Warrior is no longer equipped with mere basic shields. They are now adorned with intermediate particle shields. The war has officially entered its second phase. The sudden shift has plunged the armies of the human empire into an eerie silence, as they remain oblivious to the unfolding events. What is this situation? And how have so many Star Warriors materialized? Surely the combined forces of the Empire do not number this many? Moreover, why do they not recognize the insignias of these Star Warriors? Which legions do they belong to? These questions loom heavily within the hearts of all the Star Warrior units. Yet no answers are forthcoming. The forces of the Human Federation have no intention of acknowledging the troops of the Human Empire, let alone answering their questions. In their eyes, this is their finest hour to serve the Emperor. The treatment bestowed upon them by Zhou Ping'an has been exceedingly generous. They had anticipated a merciless purge upon aligning themselves with the Titan people, Yet what has transpired? Oh heavens, their lives have become astonishingly comfortable. 8 hours of work, 8 hours of leisure and study, and 8 hours of sleep? The Human Federation has provided for all their needs, even covering medical expenses. Their rations surpass even those consumed by the planetary governors of Europe, and they can indulge to their heart's content. Crucially, beyond these provisions, they receive a monthly salary that boasts considerable purchasing power. Such a lifestyle was beyond the wildest dreams of the Empire's former commoners. No, they dared not even imagine such a life could be theirs. Yet it has indeed come to pass. Throughout the Empire's long-standing education, they have been led to believe they must atone for their sins, that they owed a debt to the Emperor. However, with the arrival of the Human Federation, they were told that while they would indeed atone for their sins, they would lose their freedom and endure a life of misery. How bleak that existence seemed. Scenes they had never dared to envision now compel them to pledge their lives to their Emperor. They are but the currency of the Emperor, destined to purchase victory in this battle. Kill for the Emperor. Blood sacrifices to the divine Emperor's throne. The subjects of the Empire are ignorant, brainwashed by their foolish religious beliefs in the divine Emperor. Yet, with Zhou Ping'an's arrival, providing them with a better life and a faith they deem worthy, they too have become fervently fanatical. Of course, at this moment, in addition to their fervor, others have also succumbed to madness, the Mechanicum. The Mechanicum's ecclesiastical army and the Archons stared in shock as over 600 Emperor-class Titans and 6,000 Battle-class Titans materialized on the battlefield. Their expressions were blank. What they beheld, a multitude of Titan legions, was staggering. Previously, they had been astounded merely by the sight of 3 colossal Titans. This was already sufficient to make many Archons break into a cold sweat. Yet, one could attribute that to the legacy of the knightly families from the Golden Age. After all, the Zhou family has maintained its lineage for a full 2 millennia. It is only natural that they possess such formidable assets. However, the Mechanicum is aware of information that surpasses that known by other imperial officials. This knightly family is the most powerful among the imperial knightly families. Not only are they the mightiest among knights, but they also hold a preeminent position within the Empire itself. But now, what have they witnessed? A staggering number of star warriors, numbering in the millions, alongside the titanic legions that could reshape the very land, and those powerful ground combat units that resemble tanks? They could not identify the tanks that fought in tandem with the Star Warriors, yet their keen eyes discerned that these vehicles were undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, there would be no Star Warriors aboard them. The Mechanicum was left dumbfounded, as were the Star Warriors. They could not fathom the origin of such a monumental and powerful reinforcement. The only ones who felt joy in this situation were the soldiers of the Star Realm Army. They were indeed elated. A multitude of Emperor Angels has emerged, along with a vast legion of Titans, signifying that victory remains within their grasp. They harbor no fear of sacrifice. Rather, they dread the notion that their sacrifices may be rendered utterly meaningless. The Emperor's Legion has arrived alongside an overwhelming number of Space Marines, instilling within them the belief that this battle can indeed be sustained. For the Emperor, the Astartes roar with fury as they charge forward, accompanied by the last of the Leman Russ tanks, which have been reactivated and now surge ahead. Beside the Leman Russ are their remaining Chimera transports, amidst a plethora of tanks and armored vehicles, including a significant number of Venom Blade super heavy tanks. The mortal forces display their own valor. They refuse to cower behind the Astartes. Simultaneously, the last of the petrified lizards commence their artillery bombardment, collectively mounting a final counteroffensive against the forces of chaos. Chapter 70. The 13th Black Crusade should not have unfolded in this manner. The unified counterattack of all forces on the surface of the planet Cardia forms a striking tableau. 3 of the mightiest astropathic battle forms lead the charge, flanked by the elite Imperial Guard. This formidable unit clears the path of threats for the supporting forces behind them, while the core assault power is comprised of the Space Marine legions, whose formidable Titan units also initiate an offensive of seismic proportions. The Earth quakes, as if the planet itself is convulsing under the weight of such a monumental force. The horizon is redrawn by the colossal metallic giants. Mountains shift, oceans relocate. The tide of chaos appears fragile as parchment before this descending metallic continent. This is a battle of apocalyptic proportions, one in which the Imperium has never mustered such an army. While their auxiliary numbers may not be vast, the sheer might of the Astartes, the Imperial Guard, and the Titans is not to be underestimated. A torrent of steel advances relentlessly towards the forces of chaos, visible throughout the vastness of space. As this metallic deluge rapidly spreads from its concentrated point, The corrosive nature of the warp is steadily diminished in the wake of the Titans, Space Marines, and the Imperial Guard. The Astartes, forged by Zhou Ping'an, effortlessly resist the onslaught of the warp's corruption, while the Imperial Guard possess the means to dispel it. Wherever the Imperial Guard tread, their radiant presence repels the taint and decay of the warp, pushing back against its insidious grasp. Though the forces of chaos continue to surge forth from the rifts in the warp, the moment has come for the human Imperium to launch their counteroffensive. Observing the unfolding battle from the depths of the warp, the Emperor gasps at the sight before him, not in awe of the sheer numbers of Zhou Ping'an's Astartes, but rather in astonishment at the seemingly superhuman capabilities of the Imperial Guard, who can even repel the corruption of the warp. Perhaps the dark age of humanity is destined to conclude, and this Emperor will lead mankind into a resplendent new epoch. Seated upon the golden throne, the Emperor turns his gaze towards Zhou Ping'an, who remains fixated on the chaos gods before him. The battle on the ground has reached a critical juncture. Unless the four chaos gods continue to expend their power to resurrect and empower more demons for a relentless assault, their defeat is all but assured. Should the conflict persist, their strength will only wane further, for the majority of the demons under the command of the four chaos gods draw upon their power. The demise of these greater demons and demon princes will inevitably reflect upon their own strength and combat efficacy. At this point, the time to strike is nigh. Zhou Ping'an's gaze is predatory as he regards the 6 adversaries before him, plotting against him, and he is determined to showcase the consequences of their machinations. It is evident that the Emperor senses Zhou Ping'an's intent as he begins to polish his sacred imperial sword upon the throne. The predatory glint in Zhou Ping'an's eyes does not go unnoticed by the 4 chaos gods, while the 2 among them, known for their cruelty and cunning, become increasingly exhilarated. They care little for the grand schemes, simply craving the thrill of battle. Among the chaos gods, the embodiment of terror is brimming with battle fervor, while the other 3 exhibit a different demeanor. The trickster muses, everything is proceeding according to plan. Why does it feel so chilly? As if I'm about to be cleaved in twain? The glutton glances at his swollen form, then at Zhou Ping'an's furious stare, and cannot help but pinch at his own flesh. He senses a premonition that once this battle concludes, he may find himself significantly slimmer, as Zhou Ping'an is likely to carve away his excess. Meanwhile, the seducer is filled with regret, pondering why she provoked the new human deity. Now, faced with that gaze which seems to wish her demise, she wonders how she might yet earn the favor of this new god. The atmosphere within the warp grows increasingly tense, anticipating the moment when one side will unleash the first strike, igniting the divine conflict within the warp. This confrontation is a clash between humanity and the alien overlords, and the most bewildered participant in this ordeal is Abaddon. He gazes helplessly at the battle raging on the planet's surface, then at the surrounding forces of his Black Legion, feeling at a loss for words. Since the emergence of the astropathic battleforms, he has consciously withdrawn his Black Legion units. He sensed that this battle had exceeded all expectations. Now, his legion stands in the warp, dumbfounded as they observe the conflict below. Abaddon ponders, is it possible that this battle, which I initiated, is truly a Black Crusade? Should I not be the protagonist? Why is no one paying attention to me? Can anyone explain the presence of over 3 million Space Marines, thousands of Warlord-class Titans, the Emperor-class Titans, and those colossal 3 Titans? Even the Imperial Guard has arrived. If memory serves, the previous siege of Terra did not witness such ferocity in battle. Surely, during the grand celebrations for their progenitor, they did not encounter so many Space Marines, Titans, and the Imperial Guard resisting them. Most importantly, he keenly senses that the 4 dark gods at his back are also beginning to take action. This conflict is clearly a contest between them and the human Imperium, though he has always held a sense of pride in attempting to manipulate the 4 chaos gods. Only when they truly engage does he realize the vast chasm separating their power from his own. He can acutely sense that within the chaos, a divine conflict is brewing. Countless formidable psychic entities have begun to manifest within the warp. However, sensing this does not equate to acceptance. The situation has evolved beyond his control. He was supposed to be the protagonist. He was meant to be the central figure. The 13th Black Crusade, which he initiated, has devolved into a colossal conflict entirely beyond his control. The war has spiraled beyond his grasp, now orchestrated by the 4 deities of chaos, who have summoned their formidable demons and princes to launch an assault. Even more alarming is the presence of the human empire's military forces. From whence have these Space Marines and Titan legions emerged? The Imperial Guard has even made an appearance. Surely it cannot be the skeletal king, seated upon his throne. Who commands them? Should that false emperor rise to mobilize his armies for battle, he would find himself in dire straits. While he can still dismiss the pretender while seated, should he stand, the situation would be markedly different. It is perplexing. How could the 13th Black Crusade, which he meticulously orchestrated, have transformed into such chaos? Chapter 71. The Second Divine War. Regardless of Abaddon's thoughts, the 13th Black Crusade is no longer his concern. As the battle has progressed, the scale of the conflict has transcended the influence of Abaddon, the Chaos Warmaster. He dares not emerge from the warp. Instead, he can only watch from within, keeping a safe distance with his forces. The powerful Imperial Guard relentlessly slaughters the demons of the warp upon the planetary surface. Should he dare to leap from his flagship, even with all his available forces, he could easily find himself cleaved in twain by the Imperial Guard below. He possesses a clear understanding of his precarious position. He is a dire threat to the Empire, a fact that, despite its seeming triviality, remains true. The Imperial Guard would undoubtedly exert every effort to eliminate him. This is his belief. In reality, however, had he appeared on the planet's surface, it is unlikely anyone would actively seek his demise. So long as he does not obstruct their path, what is Abaddon, truly, that the Imperial soldiers would cast their gaze upon him? The forces of chaos, relying on their inexhaustible nature, have managed to maintain a fragile equilibrium against the assaults of the Imperial forces, which is the extent of their capabilities. The four gods of chaos can no longer bolster their demonic legions. Zhou Ping'an, meanwhile, has reached his limit. A brilliant sword light, piercing the heavens and the earth, cleaved directly towards the direction of Khorne, as the Emperor simultaneously rose from the Golden Throne. The already fearsome storm of the warp intensified further as the malevolent gods of the warp engaged in battle. Even the Imperial fleet, previously held at bay by the warp storm, was now compelled to retreat, fearful of being engulfed by the tempest. As for the fate of the Cadia sector, though reluctant to admit it, the Imperial High Command could only pray that the Imperial forces within endure a little longer, for they are now unable to provide any degree of support. The Imperial forces cannot traverse the warp storm and must distance themselves further to avoid its wrath. Turning once more to the realm of the warp, Zhou Ping'an drew forth the majority of the energy from his mechanical throne, manifesting a colossal psychic entity before the four gods of chaos. The energy pulsated with immense power, akin to confronting the very core of a universe. The warp energy previously bestowed upon Zhou Ping'an by Grey Knights was comparable to that of an entire cosmos. However, in maintaining the passage and traversing countless universes to reach Zhou Ping'an, little energy remained. Yet, should Zhou Ping'an unleash it all at once, the outcome would be entirely different. What kind of energy is this? It is a force so overwhelming that it instills in them a sense of futility, to the extent that even Khorne, the most savage and battle-hungry among the Chaos Gods, momentarily contemplated retreating from the fray. Whether it is the forces of the Imperium or the deities of the warp, they all felt as though they had unwittingly stirred a hornet's nest the moment Zhou Ping'an unleashed his full might. But what could they do? The die had been cast. Could they still turn back? Khorne surged forward to clash with the Emperor, accompanied by Slaanesh, who occasionally struck at the Emperor. After all, Slaanesh preferred to engage the Emperor over confronting Zhou Ping'an. The Emperor fought valiantly, maintaining an edge in a 2-on-1 battle, while Zhou Ping'an's fury intensified. He single-handedly obstructed Khorne and Nurgle, as well as the dim-witted Khorne. Four of you, I believe I have not wronged you greatly, have I? I merely dealt Nurgle a blow, severing one of his hands and casually incinerating his garden. And I may have pierced Khorne, prompting the Emperor to strike him as well. Yet you dare to retaliate against me? This is utterly preposterous. And you too, the green-skinned deities, I have done nothing to provoke you, correct? You are woefully misguided to approach me unprovoked. You shall pay dearly for your conspiracies. As Zhou Ping'an's ire escalated, he could barely contain his anger. What have they done to warrant such vengeance? It is absurd, especially Khorne, who had not even sought them out, yet they dared to approach him. Such ignorance of their position is astounding. Khorne attempted to utter a retort, but it was evident he failed. Or rather, Zhou Ping'an had no intention of allowing him to speak. Just as Khorne opened his mouth, a colossal psychic palm struck his face, forcing him to swallow his words. Did I permit you to speak? Zhou Ping'an thundered. You should have foreseen this moment before crossing me. Zhou Ping'an did not linger with idle chatter. He swung the Emperor's sword, cleaving Khorne in two. Though Khorne swiftly reformed, the pain was real, and he dissipated a portion of warp energy. Khorne's anguished wail echoed through the warp, causing Nurgle to cower, clutching his head in terror, unwilling to witness Zhou Ping'an's wrath. As for Khorne and Nurgle, they exchanged glances upon hearing Khorne's agonizing cry. Should they continue fighting? It appeared they might be outmatched, yet they resolved to fight on. They had come too far to turn back. Korn gleaned understanding from their silent exchange, and they completed their nonverbal communication. Whack! Let the battle commence. Korn's howl reverberated through the warp as Nurgle curled into a ball of chaotic energy, while Korn fully embraced the thrill of combat. Zhou Ping'an's psychic entity burned like a star, and wherever the Emperor's sword struck, the very fabric of the warp contorted and shattered. Just as Korn's severed form began to reassemble, Zhou Ping'an struck once more, cleaving him anew. As for Korn, Zhou Ping'an drew forth another sword and engaged him in combat. Zhou Ping'an's battle unfolded as a fierce clash between him and the notorious Gaokao ergo. With a single hand, he would intermittently cleave the wretched Jian Shi in twain, while simultaneously delivering a strike to Nago. Nago, being nothing more than a coward, was of little concern. While engaged with Gaokao ergo, Zhou Ping'an would seize the opportunity to inflict a blow upon Nago whenever possible. Today's events were undoubtedly orchestrated by that accursed blue monstrosity, Jian Shi, and Zhou Ping'an felt an insatiable urge to deliver a thorough thrashing to this vile creature. As for the two mushroom deities, they were inconsequential. Zhou Ping'an would simply contend with them as well. Days of battle had unfolded with this persistent tableau. Nago, witnessing the carnage, was utterly demoralized. I was merely passing through, he stammered, attempting to slink away with his corpulent form. Yet, given the vastness of this subspace, where cover was nearly non-existent, his bulk made stealth an impossibility in the presence of Zhou Ping'an. Passing through, Zhou Ping'an glared at him. Jian Shi, having suffered grievous wounds, remained silent, perhaps still in the throes of recovery, only to be bisected anew, thus denied the chance for protest. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The true folly lay with Nago, who dared to utter such a phrase. This only served to further incite Zhou Ping'an's wrath. With a fierce grip, Zhou Ping'an seized Nago by the neck, while his other hand ignited with pure, radiant psychic flames, pressing down upon Nago's abdomen. So, you blame me for scorching your garden? Spreading pestilence, do you? Relishing decay, perhaps? Nago's wails pierced the air, even more anguished than Jian Shi's. His corruptive energies were purged within the psychic inferno, and his entire being began to evaporate. Meanwhile, Gaokao ergo grew increasingly emboldened in combat. Whack! This fight is exhilarating. Gao Gu brandished a colossal cleaver, while Mao Gu swung a warhammer, both launching a ferocious assault upon Zhou Ping'an. Yet, Zhou Ping'an dismissed them with indifference, utilizing a psychic arm to wield his sword and engage them in a brutal contest. The skirmish on Zhou Ping'an's side took on a theatrical flair, contrasting sharply with the Emperor's own struggle against the relentless Korn. The Emperor was embroiled in a brutal melee, periodically disrupted by the insidious Slaanesh, which only added to his vexation. Yet, he found exhilaration in the fray, reveling in the presence of a formidable ally. Korn and Slaanesh shared a similar sentiment, grateful that they were contending with the Emperor rather than facing the deranged Zhou Ping'an. Observing the plight of the other two, it was evident that Jian Shi's form had never truly healed. Just as it mended, Zhou Ping'an would cleave him asunder once more. As for Nago, he had visibly diminished in stature. Zhou Ping'an had little inclination to acknowledge the two orc deities, dedicating one of his hands solely to their confrontation. This new human chaos god was astonishingly powerful, surpassing their wildest imaginations. Had it not been for the waning aura of Zhou Ping'an after several days of battle, they would have genuinely considered surrendering.